and becoming single parents by choice. This isn't something that they're being forced to. So when because he's a great salesman, I gotta give you that.
Come on, brother.
No, you're phenomenal.
Come on, brother.
You do the whole crying thing.
Come on,
oh my
brother.
God.
Come on, brother. You're showing sassiness right now. Come on, brother.
No. This is what
you said. Come on, we men now, brother.
No, listen.
Come on, we men now.
Oh my God.
Come on now, brother.
I didn't know a man, and so as a result, I was looking for love, and so I had this child. You know what I hear? Excuses. Excuses.
Let me add on something real quick, right?
You're a great salesman.
This man right here.
I see why you got a great product.
This man, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. This man right here. I don't want to attack Antoine. Let me say that. No, hold on.
My life is perfect.
I want to make sure we have to understand the majority. We have to understand the majority of women will not leave a place where she feels safe. She will not leave a place where she feels loved. Men keep screaming that women are leaving men or divorcing men in high numbers because these women are no longer happy. They no longer feel safe. They're not being are no longer happy. They no longer feel safe. They're not being financially provided for. They're taking care of grown men. And I know brothers, right, that are amazing fathers, amazing fathers, and raising their bonus children. These bonus children aren't curses, they're blessings. And any man that's able to lead another child that's not biologically his, I salute you. Because the average man will not understand that. Again, Antoine was raised in a home with two parents, which is beautiful. Like I can't.
He's saying that like that's a knock on him.
Hold on. No, I'm saying it's beautiful.
He's beautiful. It like that's something. Hold on. What you supposed to do?
Brother. No, it's beautiful. It's beautiful that he was raised in a home with two parents. But a lot of people didn't have the privilege of seeing that. So they're making mistakes, brother. They're making mistakes. She fell in love with the wrong. She fell in love with the wrong man. Whatever happened. But ladies, do not allow this man up here to make you feel like you're not deserving of a man. Or man, if you're in a relationship with a woman that has children, do your thing. I salute you. It takes a real man to be able to step up and be a father when no one else is.
No, it's not about do your thing. It's about going back to the thing that you committed to in the first place. And again, they always keep saying, do your thing. I'm surprised you ain't said queen at some point.
Queen?
Do your thing, queen. Do your thing, queen.
Let me ask you
At some point, you need to hold your parents accountable, right? Because again, we keep hanging this on the hats of men instead of hanging it on the hats of the people that came before you and put you in this position in the first place. I agree. So let's remove this whole thing that is on men. It's not. It's not on all men. That's bullcrap.
What's not on all men?
It's not on this whole narrative of what we see in the culture. This is not a black man thing. The majority of men. So stop making up this narrative of an abusive household. Was he abusive? Wait. No.
That's what I'm saying.
No, let me finish. This is my question to you. Was he abusive before you opened up your list?
No, can I speak? That's cool with you.
I asked you a question.
Brother, we have men that are some pro-finessers. They will give a woman a representation of themselves. And when they've got their hooks into the woman, they turn into something different. No woman in her right mind is going to be in a relationship with a man that's negative, Nancy, breaking her down mentally, physically, and spiritually, not providing for her financially. No, they get the hooks in her. And then when he feels like he's got her in love, and all she knows is him, he turns into something different. All I'm saying to you, brother, this is what I want. No, I need you to hear this. Every woman that has had a child and is not with the man aren't bad people. And every man that had a child and not with the woman is not bad people. We keep saying a man shouldn't be with a woman that has children. Why? Because she have her children, but this man has children and children aren't with them. We have to make sense of this. Why do we keep saying man don't be with a woman with children, but we're not saying nothing about the man that's not taking care of his children or there for his children?
I want to actually ask that question right.
That's like a Little Mermaid movie that you just made right there.
Let me ask this real quick because I want to know if you also feel that way about men as well, because you got a daughter yourself. If you're giving her some instruction, would you pretty much instruct any woman? Is it the same rule that women should also stay away?
I would not tell a woman that don't have children to marry a man with children. Okay. I'm not biased on this. I'm consistent across the board. I don't think that it's in a woman. Could she possibly marry a good guy? Could a guy possibly marry a good woman? Absolutely. But I would never advise it because I would never tell somebody to do something that I wouldn't do myself. I'm consistent in that. And let me correct them for a minute. Please. Nobody said that they were bad people. Okay. That's just not your people. Everybody that's a good person is not for you. Everybody that's in a situationship is not supposed to be a part of your network. Every person that's doing something good or well, they don't deserve to necessarily be in your life because your journey is different. And so I never said anybody was a bad person, but I would never advise a man to do something that I wouldn't do myself, and I would never, ever go and talk to a woman that have children.
Well, when you say they're not your people,
and what I would tell her is to go back with your child's father. And it doesn't mean that she can't have love. If you can finesse a man into doing it, then do so. But I would never advise my guys to do that.
When you say not your people, what does that mean?
It can mean anything. It can mean that we're not equally yoked. Maybe we don't need to do business together. Maybe we are going in two different directions. Maybe we have two different belief systems. It's a lot of different things that can identify whether or not a person is your person or your people and not.
Okay, so are you telling people they should be in relationships even though it's toxic just because of the child?
I never said that.
So when should they part ways?
I don't think that they should have got it together in the first place, because you know who a person. I specifically said no. I don't address if we already there.
Right.
I address. Literally. You have to take ownership and responsibility for it. I don't believe that people are getting finessed like you painted the picture. I believe, because that's to say that women aren't smart. Because how did you get so smart afterwards, but you wasn't smart enough to be able to identify that he was a POS when you got with him? That's literally telling y'all that y'all idiots. You're not an idiot. You're not dumb. Most women know who the dude is that they got with and who they chased before they got with him and opened up their legs to him. You know that. That's why they say get married. Marry before you carry. That's why they say that.
So let's, because I get you pretty much talking prevention.
Correct.
Not necessarily in the situation, but I actually want to go to the situation, because right now our culture is facing this situation in large numbers, Anton. So I want to get your consult for the people now in the situation, because we get your stance, not putting us there.
I told you, go back with your child's father.
But here's the thing. If we have identified as well, to Yada's point, that the brother is, at this point, not working on himself, pretty much unqualified at this point to lead and manage a family, may not even have the desire to, do you still recommend that woman put herself in that position? Or should
in what position specifically?
To be in a relationship with this type of man? Or should she go about parting ways and trying to find, just run it, be a single
Listen,
mom?
I took my vows serious. I don't believe in parting ways. It's death till death do us part, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poor.
These are single women though, by the way.
Well, you said part ways.
Well, again, a woman who got pregnated by a man, they're not married.
That's your husband. That's your husband. What are we talking about? You can't take it back. Ain't no take backs. We in this. It's me and you till we die. We gonna figure it out.
I don't believe
No. They asked me the question.
I never believe I'm hearing this.
We gonna figure it out. We gonna work it out. We gonna do it. We gonna make it happen. We gonna take on the world, and we gonna take over the world. It's some things that we gonna have to figure out together. But you just can't leave after you got somebody pregnant. You can't leave after you get pregnant. What you talking about? That's your husband.
Man, listen, hold on.
That's your husband.
Listen to me. Listen to me, ladies. If you're in a relationship with a man, you're pregnant, or if you have children by this man, and this man is not being a man in your life, leave him. If this man is breaking you down mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, leave him and make sure he gets himself together. And if he can't get himself together to keep you in his life, that's not the man for you. Leave. I don't care what this brother talking about. That makes no sense, and it's devilish. It's too many women being killed by toxic men because they want to stay for emotional reasons of the children. Think about yourself. Because you can't properly protect your child if you're being abused on any type of level, if you're not being provided for on any type of level. Love yourself enough to know when to leave. If not, you will pour this childhood.
kuyo indawo athanda ufota yonke into apha. Futhi abantu
this is how we roll the proverbial carpet to get on out of here, but it also serves a dual purpose of ushering in, okay, the touchdown, led by the Queen herself. She's Ludi Lou. Why you laugh, man?
What's good? Not the proverbial carpet. I mean, come on.
It was a low-hanging fruit, but it was
Wow,
there.
as always.
It was there. I had to grab it. Do you
You know
understand?
what? The rap life will never disappear.
I tried though.
He is forever here.
I tried to smother him.
No, don't. He can stay. Don't smother him. Let him try.
Okay.
I think he needs you day of the week. That's not bad. Like Friday, like Thursday. You're just fully in that zone.
Yeah. Because I do have like rap Tourette's. You know what I'm saying? Where you have like, involuntary yo. Where you like, bring him in.
Just let him flourish on like a Friday. I have grills Friday. I wear my grills on Friday.
There you go.
Sometimes though.
Nah?
Yeah.
Cool.
I think you should do it. Make it big.
Sounds like a plan, man. What's coming up in the show, man?
Oh man, you know how it goes with us, right? So we're celebrating with our telco family. They're unrolling, or rather unwrapping the Into Summer Magic campaign, and we're also doing giveaways. So that's going to be really, really beautiful. And later, Upa John from Old Mutual is also going to be the side, and we're talking trust funds. So for anybody who's got questions, want to understand how they work, do the right thing and tune in between 3 and 6 on the touchdown. We're really, really going to have so much fun.
And listen, between the three of us, man, these are combos we need to be a part of.
Absolutely.
Because
Trust
we've
fund
got
combo.
youngsters.
Yes.
Oh. Well.
What do you mean?
I remember my kids being little and going, oh, where it's like, no. You have nothing. I have money.
Sounds like a real wealthy parent. You know, wealthy
Right?
parents always have
They be like, hey,
that's not your money.
they like
That's
that.
my money.
Watch too much
You're just
TV.
benefiting from my life. But
Yeah.
you know,
No, for
yeah.
sure.
So I'm very, very interested in trust funds. I really want to understand more.
Same.
See what I can do for my little ones. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that conversation with our family and Old Mutual.
We look forward to it too. Malcolm, we're out of here.
We are. We'll catch up tomorrow.
Dee, have a goodie.
Welcome to SACAP. Press 1 if you want a qualification with a strong human focus. Press 2 if you're looking for accredited degrees, diplomas and higher certificates. Press 3 if you want a college with a 27-year track record.
27 also happens to be South Africa's international dialing code, fitting for a college that's responsive to South Africa's workplace and community needs. Visit sacap.edu.za to learn more. Your future's calling.
Play Powerball and Powerball Plus for 94 million rand in total estimated jackpots this Tuesday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for an estimated 27 million rand and Powerball Plus for an estimated 67 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529 hash for USSD. Panda push up play. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. Ituba is a proud operator of the National Lottery.
Who plays the hottest music? This must be heaven. We do. We are Metro FM. It's where you want to be. No matter where you are or where we are, Metro FM is where you want to be.
Yeah, I put it in season 1 of my show. It's absolutely
But
true.
that's from real life.
Absolutely true. She sewed it in the lining of her purse. And so I was just remembering just watching my mom, like, who is this human being? It's like, you don't know who your parents are until like something like this happens.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know if they're good under pressure or horrible under pressure. My parents were unbelievable under pressure.
Yeah.
And it's like the first time you see them so uneasy when everything's been so wonderful up until then, and you just see her like turn it on. And yeah, she sews it in the lining of the purse, and she was getting my sister and I. The whole plan was I'm gonna get my sister and get my sister and I out of there. She was gonna come back to Kuwait, finish out everything else, and then meet us in the States. That was the whole idea. And so on the way to Jordan, we had to stop in Baghdad, and they were searching all the suitcases because they were finding any valuables that would just take there or tax you or whatever. You know, you gotta pay a fee. You know what I mean? So that's what the thing was. So my mom stayed on the bus actually, and she like, cause she had a little bit of money left over, and she just didn't know where else to put it, so she just like hid it under clothes. Right. Well, they were just throwing the clothes out of the suitcase. She was like, oh my god. So she told my sister and I to get off the bus, and while they were searching everything, the soldier sees my mom never got off of there. But while she was on the bus by herself, she messed up all the clothes. She had some like orange peels from the drive, so she just poured all the trash all over it. And then the soldier comes up on there, like starts yelling at her. The sergeant sees him yelling at a woman. He gets pissed off at him. He jumps on the bus. He's like, what's wrong with you? You know, look at her suitcase. It's obviously been searched already.
Orange peels everywhere.
Such a good distraction. Such a good thing. And she goes, look at her face. That's not a face of a liar. And he goes, apologized to her, and we left him. My mom fucking pulled that off in the most stressful circumstances.
That's
we're toast.
I heard that
that's
after,
just a snippet of it.
No, I want to get into all of it. I heard after season 1 came out, they executed that soldier. No, is that true?
He probably died of natural causes. He was like, it's probably 60. I hope they
reached out to him. You got to reach out to him.
I don't know how to get a hold of him. I was 9 years old.
Good old orange peel, man.
This is how we're gonna kick this off.
Yo, this is how we're thinking about. I want to talk about DJ Khaled. He's never seen orange peels.
Yeah, he's never. I heard he just eats it whole. Good
old orange peel, man.
This is how we're gonna kick this off.
Yo, this is how we're thinking about. I want to talk about DJ Khaled. He's never seen orange peels.
Yeah, he's never. I heard he just eats it whole.
He's like a hippopotamus.
And he thought it was just an apple. It was the same thing. It's just like, you know.
Living life.
Yeah. There's nothing really to say about him, to be honest with you. It was more so, I opened the special that way, and even like I'm saying this now, you're not gonna see it coming. You know, it's really just a dope opening to something that I've never seen in a stand-up special before. So I wanted to like do it that way. But yeah, it's just like I was kind of like, the idea is that over the last 2 years of writing a TV show, of the only Palestinian television show in the history of American television, and feeling all the stress of that, and then at the same time, you're kind of seeing what everybody else is saying, and what they're doing, and what's going on. You know, as comedians, that's what we do. We say the thing out loud that everybody's thinking, but nobody's saying. So when I do that, and I've done that, you know, that opening line in like 30 countries, and
they go crazy.
They fucking lose their minds.
Is there a part of you that, like, when you see that opening line just crushing so hard, is there a little part of you that's like, I hope that motherfucker doesn't come on board now?
As a matter of fact, it is a lifeline. But it's intended to be a lifeline. Like, yes, it's
not too late. Oh, it's never too late.
No, it is from a lot of people's minds for sure. It is too late because it's gonna look fake no matter what, right?
Yeah.
But it's like the opening line, and then there's the ending of the special where I do this time bit. It's like a poem, you know, slash comedy bit slash, you know, trying to encapsulate everything that's been going on the last 2 years. And in that portion, I do, you know, it's like hey, it's never too late kind of thing. It's never too late. It's a chance for him to do something about it.
Is it wild to see American, like in your lifetime? Is it wild to see Americans start to care about the struggle?
Yes.
Yes. Like, what is that like? Do you feel? Is it confusing almost to see it?
No, it's more like about time.
Of course,
because it's like I've been talking about it for so long, and there's been a massive struggle for me in the business itself, and all the hurdles that I've had, and like telling me like change your name, go to LA, don't tell me Palestinian. Like, what's going on? Like, why do I have to do that? Like, I just never really understood that fully. I got it, but I didn't understand it fully, to be honest with you.
What made you stay true?
It's impossible. What am I gonna? I can't pretend to be something else. Stand-up is the essence of stand-up is being yourself on stage, and it takes years of practice to be yourself on stage, and just shifting that, you know, you'll be something else. I mean, you can think of an example probably.
Yeah.
Carlos Mencia. to start that shit. I was hoping you said, to be honest with you. Come on.
The thing about Carlos though is that he looks so Mexican.
Yes, Honduran.
He got treated whatever racism Mexicans get. He probably caught that.
Yeah, like if you look at.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm saying like it would be a part of
like Al, are you even black? You can't tell.
Well, yeah, that's fucked up. We're not gonna stand for this, man.
Hold on.
This is bullshit.
Black people can speak up here. What percentage are you?
I'm 50% black.
Okay, so you get to say it. You get to say it.
I can say
it's a declaration. You can say that word that he says when no one cares.
I said word with sand in front of it.
When you first heard the sand version, what did that feel like?
It was 9/11. It was like I've been in the country like 10 years. I didn't even know this slur even existed.
9/11 inspired some fire races.
Some real fire races.
Until 9/11?
No, in Houston it was like, yeah, of course there was.
If
we're talking about Houston, by the way, he says the end.
It's the most diverse city. I know.
I don't know anything.
It's the most diverse city in America. Legit, 100%.
It is the most diverse city, and they love telling you that. And they love telling you that. It's a fact. It's a fact, and they love telling you that after they say the N-word.
That's their justification.
Yeah.
No, I heard that New York is the most diverse.
Feel free to just make up.
I'm just saying. We're going off. What are you going off of?
Forbes magazine, which is never wrong. It's the most diverse city in America.
Ford said that shit. Forbes. But in New York, like we don't fill out the census, so nobody. It's only white people fill out. So it feels more like
census in Houston.
I think they try. Yo, Rhode Island. My bad, I missed you guys last time, but we're coming back. March 28th, ytshorts.com for tickets.
Best show I've ever done. Hopefully the best show you've ever been to.
Hoboken and a bunch of other cities. I'll see you guys there. Thanks so much. marketingonline.com.
Legit, like the neighborhood I grew up in, Hayleaf, which is like just had so many amazing people come out of there.
Yeah.
It has like 90 languages spoken in that neighborhood alone. It's pretty supporting the school system.
Houston is like the first level of the video game of America.
Yes.
For like immigrants. You know, like if America was kind of complicit in doing some fuck shit to your country, we go, all right, y'all can come, but you gotta survive Houston.
Yes.
And then after that, you get to have this American experience. Didn't all like the Cambodians go there and like the Vietnamese as well? Yeah.
I don't know about the Cambodian population, but I know there's a huge Vietnamese population and a huge Nigerian population as well.
100%. But and I'm sure you can tell the difference, obviously, between the Cambodians and Vietnamese just off of looking at them.
Impossible. Impossible. Let's just say Vietnamese.
Shout out to Cambodians though, for real. We love y'all, we appreciate y'all, and we're glad the war stopped.
I'll tell you exactly where the studio is.
We need to repair it. Shout out to Cambodians. The Cambodians.
What's happening?
Listen, Mo is on here. Obviously, we're talking reckless. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Listen, we're the only people in America right now that believe that Muslims should hear jokes. I think we're the only one, two, what are we, 5 of us?
Yeah.
We're the only 5 comedians that believe that.
It's so.
How did you feel about when
so disgusting, bro? It's the whole.
I'm glad you talk.
It's so disgusting.
I cannot wait to talk to you about it because
it's so disgusting, bro. I find it so wildly appalling. First of all, like even the comedians that went there talk about it, and they liked it. They fucking laughed.
Like they're shocked.
I know. Just hearing some of the fucking comments, or even like the guys like on podcasts talking about, oh, we're making sure the guys that didn't get invited, that didn't get to go to the shows, talking about doing this kind of shit. Fuck you too.
What was that?
Fuck you too. Yes.
What about that?
No, they were like, it was like different podcasts. No, this bullshit, bro. It's like really, really upsetting because
I wish I got that guy from Saudi.
It's straight up like exactly. It's just straight up that like casual racism, bro. It's fucking insane.
It's the biggest like low expectations.
It's insane, bro. It's so wildly appalling. And then first of all, for me, from my perspective, bro, I'm a Palestinian roaming around in the streets. Like no matter where I go, I'm dealing with something. And also like me going to that region, going to Saudi Arabia, going to Riyadh itself. How many Palestinians that reached out to me after the show that they brought their kids, man? I'm so it makes me emotional, bro.
Yeah.
That my kids got to see you on stage, got to say the things that you got to say, and it was completely free reign. You got to do what you want to do. So fuck you for your casual racism. Fuck you for not wanting to push the needle forward. Fuck you for not like even like considering of being upset that the film industry's there, NFL is there, the UFC, everything everybody's there. You want to pick on comics, the most freest art form on planet Earth, probably the last free art form on planet Earth. We can actually push the needle forward, and you're talking about this is the issue. I find huge beef with that. And you're talking about like 284 journalists killed in Gaza, and nothing about that. Nobody's like having a beef with doing shows in Tel Aviv or anything like that. Fuck that, bro.
Talk your shit.
I'm being. This is the truth.
We the best. We the best comedy.
It's like I really find it to be appalling, bro. The casual racism is fucking insane. And I'm a Muslim. Yeah. My brother's buried there down the street. You couldn't stop me from going there and performing for my own people. And as far as money's concerned, it was very much like in line with what I get paid in the Middle East. It wasn't like I went out there and like, oh my God, I got 6 yachts. No, it was very much in line for what I got paid. Tell him how rich you are. Tell him. I'm not that rich. No, I'm not that rich. I pay all the taxes. That's the one thing I don't fuck around with, Mary. I pay all the taxes.
I'm gonna write those 3 letters tonight. All of them.
100%. I'm comfortable. I've been in worse situations than the detention center. I've just been chilling. I made good things happen in the detention center.
I love that that's your perspective. Maybe like ours is different because like we performed in the Middle East before, so we knew what to expect of that. But like the funniest thing is when you see these people who like identify as very progressive, and they it's like their expectations of people are so low that it doesn't match up with the progressive ideals.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't believe you do that. Like, I couldn't believe
it. I just can't believe you would just go and perform for these animals. Let's just say it. Just fucking say it.
Say it.
Just say it.
Exactly.
Just say it. And I've been dealing with this shit my whole life, and I don't want to hear anything about it, especially like from comedians attacking other comedians. It's really fucked up, and I just really don't like that. That's not where we need to be as comedians. We need to be, you know, more thoughtful and have real dialogue, and not just trying to throw people under the bus for absolutely no reason. I'm just really just shocked by it. I was really, really blown away by it. I couldn't believe it. In Houston, my hometown, the place where I brought the first ever narrative sitcom, you know, to that spot, is millions of dollars of revenue is coming to the city from me bringing a show, way more than I ever made on a TV show. And, you know, I stood for Houston. I love Houston. I still live in Houston. That's my town. That's my shit. They couldn't wait to shit on it.
No.
They couldn't wait to shit on it. Somebody putting it out there like, shame on you, motherfuckers. Shame on you, shame on you. All I've done is give up so much. You think it was easy to film in Houston? You think that was an easy pitch to fucking go to Netflix, but hey, I want to really film this as realistically as possible, as grounded as possible. And Houston, Texas, is a place that has no structure for film and television. And the moment I go over there, you want to throw me in, fuck you.
But you already been over there.
Houston Chronicle.
Yeah. But you already been over there.
I've already been over there. I've been over there, and I'm a Muslim, bro. I'm a Muslim.
Yeah.
It's an obligation to go to Mecca. I have to go to Mecca as well. It's like part of that system. And my brother's buried there. I lost my brother 3 weeks before my first season came out. Like, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
I want to give you a chance to push back. This is people say like, well, the government paid and you're accepting money from the government. I want you to speak on that.
What do you mean?
That somehow that makes it immoral. I don't agree.
Where does all this money come from? It all has one source. This has nothing to do with it. I sold tickets there. That's what I think about. I think about going there as pre-negotiated. I go there and do that. Nobody's sitting there, no royal family sitting there writing checks to you. Do that. It's part of a big fund.
Yeah, I think they don't realize that people had to buy tickets to go to the show.
People had to buy tickets to go to the show.
To be honest, I wish they didn't.
They book people who can come out and sell tickets. And we could have done a much bigger venue probably. I was last, one of the later ones to be added. Fucked up enough. I was booked on October 7th. Which was like, why did you do this to me?
Dubai, October 7th. We flipped. Bro, they were exhausted from celebrating.
That's not funny. That's not funny. They can't do that. I ain't saying shit. That was funny as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. I can't do it.
No, but it's good to hear that perspective, and like, it is funny.
Bro, the casual, I can't stand it, bro.
I think it was fake, bro. I'll be honest, I think it was fake.
Yeah,
there are people who fell for it, but I think that a lot of it was started by bots. Because literally 2 weeks after, we all said this, like in 2 weeks, nobody will even make a peep about this, and it has completely died down.
Yeah, it is.
And then what has happened in Saudi over the next 2 weeks?
I think it was a negotiating thing. Somebody was negotiating something, and that's what created the pressure. That's probably what it was. And then even the fans, like maybe like creating a little fuss to like create some negotiating leverage. I don't know. I'm just speculating here.
You're saying between countries?
Maybe, maybe it's the case, or agencies or whatever.
People didn't hop on it though. CNN was on it. Comics on it.
I think it's not there's any distraction that they can fucking come on. Like they just start doing it. The part that really frustrated me is like really pissed me off is that I'm nobody even like you just lump me into this shit, and me being Palestinian, me being my background and the everything that we've done as comedians to try to push the needle forward and try to just be truth tellers hopefully and storytellers, and then there's people that even took the money and came back and fucking apologized. Like that's just crazy, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. These people want the fans in Saudi. I mean 50% I think the population is actually Saudi. I think something like that. Yeah. And who's the other 50%? Who's the other 50%? So it's just like, it's not like we were sitting there performing. We were performing for real fans, people that had appetite for this, people that wanted to see this. And I can't tell you enough, like the amount of emails that I got from like people, like parents that brought their kids out, or Palestinians that were there. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe you said those things. And it's just,
it's
so
gonna be
empowered and free.
Because a lot of people that talked about it, they're going to go out on tour around the world, and they're going to start to realize that, like, there are rules in certain countries that might not align with their progressive policies or politics, and we're going to see if there's any pushback. I don't think there will be. I think the whole thing was fake in the first place.
And there's
nobody actually cared.
Exactly. Here's another thing too. It's like even some of my fans were like, I expected better from you. I was like, well, I expected better from you actually, because I thought you would trust me. I thought you would trust me to be the same person no matter where I went. That's the biggest thing. Like, I don't change. There's a lot of people that do change. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. People that go to a certain country and then they become like monkeys for that country. Like, no. I'm myself, no matter where I go. It's very important to be thoughtful in the things that you say, and I'm very, very like technical with it. And I've been doing this shit for a long time. No, I don't know who I genuinely don't really have examples. I'm talking about myself only. That's the only person I can speak for. Is like, I expect more from you as well to trust me and to know like everything that I've done with the show and how groundbreaking it is, and what I did with that last episode in season 2 is nobody's gonna do that. Nobody's gonna do that.
Yeah.
Like, I can't wait for you.
Think you've gotten your credit? You think you've gotten your credit for? I
got it from the people, man. Like the amount of tickets that I've sold on the road and people that want to see it from every background that you can think of. That's what I don't care what anybody else says. I don't care what industry says or anything like that. The numbers on the road and the people that have come up to me, no matter where I am on planet Earth. That's my award. That's how I feel like it. And if there's many, there's things coming up, and I hope they do recognize it because it's good for the next future filmmakers, and I think it's the right thing to do, just because objectively it's so dope.
I was telling you, I have not gotten a chance to watch season 2. It's been on the road too much. Season 1 was awesome. Season 2, from the people, I hear like unbelievable praise. Unbelievable, like it meant something to people. And I think you You are kind of the man of this moment, whether you want to be or not. I just think you don't really have a choice, and you've risen to the occasion. But I'm just very proud of you as somebody who's been 15 years watching this whole thing happen.
No, it's genuinely like something that I feel like is my life's work, you know?
Yeah.
It's like a life purpose, like to go into something like this and get this off my chest was not an easy thing. Where first season I was kind of like, you know, it was pandemic, I was divorced by a year and a half, I was dealing with so many things, but the first Zoom room ever, and I think, you know what I mean? It was like so many different things in the air, and people telling you should do this, not do that, and you feel confident in a particular storyline, and you start picking at it enough where you start losing confidence, like fuck. And I went into the second season, like nobody's touching that. Me, these are the guys, I love y'all, you come with me. If you don't, I can't have this like doubt shit, you know. I can't have, you gotta trust yourself completely, and I did that to the fullest extent, and nobody really meddled in what I had and the vision that I had, and it was just, to me, it was like a perfect piece of art.
You're single now, right?
No, I'm married, I have a baby.
Again?
What do you mean?
You said you got divorced.
I had divorced in the first season 1, that's 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Oh shit.
6 years
I know
ago.
you got a baby. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know that. Congratulations, that's amazing.
No, it was awesome. I don't know, I got remarried.
The girl I met?
Yeah, you did meet her, right? Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Did you come back home? Did you come back home?
What do you mean?
Oh, come on.
Brown girl?
Oh, she's brown, yes. I've always been brown.
What type of brown?
Yeah,
always been brown.
What type of brown? What type of brown?
Portuguese?
Wait, Portuguese sound white.
Spanish?
So you only went back to Mexico once, huh?
Three times.
Hold on.
Here's the thing. We've known each other since 8th grade.
They got you.
And we know
white girls.
No, she's not white.
What is she?
Portuguese. She's so stupid. She's
Spanish and Portuguese. That's Spanish. That's your opinion.
She's not. Yeah, I know, but she's not, bro. North African influence like crazy.
Now, don't even try. No.
That's true, though. What do you mean? History?
Listen. Did you revert her?
No, she converted herself.
Oh, really? With no influence from you?
Zero, yes.
Get out.
This was the first time, too, to be honest with you.
No, zeros, for real.
Really?
She was pregnant with our son, and it was like she was about 3-4 months pregnant, and she just woke up like just crying, just like very, she just wanted to do it from her heart. It was beautiful.
Wow. Yeah. And then what is your reaction to that?
God. Are you sure? No, you have to like. I genuinely like don't like to press about these things. I think it's my responsibility is like to surround the family with like good vibes, good spirits, and things like that. And that was like came from her, and I just wanted her to be sure 100%. Like I don't want this to come from like I got to do it because you know. No, you got to feel it in your heart, and it has to come. And the rest is between you and God and divine.
So now she's on board.
She's on board. Yeah, she's amazing. And I've noticed since 8th grade, and all these years went by, and we rekindled. We never dated like back then.
Long game.
Long game. When my mom met her like 5 minutes later, my mom gave her a ring. I was like, "What are you doing?"
Oh,
yeah, she was like, "She's so dope, bro."
She like white girls too, huh?
Oh, you're the worst. You're top 5 worst.
Don't downgrade me. You give me the fucking top spot.
There's a lot of worse. There's a lot worse. She's still into top 5. Everybody has top 5. Top 5.
She's cool, and you want stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Like, does it put more pressure on you to be 100% like committed? Like, you gotta be. Is she about it?
And now you gotta be about it. Like a convert, you know?
Yeah. There's like extreme examples of people who convert and things like that. It hasn't been like it's been a very natural and like smooth thing. You know, my whole thing is like compulsion in religion is also bad too. So I was always taught that it's like the balance. My way is the middle way is what the proper principle seems to say. It's like my way is the middle way. So you always have to be balanced in everything that you do. You can't be too extreme in everything that you do.
But she's not just like pulling out hadiths out of nowhere, and you're like, oh shit.
I'm shocked that you're pulling out hadiths right now.
That's something I love. Mark has been trying to relate to you all the time. Every time you're like, shut the fuck up. I truly love it. It's a fucking thing.
I enjoy this one.
Enjoy it.
It don't last long.
Hey, could be Syrian.
I'm gonna take shahad after this, bro. Who knows? He's trying to get
it's not that big a deal, but just cleanse your.
Don't talk about it.
You can't do it. Do it. It's okay. You want to go to hell? It's not a big deal.
But you can get me out though. You can get me out.
Over the next 30 years.
Why do you think that is? What happened? What changed?
In the in our studies, red, white, and black, we looked at the experiences. We looked at 6 major plantations to find out what the state of marriage was of slaves. 75% of those slaves had a man or woman raising children. The nuclear family continued to prosper in the face of segregation for 100 years. But all of that changed in the 60s with the poverty movement.
Johnson.
Yes. Johnson came in, and what happened was the social scientists who were pushing socialism on America, Fowler and Piven at Columbia, said if you disconnect work from income, then school dropout rates will increase, drug addiction, all of those things. And so what the government did was offer welfare as an alternative to a man in the house. We relaxed the rules. We separated work from income, and as a consequence, that was supported by the Black Power movement. Also, the women's movement was anti-man. And so you had a combination of social policy, but policy alone wasn't enough. The federal government enticed welfare, black people on welfare. Welfare used to be stigmatized in the black community, but the federal government began to interpret it as reparations and as entitlements. They withdrew any requirement that you should tell the paternity of the father, paternity in cases of pregnancy. All of these, so that more blacks came into the welfare system in the first 5 years of the 70s. That millions flooded into the system at a time when the unemployment rate was under 4%. So it is a combination of social policy plus the civil rights movement morphed into a race grievance industry, and many of those civil rights leaders became mayors and elected to public office, where we spent $22 trillion during that period on programs to aid the poor, where 70 cents of every dollar went not to the poor, but those who served the poor.
What percentage of it?
70%.
70% of the 22 trillion went to the people that serve the poor.
They asked which problems are fundable, not which problems are solvable. So in other words, a friend of mine described it this way. He's having a cabin built in Wisconsin. His electrician is a drunk, and the carpenter is an alcoholic and has one leg. Their value to him is their skills. But if he was a disabilities director, their value to him would only be the disability. So we have a situation where we have really created a commodity out of poverty.
And by the way, when you're saying these numbers, what it makes me think about is this. So why, if you go back 1940s, you know, only 4% of kids that were born in America are to a single mother.
Right.
Okay? That increased from 4% to 40%. Okay? And the numbers are staggering. What's absolutely 70% of blacks are different in different communities. Why do you think this happened? And you know, if you were to say, well, here's how we can get away from this. This is how to fix it. So one, why did it happen? How did we get here? Two, how would you fix it?
Well, first of all, we got here because we had the social policy that incentivized single parents. In other words, I had a young couple. She said that my husband's a janitor and I'm a secretary, and he lost his job. She said, I applied for welfare as a married couple and they refused me. But she said, if I was a single mother, then I can get help. And so you really provide a disincentive for marriage, and you wonder why you get it. You get more of what you reward and less of what you punish. And so over those decades, we have punished single parent households. The more you work, the more in other words, the more you work, the more perverse incentives for you. If I work and get a raise, I'm going to lose childcare. So that's why we have a system that disincentivizes work and marriage.
And you had certain politicians that would use that, but they would spin it for votes. Oh, we're paying poor women to have kids. You would hear that in political speeches. I'm going to change that. We're paying poor women to have kids, and it made it sound like that the poor women were the problem. Right. That they're just taking advantage of it. You know, when you go back and what you're talking about, I think it's important to look at Lyndon Johnson. And remember, when they were saying the Great Society, it was Great Society for who? Because the government was our government has been actually pretty bad at getting Americans to move and change. They're pretty good at getting us upset, but they really don't get Americans, if you look at history, to really move and change. Our government has never really led, but our government has been excellent at being a catalyst of where they want us to go and to let us go. And to your point, they create this catalyst. You know what they say with explosive? The explosive isn't the problem, it's the catalyst you put in explosive, so always keep those guys separate. Government has been the catalyst, and what you're talking about is what they did is they knew what they were doing, and they knew that these things would be a catalyst of changing behavior because they couldn't stand at the pulpit of government and demand that you change, but they could put things out there and sit back and watch, and that's what you're saying.
Right, but I also realize that you question what are solutions. If you say that 70% of those families are raising children that are dropping out of school, it means 30% are not. What we do at the Woodson Center is we go into low-income communities. We go into the homes of the 30% to find out what is going on in those households. These are people who are raising children that are not dropping out of school, they're not in jail, they're not on drugs. They're confronted with the same economic circumstances. But and so the question is, what is it that's going on there? That's successfully exclusive. So that's why I fault conservatives also, is that they have been preoccupied when it comes to poverty, but only studying failure. Charles Murray and some of the others, all they do is talk about, okay, if people on welfare, let's take away the perverse incentives. I'm for work requirements. I'm for drug testing, but you can't stop there. What we do at the Woodson Center is that we go look for capacity. And so many of the people in the 30% we need to hold them up and take what works for the 30% and expand it to the 70%, and that's what we do. But it's a moral and spiritual crisis, and it is not an economic and social crisis. But policy, be the left or right of center, takes very little into account of restoration, moral redemption, faith. And many of our kids who have been able to survive under the worst of slavery is because of their faith. But the whole issue of faith is not even a factor in supporting people's restoration. We have gone into some of the most drug-infested, crime-ridden neighborhoods where there were 53 gang murders in the 5 square block area 25 years ago, DC. We supported 5 young men who were ex-offenders who came to Christ and became redeemed. But they had the moral authority and the social trust of their peers. And so they went into these neighborhoods and brought the leadership of these kids who were doing destructive things. And they became agents of demoralization of these kids. And it's just like in the marketplace, only 3% of the people are entrepreneurs. They generate 70% of the jobs, right? Well, a lot of these organizations are social entrepreneurs. It only takes a small number of them. If you can change them and make them an agents of a restoration, they can change a whole community. And we found that to be the case in this community called Benning Terrace. By just going in and reaching 16 kids who were leading predators and changing their values and their attitudes.
How do you do that?
By witnessing to them. You take some man who has been in jail, who has faced all the challenges from an abused household, saying, you are not defined by the works of what you were. And I'm a witness that you don't have to stay there because you've been there.
Where did the self-help mindset come to? Where did the self-help mindset come?
By looking at what we did in the past. In other words, what I've done by learning, if our people could, in the face of slavery and discrimination, build families and restore their communities, then all we've got to do is go back and take the values that served the interests of our people then and apply them today. In other words, taking old values and apply them to new realities with the consequence that you can. But a witness is more powerful than an advocate. An experience will always prevail against an argument. I debated this with Hawk Newman. It's on YouTube for 1 hour. I didn't argue with him. I confronted his proposition with my facts and saying, if we were able to learn and close the education gap under segregation, why can't we do it today? And so that's what you have. But we don't realize the power of somebody coming to a young man or young woman who has been engaged in antisocial behavior. Supply them with a mentor that witnesses to them to say, why don't you use your skill and talent to rebuild the community and not tear it down?
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
Mental health effects of the current protocol promoted for the care of children and adolescents in the United States who express discomfort with their biological sex. This declaration was authored by the American College of Pediatricians, but really it was developed from the expertise of hundreds of doctors, researchers, and other healthcare workers and leaders who, for years, have been sounding the alarm on the harmful protocols that continue to be promoted by the medical organizations in the United States. Despite recent revelations from the leaked WPATH files and the recent release of the final report from the CAS review, these medical organizations have not changed course. So we are calling on these medical organizations of the United States.
They don't want to go back. And they're also lying, saying all of them aren't living a certain way and they have upgraded this and that. Don't get me wrong, yes, they have cities and this and that, but it's for sure still people in huts. It's for sure still people without AC. It's for sure people still living with 10 homes and all that.
They have child soldiers who were taken from their parents and become killers. What's it, Baccarat or whatever name? So you got women have to be circumcised or whatever. Their clitoris is cut off. Yeah. Africa can still kick their women ass. We don't want that.
Right.
Now, I want to be able to slap a bitch or two and have me 5 eyes in the hut, but niggas over here claim they don't want them kind of men.
And you got a point on this too. When I went to Africa and I saw that the police officer was an African black man, the judge, the this, the that, I was like, so let me just straight here. Black Americans think we can go over there and you think you can override the police, the judge, the government, all that shit. I said, you still under their law. Like, there's no going over there and taking over shit. You know what I'm saying?
Just think about this, homie. We're the outside child who's been discovered. Yeah. Coming back home to a family who don't know us.
Yeah.
We don't eat like they eat, so they have to correct us.
Right.
They have to. How you think they're gonna teach us to be Africans? You think they're gonna teach us with love? What we're bringing with the culture? To understand our relationship, all you have to do is go back and watch Alex Haley's story. The relationship between Hitler and Kunta when they first got there. Nope, them niggas didn't want to hang with the Geechee man. We're not Africans. We're niggers. We was made and created at a certain point in time. We know nothing but what we was created to know. See what I'm saying? We stop at the shores.
You know something crazy? Me and you both have white in our blood.
That's what I'm talking about. I know for a fact I do.
I know for a fact I do too. I'm 13%.
So if we believe in these certain religious ideologies, then how can we go back to Africa when we're the Hebrews? Well, the Jews are a lost tribe with no land, so they have to be shipped around the ground.
Right.
So how can Israel be a Jew when they have a land? They have somewhere to go. The real Jews have nowhere to go throughout life. That's us. We have nowhere to go. When the Jews get kicked out of a country, they went to Palestine. If they kick us out of every country, where do we go? Everybody else has somewhere to go, except the niggas that was made in America. We're those people that they say are the Jews. But we can't claim it because we haven't tapped into the gypsy side of the economics part of the land. So the Jews can get kicked out anywhere and go anywhere and control the banking system. That's what makes them today's Jews.
Do you believe that there will be progress? Like, let me ask you this on a positive note for black people. What in the future do you see as progress for black people?
Violence. Not violence against each other, but violence against everybody else. Violence is going to be the issue. Violence is going to be the answer for the future. Bloodshed. Bloodshed is going to be the deciding factor, not laws, not a judge. Bloodshed. Because we're claiming rights and freedom now. No group of humans in life have ever gotten their rights without spilling blood. We're not prepared to spill blood. Everybody else getting prepared.
The nigga of America is not prepared, correct? Yeah, no, hell no.
Because everybody else don't have a problem with killing somebody else and not them.
Right.
They won't kill each other. We're the only ones that have a problem with killing everybody else, but not each other.
That's facts.
When Africans meet one another, they're not so quick to kill each other.
Right.
When they realize, oh, you're Nigerian, oh my brother. We don't give a damn, we kill each other. So violence is what we're not prepared for. And we see the world get more violent around us. Mass shootings, that's why everybody's quick to attack us.
Yeah.
Everybody challenging us now. There used to be a time you couldn't catch a white man and nobody challenging a nigga.
Yeah.
They used to really be afraid of us. They really used to lock their doors. They used to walk. They're not afraid of us anymore. They used to be afraid of us and they used to respect us. For one, when a nigga got mad, he used to stare at the white man. And the white man said, "What you looking at, boy?" He didn't say, "What you say to me, nigga?" Staring at nigga. That fierce stare, that's what scared a white man, a solid nigga looking. Not a nigga talking. They think that's why they challenge us now, because now we got a group of black men that want to get in front of a microphone and talk. It ain't no more quiet niggas. Got the white man guessing what he thinking.
Yeah.
We telling them what we thinking, what we feel. No, nigga. Them Africans, when they get mad, they don't talk. Them Arab men, the one at the stove do. But them motherfuckers blow up shit, they don't talk. They don't get angry. Motherfuckers that'll go shoot up the whole school. They don't get angry. Right. Quiet. So, nigga, we ain't ready for what's to come. What nigga we know how to control the planes and go be over there looking at shit, showing us what to do. We ain't got no planes where the Senate have to go look.
No.
When they shut down the phones.
No.
We ain't got no kid that nigga know how to say, "Daddy, let's go take these beans and put them in these cups and sit them out here and grow." They ain't teaching that nigga. We don't know what to do.
And that's what leads to my point of why I'm building that center, because I'm like, we need to be putting kids on at an early age of
archery. Archery.
True, that's it.
Homie, we gonna have to save the bullets for the war. Right? So how we gonna eat? So how we gonna hunt? We can't shoot. We gonna have to be quiet. How we gonna hunt? Yeah. Gotta save the bullets for protection. How we gonna hunt?
You're right.
Nigga don't know archery. Who know how to fish and catch the fish and gut it? We only hold know how to gut the fish. We're totally dependent upon our enemy.
Yeah. But too, like we talked about earlier, I feel like how they say the revolution won't be televised. In my honest opinion, the only way we're going to progress as black people is through, because like bloodshed, we'll lose that battle.
We will.
But the battle that we can win is how history repeats itself, self-sufficiency. I don't think we should ever build a community where we're together. I think we should spread out, because what we repeat is the Greenwood Tulsa shit, and we say, man, let's just go to motherfucking Tennessee in the fucking woods. This forest costs 3,400 acres.
Well, let me say that won't happen again. So you have to understand, when that happened, it was just the black man and the white man here. Everybody wasn't here.
Right.
At that time, the white man thought, felt, and believed that the black man was his problem. He don't think that no more. He know we're not his problem. We're his commodity. Well, if he lose a war to any other country, we're the spoils of the war. They have to forfeit something. They get to have your women. We're the ones they hand over first. Before they hand over the electricity companies, they hand us over first. We're already at the front of the line to be handed over. Why? Because when their enemies come here playing as friends, to position themselves, their position amongst us in our community with their stores. So when we buying single cigarettes, when we buying outdated shit, that's the money they send back to fund the war that the government can't account for. Them Lucy cigarettes and them crackers they get out the box and sell them individually they ain't supposed to sell. That's what they send back. The nickels and dimes they collecting and stealing us from, that's what they send their kids to school for. So between the Russians and China since the 70s and the 80s have already been positioning themselves to attack America. We're the spoils of war. That's why when they come here, hey, put them in their community. Keep away from us.
You know something so crazy though? That it is, I rarely see men ask you any intelligent questions. I'll drop.
Cause they ain't intelligent. You know this fuck nigga interviewing me. Dr. Umar ain't even this intelligent. That's why he stick with the black and white talk. Everybody out here, nigga, we ain't got no brother, no cousin, no, we just got us, nigga.
I just thought about that. I said, man, I rarely can get an interview where a nigga is asking you.
Cause they want to out-talk me. Nigga want to debate me. That's it, man. That's what they want to say. I'm an out-talk that nigga. Nigga want to beat me talking.
Right.
They don't want to solve nothing, build nothing, create nothing like you doing.
So are you open to other opinions?
Of course. People don't want to. So this is what I realized. They just want to argue. They don't even know my opinion.
That's facts. I just went through that.
Because I'm saying, I don't want to hurt nobody's opinion. Let's come together, build, create, manufacture, or produce, or pay me for the character. And that's all two black mama gonna do is argue over their opinion. When they get to their opinion, where the solutions at? Where the work? Come on now. And then when we get through sharing opinion, we done divide each other because now half-ass don't like it.
Facts.
And we can't, we had bonded because we done divided over opinions.
Right.
So nigga, what? Come on, nigga. So are we gonna entertain, or we gonna get in front of the camera and really build, or we gonna debate? I realize most niggas want to debate. Because when they get to debating, they don't go back to doing what me and you doing, working in these communities.
No.
They get back on the camera.
They don't do shit for the community.
And when this camera come out, nigga, I'm in the community still.
Same.
Still, every city I go to, I'm on camera doing something in the community.
You got a point.
And I know that when I post it, they don't get no engagement.
None. But if you say some wild shit, or if I say some wild shit, that's what they gonna post. But all the good shit we do, like how you put up on the boys and ask them what they want to eat and all that, that ain't gonna go as viral as you saying fuck Charlie Kirk or you get what I'm saying, all that, right? And two, shit, a lot of black men felt it. Just a lot of y'all scared to say it.
I mean, listen, I'm friends. I feel bad for Charlie Kirk. I'm friends with Charlie Kirk's closest friend, people that at the funeral, and it caused a rift between me and them. Right. Nigga, one of Charlie Kirk's closest friend, nigga, my bail bomber, would come get me out of jail for free. Would get anybody out of jail for free for me, nigga. Was in partner was his father been doing bail bombing for 50 years. Was talking to my mama to help my mama set up a bail bombing company. That talking stopped because of what I said about Charlie Kirk. But nigga, I said it because I want to show nigga, I talk about white folks too, nigga. I'm a real old nigga.
That's facts. Well, let me ask you
this too. I did it because I said, okay, white folk were happy when I was talking about niggas. Let me see what this is like. And I did it because they said I have rights. And I thought I had the same rights as white people. And nigga, let me see, because I think I'm white. So I exercise rights like I'm white, nigga. You say I can't say it, my white free speech say I can. So let me show you, nigga. I lost over $150,000 in shows because of that.
Damn.
But I won white folks' respect. They just rescheduled. And I made $50,000 in interview money that week of losing over that $100,000. Now they company, I lost over 150 company, made up 50 in interview money as a brand, not as a comedian.
What did I learn? And what do I hope for the boy to learn? And how did that thing affect me? So you can leave out a lot of stories, but it wasn't, my daddy was mean. No, you did the thing, and here's how that day on that choice affected me. You didn't pay the bill, you didn't pay the power bill, so I chose to work 30 hours a week in high school so that there would always be money in our back pocket because I'm never going to be cold again. Ever. I don't give a fuck what I have to do. I'll never be as cold as I was that night. And that's part of why I hate winter. It's from that. Like, it's the idea of, I remember I was on my way to a gig and the gig canceled on the way. And I didn't have gas money to get back because the gig was the gas money to get back to Birmingham. And I had a quarter tank of gas. And I go, I'm gonna let the engine run and keep the car warm, on and off every hour, get it down to an eighth. And on that eighth of a tank, drive into town, drive to the next nearest city, get a day job, work that day, get the check, and then make that money to drive back home.
Damn.
But I gotta survive the night, and it's 2 degrees. And so you just gotta sleep in a cold car. But there's a weird, I've been here before. That kind of kicks in. You don't like it, but you know what you've been through, so you know what you can push through. And there's not a lot of people that know that story. I would even tell that story too. So how will my son even know what he's capable of? He needs to know what's in him. I think all our kids do. I think we owe it to our kids to share with them our pains, our struggles, our fears, our failures, but we present as perfect. And then a lot of us haven't even reconciled with any of that stuff. So your kid come to you dealing with something similar, you don't even know how to help them unpack it. Because you ain't looked at it yet. You haven't looked at that idea of how to move when you aren't confident, or what to do. Hey, I had to quit working with them. I had to fire an employee, bro, and it hurt my heart, but I had to do it, and I'm here to tell you about it so you can understand the fragility of friendship. That's what you hope the long run is from a conversation like that. So, you know, you don't know how it's going to all connect in the long run, but you know, I just share everything. I just share as much as I can. And yeah, a lot of it does come back to being a good dad, but I think it's just also about having this story of, you know, I also don't want to get too obsessed with changing my behavior solely to influence his growth, because then I'm not being me.
Yeah.
You know, I took him, so when I left Daily Show, I took him with me to clean out my office.
Yeah, you wrote about that.
Because he needs to understand that none of these jobs are forever. None of this stuff is forever. So,
do you think he understood that?
Not yet.
Yeah.
But I've taken him by CNN, and he's come there and understood that. Yeah. He's old enough now to understand the idea of this show and this show and how it connects. He's Googled me once. So, you know, like he's aware of what I do, but trying to take that veneer off of what fame and stardom and all of that, because he has no perspective on that. And of course,
kids don't care. Yeah, they really don't.
So one day he'll figure out who Kai Cenat is. He'll be like, Daddy, you ain't famous for shit. KSI or somebody. Like, he'll see real fame, and it'll give him perspective. But yeah, you need to know who I am. And I'm thankful that my pops used to take me to the barbershop and these boring ass speaking engagements, and I would sit on the floor with him in a radio station while he did call-in shows, and I would just sit at his feet, and he would just take 2 hours of calls from the community. No music, just talking to people.
Yeah.
Brother Wood, this would need to happen with the referendum, and you need a new city tax, and that'll pay for the education. And my dad, you know, whether he was right or wrong, whether they were right or wrong, my pops would just be patient with people and hear them out and have conversations with them. And so you learn pieces of who your parents are when you see them doing the thing they love to do. And so that's important that my son at least sees and sentient about it.
Don't go anywhere, because we got more. What now? Breaking the curses. I often think about how impossible that can be sometimes. You know? And what I mean by this is, like, we'll all talk about, especially in the age that we're in now, everyone will go, you know, my family did this, and I'm going to be the one who doesn't do it, and my dad was like this, and I'm not going to be that, and my mom was like this, and I'm not going to be that, and I will be the one, and I will be the one. And the great irony of it is you'll end up being the one, just from a different place. Do you know what I mean? And reading through your book, I kept finding myself thinking, maybe the great relief and release in life is not only thinking we're successful when we break the curse, but it's realizing that there's a whole lot of power in just naming the cage.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
This is what it is.
Like I feel like you may get, because there's no real scale that'll tell us how far or how close you get to being the perfect dad. But just knowing what the cage is that you're in because of your dad, and being able to name it, change it. Like, it's not the exact same thing, but I mean, like, for me, like ADHD, knowing that I had ADHD changed my life, genuinely. I didn't have to change everything about my life, but now I could tell you, I'd be like, oh, that's the ADHD. Like, I just know, I know how my brain works. I know at 1 a.m. when I'm craving a chocolate, I know what's happening. Before I would just go, I'm craving a chocolate. Now at 1 a.m. I'm like, oh, hello, old friend. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's what I mean is, like, I feel like that's where you're doing the work, and that's where you and your son will benefit, because you're naming the cage.
Yeah, I think it all helps. I don't think it's a book he'll read or appreciate for another 15 years. I think he's gotta be 20, somewhere in there.
But I think he'll appreciate the results of the book, because you might think the book is for him, but you might find you writing the book is what's been for him.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody who can write. I don't know anybody who can write their story honestly, and not be forced to reckon with things that have happened in their life.
Correct.
Like, I tell everyone all the time, I go, write a book about your life, and they're like, who's going to read it? I go, that's not. You shouldn't actually think about that. Go and write a book about your life, and when you're writing it, you start to realize how much you don't even know about your own life. You realize you don't even know your parents.
At all.
We know what our parents did.
Yeah, you only know them through them being in service to you.
Yeah, but you don't like know, like, and I mean like know your parents. Ask them like a real deep question that isn't, and what I mean about a real deep one is they're actually the ones that seem like they're on the surface.
My mama told me a story one time about in college how she faked being pregnant on a dude, and we laughed for a fucking hour, because this is a esteemed black college educator, 3 degrees, and I work in administration, and I make sure these kids get their degrees. I was the first 9 black people at Delta State. We protested at the president's office, and we fought, and I'm the child of a sharecropper, and also I'm pregnant. Like, and it was the 70s. You could really scare a dude back then. Like, the technology wasn't what it was now to prove you're alive. And I'm like, Mama, why you did that? It pissed me off. Just left it at that. So you forget that your parents are just humans.
Exactly.
So yeah, put that in the book. Yes, son. Yes. I stole a credit card, tried to buy some shit, got caught. Let me tell you about that world. Let me tell you about, like, all of these weird times. And so that, I don't know, man. I just don't know if I would ever talk about any of this on stage. So I don't know what else I would ever have had a platform for.
But I think that's the beauty of different art forms, right? I never used to understand why musicians would paint sometimes. You know, you'd read these random stories. They go like, da-da-da has a painting, they paint. I'm like, why? What are you doing? Just, you make music already. And then over time, you start realizing, and I think this applies to everybody, whether you're an artist or not, because I think everyone is an artist genuinely, not like, oh, everyone's an artist. I mean it. Everyone has something creative in them that they'll benefit from getting out. And I think we take for granted that sometimes we think all of our stories will be told in the places that we think they can be told, but they won't be. Some of your stories will only come out because of your friends. Some of your stories will only come out because you go to church. Some of your stories will only come out because of therapy. Some of your stories will only come out because you're in a relationship. Some of your stories will only come out if they are given the right avenue and stage to come out in. And so in a way I go like, because of the book is a different stage.
Yeah.
I was laughing about you working at Quickcrete with the concrete in your hair. I was laughing at you with the credit, like Roy's credit card fraud. Man, let me tell you something.
It was a good time. We ate good for 2 years.
Do you know what I mean?
It was just to get food. Like that's how it started.
Yeah, the relationship. No, that's true. That's true. With food, yeah.
You know what it was? We just wanted Pizza Hut, bro.
That's all.
We wanted Pizza Hut. It was 96, and it was the beginning of pay at the pump. And in those days in the States, your gas station receipt had your full name, full credit card number, and expiration date.
What a wonderful time.
Insane. Insane.
What a dream.
And I go to a gas station, and I get paid at the pump, and whoever was there before me hadn't pulled their receipt, so my receipt was attached to theirs. And I saw that full credit card number, and I was like, we having Pizza Hut tonight. And I went back to the dorm. I told my boys, I said, boys, whatever you want. Meat lovers, we getting breadsticks, all that. And we ordered like $40 worth of pizza on somebody else's credit card. And in those days, when they would deliver the pizzas, right? This is where racism can help you. In those days, when they delivered pizzas to black colleges, it was, most black colleges are on or adjacent to a bad side of town in a lot of instances. So sometimes the pizza man get robbed. So the pizza man's already paranoid because he's already on 10 about being robbed. But we would walk up to pick up $50, $60 in pizzas with a $10 cash tip in hand. Like driving, literally trembling as we're walking up. And we're dressed as hood as we can, like in black hoodie, black Nike. Like we want psychologically, we're trying to psych you out.
You're trying to invoke racism.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Because I need you to not ask me for this card because you think they're gonna stomp you out. Oh, what you think I ain't got the card? Oh, I didn't have the card. All I had was the receipt.
Yeah, but I like the $10 tip though. That's psychological. That's
because no one's tipping. And so we would walk up and we would go, hey man, can I write the tip in? Do y'all take cash? Me? Yeah, you man. There you go. Oh, here you go. And there's Parmesan and there's some red flakes for you. And we walk off and he'd never ask for the card. So you come back to the dorm, celebrating, and you're eating like, we've ordered $80 worth of pizza. We can't eat all this pizza. And, oh, the dorm is just, them motherfuckers is floating. Like, you know how they smell them pies in the cartoon and the motherfuckers get the float. So we're in the dorm during Monday Night Football, which is like premier packed TV room, and we in the back like some fucking bosses, and motherfuckers will come up and they come up, and one dude from the football team, he come up and go, hey, I give you $10 for that pizza right now, fathead ass nigga. And it's like a $15 meat lover. He's offering me 10
that you haven't paid for.
Yeah. Nice doing business with you. That's how I started. We just wanted to eat pizza. One night, somebody bought one of the pizzas wholesale, and then a flashlight went off in my head. And so I just started selling food. Like, I was the food dude. And then about a year or two later, I got a work study at the post office on campus. And mind you, the only reason I got the work study at the post office was because I was late signing up to be an RA in the dorm. I just forgot to sign up. I've been an RA for 2 years. Just forgot. And they were like, well, you can go work in the post office. Cool. Mail sorter. Now you have access to the actual tangible cards. At a college campus where everybody is applying for credit cards.
Oh, my goodness.
And in those days, credit cards came already activated in the envelope. There was no sticker. There was no call this number and put in your PIN and your matching zip code.
We could argue that they basically made you a fraudster, if we're honest. I mean, let's be honest, Roy.
You had no other choice.
I mean, really. This seems logical at this point.
I'm like, this is God. God wants me. So now when we order the pizza, I can show the card. Hey, here's the tip.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'll write it. You still don't get tipped. So
the confidence is going up.
And that's when you get sloppy. Because you get too arrogant. And so now with these tangible cards, you can sell clothing. Because you can just go buy clothes. Tell me what you need, get half price.
It goes deeper, man.
So you become the dude. Like, pizza's one thing, but now PlayStation, whatever you need, just half price. Just come tell me what you need. I'm Amazon for that part of the campus.
Look at me. I am Jeff Bezos.
And so we take a card in the Dillard's, and we knew one of the girls that worked the cash register, and she was doing us a favor. And this is where, so to do us a favor, to leave more credit space on the card, she undercharged us for the merch so that the card would have more space, which I didn't need you to do, because I'll just go steal another card when it's time to do this again. And she undercharges us for everything. And she's working in like, I don't know, Polo or Tommy, whatever.
Yeah, one of those normal stores.
Correct, one of the designer departments where there are no $7 sweaters.
Yep.
She's ringing up shit for like $6, bro. Like, this is too low. And so she got caught, and then the dominoes fell, and we're at the house waiting on a pizza. And the Tallahassee police came in. They kicked that door. And this is at a time when Tallahassee only had like 4 or 5 murders a year. So this was some good action. The whole task force come to the house and take us down. Yeah, it was like 7, 8 cops. And then, we got him. And then
You blew that whistle like you're looking at
here's the fucked up part though. We got arrested. They started searching the house. And the fucking Pizza Hut showed up with that goddamn pizza. And couldn't eat it. And the cop ain't have enough sense to ask the pizza man if that was like stolen. And that's all I remember about the night I got arrested was that fucking Pizza Hut smelled so good and I couldn't fucking touch it. It was sitting right there in the living room, bro. Couldn't fucking touch it. And so got suspended from school. And then during the suspension is when I started doing stand-up. Because I was like, oh, I'm probably gonna go to prison. Well, that makes me sad. Well, let me just try stand-up. Because now you realize the common bond you share with people is your ability to give them things. And the moment I lost that superpower, nobody wanted to talk to me. I had like 1 or 2 friends. And around the same time, I started working at Golden Corral. And Golden Corral was like the first place I ever worked. The first place I ever experienced true forgiveness and benevolence from strangers, coworkers who you don't know me. And then you find out, after a month or 2, you find out I get probation. Don't know how. I get probation. I don't go to jail. And I'm doing stand-up. I'm working at Golden Corral. I'm riding out my suspension from school. And then my coworkers at Golden Corral found out that I was on probation. And I just remember just expecting to be fired. Like, oh, okay. And then you discover that half the store is on probation. Because we had an owner who hired convicted felons and returning citizens, the tax breaks, but also he legitimately believed in second chances. And so that place at that time in my life was exactly where I needed to be, because the legal system is set up to make you feel like you're gonna fuck up again. And they psychologically tell you, like,
you're coming back.
I'll see you soon, sir. And so, yeah, like that's the type of stuff where I feel like my son should know that. And then it's also interesting in how that helped shape why I try to be as kind as I can to people and try to give chances to people. Because there was like an 18-month stretch in my life where I could have been discarded. Florida A&M could have thrown me out. Golden Corral could have thrown me out. The school let me back in so I could graduate. Then I go get a job in Birmingham, working at the radio station after I graduate. I was still on probation when I started 95.7. So that only happens because there were so many people that saw me for what I could become. So it changed how I saw myself. So I didn't feel like who I was. I could only see what I was destined to be. And like, that's all I still, to this day, that's still how I carry myself. Oh, we haven't done this now, but I know what's gonna happen over there. Are you scared? Did you? No, let's leave Daily Show, because I know over here, must be something. I know how to get there, because I've been at rock bottom before. So this is easy. I can get from here. All right, career's still going. Like, that's how all of that thought process started, was during that first year of probation, just in terms of like figuring out the self-reliance. And that's where everything from my pops and my moms and being a latchkey kid and then selling my own stuff and hustling and not asking my mama for no help. I needed that shit when I was on probation, because I didn't have nobody. Ain't nobody trying to help you make the dream happen. And you in school, you back in college talking about you gonna be a comedian. Nobody buying that. Not in a building full of scholars, and not fan music journalism. I mean, I had a classmate, man. I ain't never felt more nothing in my life. And I'm still enrolled, and I'm back in college. I'm in Jacksonville doing an open mic or some shit, and we backstage, they got the TV on, and I see one of my classmates anchoring the weekend news. We're the same age, and he's the weekend anchor. And I'm on TV. Like, he's on his way. And I'm like, in that moment I saw him, I was like, fuck, this gotta work. This has gotta work, because I'm never about that. I'm not doing journalism properly. And I ended up doing my own version of it, and I got lucky as well, because I worked in morning radio at a time where black radio, morning terrestrial radio, was disgustingly competitive in certain markets. And we were one of the few markets, I think it was about 10 cities at the time, that had 4 different black morning shows. So we were the local show, but then you would have Tom Joyner syndicated in. I think Steve Harvey was just starting. There was also Doug Banks. There was also Tony Scott. There was also Russ Parr. So any of those 5 or 6 entities, 4 could be in any market. So when you're the local black show, you have to creatively be way out in left field to compete. So yeah, I can do a lot of crazy, weird ideas. I don't have to just do prank phone calls. I can come up with weird call-in characters. I can come up with parody songs. I The Leo Devlin character that we did on Daily Show, that was an old radio character. I wouldn't even have the gumption to pitch it at Daily Show had I not been given that creative freedom to just play in the sandbox and figure it out. And if it sucks, who cares? Nobody's going to remember, because tomorrow's a new day on radio. If they don't like it, it's Birmingham. They're going to call and tell you you're trash, but they're going to give you another chance. Like, that's the one thing about black audiences, is that you can get booed, but you can always come again. You can always come back again. Try again. If it's good this time, we'll cheer. If it's bad again, we'll boo. And each boo is its own individual.
It doesn't count towards the next thing.
No,
it's not a cumulative thing. Individual correction. You don't take it personally. You suck. Keep moving. Are you still mad? Come on, man. Come on, man. You can act like you suck. You know you suck.
Yeah. You know what? It was a different time, though, man. I'm very grateful for that time, because I needed forgiveness at a time where I did not deserve it. And I got an abundance of it. And so that's part of what keeps me gracious. And trying to give, chances to people. I haven't been able to get anything greenlit in a place where I can do effectively for other people what was done for me, especially people coming off probation, coming out of prison, stuff like that, doing some staff and shit with that. Like, that's the Birmingham plan.
You say that, but I feel like in the same way you sometimes put an outsized amount of pressure on yourself to be the perfect father that you never had. If there's one thing everyone in this industry, and I mean everyone, will agree on, and people don't agree on anything in life, is Roy Wood Jr. has helped them in some way, shape, or form. I'll tell you now, you will be hard-pressed to find a comedian, or anyone who's like tangentially related to comedy, who doesn't have a story about how you've helped them in some way, shape, and I mean everyone. Here's Eugene, who's a random African. Think about it.
In the thick of COVID.
Think about it.
When you didn't have to.
Yeah, like me, you name it. The Neil Brennans of the world, every random comedians nobody knows. Comedians everybody does know. Big comedians, small comedians, like you name it.
Because people were kind to me, bro.
No, you say that, but like, I think, you see, and you saying like, I've never had the chance, I go, man, you take for granted how, and this is something that I've always loved about you as a friend, but I've always like wanted to strangle you on, is I go, you'll focus on the mountains, but you'll take for granted how many pebbles you've piled up. You know what I'm saying? You'll always be like, man, when I get that mountain going, and I'm like, Roy, look how many pebbles you put here, man. That's literally a mountain that you've built.
There's more.
Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, there's more, but I'm saying that's like my wish for you as a friend and as a person. So I always go like, oh man, just look back at some of those.
Yeah, you've always wanted me to stop and just like,
always,
you did
pause,
right.
Not even stop, pause.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard because I always feel like that light in the tunnel. It's not the end of the journey, it's the train trying to run me over.
Damn.
So I just have to keep moving.
Imagine playing with trains as his kid. What a crazy journey that must be. Play trains like choo-choo. Man, that's the end of my life.
Oh, kids used to die in Birmingham back in the 80s. They used to try and hop freight trains to class.
Oh yeah, that's like us when we moved. Yeah, same thing as South Africa. That's what I say. It's like we lived a parallel life.
Yeah.
Can I tell you one of the biggest things your book did for me that I appreciate is it brought something top of mind that I think is really important to think about now. And it's, you talk about your journey with your father. Partially knowing a man, and I argue we only partially know everyone in our lives, but partially knowing this man for 16 years of your life, him dying, and then you talking about the many fathers and the men in your life that raised you in some way, shape, or form, even in the smallest conversation, even in the smallest instruction, the smallest act of kindness. But what I found myself thinking of when I closed the last page of the book is I went, damn, that's probably the biggest blow that masculinity has taken in society today, is that we have fewer and fewer fathers because we have a smaller and smaller village. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the way we used to live. Yeah, the way we used to live. Like even having a father was like it's like they were all fathers. I mean, this is where the language of African languages, especially South African languages, tie you to that concept. Everyone was Bab. You know what I mean? So if I was talking to Eugene's dad, I'd say Bab Khoza. Father Khoza, but it's like father, and you know what I mean? Mom Khoza, like you know what I mean? Mama Eugene, Mama got, like it's like mom. So there's all the moms and there's all the dads. So all the brothers and all the brothers and all the sisters. So yours directly might not be there, but we always grew up being like, man, there's fathers everywhere, and there's moms everywhere, and yours might not be there, but there are many of them around to give instruction, to give a beating, to give correction, to give guidance, to give whatever it might be. And all I thought to myself was like, imagine growing up now as a young man whose father isn't present, physically or emotionally, and then like where are your fathers?
Isolated.
Yeah, where are your fathers? It's like just what, the internet? Do you know what I mean?
In a lot of cases, yeah.
But the problem with the internet that I have is it's a bunch of men.
Following the video case at all?
No, not whatsoever.
You're not a big fan? You don't listen to hip-hop? You're not a hip-hop guy?
Yeah, well, I like some music, but I'm not interested in video.
Okay. Well, let me kind of give you why I'm bringing the Diddy case, which is kind of interesting, is the claims against Diddy by, maybe Gene Deal, his former bodyguard that was with him all the time, or some of these other names that are coming and making the claims, Jaguar Wright and all this stuff. And also, boom, they're raiding his Miami home and his LA home, right? Okay. And, I go back and I sit there and say, well, if you went to a Diddy party, he had cameras everywhere. He recorded everything. So what if he's got videos on all these other people? And if he's got these videos, they're worried that what if Diddy decides to, leak those videos? And what if Diddy got so much power with these videos that he's negotiating to get full protection, and he's kind of pushing the weight a little bit too much? And hey, man, you just crossed the line, and you're not as powerful as you think you are, because these videos that you have and these tapes, we can really destroy your life. Well, if you do. And then you think, well, Epstein, who had all these parties, and maybe people that went to his place, and everybody wonders, you know, how did Epstein even make his money? You know, your impression of the guy, you know, being a billionaire, $600-700 million, what is your impression of how your brother made his money? Because he made a lot of money.
He made a lot of money. Well, he started on Wall Street when he was young. And he started on Wall Street when...
He was a math teacher before, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, he taught math at, in the school in New York City.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he was very good at math. Right. Let's put it that way. And he was on Wall Street in the days when Wall Street was like the Wild West. And there was a lot of corruption going on. I remember we were still living in Brooklyn, and he started on Wall Street. And he came home one day. This got to be in the late 70s when he started. And he said to me, I'll never forget, he said, if the general population knew what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution in this country. That's a direct quote from him in the late 70s.
In the late 70s?
Yeah, when he started on Wall Street. You know, he was like the youngest partner on Wall Street, when he became a partner in Bear Stearns.
Got it, yeah.
And he all the corruption going on.
He looks like a skinny Lou Ferrigno here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know,
yeah.
Does he not? Am I like the only one?
Absolutely.
Put a Lou Ferrigno next to him, he looks like a Lou Ferrigno twin.
That's why I'm laughing, because it's so true.
I think young, yeah. Oh my God, he looks just like Lou Ferrigno. No relation, right? You guys did?
No.
Yeah. Wow, that was a little too close. Look at that. That is wild.
It's very deceptive on your part.
Yeah. So, okay, so late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is. That is wild.
It's very deceptive on your part.
Yeah. So, okay, so late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is.
If the population knew how much corruption and what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution.
Did he ever break it down and kind of give you some ideas, or not really?
Yeah, he gave me for instance.
What was some of the...
Well, one instance I remember, he said in the old days, you know, before they changed things, a broker would buy, say, $1 million worth of stock in the morning, and then he'd maybe sell it at the end of the day. If the stock went up, he would then apportion it to the clients he liked. If the stock went up, he'd say, okay, I bought $200,000 for client A, $200,000, you know, for different people, and they get the gains. And if the stock went down for some reason, he can give the losses or whatever you want to give the losses to. So that's been changed. I understand now, for brokers not really trying to lose, everybody's doing their own work. But then when they changed it, when the broker bought the stock in the morning, he had to declare then who he was buying it for. So then if the stock went up, or the stock went down, those people got the gain or the loss. He couldn't then give the gains to Jim's and the losses to the So that was like just one simple example of what used to take place.
Anything else he told you or no?
Well, yeah, then he actually hooked up with an attorney, and they started going after brokers that were ripping people off. I remember there was one case, I don't know who the client was, but the guy gave a broker $3 million to invest. And after a number of trades, the money was gone. And the broker basically said, well, you know, we made 10 trades and they all lost. Now, Jeffrey was a mathematician, and he knew that statistically, it's almost impossible to lose 10 trades in a row, just like it's almost impossible to win 10 trades in a row. Like the odds are kind of the same. So when he sees that every trade was a loss, you know, even if you did it randomly, you're going to get some gains. So then they started digging into this, and they found that there was a lot more trades made, and you know, money was mishandled, and they would go after the broker and reclaim money. And whatever the monies they reclaimed for the investors, they got 50% of. So they made a lot of money reclaiming money that was basically stolen from investors. This is what used to take place.
So what was? But I mean, all of that stuff is great, but Mark, to go from $500,000 a year, $1 million a year, $2 million a year, $3 million a year, $5 million a year, $10 million a year, it's hard to make 6 figures. It's harder to make $1 million. It's harder to make $10 million. $600-700 million. How do you make that kind of money?
You make good investments.
Do you know any one of the best investments he ever made?
That he made? I don't know anyone in particular. I know. We didn't talk too much about it, but I know at one point in time he owned, or was one of the owners, if not the owner, of the company that made football helmets. I think it's Rydell. You know, they make all the sports team helmets. He bought that company, they were in trouble, and he eventually sold it and made a lot of money with that. I don't know the details of it, but I know he sent me a helmet, so I knew that he actually had the company.
Who is this one guy that we did 2 stories on? The one billionaire that said he paid $120 million of consulting fee to Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, that was Black.
Yeah, that's Black, right?
Yeah, because I heard that on the news also.
Yeah, Leon Black. Can you go up and just put Leon Black and put Epstein? Leon Black, Epstein. And for estate planning is what I remember. Estate planning. Said he spent there it is, okay. A billionaire paid Jeffrey Epstein $158 million for tax estate planning. Look, you're smart, okay? And I would use the word astute. Who the hell has ever spent $158 million on estate planning services? I just did estate planning. And I know some of these estate planners that are the high-end estate planners that deal with billionaires. I was at an event a few weeks ago on the 60 billionaire family. Chicago was a very intimate event, and even those guys use similar estate planners that you go through, and you know, you can do unique ways of doing it, the irrevocable life insurance trust, the IVAs, all the stuff that you do. Okay, you want the world to believe Leon Black gave Epstein $158 million just for tax evasion services? If you're enjoying this interview as much as I enjoyed doing it when I was sitting with them, you may want to order the shirt already, because the word allegedly is used a lot in an interview like this, and it's right, you can order the shirt. Last time we launched the allegedly, we sold out in no time, and trust me, it's very interesting the looks you get when you're in the airport, at the gym, you got a shirt on that says allegedly, people will come and smile at you, laugh at you, but many times they'll say, where did you get the shirt? So pause the video, place your order, and then go back to the interview.
the big brother, Elvis Marley, I önskar jag på Från Andy 045, Mondays,
this will be the final election and there will be no more democracy. If you and Trump are elected, there'll be no more democracy. It'll be the final election. And these are good people. This is Goldman Sachs, this is the Cheney family, this is, a lot of defense contractors. So
the people with the best interests of the American people at heart.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and
the people who really keep the American social fabric.
How do you respond to that when, when you have a multi-ethnic family and they go, you and Donald Trump are racist and hate different kinds of people because you've criticized having an open border?
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but roll my eyes at it at this point. And there was probably a time, honestly, 6-7 years ago where I really cared, what I'm talking about. Yeah. I really cared what the media said about me. Yeah. I just don't care anymore because they're so obviously full of shit. Right? Like, actually, if you look, even just you talk to, working and middle-class Latino voters, they hate the open border even more than, my family from rural Ohio and Kentucky because they don't like having their wages undercut. That, when the cartels are doing business in their communities, it's the Latinos that are actually the most pissed off about it. So I just kind of roll my eyes at it. Right. I think that you have to have a certain sense of humor about American politics, and it's easy to do when you're running against Kamala Harris and you're running with Donald Trump. Yeah. Because as much as he obviously, I think they've done more to him than any presidential candidate in my lifetime. Right. He still actually has an amazing sense of humor about the whole thing. Right. And oftentimes, I call him obviously every day at this point, talking about the campaign, but he always ends up cracking a joke. Right. And I think it's in part because he knows that's what's good for me in that moment is we got to laugh about some of this stuff or we're going to get crazy.
Yeah, there is now, we're in October, we've got about 2 weeks left, so now every single day there's some article coming out in a publication that Donald Trump said something Hitlerian or about Hitler or about so it does seem to me that the hysteria is at a fever pitch.
It really is.
What do you think about John Kelly? He did come out and say Trump's a fascist and this is fascism and all of that.
Well, first of all, the amount of stock the media puts in a disgruntled ex-employee. John Kelly was fired, right? And look, he served his country when he was fired, and he's pissed off about Trump and that. Right. And if you talk to the people who were in the room when Trump allegedly said these things that he said, even Mike Pence's former chief of staff are saying it's totally made up, it's a total lie. But here's the really interesting thing, right? 3-4 years ago, the media were all calling John Kelly an evil racist for helping to promote Donald Trump's border policies. Right. And now it shows how thin this is, right? Yeah. Dick Cheney, who I legitimately think is the single worst vice president easily of my lifetime, right?
But effective.
But effective at destroying the country.
Well, that's what I meant.
And maybe that's why he's endorsing Kamala Harris. It's finally somebody's come along who's been even worse than I have. Yeah. Is Kamala Harris. But the fact that the media now pretends that he's some hero of human rights, the guy was a disaster. Right. I mean, we invaded Iraq. We invaded, the 20-year quagmire in Afghanistan. All of these Americans who lost their lives, who lost their limbs, that was because of very stupid leadership. And now we're going to forget about it because the media hates Donald Trump. It's the most insane thing I've seen in politics. Threat to democracy. I figured out what a threat to democracy is when the American people vote for somebody the media doesn't like. Right. And that's not, definitionally, that's not a threat to democracy. That's a fulfillment of democracy that even though the media lies hysterically about Trump, the American people still want, to be able to afford groceries and housing.
the worldview, whether we call it Cold War liberalism or however we want to frame the worldview that America is an empire and must continue to be one at all costs, with running up trillions of dollars worth of debt, getting involved in foreign conflicts anywhere from Ukraine to the Middle East. There are people now saying we need to invade Iran. And that if America steps back on the world stage, there's a power vacuum that's going to be filled by China, by Russia, and that America should continue to pay for the defense of all of the European countries, and that America should kind of shoulder that burden. And my generation, we saw Iraq, we saw Afghanistan. We've also seen lots of our friends go away to fight those wars and come back and not have mental health care and not have support from the government. We don't feel safer because we invaded Iraq. We don't feel safer because we spent 20 years in Afghanistan. I don't know what we spent 20 years doing. But all the people that, the 10 richest counties in America are in Virginia. And there's something interesting about that fact, that all of those people are dependent upon America constantly having enemies.
And not like Virginia, right?
No.
The collar counties around
DC. Around DC. And all of these people have an investment in the United States of America continually going to war. And those are the people who seem to be speaking out the loudest against your candidacy, Trump's candidacy. Because you threaten something, a power structure that has been in place for a very long time. This has been spoken about by, military-industrial complex. Eisenhower famously spoke about it. I believe it's FDR, maybe it was TR. Somebody said a financial element in the government has owned it since the days of Andrew Jackson. There are agendas that other people have. Now, is that why we're seeing people like Dick Cheney and people like Kamala Harris, where you would think they don't have much in common on the same side? Is it because that positioning is so important and integral to the amount of money being made?
In 3 kilometers, take the interchange on the left.
Factions of those parties.
Yeah, that's how I think about it. So I think there are 3 issues where for 40 years Republicans and Democrats have basically fundamentally agreed, and all this them an issue of importance to that, call it the uniparty, call it the conventional wisdom. Number 1 is foreign policy, that we should basically stick our nose in every foreign conflict. And that doesn't mean we should never get involved, of course, but by and large, most of the wars that we fought over the last 40 years have been a total disaster for the American people, and frankly for a lot of the countries we've been fighting. And so foreign policy is the first and most important issue to that consensus. The second most important issue is trade, right? Massive investment in what I would call shipping our industrial base to countries like China and Mexico, which has eviscerated the American middle class, but it's made a lot of bankers rich. And then the third thing is immigration, right? The idea that you should have effectively unlimited borders checked only by political will, right? Every political party has tried to make it easier to bring more and more people into the United States of America. Now, the interesting thing is that on all 3 of those issues, on immigration, trade, and foreign policy, the American people have consistently been out of step with their leadership, and they keep on not actually having an alternative. Like, who has been the candidate of, free trade is not good for the American middle class? Who's been the candidate of we've got to check our immigration system? Who's been the candidate of stopping the stupid wars? Basically nobody in 40 years, with the lone exception of my running mate, right, of Donald J. Trump. Okay, so that's where we are, and you're right. That's why Kamala Harris and Dick Cheney, that's why all these people hate him. I think it's interesting to think about the motivations here, because 2 years ago, I would have said it's all financial, right? Dick Cheney, he's getting rich from these wars. Kamala Harris's donors are getting rich from these wars, and that's like the only reason why they're supporting them. For what it's worth, I do think there's an element of truth to that, right? Eisenhower learned about this. The military-industrial complex has its own self-fulfilling momentum. But I think there's a second thing that I picked up on, and a lot of my Senate colleagues disagree with me on foreign policy. They're very good people. There's like this psychological post-World War II, you call it Cold War liberalism, where these guys remember when America could do anything, right? We can
in 600 meters, take the interchange on the left.
We can just fix the world purely through American rule, right? And they grew up in that world, and they're having psychological difficulty accommodating to a world where China has gotten more powerful in part because of their policies. Russia.
Take the interchange on the left.
And we can't just dictate everything. We can't tell everybody how to behave anymore, because sometimes what happens is we'll try to tell another country what to do, and they'll say this, right? And that's very, very hard for these guys to wake up to the reality that we're in. If we were in what was called a unipolar world, right? America was the only superpower. We were for a while. We were for a long time. Now we're still the lone superpower, but other countries are catching up. And I think the way to preserve our own influence, but more importantly, to preserve the prosperity of our own people, is to recognize the reality that we're living in. A lot of people can't. They go back to Mr. Gorbachev. tear down this wall, right? Ronald Reagan's big moment, or George H.W. Bush. I mean, it was like a blip on the radar for us to completely crush Saddam Hussein and kick him out of Kuwait, right? They want to go back to the glory days when America could do everything and be all things. They got to wake up to the world of resource constraints, and frankly, the reason why we're not as powerful in relative terms as we were 30 years ago is because they screwed up, right? That's where the trade and immigration issue comes back, is they want to pursue a foreign policy that was built on the back of smart trade and smart immigration policy. They hollowed out the American middle class. They destroyed the industrial base of our country. I mean, the crazy statistic, China, we're still the biggest economy in the world. China is 32% of global manufacturing GDP, okay? We're 18% of global manufacturing GDP. So even though we're still by far the biggest economy in the world, China makes nearly twice as many manufactured goods as we do. That is the engine of real economic prosperity, is manufacturing. These guys want us to fight wars like it's 1954. It's not 1954, in thanks in large part.
In 600 meters, take the exit.
That's very difficult, right? Because you have a lot of unelected. We have 19 intelligence agencies, I think. I think it's around. I think it's about 19, which I don't think is enough. A lot. I don't think it's enough personally, but there's 19 of them or something.
I think we had 22 intelligence agencies. That's actually when we really have figured out this all.
That's who.
Take the exit, then take the ramp.
Americans are worried about. I think most people are worried about the CIA and government employees. My parents are worried about the Central Intelligence Agency and if they're making enough money. This is what my grandmother worries about. What do you say to people that are worried about people at the NSA? And the DIA, the director.
Take the ramp.
Forget about that one. It's a little room in the bigger one.
Look, I want to speak from the heart here to my fellow Americans who are really worried that a CIA bureaucrat making $190,000 a year might have to find a job in the private sector. I recognize that is the biggest crisis facing my fellow Americans.
Yes.
Not that they can't afford groceries and housing.
Yeah.
Right. So
people can eat less.
Honestly,
so that Homeland Security can be a little bigger.
Yeah. So that Homeland Security.
I like knowing that my neighbors are getting spied on. I like it. I like people getting on lists.
Well, it's actually really a win-win, right? Something I'll say in Kamala Harris's defense is yes, she's made it harder for Americans to afford housing, but that's been in the service so that the CIA can more easily spy on our fellow Americans, right? So that, look, and this is where sometimes there's trade-offs and sometimes there's
You're a big critic of online censorship. Don't you realize it's good for people? Don't you realize it's
to not be able to speak their mind?
You know, people don't even know what they want to say half the time. Why not have a service that uses like an AI where you speak into it and it rearranges it so it gets what you need?
I would be okay if we just censored Kamala Harris, right? I think she would be okay with that too. I think she'd be better in the polls if she just didn't say anything. That was, of course, the strategy.
Have you met her? She's probably fun. She's fun.
You know who's fun?
Yeah.
You know I bet is fun. And I like this is rare moments of my partisanship. No. Okay. Hunter Biden.
Well, of course. I would, with all due respect to you, I would vote for him over anyone in the race. Just because if we're going to end this thing, let's do it quick. Let's do it in 6 months.
Oh man, my cousin is like a hardcore Republican, and she's like, you know what? I can't get behind you guys on is the anti-Hunter Biden stuff. Yeah. Like that guy. Right. I guarantee he's fun. He's a fun guy to hang out with. Right. I don't know about. I've met Kamala Harris once. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, if she's fine.
There's too much of a schoolmarm thing going on. I just don't. I don't think that would necessarily.
So how do you deal? What do you have?
Kamala Harris is the person who, when you tell a really funny joke, she like says, "Well, that was kind of offensive." Right. Yeah.
But then I look at her and I go, "But you're a genius," and then she likes me again.
Hunter Biden, if you tell a really offensive joke, he laughs his ass off and says, "Let's do it.
Let's do it again. Let's light the house on fire." So how do you deal with this? You get into office. Now people are all mad about Project 2025. People don't like it because it's a Heritage Foundation wrote a whole thing saying that you're going to dismantle the entire federal government and. This
is the craziest thing. So Project 2020. So Heritage is a nonprofit with no affiliation with the Trump campaign. That's right. They wrote a 900-page document. Okay, if you take any 900-page document that exists anywhere in the world, I'm going to find something that I hate about it and something that I like about it. Right. So they've tried to pick up every little thing that is unpopular and say this is Trump's agenda. It has nothing to do with Trump. Right. But to your point, Donald Trump and I really do want to make the federal bureaucracy smaller. We think there are way too many bureaucrats collecting a check. We think that's bad for Americans because they have to pay those people's salaries. But most importantly, it's bad for Americans. Sometimes they're doing things like spying on their fellow citizens, which is fundamentally bad. Okay, so here's a crazy story. And I just learned more about this the past couple days. There was a Wall Street Journal story about
in 800 meters, slight right.
AT&T networks, okay? You probably didn't see the story, didn't make a whole lot of waves. My understanding is that part of the infrastructure that they hacked into was built on top of surveillance systems that were implemented in 2001, Patriot Act style stuff. So like, you know,
Slight right.
Element of that, and rightfully so. Like, I don't want American citizens to be spied on, but the more important in some ways is we're creating a backdoor in our own technology networks that our enemies are now using. Like, that's crazy. Right. And again, no one is going to accept responsibility for it. No one's going to say, "Oh, we screwed up. Let's do something different." This is the biggest problem I have. Like, all policy disagreements aside, the refusal of people to take responsibility and say, "You know what? I screwed up." Right. Okay, that is the biggest thing that's messed up about American government politics. Like, look, I had a lot of friends when I was 18 years old. What the hell did I know? I supported the Iraq War when I was 18 years old.
Me too.
I feel bad about that. Yeah. I genuinely feel bad that as a high school senior in Middletown, Ohio, who then enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, like I did my part, I feel bad about it. Yeah. There were people in Washington.
I stopped short of that. I was, I supported it in backyards, yelling, watching a lot of Fox, but I stopped quite short of it.
Man, we all have to serve. We have to serve in our own roles. That's right. We all have a part to play. But the guys who pushed it, they're still collecting multi-$100,000 a year salaries.
They're on MSNBC.
They're on MSNBC. They still have influence, and they've never said, we screwed up. Like, that is the thing that bothers me the most about Washington, D.C. is nobody accepting responsibility for failure. Because if you can't do that, you can't fix the problem.
Well, now it seems to be that we're shoehorning domestic issues into foreign policy, meaning that you can no longer sell a war by saying we're there to democratize a country, or we are there to preemptively invade a country before they attack us, or we can say we are there so that drag queens in whatever in Russia can have more of a say.
Well, you asked why we were in Afghanistan for 20 years. It's like because the Afghanis really need to learn about gender studies and the importance of the non-binary gender approach that we have in the United States of America. You think I'm kidding? Your tax dollars, my tax dollars, were funding programs in a country where a lot of people didn't have running water. We're funding programs to teach people that there were non-binary genders out there.
That I do agree with because it is fun, and I do want to see someone with a collision cloth standing really in the rubble, and then someone explaining that to them. To me, is fun, and that I support that.
I'm sure the Taliban had a lot of fun learning about genders. That's probably true.
Why can't the 7-year-old consent to a life-altering medical surgery? Is it because you guys are fascist? I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you allow an 8-year-old to fully transition?
Not only that, but they want us to use their tax dollars to try to force other countries to follow this ridiculous pathway. Which, by the way, like I know a little bit about your politics, and you're pretty libertarian. Like, this is actually something I agree with the old guard left about. That we should be, whether it's in defense or whether it's in the medical industry, we should be worried about when a profit-motivated entity tries to manipulate government policy. And right now, we have pharma companies making billions of dollars off of cross-sex hormones for children. And nobody on the left is like, that's kind of weird that the very people who are getting rich off of this are also lobbying the American Medical Association and the U.S. government to force this on American citizens.
It should have, I think, it should have stopped. The show Glee was great. Everyone was singing, and everyone was happy. No, it truly was. And, like, people weren't, it wasn't so contentious, but then it got to a point where somebody like me, who's been a gay, out-of-the-closet person for 15 years, I'm going, why in God's name would a 5-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old be taking puberty-blocking hormones, be transitioning, be leave kids alone, leave people alone. It's very simple. A lot of gay people feel that way. There are trans people that feel that way. There are people all over the spectrum that feel that way. None of them are ever listened to. It is the most extreme, loudest voices in that movement that are listened to.
Well, what really radicalized me on this issue was I was actually talking to a friend who, like, really disagrees with my views on transgender politics, and I mean, frankly, like, kind of rejected our friendship because I came out against I came out in support of banning gender transition for minors during my Senate campaign. And like, what really radicalized actually is during that conversation, she said something to me that I was like, wait a second, is this real? And she said the hormonal therapy for minors is totally reversible, right? So the way they sell this is it just delays puberty. But then if you've you stop taking the drugs, everything resumes as normal. That is totally and profoundly false.
It can't be true. There's no way that's true.
When I heard it, I was like, that sounds totally effing crazy.
Yeah.
It turns out
also,
it is actually crazy.
Also, not a great policy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If it was true, probably not good.
Even if it was true, probably not good because, like, you don't want 30-year-olds going through puberty, right?
Yeah.
But, like, even if it was true, problem, but it's not true.
Yeah.
Like, kids have permanent sexual dysfunction, permanent, like, serious health problems. It's terrible. They take this stuff, it's just unpredictable. Like, again, one of the lifelong, the humanity-long lessons we should take is that when we intervene in things in unexpected ways, whether it's a war or trying to interrupt the biological process, we very often screw up. Right?
Yes.
You need evidence before you really do something like this.
I just don't know how we got in this country to why can't a 9-year-old girl have a beard? I don't know where from Glee everyone saying was gay enough, perhaps too gay, and then it went to a place where it goes, it was crazy.
So okay. I've actually heard this, and I'm not a gay guy, but I've heard this from gay friends of mine.
Man, damn it! We would have. You want to talk about virality? I'm talking about going viral.
Yeah, that would have made some headlines.
Do you think you know who will win the presidential election, or how many seats the Democrats or Republicans will win in the House or Senate? Well, there's finally a legal way to bet on the outcome of these elections via a platform called Kalshi. Kalshi is the first legal exchange where you can bet on any event, including but not limited to elections. Kalshi was reported won legal approval for election betting for the first time in over 100 years. You have markets on who will win the presidential election, who will control the House and Senate, who will win swing states and more. Kalshi is already being used by over hundreds of thousands of people and has facilitated over $1 billion worth of trade. Let's take an example. Right now, Trump and Kamala are trading at about 50-50, meaning if you place a bet on either, you will double your money if you end up winning. That's pretty good. So put your money where your mouth is and sign up using Kalshi.com/Tim. I love this site. I love chance. I love speculation. I make a lot of predictions. A lot of them come out true. I'm using this site to make lots of money. I think you should too. I think I know things. I think I have the inside track. Do you? So put your money where your mouth is and sign up using Kalshi.com/GIM and get $20 bonus when you deposit $100 using their mobile app. Election day is coming up on November 5th. 30% of registered voters don't turn out to vote, and only 20% of people under 30 voted in the last election. There's a website, sendthevote.org/Tim, that makes registering to vote easy. It's nonpartisan, meaning they don't care who you're voting for. They just want to ensure that you can vote. Head to sendthevote.org/Tim, and they'll help you sign up. Register and check if you're all set. You can also text Tim to 33022 to learn more. That's TIM to 33022. Do not be another no-show statistic, because I'll tell you right now, voting is a right that people have died for, and you should do it. And you can go to this website, sendthevote.org/Tim, and it makes registering to vote easy, because you know what wasn't easy? The Civil War, the Revolutionary War, or any of the wars. 1, 2, Spanish-American. It doesn't. The point is this: the Korean War. I don't know if that impacted voting, but here's the thing: voting is cool. It's what the cool kids are doing.
But I talked to some gay friends who feel like very personally affronted about this, because they feel like if they were, a gay kid and they were 14 years old, and maybe they're confused. Like, by the way, like a lot of teenagers, even a lot of non-gay teenagers, are confused because being a teenager is like inherently confusing. That's right. But they're worried about, like, would somebody have had them transition? Of course, in some ways, it's like it's like the pharmaceutical answer to conversion therapy, right? Is no, you're not gay. Right. You're a totally different gender. The other thing I don't get about this, man, like the inconsistency here is crazy, where they want to simultaneously tell me that the gendered binary is screwed up, that male and female is way too simple, there's all this crap in the middle. But like when you have a person go on cross-sex hormones, they put on super petite dresses and high heels, and they act like the most stereotypical version of a girl, a male transitioning to female. It's like, okay, well, wait a second, is the gender stereotypical binary bad, or is it actually good? Because every time somebody takes these hormones, they start acting like Dylan Mulvaney.
No, what happens, I think, when we've allowed the debate to be defined by a very extreme portion, who it's not about logic, it's about people throwing tantrums and people going, you have to agree with me, I'm going to compel you to agree with me. Absolutely, kids should be left alone. My parents were boomers. I was ignored. I was left alone to do, whatever. And, perhaps that's not great, but we shouldn't be telling...
You turned out okay.
I turned out fine. I'm not the vice president, you know what I mean? But, I have a Rolls Royce. So here's, but the thing is...
I think you're winning in that trade-off. I can't even drive it.
We'll see. But it's going to get blown up soon. But I'll tell you this, I don't see why we're telling kids about critical race theory or gender theory. Why are we not educating people in math, in reading, in science? Why are we indoctrinating children? And I don't know too many people who are for that. If you meet people in the real world, none of them does. 5-year-olds should learn about identity politics, and
And this is what I actually feel very personally passionate about, because this like affects my family, right? Yeah. My wife and I talk about this all the time. So her parents, born and raised in South India, they moved to San Diego a couple years before she was born. So she's born and raised in San Diego, right? Okay, so she is Indian American, but she's like the most assimilated. Like she's American, right? Fundamentally, she's American. And we talk about like, okay, we were able to fall in love in part because we grew up in the 90s where everybody was like, yeah, okay, it's not perfect. Obviously, there's still racism out there, but like, you know, judge people based on who they are, not on these like immutable characteristics on their skin color. Just judge people based on whether you have similar values, et cetera, right? And because of that, we met, fell in love. We had a family. Like my family's always been welcome to her, and vice versa. And my mom actually put this in a very interesting way that, like, you know, the more that she's noticed this in the last few years, that people are obsessed that we have mixed race children, right? And are they brown? Are they white? Are they Indian? Are they American? Yeah. And my mom's just like, well, there are babies, right? That's who they are. There are babies. I think that if you really inflame like the racial consciousness of people, if they fundamentally think of themselves not as human beings or as Americans, but as members of a racial group, that's just going to fundamentally lead to strife, right? Like you want to, in some ways, like you want to emphasize the commonality that we have as fellow citizens. You don't want to say, okay, you're black, so this means this thing about you and that thing about you, and you're white, so this means something totally different. Right. And I just, that obviously to me, just common sense would lead to conflict. And again, I'm not saying it was perfect, but if you look at both black and white Americans,
I'm like, okay, buddy.
Yeah, he was powerlifting. Remember when he got up to like 265? You know, when he won the K1 Grand Prix? Oh, yeah. You couldn't hit him. He was just covered behind muscle. And you know, K1 style, when they like fight with like the earmuffs on, and they're standing there like, he was just, there was no chin. You couldn't see it in there.
He was bad, motherfucker. He won it too, didn't he?
Yeah, he won a Grand Prix, which is crazy.
He was a bad. I was always worried I was going to have to fight him in pride. I don't know why they never put him against him.
Bro, when he fought Brock Lesnar, if they kept the testing that way, he might have been the heavyweight champion. He might have stayed the heavyweight champion too. I mean, he was hard to handle at that weight. He was so big, and he had those elite kickboxing skills. You know, I remember when he fought. This was when he fought Brett Rogers. You can see the moment he hit Brett Rogers with one low kick. Brett Rogers was like, "Oh shit, like, this is different. This is so different." He was so scary, man.
Yeah, big tall motherfucker. I would like to see him go against John Jones.
I would have loved to have seen that back in the day. But if again you let him fight enhanced, because the difference between him enhanced and unenhanced, he became an average fighter.
Yeah. But John was enhanced too, though. If they would have went against each other, both enhanced
at the time. So you think John was enhanced?
Yeah, I think it's proven.
Really? Because of the whole thing with the picograms, whatever the fuck that shit is?
Well, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to it, so I just thought he got popped, so I assumed
he did, but the problem that he got popped with, there were so minuscule levels that it didn't make sense.
Yeah, he don't look like somebody.
He does steroids. No, he doesn't. But neither did Lance Armstrong.
He probably doing something different though. Lance.
No, he was doing testosterone. He was definitely doing that too. Those guys were doing. He was doing a lot of shit. They do everything they can when they do that Tour de France. Doctors say that it's actually healthier to do that thing on steroids than it is not be on steroids, because your body just can't recover. Because you're biking for hours and hours and hours, day after day. It's a fucking crazy event.
I think if you biking and doing shit like that, let them do steroids.
Right.
But fighting, I'm against that shit.
Right.
Fighting, yeah, football, boxing, MMA, shit like that.
Football, you know.
Yeah, you know they do. But yeah, but I think if you got full contact against another human, I think it should be outlawed. But baseball, I wouldn't give a fuck.
It would only make it interesting.
And basketball, yeah, I wouldn't care.
Right. Who cares?
Who cares?
Especially the professional athletes. They have a small window of opportunity. Yeah. They have like 10, 15 years at most where they compete at their very best.
Yeah, let those guys choose.
Choose them up.
Yeah, let them have how to do it safely, but fight. Right. Because you can hurt somebody. Because some people are totally against it.
Well, the only way it makes sense in fighting is if everybody agrees. You know, if you agree. But if you're cheating, you know, if you're just jobbing the tests, and you know, you got a good scientist that works with you, and you're figuring out a way to rig everything. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
You know, I'm against it because I fought a few guys that was on steroids, and I'm fighting in pride.
Who'd you fight that was like the most obvious on steroids?
For me, I felt like the most obvious was Kevin Randall and Harvey. I don't ever want to talk ill of Big Bro, but Mark Coleman, he's honest about it.
Yeah.
They were doing something. Vanderlei for sure was on that shit.
For sure.
And
bro, he fought like he was on it.
Oh my God.
He fought like he had rabies.
Bro, that guy was so vicious. He just walked around mad the whole time. You know, all the fighters in Japan were scared of him. That's why he didn't like me, because I was never afraid of him. And one time, the first time I had a run-in with Vanderlei, we all stayed in the same hotel, and I'm walking back to the press, and I get on the elevator with my corner man, and the elevator opens up, and it's Vanderlei there to his corner man, and I didn't know, so I just walk on the elevator. And I turned around, and my two corner men took off. Yeah. So I'm in the elevator by myself with Vanderlei. And he looked at me like I was crazy because I didn't take off with them. Like, he seemed like he was mad that I was breathing the same air in the fucking elevator. Like, what are you doing? And they was talking shit in Portuguese and stuff like that. I'm like,
I ain't afraid of no motherfucking body. I was a kid then too, but I just never been afraid of anybody. Then after I beat my two girls, what the fuck happened? Where the fuck y'all go? Like, shit, that was the axe murderer. I'm not getting there with him. Just leave. I was gonna say, just leave.
They didn't even pull you out.
They didn't even touch me.
Oh, that's so ridiculous. I would never trusted those dudes again.
Yeah, fuck them. Just left me. I was cool, but he never liked me.
Were you there when he had that fight with Charles Crazy Horse Bennett in the back room?
No, I wasn't there.
Apparently, the story is Crazy Horse knocked him out cold.
Yeah, heard it.
That's what the story is. The story is they ganged up on Crazy Horse. Crazy Horse was a wild dude. That dude was crazy. He was fun. I remember I got drunk with Crazy Horse one night. Me and I think it was Eddie Bravo went to see Brock Lesnar's first professional fight in LA at the Coliseum.
Was it with the UFC?
No. No, I think it was with K1. I think it was a K1 fight in Los Angeles.
I might have been there.
Hoist Gracie fought that night. I think Hoist Gracie fought Sakuraba, if I remember correctly.
Was that a rematch? I thought he
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I wasn't there. I don't think I was there.
And he beat him, and Hoist was a little saucy. He got caught.
What, he beat Sakuraba?
Yeah, but Hoist was saucy. They caught him in the piss test, if I remember correctly. Check to see if that's true. But I sat right next to Crazy Horse, so me and him got fucked up the entire show.
That guy's crazy.
He had fun. He's funny, man.
Yeah.
We got a lot of laughs. But he was a wild dude.
You know what he's doing now?
What's he doing now?
He's in Thailand fighting for Fight Circus. You heard about them?
No.
Man, he's fighting like two motherfuckers at the same time. Two Thai dudes at the same time. I said, man, this shit was fun. I want this.
How big are the Thai dudes?
They by his side. They're his side.
He's fighting 2-on-1.
2-on-1 in Thailand.
Does he pay a lot of money or something?
I don't know how much they pay. I did a two-headed boxing match with Bob Sapp. After that, I didn't get paid much money, but you know, I was doing it for fun.
So you and him versus somebody else?
Yeah, me and Bob Sapp in a two-man T-shirt. We can only use my right hand. We can only use his left hand. And we fought two dudes. That shit was so fun.
Oh, that's crazy.
Man, that's the most fun I ever had in the ring, bro.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it was fun. Fight Circus is crazy.
What does this say, Jake? Oh yeah, he tested positive for fighter Tim Percy tested positive for methamphetamine.
That's my friend.
And Hoist Gracie tested positive for nandrolone.
Shut the fuck up. Tim Percy is my high school, my college wrestling. He's my roommate in college.
No shit.
Tim Percy?
Who did he fight? Who else was in the card? Let me see. There was some.
The fuck?
Who else fought? The original. Let's see. Pre-fight problem. Scroll back up to the card again, please. Let me see who was on that card. Because there was one crazy KO where there was like a football player, Johnny Morton. Right. He fought a guy who was a comedian. That guy, Bernard Akka, a Japanese, how do you say his name? Akka, a Japanese-born Taekwondo practitioner, kickboxer, mixed martial arts, and comedian. Yeah, that guy. Oh, Johnny Morton, that was horrible.
The comedian fought somebody else?
Yeah. I don't know how good his comedy is, but he can fuck people up, I'll tell you that. Jake Shields was on that card, he won. My rear naked choke.
Yeah, Sakuraba was on there.
Yep. So, Hoist beat Sakuraba, but then tested positive. Race FO and Marvin Eastman dropped the college. So that was a K1, right? That was like up until Roger real quick. That was his first fight ever. Yeah. But so Crazy Horse was backstage, and all the Truth Box guys got into it with Crazy Horse. And didn't Christian Marcelo, I think he choked Crazy Horse out, right? Put him in a triangle afterwards too. Yeah, I heard the story. So Crazy Horse apparently knocked out Vanderlei, and then got choked out, and then he went and fought, or did Eddie already fought?
I don't remember. If I heard Vanderlei fought after he got knocked out.
Yeah, after that, Alcohol fought and won. The one by decision.
Who did he fight that time?
Let's find out. Let me see Vanderlei's record. I'll tell you when I see it. Because you can tell he's like fighting a little cautious. You know, like maybe didn't want to get hit.
Bro, that's crazy. What the heck cameras make that?
I think there is video footage of it. I'm pretty sure there's footage. There's definitely footage of Marcelo choking out Crazy Horse because he gets him in a triangle with the jeans on. I remember watching that. Was that one, right? Yeah. It wasn't Mirko Krokop. I think it might have been Fujita. Nope, that's not it because he won that one by soccer kicks. Does he have any that won by decision? Maybe it was no, he lost to Arona. Is that possible? Or was that
maybe you should look for the same card with Crazy Horse.
He lost to Arona and then he beat him. Decision split. I wonder if it's that one. I wonder if it's that one. Pride Shock. Click on Pride Shockwave 2005. Let's see. What else is on that card? Is Crazy Horse on that card? Charles Bennett?
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. That's the one. That's the one he fought Arona and he won a decision. And I remember watching Crazy Horse was so nuts. Look at that video of Crazy Horse staring at the camera. That's click on that. See if is that a highlight of Crazy Horse? Yeah. Bro, Crazy Horse had power.
Yeah.
I mean, he just put people to sleep. He put a lot of people to sleep. Compact power too.
Yeah. He never went to the UFC though.
Nope.
He couldn't get his shit together.
But he's a wild fella.
The fuck is wrong with him?
I mean, he fought with gold teeth and he fought with a gold grill in, and then he had a mouthpiece on top that was gold too. But I don't even know where he trained.
I forgot where he was from, Texas somewhere.
I don't remember, but I mean, it did not have like the ultimate skill set. He just had crazy power, and he was just wild, very wild, and strong, very strong.
He didn't have that much jiu-jitsu though.
No, it wasn't that good on the ground, but on the feet, I don't think I've ever seen it. But I can anybody sit in front of that dude on the night, you can see it once you hit him with one time. The difference in the power. Oh, it's great power like that. I think some people have. Like, did you watch the light heavyweight title fight? Oh my god! All the time, man. Alex Pereira, that fucking power is nuts.
You know what? I was thinking like, how I would have done if I was in a prime to fight somebody like that.
Very aggressive. That's the difference. Is you're very strong. You were always a very strong light heavyweight. And you had very good wrestling skills. You know, he hasn't really fought anybody that's in elite wrestling yet. You know, you think about who's he fought that elite wrestling. Prohaska is like he's got crazy KO power. He's got good karate skills, and he did win by choking out Glover. He did win with a choke. So it's not like he doesn't have skills, but he's not. You know, he's not some Daniel Bryan. He's just an elite wrestler. Is this the video footage of the fight? That's awesome. The fight's got to exist somewhere else, but this is a documentary about Crazy Horse.
Is it the behind scenes?
It says can't show the YouTube restrict the footage. What? YouTube restricts fights.
It could age restrict the video in the country.
Oh, so they're just showing it? So he catches him in a triangle with jeans on, chokes him to sleep, alcohol, with a phone in his hand. Look at his out.
That's the pass. You know that, yeah.
So he wakes him up. He's like, oh shit.
Just before that, we had a leak from the ANC NEC to say, I challenge my detractors who are calling for me to resign to come out of the woodwork. Yes. And then the G20 happened, and then we've had, you know, him looking very happy and strident in this family meeting that happened over the weekend as we shoot. I'm not sure what the purpose of that broadcast to the nation was, but there you go. How do you assess on the eve of the ANC NGC, assuming it happens, the president is, and where is his position? Because it seems once again he's gone from crisis to stabilization, at least in the short term right now. But that is going to be fleeting, I would add, as well, because the fundamentals are going to stare him in the face again once the G20 shine has worn off.
Well, when you look at what the generals have been saying, expressing unhappiness about the fact that defense is being defunded, and of course, SUBS is being defunded itself. When you look at what they're saying, it seems to me this should be read as a vote of no confidence when it comes to two politicians in particular, the Minister of Defense and the President.
Right.
So it seems to me it's a vote of no confidence in the political class as a whole, the political class as a component of ANC politics, and a vote of no confidence in the two politicians or two members of the political class, the President and the Finance Minister.
Yeah.
I think we can read it that way. The G20 was a concern.
Fireworks sold here.
This is not uncommon. When presidents, when leaders of country fail, are doing poorly when it comes to the domestic agenda, they lean on foreign policy. And of course, one of the things the G20 summit showed is that South Africa is very good when it comes to event management. I am not sure that the G20 summit was significant beyond the fact that it was an example of South Africa's good event management skills.
Yeah, we were able to organize the matric dance of the world.
Exactly. Yesterday was not just about the G20. It was also about internal ANC dynamics.
Yeah, absolutely, because these murmurings are not going away. The ANC moved to distance itself from a report in the Sunday World, which is hardly a bastion of truth and veracity, but even a broken clock, I suppose. Still, there are these rumors that there is some move to oust the president.
Well, look at what he does when he basically dares his opponents.
I'm so fascinated in what you made of that move, because it's an interesting thing to do. Why would you dare your opponents to tell you the date of your resignation?
Well, let me go back to something I said to you in our last conversation. I said, Ramaphosa has been the most powerful president of the ANC since 1991.
Yeah.
He's the one president of the ANC who has been in more control of the party than some of his predecessors since 1991. I am not saying that is a good thing, by the way, because I am convinced that I'm not wrong when I say Ramaphosa has been the most powerful president of the ANC since 1991. But also, I don't think I'm wrong in arguing that that has not been a good thing for the country. Because the question is, what has he done with this power? In whose interests has this power been deployed? So when I say that, I'm not speaking favorably of Ramaphosa, I'm simply stating a fact. So I think what he was trying to do is to project himself as this all-powerful leader of the party who's in charge. So that's what I was trying to communicate. I'm still in charge. I'm still in control of both the party and the state. That was the message. And he was trying to give the impression that he and those who support him are in charge of the party, and his opponents are not going to defeat them. The unintended consequence of that may have been a different kind of communication. He may have communicated a sense of panic by doing what he did. And if this is what he has done, in other words, communicate a sense of panic, his opponents may be like sharks smelling blood in the water. In other words, they may come to the conclusion that the president does have something to fear. In other words, he's not sure of his position. We have already argued that at the moment he's a lame duck. And in doing what he did when he tried to dare his opponents, he's trying to communicate the opposite. He's trying to say, I'm not a lame duck. But more importantly, I'm not a lame duck, and I will anoint my successor. In other words, he tries to position himself as a significant player in the ANC succession battle. Or the move may be about something as narrow as his self-preservation and nothing more. But what he communicated also is that there are people in the ANC who want him out.
He confirmed that.
Yes, he confirmed that.
And I am pretty sure that's the case too. The only question for me is how strong that movement is within the ANC. But I'm pretty sure there is a move. I just don't know how strong it is. I don't know if you've heard similar things. Obviously, we've got the Mbeki caretaker project, which we spoke about last time, which I think is, I wasn't sure if it was real back then, but I do believe it's real now. Then there's the NGC coming up. So the only question for me is, has the G20 meant that those forces will delay their action and wait for a weaker moment? Or are they confident enough that even now in the NGC it's the time to pounce?
So Ramaphosa does two things yesterday. He says to the family, the country, the economy is beginning to turn. There are green shoots. Now, of course, he is exaggerating the performance of the economy. I think I said some many episodes ago, I talked about this man and woman. The wife is doing the washing outside the shack, and the man is reading the broadsheet, the SMWX Tribune. And the wife who's doing the washing says, honey, what is the news saying? And he says, they say the economic indicators are sound. Now, of course, that is not reflected in their lived reality.
Exactly.
And this is what Ramaphosa does yesterday. He talks about the economy in a way that does not coincide with the lived reality of most South Africans.
Yeah, but create some hope that if you wait for long enough, you'll see the green shoots turning into real. Exactly.
And then he does the second thing. He deflects attention from the failures of his government when it comes to the domestic agenda by hyping the G20. In other words, yesterday he engages in a deception strategy himself. Now, whether it has worked when it comes to internal audiences in the ANC is another question. I suspect that those who want him out were not persuaded by yesterday's performance. In other words, the agenda to remove him is still on. The question is whether that agenda is going to find expression at the NGC from next week Monday or not. That's the question.
Yeah, and we'll be waiting with bated breath to see how that unfolds.
I can see something else that is happening here. His opponents, or some of his opponents, are going back to the 2005 NGC.
That key.
Which launched the rebellion against Mbeki, culminating in the installation of JZ as president of the party in the country. They think this can be repeated. And actually, we can even go back to 1949 to talk about how Puma was removed. Of course, at the time, the people had an agenda to unseat Puma and ultimately replaced him with Moroka. We're members of the Youth League.
That famous generation.
Yes. Now, there is an attempt to reenact both the 1949 moment and the June 2005 moment, to the extent that in June 2005, the ANC held the NGC, which launched the campaign against Mbeki, which culminated in his removal as ANC president in Polokwane and head of state the next year. Now, reenactments of history are not always unproblematic, in the sense that the question you must ask is whether the conditions which obtained at the time of the 2005 NGC obtained today. I can point to one difference that I've already spoken about. At the time of the NGC in 2005, former President Mbeki was more in control of the state than he was of the party. In fact, the rebellion against Mbeki doesn't start at the 2005 NGC. It starts before. Within a year after his election,
rising up because of BLM, because slavery existed and this isn't a racism, then I'd say, okay, fine, fair bait. But it feels exceptional to me that the same people who applauded me for this exact same rhetoric, and I'm going to give you an example here, David Horowitz of the Horowitz Freedom Center, he's a despicable human being. How dare you give me a literal award and say you are so great for tackling BLM and talking about all of the ills of Black Lives Matter and talking about how we're using this one issue and they're destroying communities and they're doing all of that. And then when I say, oh wow, look at this issue going on post October 7th, you suddenly go, no, you're an anti-Semite of the week and you deserve to have your entire life destroyed. I don't accept Jewish supremacy, and that's what it sounds like to me when you have individuals who didn't care when I said the exact same thing, who still don't care, as I still cover Black American issues like Sexy Red and Cardi B and talk about how their fame is completely fake and that there's some system that allows this stain to float to the top, and yet you're so sensitive if it has to do with a Jewish person. Also white people. The people that get the most coverage on my show are white people. I'm constantly pointing to what's happening in their TikTok trends and what they're doing, and they're not offended. So it actually, to me, is like snowflake culture that's gone writ large in the Jewish community, and they're just calling everything anti-Semitism, like Black Americans called everything racism in 2020, and I'm consistent. I find it boring, and I'm not going to be like persuaded against to talking about these topics because there's a Jewish sensitivity. So this is a great conversation. I mean, Ami and I are just talking purely. You know what I appreciate? A brand that is not afraid to stand by me as I do that. A brand that allows me a platform to speak freely about the most important issues that we are facing as a country. That's why I'm so happy to say Pure Talk is still my wireless company. If you haven't made the switch yet, I encourage you to switch now. Pure Talk puts you on America's most dependable 5G network and offers unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $20 a month. Why would you still be with Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile? You can literally get the best coverage
mean, I find it really interesting because I think the way you're coming at it is as if the Jewish community is acting woke and snowflakey, and the way I'm coming at it from seeing what you're saying is that is like using woke collectivist sort of leftist tactics and sort of generalizing about groups and using like using the identity as paramount, as if that's relevant in any way to the stories you're covering.
But I didn't say,
You know
I didn't
what I mean?
say it was relevant. That's what I'm saying. I never said that it was relevant that Magnus Hirschfeld was a Jew. No more than I said that before other people that I had mentioned before I got to Magnus Hirschfeld. Sigmund Freud was also in that segment. He happens to be Jewish. But I also didn't say that their Judaism was the reason for this, or they view it as a race, that because they're racially Jewish, that this was the reason for this. I never connected that dot. I simply said their names, and Jewish people got offended. They just cannot handle that there could have been a Jewish pervert that existed and had a weird sex institute. He wasn't a pervert. I'm sorry, Magnus Hirschfeld's a pervert. I find it weird and extraordinary that someone would race to defend a pervert. Like if someone was like, hey, here's a black pedophile, I'm not like, how dare you talk about this black pedophile? We're going to defend this black pedophile. How dare you talk about this at all? I find that to be quite bizarre. Like you're actually not required, because you're a Jewish person and this guy happens to be Jewish, to defend him, Magnus Hirschfeld, because he has nothing to do with such fame.
Right, but if you went on to say every time you said, I'm just asking questions, it's a black pedophile, I don't know what's going on with black people, but something's going on here, and then when black people got offended, you'd say, why can't I, and like making it part of the narrative is what's.
But you're making that up. You don't have several episodes where I said, I'm not going to, that's just you kind of saying that right now. You gave a specific example about Magnus Hirschfeld, and I told you this was an episode where I was talking about psychology, and I had listed 4 Christians in that exact same monologue. No Christians. Okay. No Christians were outraged because no Christians are snowflakes, right? So they weren't like, why is Candace pointing out what the Christians are, that there were Christian perverts in the past, and yet the Jewish community post October 7th has gotten a little snowflakey. Everybody can see that, except even speaking to your point, by the way, and I'm sorry to cut you off here because this kind of even proves it further. When we first began that conversation with Dave Smith, and you were talking about these people online that hate Jews, you know, these anonymous accounts, and I had a Jewish friend who had messaged me and asked me, can you publicly disavow these people that are saying bad stuff about Jews? What an absurd notion. Welcome to the internet. Every time I've logged on since I was anti-BLM, I'm being called a coon, I'm being called an N-word, I'm being called a house N-word, and I've never reached out to my Jewish friends and said, hey, do me a favor and disavow these random accounts on the internet. It's like, grow up. I'm sorry. If this is too much for you to handle on Twitter, log off. You're adults. This is how the internet works. Have you even played the stupid game the boys like to play? Have you ever read that chat on what is it called? Grand Theft Auto. I don't know. I think it's Grand Theft Auto or one of the ones that.
Yes, there's atrocious things on the internet.
October 7th, like, where is everybody going to defend us from these anonymous trolls online? I'm like, goodbye. I'm sorry. I'm 35 years old. You need your hands held because there's anonymous accounts that are saying memes of you on the internet, and you gotta log off. You just gotta log off. You shouldn't be in politics at all. You really shouldn't. You're too soft to be in politics.
I didn't bring this up in the last conversation because I think it just was distracted from the issue that we were discussing, but a clear example of this that I'd say raises legitimate concerns. So, and I saw you talk about this with Pierce Morgan too when you brought up Kanye West and those remarks. Okay, so I know you're bored of the subject, but just for the sake of clarity, what Kanye West said, I'm going deaf country on Jewish people. Nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with policy. He said deaf country on Jewish people. And you admitted, I think, in the videos after that, from what I've seen, and it looks like I haven't seen, but from what I've seen, admitted I fumbled on that a little bit.
Make sure you keep it locked to 5 FM because when the hype needs a break, that's your cue to win. Get hyped with 5. Check out the 5FM app or website for more info.
Alright, go on to TikTok, Instagram, wherever you find us at 5FM. Let us know, does this Yano?
Is asleep, Kamala? Is it a dance party with Beyonce? Beyonce?
had a suggestion, but I don't think yours is actually.
I'm barely coherent.
One day and went to this Republican executive committee, and I was the only young black there, mouthful of gold teeth, and I kept trying to speak on the microphone, and I ran into Greg Abbott, one of his aides. He said, "What do you want to say?" I said, "Man, I remember this party used to embrace niggas." He was a young white boy, so we could talk this language. He a hip hop white boy. Used to embrace niggas. I want to get him. Get him back to embracing niggas. But I noticed the police was starting to profile me and come over here and try to see what's going on. He gave me his card. So the next morning, I called down to the Tarrant County GOP Republican Party and spoke to Jen Hall and Shelley Pritchard. I said, "Ma'am, I came to, I'm a conservative nigga who just so happens to vote Republican. I'm trying to see if they're offended by what I'm saying, rather than listen to what I'm saying. I'm delivering it very articulate with manners." I said, "I went to a meeting last night and I was shunned as a black man, mouthful of gold teeth, and I can bring folks in from over here." So they invited me to come down and they adopted me. They took in my youth organization. So I couldn't, here I am, I'm working in the black community, fighting against black people, but I got all these white people. They say racist Republican. They're sewing into me from the Terrence Star Republican Women's Club. I'm building a relationship with judges where when black people get in trouble. I say, "Yana, he works for me over there." "Oh, he does, Charleston? Show us some proof." So I'm building relationships because why would I be a Democrat and there's hardly any Democratic judges? And all my people, these judges, with a mouthpiece.
In 200 meters, your destination will be on the left.
So, I found out that white people aren't really racist. They prejudiced. They prejudiced. We all prejudiced. We're all ethnocentric ideologies that think it's better than others.
Your destination is on the left.
We just don't understand each other. So I start bringing niggas around, these white Republican people with dreads and tattoos who had murder cases, and they see redemption in these people because they hear the stories. So now we're all partnering together to work with children. We're doing reading programs. So I let the divisiveness of America's culture and temperament at the time. George Floyd killing. So, yeah, man, I didn't want to be connected to hate because I was starting to hate. But I wasn't hating white people. I was hating black people.
Probably do it out of necessity, and then there are those who are corrupt just out of pure greed that you may find. Remember Jackie Silek was a senior, paid handsomely, but cost 1.5 million a year. Yeah, pure greed. That was just pure greed. However, those that do it out of necessity, not justifying it, but it's there. So I think it's a bit of
done it?
Yes.
When was the last time? This morning.
You know, when you don't want to queue, at the traffic, whatever, and then you have to pay somebody, you know, to skip the.
Can we do that too?
I mean, do that all the time.
Yeah, you can just give when you go to the traffic department.
Oh yeah.
There's guys who will run for you over a connection.
Exactly. All that stuff like that. So I think it's a civil servant issue. It's not just a cops issue because if you go into the medical field, you'll find that there are also some corrupt, you know, people who work there who misuse funds, who hire camera cousins and all of that stuff. Yeah.
Oh no, there's a funny story of a cop. He's also in trouble, so there was a cover-up. They said there was a break-in or whatever it is. Oh, turns out he brought a sex worker home.
Yeah.
And then she cleaned him out. Gun, laptop, phones. Yeah. And now they Lushaba is the surname, and there was a cover-up, and now him and the guys who helped him are arrested. And I'm like, damn, bro,
that's crazy.
Yeah, in his home.
What do you have for us?
To answer Saul's question at first, you asked how much do parliament members get? Approximately the basic salary is about 1,275,000.
100K a month.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. And then you'll still find something.
And then a cabinet minister earns approximately 2.6 million. Approximately that amount.
That's a lot of cash.
And that's excluding the other, you know, streams of income like speaking fees when they speak in this, you know, whatever. So
and all the perks, all the perks, and the free drivers and
cars,
and house and
so sometimes money doesn't deter people from not being.
I think as South Africans we know that. We've seen that. That it's not the thievery or theft that happens has little to do with poverty. Poverty plays a role in certain sectors of our society. However, at that level, you can't say I stole because I'm poor. Because part of this case is that they asked for 1,000 rands paid when they were given bail. And the highest, is most senior in this group of people, particularly Lieutenant General Dusan Kumalo, he earns 1,220, 1.2 million rands. Not a month.
A year, so a month is
surely he should be able to afford the 10,000 rands paid. And if you know the law, you get that money back if you are found not guilty. Salaries, policemen?
Okay, before I answer to the salaries of policemen, you asked how many police officers were arrested. Since 2019, this was an article that was posted by DA. Approximately 4,000 police officers have been arrested.
4,000?
Yes.
That's a big number.
It is. Considering I think we've got 200 cops in the country. 100,000? So what's 200,000 cops?
We have 176,000 cops.
So 4,000 is a chunk. If there's that little, number of
their salaries range about 115. That's an average. And then if you are a brigadier, you have 200,000 per year.
Yeah, I'm a constable. Yeah. How much is the loan?
200,000 a year.
Yeah.
That's not a lot.
Does that justify the behavior though? Because here's the thing.
No. That's how I started.
Never.
Gentlemen, have you ever watched these shows on Moja Life, right? Where you hear people say, I went to the police station, they told me go to Moja Life, go to X Repo. And you wonder what the police do it? But now when there might be an argument there these people are fair up, they're not getting
but it also has to be mentioned that South African police are one of the most traumatized policemen in the world. They are one of the most overworked policemen. They're exposed to so much nonsense of us doing all sorts of stuff because they're policing a country that is arguably one of the most violent countries in the world without a war. And that's what they deal with as well. It's easy to dismiss them as do your work, but some of them, they are physically and mentally incapable of executing their job. You remember the reason why Dudu took leave?
But now if you're a brigadier or you're a constable, commissioner,
in a police station.
That's
Are you not
1.5 million.
because I'm assuming you are getting paid well. I'm assuming you are not in the streets, right? Aren't you ashamed when you hear that your station is on TV and somebody's saying, I went to that police station and I was told, no, go to X-ray, go to Watch Alarm.
Justice. You're a reality show.
Does it show that I stumbled upon? I posted the thing. They went to a police station with this guy who raped his own. So, nje so vele kulira manje. So ngihlala kama mkhulu wami kulira Tseko. Ngihlala neThaiba la. So manje sisiyangeva. Ikasi si7 6 boys 1 girl. So ngisho ukuthi yazi basitshala. Bese mina ngihlala neThaiba la sisho ukuthi singashaya ikhabutra yakhe. Singibuya ke manje sengijoyina ya group leya. Thema la malisipani la uma mkhulu wami nje tenda tabuya leki. Wongo. Uzobulala umntana. Majoni sakane kids futhi. Kona yi futhi first performance yami market lane. Nangase market lane. Yeah, la market lane. Ngifuma khona. Uroni nyakala aceda ukushaya baba action aceda ukushaya yizo ngisho beka student. Yeah. So ngashaya. So mina siza. Ngizoperforma yena ushaya lethi. Ushaya lethi. Eskenza. So thina representative. Uyabona umuntu ombona ku-TV lasiphinde umjida mbona this week unaye la so ngikhula nje vele soloku-ke ngiza nayo-ke ngijoyina-ke ama-community group after Tsakane Kids ngaya ePitseng eMbizeni Cultural Academy Tsakane saba ne-collaboration ne-Love Life and then after lapho ngeza e-YT which was Hotzo House. Yeah, so eHotzo House kula-ke bengibona khona eZibaya nawe-ke lapho ngisakubonile nabo Alfred Ntombela nayenedalaba yena so abantu abaphaya ngabona lapha ngabona nala market yethu namhlanje ngizobuyela but then umuntu vele uku-theatre because after yona ngavaya ngihlala qedile imatric so imatric ngiyiqeda kaso ngiyaqeda imatric ngiyayifeyila ngiyayifeyila imatric yami angina-next month engizoyenza leyo ngayo-rewriter mangiceda uku-rewriter ngafeyila futhi ceda uku-rewriter phela bathi pieces is pinball nami ngayikrepha azange ngipasi ukuthi ngiyamangayifeyila I had to go yeah mangi-rewriter ngapisha futhi ngajoyina-ke le group lapha-ke ePitseng eMbizeni Cultural Academy nginceka-ke namajita because bengafuni ukungena i-crime esesekuduzane beseyigogota because uyarandela ugathi ithweni uzoqala njalo ugada ithweni yeah uqala ngaleyo nini wuwe bese uyabona hey why because ubeka i-history yakho yokwenza imali ekhaya before it yeah now you're done so family name being a history for it yeah access azange uphuza abantu abadala wasiphuza self mfowethu thing irejo mfowethu amnike mfowethu into lezi babude ukuthi kunezinye izinto engeke sikwazi ukukhuluma ngazo ngake ngahambe la eFinasha kubuhlungu kithi ngenxa yabangani yabo so izinto engeke nginikele finamana so kunezinye izinto engazikuzikhuza kuzo at first hand mangabe ngiyakwazi ukuyibona ngazo le izobuyisela
nawo asazifunela nawo impilo ukhuliswa umuntu okhulayo ama-grootman mfowethu ukuyabona ukhuliswa umuntu ongasipani naye usafuna isipani naye usafuna ukuzidiscovera ezumjika nawe ngabe uyamcela yabo into engiyake ekhaya njalo so if uya uzikhuza akekho uzokhuza ngoba ne-grootman yakho nayo idinga umuntu ozoyikhuza uyayibona so if kuya ukhona-ke ukuzikhuza hard luck uzofunda njengathi uzolimala uzosha bese uzokwazi-ke ukufunda ukuthi le so kunama-saying abantu abajwayele basho ukuthi if abakhulu bayithanda hayi siphila ngalezo if awubabizanga ungayi ngeke ufe angeke ufe abupheli cabanga kunomuntu bekajabula ngo-2010 athi feel it is here kodwa thina this year esineje umsakazana esimile nabayana emanabele so mbona ukuthi kumnandi kufana khulu kusa DJ Sibuda la kusazoyenza usazoba kumini ngeke kufana usana legend sometimes nazithi Pitori things Mamelodi or is it Atteridgeville is it social group or is it the town zithi sosha mfowethu kodiji khabo awuthina mulinela mabra neketsana go di age central nekena go ka sengo ba re ke via Philip neketsama ga ba feta Valman le Bible school ke tlo re feta transfer nya lenza ntse ma age nya icaba social na hele me majini kodiji makala nekithwa na awufika TT nekifewa tewa mo villagas engine garage phume Joes ngiyayibona bese ngene ke ngamagogo innocent awuchamba nosekris awuchamba shout out to you yahasile innocent ke mafuso ngawayinta kibo ke but ngicala ngahlala uayanda sithele ngona sithele ukuthi spaces so ayanda siyabonga machana mfowethu akwande la uthathe khona awuchamba you know the story as ukuthi sibuya kumhlaba wonke jikelele so ayanda sithele ke bangibiza ngahlala little flat isengasuka khona ayihlala eDamoto eseleni dumile ke eSunnyside ngihlala eSunnyside manje eDamoto noma kwenye out bathi bush ngifaka utheko ratuna ngifaka la mtelo ngicela la ngihlala ngespa so ngiyatravel every day stay theater until innocent boy so mina ngilezi yesibuni bengingokunyamalala ekhaya uthethe unyamalala unyaka wonke mara ngihlala 3 months ngihlala 3 months kabani ngihlala 4 months uphinde futhi ngahamba yazazi ukuthi anginafokola angina-next asikanjani ngibo ngicontributor ngo-clean anginamali yempuphu ngeke ngahlala nakhabutha bangifunwa okumuntu Thembisi ayi awuthamukele yake thaba ngifuna uyinja wena sinamba besigibele itaxi sinemali eshotayo sigibele sitshela udriver sesiyafona sitshela udriver sesiyafona ukuthi awuthamba kahle kahle la siyashota asikwati itaxi driver bona wena ukhuluma nganisangena enanyanyisa manje I don't know how many times imali ngofika Josi icela-ke esangweni elayini esangweni mfowethu besicela la akazembe incosi yami ifirstborn yami so ithembisa-ke ngiyayikena-ke kwanta nasemangweni uvusa imdini sobekayini usikheki boy umzini-ke nale so ngikhula kanjalo kwena mabula mhlala khabo bani until ngitheni out abathi uBenjamin Bells ngimitha sengimithe uBenjamin Bells simmitha ngenza iplay nabolebu nenye awuthamba thulebu umphahlele shout out to uyana nomunye iproducer abathi uAndre Stalls so besenza iChekhov festival la eJoburg Theatre so samithana nabo Ben and then ngathola opportunity yokufunda eVets drama for life fika khona ke drama for life ngiyabona ukuthi la ngathi sizoshuba la mina ngifuna into ezofaka inyuku ngapha yisigela kumele sithathe inyuku kimi remember mabuda phela thina abanye sibuye emafamily
beef and going back into the past. Now, let's address the whole idea behind beef. I hate beef. I hate getting angry at people, and I am not currently in any beefs, all right? So I want to just make sure that we're very, very clear about that. Even when you have disagreements, that don't necessarily be beef. And even when you have miscommunication, it's not necessarily beef. It's really just that, miscommunication, and sometimes misunderstandings, but beef is a whole nother concept. So I want people to really understand that I have no ill will and no negative feelings or sentiments towards people. When you get past a certain age, that stuff is old, because the goal, getting out of the hood and the goal growing up, is to get to this point in life to where you can enjoy life, things are awesome, you know, you want to be able to ride your bike and have fun, and you know, you do all of the things that make you happy versus giving energy or negativity to things that don't necessarily add value into your life. So if you ever dealing with something where you feel like it is putting you in a negative space, and this is not directed towards anything or anyone in particular, that's a fact. But if you ever dealing with something to where it is drawing you into a negative space, or it consistently, and this could be a girl, right? It could be a chick that you're talking to. It could be a circle that you're surrounded by. It could be a job that you in. It can be an environment that you continue to subject yourself to. You got to remove yourself, and you got to surround yourself with things that make you or put you in a better space that allow for you to be a more complete human being. You see what I'm saying? You are the sum total of the people that you surround yourself with. And so you're going to evolve throughout your life, and you're going to see things, you're going to go through things. It kind of reminds me of high school. When I think about high school, when I think about a lot of times when you run into people that are only focused on how great they was in high school, it's like, you're telling me that was like your apex, that was the top of where you was at? You know what I'm saying? Like, I went to my high school reunion one time. I went to my 10-year high school reunion, and it was cool, running into everybody. And then after that, like, man, I'm not going to all of the meetups. I'm not going to no 20-year. I'm not doing none of that because, and it's not that the people aren't cool or whatever like that, but especially when you talk about this social media era, you already can see where I'm at. You can see what I'm doing every single day. A lot of people already know what's happening with me. I know, or I keep in touch with the people that I'm really, really cool with, or the people that I've been friends with since high school, or even all the way down to kindergarten. You know what I'm saying? And it's because we are equally yoked and we're going into the same direction. Sometimes people are only there in your life for that time, and that time is awesome, but you don't have to always relive it. You don't always have to go back to it, because you're going and you're growing. Both of y'all are growing into different directions. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that what people don't understand a lot of times, especially when you get older, and I'm going to assume that a lot of people is of mixed ages. I looked at my demographics. We study them every month because we also got to submit them to the sponsors and stuff. But I looked at my demographic, and my demographic go all the way from maybe like 18, 20 up to like 54, majority men. And so when I speak to the majority of the audience that is resonating or following the content. I don't speak in general, just to the general sentiment of people. Now, it can be applied for everybody, but my whole point is that growth is good. Growth is good. For me, specifically, if you notice, I never, ever am looking to go backwards or taking 200 steps backwards just to recapture a feeling, and I certainly, and this is really, really the biggest thing, I never do what people tell me I'm supposed to do. I do what I think makes the most sense as far as the direction that God is leading me in. And like I said, sometimes you link up with people, or sometimes you go, and it's an awesome thing. It's an awesome thing. I'm not going to try to go back into something for money. I'm not going to try to do, like, I don't even want to go back to previous jobs. I could amicably split from a job, and I never leave a job on bad blood or in a bad space. And I never feel a certain type of way with that job. But I'm going to just tell you, honest to God, there is nothing in my life that I feel like, or I look back in the past and I say, man, I want to go back to that, or man, I want to recapture that. I'm not interested in that. It ain't a job that I've never been to that I'm saying, yo, I want to go back to that, because I'm so focused on where I'm going instead of where I come from. It ain't a woman or a hoe that I didn't deal with where I'm like, man, that was a great, no, she was there for a moment, and she was there, and we had a great time, and now it's time to move on from her. You know what I'm saying? The only things I like old is money and classic cars. That's it. But I prefer new money more than I prefer old money, and I prefer newer cars more than I prefer the classics. I drive the new ones, but I look at the classics, and sometimes I pull it out, and it's a nice thing, and then I get into it, and I'm like, these windows is different to try to roll up, or I gotta get this check engine light. Nah. I like all of my shit new. I like growth, and just because you like new and you like growth does not mean that you don't want everybody else to win. I want everybody to win. I want people to be successful in whatever it is that they're successful in. but I'm always going to be searching for new. I'm always going to be searching for growth. And when people grow, it doesn't mean that they have to be, it just means that they grow in two different directions. Now, of course, you know, this is the internet, so people are messy, and so they always take it to mean something else or whatever like that. It doesn't. Genuinely in my heart, it doesn't. It just means that I got people in my own family that I grew up with. When we see each other, it's love. But am I checking for every single person that I used to rock with in my past? Absolutely not, because I'm too focused on my future. I'm focused on living life. And I think that when you get past a certain age sometimes, for some of us, not all of us, there's a lot of us that still live in our past. When you get past a certain age sometimes, you realize that life is too short to be focused on any kind of negativity as far as trying to have problems with people. And life is too short to be doing what everybody else tells you to do. I am 1,000% focused on growth. I'm 1,000% focused on enjoying life. And next year, I'm going to have newer cars and I'm going to have newer growth. This year, I'm going to continue to trend in a positive direction. It's funny because even when I look at my numbers continue to evolve and grow. It's all about slow growth, progress, and continuing to push yourself to be successful. That's what life is about for me. So that's my message for the morning. I love you guys. I appreciate y'all. I hope y'all focus on growth. I hope y'all focus on the money. And I hope y'all focus on balling and get to it. That's what life is about. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to see y'all for the Millionaire Morning Show. We rock out with that at around between 7:30 Eastern, so adjust for your time zone. And we're going to have a great week. I got a lot of dope stuff coming in. I got my homegirl Mika flying in. I got some friends flying in. I got a whole lot of stuff that I'm working on. And we got some pre-recorded shows that we're doing for this channel in particular that I really enjoyed. We piloted them a couple of weeks ago, and now we're about to go full-fledged. Now that we're able to look at the analytics and the statistics, we see the opportunities that's in that. Even when it comes to this platform, I want to grow, and I don't even care about like what other people think. I want to grow in a certain direction, and I want to continue to evolve. And I don't want to be the same person that I was yesterday. And I love you guys. I absolutely do. Thank y'all for continuing to rock me. Again, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon link is in the description. And then teach Hanley 40% off your first order plus a free gift. Plus 20% off for life. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to holler at y'all later. See y'all today.
Exactly. So that's what
everybody don't get it though. Like to me, dad means to discipline and direction. That's what I'm here for my child. So if I leave my child on the wrong path, then it's the path she gonna take for life.
Okay.
But a lot of times look at it like Diane and Canaan. Not Canaan, Cain.
I watch that.
Okay, Power, they was done, like the kids was done from the start because the way Monet raised them, they got no choice but to live this life. Mm-hmm. So it's always kind of the parents' fault.
But it's a choice that we made.
You're making them choices based on the things that you normalize. A lot of your morals and the way that you move comes from your parents. It comes from your surroundings. It comes from the things that people normalize when you were younger. So when you adopt that's the only way you know how to move. Now, yes, at a certain point, you have, as for yourself, you have to stop putting the blame on your parents and try to adjust. That's if you want change, though. But if you don't want change, you just want to always look back to what your influence is. People don't even recognize how much those influences guide their judgment, the way they make decisions in their everyday life.
But you gotta be aware of that to even change that. If they don't know that's why the way that they is, they just think they just got that way.
Well, who taught them that awareness, though? Everything you know you was taught. The way that you think, somebody taught you how to think that.
That's true. Yeah. But it's an and, it's not an or.
It's an and. It's all encompassing.
It doesn't absolve you from being responsible. Listen, you go out and you kill somebody, you want to fucking jail. I don't care what the previous history was. The other side of it, though, is and he was raised around killers. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that it's a clear-cut answer. I think it's all on an individual basis. But yeah.
I may be wrong about my father. I don't think I am, but I may be. I do think that in his testimony to the ad hoc committee, Matala deploys a deception strategy. And effectively what he does is to make sure that we are as far away as possible from concluding that Sibia is a criminal. But what does he do? Remember, the PKTT has recordings in which he says he gave money to Sibia. Now, part of what I think is his deception strategy is when he says, my voice was manipulated.
Yeah.
So that we cannot rely on the recordings from the PKTT. But here's the problem. The Madlanga Commission is not the ad hoc committee.
Oh yeah.
I think under cross-examination, Matlala is not going to fare as well as he did with the ad hoc committee. I think it's going to suffer and suffer badly. Because what may happen is that the moment he says, my voice was manipulated, the commission is going to produce evidence to the effect that they have consulted and have worked with experts in the area who have shown, and they'll say, here's the evidence. They have shown that was your voice.
Yeah.
Your voice was not manipulated.
Absolutely. And what was interesting for me with the intersection of the Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee was when Brown Mokhotsi was testifying, Advocate Chaskelson said, we have chats between you and Morgan Maumera.
Yes.
Cyril Ramaphosa's nephew.
Yes.
Which show that he had an interest in this Medicare 24 tender with the police, which is really the center of all of this.
Yes.
And of course, we have reporting from Jeff Wicks and others showing those two involved in the Tembisa hospital situation. And yet, I was quite shocked to see that some members of parliament didn't raise those questions to Matlala. So I agree. I think, in some ways, in cat-like fashion, he was able to wriggle his way out of being asked some of the really tough questions and having the evidence to then counter some of his claims.
Can I talk briefly about people like Jeff Wicks? Fortunately, it's not John Wick. People like Jeff Wicks and Kyle Cowan.
Yeah.
Who are examples of the excellent investigative journalism that has exposed some of this corruption. So I've been doing a lot of research about cartels globally. We can come back to that.
Yeah. I would add Karen Dolly onto that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You know, Ruby, the number of journalists globally. Let me say the number of investigative journalists who've been killed investigating organized crime of one kind or another is higher than the number of journalists who've been killed in wars. Now, of course, it shows you that if you look at this from the perspective of the cartels, the work that is being done by people like Jeff Wicks is impactful because it exposes these links between cartels and politics, for instance. Between cartels and the criminal justice system as a whole. And therefore, we should regard investigative journalists who are doing this work as national treasures and do everything possible to make sure that they are secure, they are protected. Because, as I say, the number of journalists globally who have died investigating organized crime is higher than the number of journalists who have been killed in wars.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kat Matlala and Morgan Maumela, for me, that was a moment that I don't think a lot of people fully appreciated when Chaskelson said, Mr. Mokhotsi, we've got evidence of conversations between Maumela and Matlala. And this now then draws the link between Maumela and Matlala much more clearly. The only other link we had before was that Beki Cele and Matlala met at Maumela's Zimbali residence, purportedly. Or he gave them a code to get into Zimbali. So yes, this is quite interesting because I'm really keen to know what the link is and what those messages reveal, and I suspect we'll get that late this year, early next year.
Well, those of us who are members of the SMWX cartel are not surprised. Because remember, we're still trying to draw the organogram because the organogram is incomplete. So I suspect we can start penciling in Maumela when we look at the Big Five cartel. The question I've been asking myself is this: the Big Five? Are these the 5 top criminals in the country? Or the Big Five, as Komalo suggests, refers to the top 5 members, the leadership structure of the cartel. Remember some years ago, former President Thabo Mbeki, delivering a State of the Nation address, says, we are investigating the top 200 criminals in the country. Now, I don't know what happened to that work because we never got a report. You know? But when I look at when President Thabo Mbeki made one speech, the Maumelas, the Matlalas represent a generation younger than those who were part of the 200, or to the extent that part of the 200 top criminals of that time may still be alive. They are now older. And we are transitioning from them to the current generation of Matlala and Mamela and Katiso Muliv. That's what could be happening at the moment.
Yeah.
But let me tell you what worries me. Or another thing that worries me. So, we've been listening to what is being said at the Ad Hoc Committee and Matlala Commission. And the picture that is emerging is that the cartels have captured senior subs officers. They've captured the generals. They've captured members of the NPA. They have captured members of the judiciary. And having said that, I think it's going to be very difficult to prove that Judge Lidwaba got 2.5 million rand. If that can be proved, I think the country will be shocked.
Yeah.
Because we believe, as a country, that the judiciary is the last line of defense. And we believe the judiciary is incorruptible. Now, but remember what I've said before, that it is my belief that the judiciary is independent, but it is not my belief that all judges are independent. It is therefore not my belief that all judges are incorruptible, as we saw last week in the case of Judge Patlan. You know. So here's what worries me. We are focusing on the relationship between cartels and senior subs officers.
Yeah.
Whereas most South Africans who experience the corruption of the police do so at the level of the police station. In other words, most South Africans experience the link between syndicates and police officers at the level of the police station, to the extent that at local level, criminal syndicates have captured police stations. So we need to distinguish between the two.
Yeah.
The capture of a police general or a commissioner and so on, the senior people in the police service. We need to distinguish that capture from the capture of the police officers at station level, police station level. Because what that represents is the reality that syndicates at local level have captured police stations. And that has serious implications, because when I look at, let's say, the Johannesburg CBD or the inner city, and I look at the inner city in Durban, what do I see? Parts of the Joburg inner city or the CBD are liberated zones. They are under the control of the drug syndicates and other kinds of syndicates who work with corrupt police officers at police station level. What that means is that at that level of the inner city or the CBD, those areas that fall under the control of what I would call local level syndicates are liberated zones that are beyond the reach of the state. For me, actually, when you look at what Mkwanazi described in this way, you then realize that these liberated zones may become zones from which attacks on the state may be launched. So for me, this corrupt relationship between the police and syndicates may be more pernicious at local level in terms of state security and national security than it may be when it comes to the link between the upper echelons of the police and drug syndicates.
And we've recently heard not just those working in the criminal justice system, but those within the national security infrastructure ringing the alarm. So we recently heard from the head of the Navy who lent weight to this idea that there are those who are following the dictates of syndicates We've heard from the chief medical officer of the military. We've heard from some generals. So if you really take a step back and look at this year, and you start from the DRC moment, and you go all the way to the Madlanga Commission, it's been a year where those who are in charge of security, national and domestic and criminal justice, have sounded the alarm to the country. And this is quite a worrying year when you really take a step back.
Yes, remember, in our last conversation, we're talking about cartels in places like Colombia, Mexico, and so on. Now, remember that when it comes to drug trafficking, Southern Africa, the SADC region, has become one of the hubs when it comes to the global supply chain system of drug trafficking. Now, you look at Venezuela. You have this cartel called the Cartel de la Sol. Who are those? These are military officers who run this cartel. So Trump decides he's going to bomb boats not far from the coast of Venezuela. Why? Because he says the president of Venezuela is actually the head of a drug cartel. Now, if you look at what Trump is doing, and all signs are now pointing towards a ground offensive in Venezuela. The pretext is he's going after these drug cartels in Venezuela. He's not going to stop with Venezuela. He'll continue to other countries, which means the supply chain system of drug cartels, the global supply chain system of drug cartels, is being disrupted by what Trump is doing. We are not an exception when it comes to this. We're part of this problem. Our own drug cartels in the region, the SADC region, and in South Africa are going to be affected by these disruptions in supply chain systems of the drug trafficking cartels. So the link between South Africa and its cartels, SADC and its cartels, and what is happening in places like South America, and how cartels in South America are being disrupted by Trump, is going to have an effect, because it means our cartels must start thinking about a different distribution system. Working with those drug cartels that are being disrupted in South America, they together will reconfigure the supply chain system for drug trafficking in the world. And the question you must ask is, what are the implications for our drug cartels? And therefore, what are the implications for national and state security? Now, this takes me to Admiral Luis.
Yes, the head of the Navy.
Our host. Admiral Luis is asking a very painful question. He asks, could it be that decisions about reducing budget allocations for defense are about making sure that we don't have enough security against drug cartels? In other words, could it be that there's a link between budget allocations for defense and drug cartels?
Yeah.
I hope the answer is no.
Yeah, it's a serious question. It's a very serious question, and it does beg the question, what has made these senior members of the military speak out?
Yes.
Because it wouldn't have been a mistake. Clearly, there are conversations about the fact that the South African public needs to know some of these things.
Yes.
Because I'm assuming their internal pleas have not been fully heeded.
Well, I'll go back to something I've been harping on.
Yeah.
The fact that the intelligence function sits in the office of the president. Some people think this is an attack on a particular president with the surname Ramaphosa. I don't have a problem. That's not my problem. My problem is locating the function in the office of the president, irrespective of who the president is. Now, we come from a time when some people in the intelligence environment talking about a certain former president of the country used to argue that the problem with the president is that he does not rely on state intelligence services. he has created private intelligence capacity. Now, what that meant is that at that time, there was a level of mistrust between the president and the intelligence services. And maybe the president was justified not to rely on state intelligence services because he may have come to the conclusion either they're useless or ineffective or corrupt. And therefore is going to create private intelligence capacity. Now, of course, the creation of private intelligence capacity by a head of state may at some point become a threat to both national and state security. So it is something that must be discouraged. It's not something we should welcome. But there is a time when some personalities in the intelligence environment allege that the head of state has no confidence in state intelligence services and has created private intelligence capacity, pointing to some level of mistrust or distrust between the intelligence services and the head of state. What I am picking up is that there is a level of mistrust between senior people in the military and the political class. So when you have an admiral like Lubisi and other generals making these noises in which they insinuate that the political class, decision makers within the political class and in the state are acting in the interest of drug cartels. When you hear such senior people in the military, in the army, in the navy, and so on, making such allegations, to me it suggests there's a lack of trust between the politicians and senior officers in the navy and in the army and so on. And the question is, what is the source of that mistrust? When I listen to them, there's a running theme. They start with the fiasco in Eastern DRC. And they seem to be saying that fiasco would not have happened if defense was not being defunded by the politicians. They also seem to be saying that the capacity to arrest the problem of drug trafficking is being undermined by decisions made by politicians to defund defense. Well, not just defense, and the police service. So these two critical components of state capacity are being defunded. It's quite possible that is for genuine economic reasons. Or, alternatively, what is being alleged by senior officers in the military and the navy is true. That politicians are making decisions to defund the police, to defund defense, acting in the interests of criminals and drug cartels. Now, this is an admiral. I don't think an admiral would just go on a frolic of his own to make such a serious allegation unless there's a basis, either for the allegation or the suspicion. Whether the suspicion is grounded in truth or not, it does point to a problem between politicians and senior people in the military and the navy. That's not good.
It seemed for a while as if the Mkhwanazi allegations had...
Part of the reason why monetization on TikTok is taking a lot of time, people think that TikTok is the one that's holding it back. It's actually our very own government and the Competition Commission that is actually, because it needs to be legislated.
Oh yes.
You get what I'm saying? Remember, the money that creators are making on this platform, that money is supposed to be taxed. And a lot of these content creators are not paying tax, then you forget. Just because the government is not...
They're not?
Your YouTubers should be paying tax on this money.
People, I mean...
You get what I'm saying? So the government should and could actually be going after these creators and saying, hey, you're making money from YouTube, this is our cut, where's it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're not, for whatever reason, or maybe they will at some point, right? So TikTok is trying to avoid that by making sure that they are getting into the right contractual and legal what with the government of South Africa, and that's what sometimes is delayed. That's information that I didn't know, that I had to ask. Okay, Fanny, what's going on? Because everybody's gonna be asking me about this. Why is this not happening in Africa as it is happening elsewhere? And you find that monetization, for instance, does not only not happen in South Africa. There are other territories of South Africa that it's not happening simply because of the framework that is there that is not allowing it to happen as quickly as it can. But also, let's be honest, these companies take advantage of that. You understand?
Yeah.
Like the tariff thing with the Chinese.
Yeah.
Are we waiving the tariffs for Africa? No, they know they're gonna benefit. It's just an enticement.
Hey, that thing, man. You heard that thing about the tariffs.
Yeah.
So China, for all African countries has dropped tariffs. So African countries can export, which we don't do, by the way.
Exactly.
To China for free of charge. And my theory is, with the wars happening with America, the tariff wars, America is a huge market for everyone, because they consume, you know what I mean?
A lot.
A lot. As much as they produce too.
Yeah.
But now China is sitting here with these massive tariffs and can't export all these things to America, all these cars, the clothing, the Sheins and Timus of this world.
Yeah.
And now they've got all this backlog in stock that they'll dump on Africa. Because truth is, we don't send shit to China. What do we export to China?
Exactly. So what's going to be that relationship? I don't mind that.
And also they're baiting us, bro. They're baiting us because they're saying, we are doing this. What are you gonna do for us?
Yeah, so
it's supposed to be reciprocal. And once we're saying, okay, fine, we're also gonna reciprocate that by not putting on tariffs on China, what then happens? China
and already our industry is
Sorry, you asked me about
your story.
So you got to get it away. Yeah, so beautiful story. Dallas has put out a video right now. Okay. Talking about Dallas. He's back. He's doing very well. He's on his recovery, and he put out a video talking about how he's grateful that God allowed him to survive the stroke, and he's gonna be sharing the journey with South Africa Sound. Me personally, my question on that is, I've seen that whenever celebrities become the face of something, much is expected of them. Much will automatically be delivered. Okay, what I'm saying. So my question to you, gentlemen, is, do you feel that him becoming the face of this campaign that it's not an official campaign per se, right?
Face of what?
Face of
stroke.
Let's just put it. Face of face off. I fucked up. Now I'm back doing well. I'm gonna be a good boy.
He had a stroke. So like I said, hey,
okay, let me qualify that. Let me qualify that a little bit, right? So we all know that when that happened to him, and people started talking about, he was to lifestyle led to this, right? So here's what my worry is. Okay, let me just put it this way. Here's what my worry is, right? That I'm very happy that he's trying to help people by showing people his recovery and that it can happen to you. That the grace of God, the grace of God can actually, help you heal and all of that, right? But my concept was so now if he gets into this, people are gonna get some. Okay, fine. Every time now they see him at a club after this, like
no.
But not when like a look.
He can't.
Yeah, he was thinking just like from there. So the face
but he can't.
Yeah, the face off was there. I just phrased it wrong.
Yes. Yeah. No. Remember, guys, you must take the good with the bad.
Yeah.
If you make yourself the face or
survivor
of survival, of surviving a stroke.
Yes.
And we sort of know your lifestyle before.
Yeah.
Because lifestyle decisions can lead up to a stroke.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know what he did. I know he drank and sold alcohol. I mean, boom. Remember, boom. Yeah.
What the hell is it, boom?
Bamboo. Bamboo. He was like the one selling in South Africa or something like that. He's got to deal with them. And you're all white parties, and it's not only clothes that were white and consumed.
Extremely white parties.
Very white parties. Sniff. Alright, so when you now make yourself the face of walking away from that lifestyle, you can't be seen to dabble in it.
Yeah.
Who allow he one time almost did this and I just couldn't. He once flushed all the alcohol he had down the drain and down the toilet and turned to God. We can't see him now. We can't see him there at Live. You know what I mean? Like consuming all these things. So I feel like what's Mufasga Salamina Musese? Hauser, yeah, he's the diabetes guy. You know what I mean? We can't see him, you know, playing 50 cents candy shop or something like that. But you know what I mean? No. But legit, we can't see him, for example, you know? That's why I'm very careful with my things. Yes. I'm very, very careful with my things and having to make yourself the champion of a particular cause, because it might limit you in certain bags, it might limit you in certain, you know, activities that you probably are okay with. So if he's chosen that, then of course we can't see him drinking. Like, he's irresponsible.
Now my thing is with that, I think it depends on the angle he takes. Is he going to take the angle of, listen guys, I was living this lifestyle and this is what contributed to, you know, me having a stroke? Or is he like, listen, honestly, that is not what attributed to it. Yes, I was going out, yes, I was drinking, yes, I was hosting parties, but that's not what attributed to it. It's a genetic thing, or it's a I think rather let's wait and see what he has got, what his narrative is going to be, because literally all he says,
are you gonna believe him if he says that genetically I was predisposed to getting a stroke? When we know the lifestyle he lived. It's like if I got a stroke today, everybody will say, well shit, he's obese, he's been drinking, we see him on the podcast, you know what I mean? You almost can't even say, I had a predisposition of stroke.
I think it's in the way that he's going to tell it. Honestly, it's literally in the way that he's going to tell it. How honest is he going to be with us? Because now if he says, no, actually, this is something that I grew up with, it started off as whatnot, or it's something from my family, or in the last couple of years, I was not eating properly. You know what I mean? So there's many ways that he can go about this. Next thing in terms of things, he hit my life. Come on,
that was a stroke of genius.
But so to close that off, yes, that's what he put out. Look, just to be responsible, yes, drinking excessively does cause problems. That leads to stroke. I think it's something called cardiac arrhythmia. That's when your heart is beating faster than usual or slower than usual. So excessive drinking and substances. Cardiac arrhythmia.
Do you know what we call it? When you start drinking the
that's the shakes. What the shakes? That's the shakes.
Now your hands are shaking.
That's the shakes, man. Come on.
Yes, that's the shakes.
Shakes and legs.
Yeah.
I have to see for that one.
Yeah, but anyway, it depends on how he packages this. Well, that was
no, but I think him packaging it as I make decisions and this is where they got me will have a bigger impact as far as even changing people's ways and other people saying, oh damn man, I'm not exercising, because that's another big thing, right? But I'm drinking, I'm eating this.
I've always wanted to paint this picture that we, like Caesar's wife, are beyond reproach. We are the countries that are supposed to tell the world what to do. We are the ones that are the home of this, or the homes of these institutions, whether it's Transparency International, all these non-governmental organizations whose claim to fame is that they look for faults everywhere and to characterize administrations which they call regimes as being corrupt. And this is the kind of narrative that they wanted to push. They wanted to push a narrative that to ensure that Russia is besmirched. They characterize every administration that is seen to be pro-Moscow as corrupt. And they did that very effectively. And riding on the crest of that propaganda, Zelensky then rose to power, as I've already indicated, rising to power on the basis that we are going to fight corruption. But we all know
that corruption is alive and well in all societies. That is the reality. It's just the degree that varies from one society to the other. And in certain societies, it is the exception rather than the rule. In certain societies, it is the rule rather than the exception. So when Zelensky came out as this messiah who was going to liberate Ukraine from the chains of Russia, and the only way to do is to cut the umbilical cord and to join the European Union and ultimately to join NATO. He was then projected in the manner that normally Europe does. When Europe wants to hoist people to a certain level, they do a number of things. They propagandize, they characterize you as holy. Sometimes they give you awards, and the Nobel Peace Prize is now being used quite frequently in this regard. They give you accolades across, and you get interviews at BBC, at CNN, and all those media outlets. And once you do that, you then begin to get good press. And once that happens, the population is also in many ways shepherded into one direction. And Zelensky was a beneficiary of that kind of propagandization, and ultimately, of course, started changing his rhetoric. And the rhetoric is, we are moving away from the Russian bear, we are going to Europe, and we are going to be part of Europe, we are going to look to the Brussels administration, we are going to look to NATO for our defense, and all these in breach of an understanding that the former countries which belong to the Soviet Union in that sphere would not be sucked into the NATO arrangement. So understood in that context, Zelensky had to be depicted as white as wool in order to ensure that his opponents were as red as crimson in terms of corruption. And that, in my view, is what was made known to the world. That is what the world believed, and I'm using the word world very loosely. And ultimately, we are now discovering that what was sold is not what was bought. And that is why we see the resignations now, and the accusations are corruption of the mega kind. You know, somebody once told me not too long ago that lies take the lift, the truth takes the stairs. And that is exactly what has happened. They had this loud voice that we had brought to Ukraine, this white as wool individual. They are fighting a country that is expansionist. Russia wants to extend and is going to use its military might to decimate the entire Europe, and that the Russian administration is corrupt. We saw their hand in an American election. We see their hand in Belarus. We see their hands in the neighborhood. But now, confronted as they are with smoking gun, they are tongue-tied. It's only the German chancellor who has said something, saying we should not have corruption in Ukraine. Macron, silent for the moment. Kashtama, silent for the moment. Ursula von der Leyen, silent for the moment. But I'm quite certain that they will issue some pro forma statement, if only to tell the world we are concerned. But they are now beginning to realize, if they did not know already, that indeed they were running and supporting a scheme that was from day one characterized by corruption and underhand deals, and that the war actually facilitates it. Remember, you are buying weaponry, remember you are buying provisions, you remember that war in itself is an industry, and they only look the other way when the accusations or when the fingers are pointing in the direction that they want them to point. But now, the chicken, in a manner of speaking, have come home to roost. You know, whenever I hear that the West is speaking about values, I always wonder, which values? These people who ran slavery, these people who ran in Latin America, in Eastern Europe, is kept in the West. So when they talk about values, we must look at them and say, who are you to pontificate? Who are you to tell the world what the world should do? Who are you who are so culturally arrogant to tell the world what the world should do and must not do? So they can talk about their values all they want, but we know that mega corruption is alive and well. And when we remove that veneer of hypocrisy, we'll then be able to confront the West in the manner that we should. And once we are liberated of those illusions, then we will be able to confront the situation. They are now finding it very difficult to support their project. Because there is a sense in which the war in Ukraine is a proxy war. And that is why every attempt at midwifing a peace process is being torpedoed by the European powers. You never know, and you can never say never. You know, the European powers are very interesting. If you look at history, they can lift you. And if your sell-by date in their view has passed, they begin to undermine you. They begin to reveal information that they knew existed all along. So it's a question of timing. Remember that the legitimacy of the Zelensky administration has been called into question because an election was not held during the due date. Perhaps they are now beginning to hold the view that Zelensky has run his course and it is the time for Zelensky to leave. And you can see the timing is very significant, that the Americans appear to be moving very close towards resolution of this conflict in some way. And Zelensky on his part appears to be responding to the entreaties of the Trump administration. But the appetite for the continuation of the war in Europe is high. For that reason, perhaps they are looking for somebody who will not do tango with the Trump administration and therefore by extension the Putin administration in Moscow. You never know. But remember, in saying this, I'm swimming in the sea of speculation. I'm sure that even within Ukraine, they are wondering who is Putin.
And you like whacked up the smell, like, ooh, what is that? Jesus Christ. Well, dogs are doing that with their ears as they're running. They're wafting up these scents. So they can pick up little minuscule particles of scents as they're wafting up. And then my pit bull had longer ears. He had ears almost like a Labrador, but he was a pure pit bull. Big fucking head, just jagged body. And he would, like dogs would come, like dogs that were loose would come to the fence and fuck with him. And he would go crazy. He just couldn't get to them, and they would be fucking with him. And one dog pissed on his fence, like just lifted his leg, a Labrador, came by, pissed on his fence, and so he started slamming his head into the metal bars, like so his wrought iron metal bars, and he slams his head into the bar, and he's like mostly head, right? Like, pit bulls are like 50% head, and he's just like fucking, and he gets his fucking head through, and I hear all this noise, and I'm alone in the house, and then I hear this noise, and I look out the window, and I see Frank with his head like wedged between the bars, and I see this dog right outside the gate that was pissing. And I was like, oh my God, he's gonna get out. And so I run up to the fence, and I get to him right when his ass pops through he bent the bars, and he got out. And so it's me running down the street in my socks, chasing this dog, and Andy do Frank, baby. He plowed this dog right into a pile of trash cans, right in my neighbor's trash cans, and I got hold of his collar right before his fucker. So then I had to have another bar welded all around the perimeter of my fence to keep him from separating the bars. So this Israeli dude came over here, and he was the welder guy and the fence guy, you know. And he's like, "What happened to your fence?" And I said, "The dog did it." He goes, "This fucking fence? Did this dog bend this fucking fence with his head?" I go, "Yeah, the dog peed out there." He goes, "Bro." I go, "Yeah, that's a crazy dog. It's a different kind of dog." Oh, that's Mike Perry, dude. That's a different kind of dog. Yeah, different kind of dog. They don't care about pain. Pain doesn't mean a fucking thing to them. They just want to get out. But this dog was like, I think the dog was like being friendly. Like you're like, whoa, smell my pee. You know, he's a Labrador. Right, he's just like goofing around, like, I'll piss over here. He thought he was fine. It's like, oh, I'm a cigarette. Probably didn't even know what a pit bull was. Yeah, this dog's a lot louder than me. Yeah, what's going on over here? Oh God, that dog's wearing it has a chain. I had this one neighbor that had a dog that he never trained. I mean, at all. It was basically a wild dog that he fed. It was a boxer. And this dog wouldn't listen to anybody. When they leave him in the house, like if they left the screen, so like they left the door open, the screen, the dog would just fly through the screen, just burst through the screen and go out. And then he'd come home when he was ready. You couldn't, all he just had his own like plan or whatever. They were really close. Oh, look at this dog. Is that a pit bull too? Yeah. Look at him. That's what he did. That's what my dog did. Oh, he bent the bars, man. Yeah, they're different. You gotta really make sure that your perimeter is secure with a dog like that. But this dog is not a dangerous dog. It's just a little boxer.
I think I just got so nervous. I think just like I would be so nervous around them, you know. And
but you should be if they're not trained well.
And we didn't grow up around any dogs. You know, except for like dogs that were in our neighborhood. And they were more violent animals. We didn't have any like dogs in our home or any experience around dogs. You know, I remember first time I ever even met a indoor dog. I didn't know a dog would even be indoors, right? And I was at my buddy Scott's house, and
they had a golden retriever, and this bitch came around the corner, dude, and I was like, who the fuck is that? I mean, it was like the most beautiful thing. I mean, it was just like
fluffy and
beautiful, gorgeous, fucking long blonde hair.
dogs.
It was like Suzanne Summers, dude, just coming, and I was like, damn, that thing is fucking fine. You know?
Suzanne Summers.
I just never seen a dog look like they had like gotten a good night's sleep. You know?
Remember Suzanne Summers with the Thigh Master? All she had was this spring. Tightening up the pussy muscle, because that's what you're doing. Like, there's a lot of, like, it's not squatting for your butt, it's not lunges, you're just tightening up them pussy muscles.
Oh, dude, squeeze that dick, squeeze that dick, squeeze that dick. That thing's gonna gleek by the time you get done with it, dude.
See if you can find the ad for the Thigh Master. A lot of ladies bought that too, because they wanted to look like Suzanne Summers. Look, it's just a spring. She's still looking good. She's like 1,000 years old.
Oh, yeah, she's still looks really good in my head.
One of the biggest blunders in all of television, though. Her and Three's Company.
Three's Company? That was a great show. What happened to it?
Crazy negotiations. She wanted more money. She was demanding more money, but she had become a giant star. And so they basically relegated her to, she wasn't even on the show anymore. Like, there was one episode where she made a phone call, and she called them when she was on vacation. That was her in the episode. Her in some totally different location, calling them on the phone. And then they eventually replaced her.
Yeah, I remember they got a new woman.
I think it was like, you know, she got an aggressive agent. It might have been a husband, one of those deals. Yeah, I was like, I got this. I want to fucking, you deserve more money. It's just like what happened with Call Her Daddy. That's a similar situation. You know the Call Her Daddy podcast?
Oh, yeah. Alex, what's her name? Colin, no. Alex Cooper, yeah.
She had a co-host.
Right.
And the co-host had a boyfriend. It was an agent.
Something Franklin. Sophia Franklin?
Is that it? And then Portnoy told us the whole story.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it's like the dude thought that like, she's gonna be this, she's a fucking star, you need to pay her more, and like, you know, they had a deal. The deal's a deal. She wanted more, and then there was negotiations, and yeah. So her husband, former television producer Alan Hamill, went to negotiate for her, asking for $150,000 a week, which was the average that men were earning on television at the time. Okay, it's not television. Yeah, it's like saying, oh, well, brain surgeons make this, and I'm her, so I deserve it. And on par with what her co-star Ritter was making, John Ritter. She said she didn't know at the time that Ritter was making more, since the three of them had a favored nations clause. What does that mean again?
Favored nations, I think, is like what is it? It's in.
I thought that means that you all make the same amount. Is that what it means?
No, I think it's a Inuit thing, isn't it?
No. That's First Nation. MFN provision is a term including a contract for products or services that prevents the seller from selling its products or services to the buyer's competitors for a lower price or on better terms.
Oh, I thought this was a Choctaw, dude. I didn't know what they were talking about.
Favored Nations contract. I want what she's getting. Favored Nations.
You know, agents will ruin a lot of stuff. Oh, God. It's unfortunate, huh?
Yeah, omnipresent in entertainment contracts certainly gets fair post-exposure. The favored nations clause are relatively simple to describe. They're a contractual commitment that no other relevant party will receive better or more advantageous terms from the party making the commitment. That makes sense. So, like, so if you and I were doing a show, we would have a favored nations deal where we both make exactly the same amount of money, which is fair. So, apparently, like, she probably didn't know that he was getting paid because John Ritter was a star.
Yeah, and that is oh yeah, John Ritter.
Yeah, John Ritter.
He was incredible.
He did an episode of News Radio.
Did he really?
Yeah, he's cool. So that was them back in the day, man. It was a great show.
So talented.
Fucking someone ruined it.
Didn't he do Noises Off, that movie too?
What was that? Noises Off? I don't know what that is. Is that a deaf movie?
I don't know. Dude, I'll tell you this. One time I was walking down the street in New York and they had a deaf group or whatever, like a gaggle or whatever, I don't know what it's called, but they got together and they were outside of a bar talking, and I'm walking up and I'm like, I thought maybe like the world had like shut off or something, I couldn't hear, because I'm seeing all these people interacting, but there was no sound.
Oh.
And I get close and
here it is, Noises Off. I've never seen this. What is Noises Off? I do recognize that's the Christopher Reeves.
Oh, I thought John was in.
You know, he is.
Doing a theatrical play.
It's a movie.
Oh.
It's like one shot. It never ends or something.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But
is it good?
Yeah.
Something to check out?
It's an old movie, yeah.
He was a real sweet guy. He was real. Everybody loved him. He was on the set of News Radio for a week, and just a super nice guy. Like, there's sometimes you meet people and you hope they're going to be nice because they're nice on TV, you know, but they're not.
Yeah.
And it's really frustrating. It's weird. Like, they're creepy to you, or they're shitty to you because you're an actor. And you're like, oh wow, you're a cunt. You're fake. You're faking it for television. In real life, you're like this weird, snipey, sort of shitty, fucking insulting person. Yeah, I met a few of those too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very frustrating. You're like, God, I thought you were nice. I saw you on TV. You're nice. I'm just trying to say hi, and you're fucking cunt to me.
Yeah. Yeah, we were supposed to. Michael Landon was supposed to come to our town. No, it wasn't Aquaman. Man from Atlantis. Was he? Yeah, I didn't see that. Was he on Little House on the Prairie? Yeah. I think he was on the Man from Atlantis too, wasn't he? Everybody was swim like Man from Atlantis when I was a kid. I didn't swim like this because he swam like almost like a dolphin. He didn't swim like a person. Well, dude, you have to think the first people. No, who was it? Who was the Man from Atlantis? Who was the main actor? Patrick Double. That's right. I confused those two. Well, Joe, you have to think probably the first people. Oh wow, that dude. I never saw this. Man from Atlantis.
I was so excited, and you must understand why people are excited about your responses there. You are a journalist. Yes. And journalists, in most instances, would paint the country in a way that the interviewer is taking them. Journalists are not brutally honest when it comes to patriotism and politicking. And I think even Zuma raised it at some point that the media is painting a bad picture about the country. They are supposed to do PR for the country. So people were excited, people were happy that you came out as a patriot, as a South African. And you know, the only party that has got that particular word, patriot, is the Patriotic Alliance. So you feature, you will fit in well in the alliance.
I know you're campaigning. Can I just very quickly, before I want to move on from this, journalist's job is not to actually do PR for the government or for the country. Our job is to hold leadership accountable. That's how you serve a nation. By being able to look at leadership, we're having this conversation now, by being able to ask probing questions about the work being done. That is actually, in and of itself, believe it or not, an act of patriotism. My last part on all of this, my point of departure is, if you listened, I spoke that crime is actually a problem. I'm not going to lie for South Africa, because that's also not how you get South Africa right. But anyway, thank you for that. Thank you for campaigning for me to join PA. I'd rather stay on this side of the political landscape. So you've been jobbing MMC for how long now?
Since 2023 February, so which is 2 years and about 3-4 months.
How are you finding local government?
See, government in general, not just local government. Yes, I'm here, but I think this is what happens in the province and at national. You need to have political leadership that understand how the system works, that understands profit, production, holding people accountable. So when I came in, and I'll make an example at JRA, one of the regions was on strike for 2 months. From January, I came in February, they were already on strike for over a month. For what? For bonuses. Because some of them were not paid bonuses, others were paid bonuses. So they were doing a sit-in. It is just after a rainy season. The roads were badly damaged at that time in 2023 when I became the MMC of Transport, Roads and Transport. And I went there after about 2 weeks of me being the MMC, because I had to go from department to department, entity to entity, just to understand what the department is about. What are the entities doing?
To get a sense of, yeah.
Yes. So once I did that, I then went to this region to go and hear the cries. The leader there was saying, as we were working towards them, these are the guys that will patch your potholes, do resurfacing of roads. He was saying, whoever opens his mouth here must give us the time and the date when I'm being paid bonuses. Now, I am with the acting CEO, very tall white man, Louis Nell. I'm the political accounting officer. I'm with the administrative accounting officer. So the two highest people in the department are being told by the lowest ranking people that when you come here and you open your mouth, you must give us the date and the time. And I watched senior officials trying to talk to them, say, but the MMC wants to understand your issues. He was just appointed. No. Even that MMC of yours, when he opens his mouth, he must give us the date and the time. That was
the first time I was blessed with understanding the attitude of officials, employees of government. They have no regard for authority. And I decided to leave because I wasn't going to do what I'm being told. So I said to the CEO, let's go. We left. But as we are leaving, I see one of the senior officials at the depot is talking to this leader wearing a t-shirt of a union. Is talking to this leader as we are leaving. Then I stopped the car and I said, Mamelamu, call me that gentleman there and call me all other senior guys here at the depot. I'm standing outside of the car. I said, now I understand where the problem is here. Those people there are not the problem. I want to see HODs, depot managers, everyone on Monday the following week. It was a Tuesday. I said Monday the following week, 7 o'clock. And I wanted to get a sense. Then we left. But I'm boiling, man. How can you haven't spoken to me? You haven't had my response to your issue, and you just decide to instruct me like that. So I then said to the CEO, I called him, I said, can you just park behind me on the highway? Came out, I said, CEO, I want you to call the depot manager now and tell him if these people are not at work by 8 o'clock tomorrow, I want him to dismiss all of them. He must fire all of them. Once, tell him that when we drop the call, he must talk to HR to start preparing dismissal letters and an advert. I'm responsible for service delivery here. He said, no, labor processes. I said, don't tell me about the labor processes. I'm talking about service delivery that is affected here. That's my responsibility. And we left. Wednesday morning, 7:45, the CEO called me. MMC, there's no need for letters. The guys are on the back of the trucks. They are going to work. That region is the hardest working region since 2023. That region works at night when there is flooding. That region is so on Monday, the boardroom was full of depot managers, regional ops managers, HODs. And I said to them, I now understand why there's no service delivery here. There was a rumor. I saw pictures of asphalt being dumped on the parks because people want to go home early. I saw potholes not being fixed for months because people don't care. But the problem is not these people. I showed leadership and the people are back at work. From last week Wednesday, they've been working. Today they are at work, which means you are not managers. You are not leading these people. You come to work at 8, you leave at 9. That's why you can't even track when they are leaving. You tell them to go and patch people's driveways with asphalt of the city that the city pays for. So you cannot give them instructions because you instruct them to do corrupt things. So even when I'm there as the MMC and the CEO, you have no authority over them. So if the depot is not functional, I am firing the depot manager and the HOD because I need the manager. That's how I started.
Let's speak about that now, because when you speak about that kind of intervention, then in my head I think this should have reached the entire city. But Kenny, I use these roads and it's very hard to believe that there's improvement. So that suggests to me that people are still not able to do their jobs as they ought to, or there are no resources for them to do their jobs. Have you seen London Road?
Right.
Perpetually in a state of disarray. But just generally though, the question I'm asking to answer is the lack of improvement on the Joburg roads. It's a constant cry from motorists.
All right. I introduced a different work ethic at GRA.
Yeah.
It's spread all across the 7 regions, and the regions are working. You can ask councillors. They will tell you that things have improved. That's when I got the nickname Papa Action within the city. The challenge that we are sitting with is 30 years ago, over 30 years ago, and this I was told by a SAMU leader who works at GRA. He said to me, MMC, a few months after we started, after I started, he said, MMC, we appreciate the work ethic that we've introduced. Crack the whip. He said over 30 years ago, there were between 18 and 25 members in a team. Now, a depot would have about 6, 7, 8 teams, depending on how big the region is. So those 6, 7 teams would have 18 to 25 people in that team. Now today, JRA has got 6 people in one team from 25. That's why JRA has become a 10111, an ambulance. That is the first challenge, human resource. The second challenge, the city is not collecting enough. So the city is not able to give a CAPEX budget to JRA to mitigate all these challenges. Number 3, when it rains, the road gets damaged. Water is an enemy of asphalt. Number 4, you have a road infrastructure that has outlived its lifespan. These roads were built 40, 50 years ago, some of them 60 years ago. The mining underground has also caused damage to our roads. Now, illegal mining has exacerbated the situation. That's why we have sinkholes on our roads.
Yeah.
Because of illegal mining underground, the Department of Minerals does not care to assist with budget. I took them to Davidsonville. I showed them when it rains, how that mining sand gets into people's houses. I said to them, can you put a budget aside? Let us mitigate. They don't care. They went with me. They saw. When my team made a follow-up from my office, the region said we have written to national. There's no response. That's 2 years ago. So, but then, with all these things, those are the challenges. So when you patch a pothole is but a symptom of a damaged road. That's why the potholes keep coming, because we have
I would want to add, look, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys downstairs in D. But I want to ask the guys here and the people who watching, if you're trying to look for a non-frustrated, egotistical woman, where do you begin to look?
Non-frustrated, egotistical. You want to have ego, or?
I'm saying, like, if you want a woman that's not a frustrated, egotistical woman, where would you begin looking?
Third world country.
And you know this, man.
You got to go where they put cayenne pepper on everything, 'cause, you know what I mean?
Just to make the water clean.
You got to go somewhere where sandals are more prevalent than regular shoes. The president has been assassinated. 9 out of the last 10 presidents have been murdered.
Some sort of
you
a
gotta go
farming
somewhere
event.
with a bitch carrying a baby and a basket at the same time.
Some sort of a farming event.
Yeah, where you go somewhere where women actually need men. Women don't need men in America.
Nope.
The system is set up to where they can be providers.
Well, I mean, like what you're saying, Craig, is right, because like I was at some with Bill Bellamy. Bill Bellamy did something Sunday night, and it's always a nice crowd. And I saw the great brother Sugar Shane Mosley. Yeah. And all of that stuff they talked about with his divorce.
Oh yeah.
You know it's not fair.
You ever
It's
hoop
not
with
fair.
him? I met his ex-wife and I hooped with him.
You hoop with him? He seemed like he a cool motherfucker.
Down to earth dude. And I watched the Super Bowl at his crib after they got divorced.
No.
Yeah, so I met him and his wife separately, but I used to hoop with him. He played, Sugar Shane Mosley hoops like a nigga that don't have a place to live.
Oh, he just be going at
He be diving on the floor, foul. He plays hard, you know what I mean? I really got newfound respect for him after I hoop with him, because he played like it's for bread and water, you know what I mean?
But the point I'm trying to make is Sugar Shane Mosley and the brother who was married to Tiana Taylor.
Shumpert.
What is it?
Oh, they divorced?
Yeah.
They really took it up their ass in court.
Now we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way.
Huh?
He did, he's saying.
You know, his wife was managing his money too. Sugar Shane Mosley, she was his manager.
So what's up? Hey, he took it up the ass in court. Both of those brothers, to the point where I'm saying to you, now listen, I'm going through a divorce. And I'm here to tell you it's the worst shit in the world as far as it go with your business being public record. Somebody saying this about you, saying that about you. Somebody, they want you down so bad they lie on you. I'm hurt from what I went through. Yeah. But I can honestly say, I don't think I would ever go through that again. Man. I can't understand men in America who've been married twice or more. I just can't understand it. Yeah. How, if you see how it go, why would you do it again? See, when you get to court, you find out you're powerless. When you get married in the United States of America, you're in a three-way contract. It's you, your wife, and the government.
You're mine now. You belong to me.
I'm going deeper into this. I got a comedy skit. I'm talking about this stuff. But when you get married in America, it's a three-way contract. This ain't no shit where, oh, I worked hard and I got this. No. If you get married, you have entered a three-way contract between you, your wife, and the government, gentlemen. They don't teach you this in school. They want you to find out the hard way. The government has more power than you and your wife in this contract. They determine what happened with your kids. They determine what happened with your money. And they basically, the big dick of the house. That's the government. So there needs to be classes, in my opinion, to educate people. I didn't say men. To educate people on exactly what they're getting into. Because at one time in this world, a marriage was between man, woman, and God. No. A marriage is basically saying, I'm such a sucker for this person. I'm willing to allow them and their government to run my life. And if it go bad, that person and their government determines what happens to me. Are you ready for that with your hard working ass? It don't matter how hard you worked. If you allow this to happen to you, you're going to lose. Unless you hit rock bottom. If you ain't got no money. If you ain't got no money, don't worry about divorce. But if you are a person who finds ways to work and rise, you don't need a marriage license in the United States of America. I'm just giving you the game. I hope you listen to me. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose. And if you're a man, especially if you're an African-American male, you're on the tail end of this contract. You're the least important person, and they're gonna show you that. Especially if you got kids with them. Especially if y'all got property or properties. Especially if your big black ass done bought a Rolls Royce. Who do you think gonna leave with that Rolls Royce? The government don't want it because they got Rolls Royce. They're gonna be like, oh, he bought a Rolls Royce with his black ass? Get that knucklehead ass heifer who have decade at BET Awards his Rolls Royce. Just to destroy you mentally. Because it's coming, brother. Marriage is an old concept. Don't do it. Get a contract where both of y'all decide together what y'all gonna do with each other in case this sucker ass union goes sour. And if you fucking need hoes, or if you look happy, it's gonna go sour. Mark my word. Craig ain't never been married, Darlene ain't never been married. No. My man Mac walking down the stairs. Mac, what's the plan?
And I'm paying attention. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean
no, you're good.
Rude. I'm trying to.
You said
wow,
okay.
Take
my brother out there. We don't want to only expose my brother. You know what I'm saying?
No, there's a lot. Come on, this is like a, how do you say it?
I ain't never heard nothing bad about that brother.
No, he good folks.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he good folks.
He even said at least the stuff go to his kids.
Right.
When I feel like the judge basically gave her his shit.
Does he?
And I'm saying like it ain't gonna go to the kids because when the money get low, everything is sold for the low.
Are all those kids theirs together?
I don't know.
Most of them is grown too. One of them is a fighter. He about to
so they're probably from somebody else.
Well, I wish him well.
Yeah. No, he went through some cold shit. He you know, the cool thing about Sugar Shane, he always smiling. You don't never seem like he having a problem. You know?
Right.
Always smiling and talking positive.
Good energy.
Yeah, he good dude.
Every time I see the brother, I see good energy. I done seen him. He didn't see me, but I'm just saying. I be like, okay, that brother, he cool right there. But I'm saying him Iman Shumford and men all over the nation. There is a way to take the assets from you. It's called marriage. All because you didn't want her pussy getting beat up in the game. Because that's why most men get married. They don't want that particular pussy to be out there in the streets doing what it's gonna do eventually.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
And just like with a non-marriage relationship, you can make contracts nowadays. I mean, and if the person's like, oh, I'm not going to deal with that contract, well then what are you afraid of? If you really love the person you're attracted to.
Malcolm Brooks, you smile to keep from crying.
Who? You do?
I smile to keep from crying sometimes. I'm not the type of person who's down a lot. Whenever some shit happened to me, I am glad that I'm still around kicking. And on top of that, my hustle is, I don't care if I'm not making a lot of money or if I am making a lot of money, I'm level with it.
And people
all I need is a fast car to peel out in front of a bitch.
People got to be, listen, man, woman, they got to be careful. Once you start really bringing in some pretty decent numbers in the bread department, you got to be safe. That's all.
You really shouldn't be marrying somebody that has less than you. Y'all just supposed to be together. Because
why should you marry somebody who has less than you?
Because I mean, it's supposed to be an alliance between families, you know, to strengthen political and financial ties. It's not supposed to be done for love. They, love is for the prostitutes. You loved that side bitch 2,000 years ago, but the actual marriage was to strengthen community and further everybody, not just the two people involved. So, you know, that's why
they would be like, this is a good union between this family
and that family. Like in your case, back in the day, if you married your wife, your people and her people would have got together. Like, well, what the fuck is going on?
Like, what's happening?
I gave you 12 cows for this bitch. Well, give me my motherfucking livestock. It wouldn't just be simple. It had to be death, and then we ain't.
The father would have to pay for the wedding, right?
Well, there's two different
father of the bride.
There's two different types.
Is it the father of the bride?
The father of the bride.
The family, right?
Yeah, the father. That family pays, right?
Yeah,
right.
they're supposed to pay for the daughter. Like, oh, now.
Do you think that ever happens now?
Hell no.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Because wait, Craig. I'm sorry, because you be having the coldest thoughts. I want to see this. Where do you see the father pay for the bride? D.
In my family. In my family and a bunch of my friends.
Who?
What do you mean who? Everybody in the family. Not only that, if the guy was really young, because a lot of my aunties don't want to pay him back, got involved with guys.
Simple code. But let's see the back of the cover. A lady from Mamma, happy to have you so bad. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Go get some of that. 3, 4. Okay, 3, 4 from top. Get them some high. Get them some along. Yeah, come on. Kunjari. Right, Kotman. Right, Kotman. Yeah, maybe not be just a bed. It's a bunny. Oh, just a way to get colors and the choice. All right. Come on. Hey, what better you come on the time, Alam Johnny? Come along, we have the one of this. Oh, I know, Unzala, all right? You? I'm looking at your board. You think I'm a chance of bad? No, I'm talking about Romeo. Otherwise, hey, man, I'm talking about all right, each and every pull up somewhere in there. It's Lembo Malay, you go, my essay, away that I'm trying to forget any baby. As I'm going to get Jala, get pull up somewhere in the front of Slinda, where let's see a park, and when there's a big car, come somewhere in there, Franco again, go, we learn, I'm trying to learn, there's a telling her that Romeo, or young Colo, Taco again, Stephania, going trouble, a Cassipios, a Sipilos, and a Langoma. Lambda is a park in the lane, pull up trouble in a farm, young color, Romeo. And never come about Sakalaza Elvis and the husband going to Gandunda, I won't go back as the corner apple cuff. Romeo, Pipahan, AV West Couple, up and Candle Quas, Pascal Charles Jones says, Dango. AV West Couple, Romeo, one corner, down, TKV, Basifo mnya apa kumtabo wa FM apa kula macandelo etu aga WhatsApp apa ko 88 2106 nationwide ba yana uthini na ngelixesha nje kuba kaloku sifuna lento ba mayiqala naze wonke umuntu atsho athi hayi nam nditsho ndithi uthini wena
Visto.
Sure, Bruce.
Visto.
Sure, Bruce. Romeo.
Romeo, Bruce, somos
Sure. Supper set, Romeo. Uthini wena
Igqarha, igqarha.
Eke bawo.
Hayi ingoma elenzeleyo ngusinyaka.
Sinyaka, Prof.
Umzile mkhotyana belungile mamfletch.
Okay, uthini wena?
Brahma eli mzwanele bambeni.
Mzwanele.
Ndisengaleni edumase. Hey, Brahma eli nguromeo.
All right. Wankolota Romeo. Hey, madoda. Uthini wena?
Visto, Visto, Romeo yankolota, Romeo yankolota. Ola il Visto uzwa sinikweni Estates Prospect.
Izandla lo ndawo. Sekuba lenqubo kumhlobo wena yafam bengoba lesibhongisa jala basi thetha kude lathalo umhlobo wena yafam one and son ivaya Orlando sand
this is how we roll the proverbial carpet to get on out of here, but it also serves a dual purpose of ushering in, okay, the touchdown, led by the queen herself. She's Ludi Lou. Why you laugh, man?
What's good? Not the proverbial carpet. I mean, come on.
It was a low-hanging fruit, but it was there.
As always.
It was there. I had to grab it. Do you understand?
You know what? The rap life will never disappear.
I tried though.
He is forever here.
I tried to smother him.
No, don't. He can stay. Don't smother him. Let him shine.
Okay.
I think he needs to do the day of the week. That's good. Like Friday, like Thursday. You're just fully in that zone.
Yeah. Because I do have like rap Tourette's. You know what I'm saying? Where you're like, involuntary yo. Where you're like, bring him in.
Flourish on like a Friday. I have grills Friday. I wear my grills on Friday.
There you go.
Sometimes though.
Nah?
Yeah.
Cool.
I think you should do it. Make it big.
Sounds like a plan, man. What's coming up in the show, man?
Oh man, you know how it goes with us, right? So we're celebrating with our telco family. They're unrolling, or rather unwrapping the Into Summer Magic campaign, and we're also doing giveaways. So that's going to be really, really beautiful. And later, Open John from Old Mutual is also going to be the sign, and we're talking trust funds. So for anybody who's got questions, want to understand how they work, do the right thing, and tune in between 3 and 6 on the touchdown. We're really, really going to have so much fun.
And listen, between the three of us, man, these are combos we need to be a part of.
Absolutely.
Because we've got youngsters.
Yes.
Oh. Well.
What do you mean?
I remember my kids being little and going, oh, we're rich. Like, no. You have nothing. I have money.
Sounds like a real wealthy parent. You know, wealthy parents always have
They be like, hey,
that's not your money.
like
That's
that.
my money.
What is too much
You're just
TV?
benefiting from my life. But you know,
for sure.
So I'm very, very interested in trust funds. I really want to understand more.
Same.
See what I can do for my little ones. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the conversation with our family, Little Mutual.
We look forward to it too. Malcolm, we're out of here.
We are. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Dee, have a goodie.
Welcome to SACAP. Press 1 if you want a qualification with a strong human focus. Press 2 if you're looking for accredited degrees, diplomas, and higher certificates. Press 3 if you want a college with a 27-year track record.
27 also happens to be South Africa's international dialing code, fitting for a college that's responsive to South Africa's workplace and community needs. Visit sacap.edu.za to learn more. Your future's calling.
Play Powerball and Powerball Plus for 94 million rand in total estimated jackpots this Tuesday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for an estimated 27 million rand and Powerball Plus for an estimated 67 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529 hash for USSD. Panda who shall play. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. Ituba is a proud operator of the National Lottery.
Who plays the hottest music? This must be heaven. We do. We are Metro FM. It's where you want to be. tip, no matter where you are or where we are. Metro FM. It's where you want to be.
loMzantsi Afrika esitshilo kamphulaphuli nazo HSBC 7 siyaqala ke ngomso apha kweli kunjalo nje laseKapa okanye ke sakulungiselela ke mphulaphuli sakulungiselela sicecesele into kokubana noko imidlalo ihamba njani kodwa ke masibaleke siqale sijonge usithathu mona besika Jim Longo sive into kokubana ihamba njani na idraw yeFIFA World Cup Brajimza siyaphila sasithathu kakhulu bhuti kambi ingaba ngoku zihamba njani izinto amaqela noko sele kulungiselwe sivile uba nguRio Ferdinand ozabe watsala la maqela
baninzi wena abantu abazosebenza bezilungisele kakhulu kuphandle ngoba kaloku kukhona uHyde Klamo uDani Ramirez kubekho khona uKevin Hart yakhula kaloku into bayihemelika ithenda yokuba kwenziwe zonke izinto ezibabona futhi inikwa uKevin Hart naye ke kuzabe khona abantu bakhona ke nabanye ke abazawube bencedisana nabo kodwa ke ujonga nje iqhinga loMzantsi Afrika eliphaya kudani Urban i-president we-South African Football Association uqeqeshe kofana Bruce uVincent Trika team manager Errol Mandlala
uVincent Brajimza lo umuntu ombuza ngoba team manager wabafana
hey ukufula kodwa akodwa zawubayisa lo yathi omdekeni kusina wanhloko iyakhumbula ke TNT ukula plus kai kwa uzawudinga ngexesha sithetha nawe ngamaqela ngamashumi amane anesibini ahlele engenile kanye esethe hayi kunya kuzayisibadala begebe yehlabathi kanti ewonke kufuneka abe ngamashumi amane anesibhozo 48 okokuqala nxa ukususela into yokuba indebe yehlabathi yaqala ukudlalwa ngo-1930 isizathu ke sokuba sibe namaqela angamashumi amane anesibini uzawufika ngoku kuba kaloku kusadlalwa imidlalo ye-playoffs kahle ke ilizwe lase-Afrika libe namaqela alishumi okwangoku amaqela alithoba isizathu sokuba lithi kahle benamaqela alishumi kukuba i-DRC nayo isekhona ku-playoffs
Nkosi kakhulu Brajimza masibambe ngazo zozibini uzawuphinda ufumane ke mphulaphula amagaba ntshintshi njengoba inkqubo yezemidlalo ihamba phaya emveni kwentsimbi yesixhenxe Luksi masibuye ngomso ngokwemveni kwentsimbi yesithathu
Tumente ye-AFCON Morocco 2025 ezabe kusasazela ngqo yonke imidlalo engama-52 nesabitakisa ijansi ku-SABC 2 ku-SABC Sport ku-SABC Plus nakwizikhululo zikanomathotholo ze-SABC It's game on everywhere.
Imvelo yezindlela
nje masiqale kwalapha kuthi ephondweni indlela zethu ke zisemanzi kakhulu lumkiswa ke mqhuba kuthi uqaphele kwezi ndawo zingamajikojiko kuthiwa ke namatye ayawa phaa ezintabeni ku-N2 xa usuka phaa kuqumbu usiya ngasemthatha phaa ngakutsolo junction ikhona ke ingozi elapho kanti phaa eGauteng ku-R59 southbound phaa kufutshane Library Drive ikhona ingozi elapho Solomon Mahlangu Drive phaa ngaku-R21 highway nalapho uzawudibana nengozi ngokunjalo ku-N1 southbound ungekafiki phaa eRivonia Road uzawudibana nengozi nalapho KwaZulu-Natal ku-N2 uma phaa eShepstone usiya kucala seThekwini ungekafiki phaa eManzimjoti sikhona ke isithuthi esikhalela umgaqo apho kanti eWestern Cape phaa eStrand Mill Street neBroadway Boulevard ikhona ingozi elapho qaphela ke mqhuba kuthi chunje kakuhle phela veki bentle ingabi nasibazamisi
ungalixhoba lengxaki emalunga nezomthetho ukubanjwa ngokungafanelekanga ukubethwa idivorce engaphikiswayo ingxaki zerenti imiba yokondla kwanengxaki ngezabasebenzi iClientele Legal ikunika inkonzo namagqwetha iiyure ezi-24 ngemini ngepremium yenyanga efikelelekayo SMS SMS umhlobo u-31222 ngu-umhlobo u-31222. I-Clientele General yi-FSP egunyazisiweyo nesemthethweni engena-inshorensi yobomi. Imimiselo iyafumaneka online, kusebenza amaxabiso aqhelekileyo.
Ushenge wasehlala Nkosi sithi uMaqonda.
Baba
badibane nabo bayatshiya bonke khawumshisa impepho kwenzela bazohlala
nasesidalweni zam
madoda uSethemba Ngudle uthi hey Butolo nonke abekudrive noxa ngicelela kwi-management mayinivule nityhale zilime ziyetyeni lenkqubo qha ningatsibi elikaphungela
ibe le limit le nto niyenzayo
ya ne idrive noqhatha 17:43 lixesha lethu siya kumkhono phambi kwentsimbi yesithandathu sesakushiya ngoku kodwa phamba sikushiye lixesha lolwaluko ephondweni Eastern Cape House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders soncola kunye nabo namhlanje emnxebeni cimba zokhangela unkosi ugwadiso namgqolo dala.
It felt, I can understand when you say like this feels like it should have been there over time in history, like it's already like this just supposed to land there, you know?
That's what it feels like. It really does.
It was cool, man. I walked into the green. It was just crazy. There's like that big snake is like there's like a snake in the table.
Yeah.
And then they had Ron White is sitting there, you know, and then Tom Segura was in there. Dave Attell was in there. Louis Katz. Crazy. Ian, I don't know Ian Tyson, but it was, yeah, dude, it was awesome, man. And just to see it come to fruition, that was, I think that's the thing that was really exciting. It was like, wow, like if somebody thinks about something and they're really focused on it, that they can make something real.
You can actually make something happen.
Yeah.
And I've never done that before. This is the first time I've ever done that.
It was, yeah, I think it was inspiring, probably in ways I don't even realize, because sometimes you get inspired and then it like just hits you later, you know, but it was awesome, man. Thank you. It was cool.
My pleasure.
Yeah, you did. I mean, you guys are making it happen.
Yeah, crazy. It is. Yeah, it's, but it, you know, I always kind of knew you could do something like that, but actually doing it, and actually watching it take place, and doing it like relatively low stress. It was relatively low stress. Like it's, you know, except for a few issues that you have to deal with at the club, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
You know?
And y'all don't have food, right?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Oh.
Fuck food.
There's, all the condiments and all of that just stains everything and gets on everything, I feel like.
Oh, now you get roaches and all kinds of other shit.
Roaches love ketchup, I bet.
Do they? Everybody loves ketchup.
Yeah.
I like ketchup on hot dogs.
Oh, dude, I bet if you could really get it out of a roach, if you fucking tickled him hard enough, he'd tell you he liked it.
I like relish. Relish is my favorite. Yeah, but we got food next door on both sides of us.
Yeah, they got everything.
Shitty Mexican food and shitty pizza.
Yeah. Just what comics deserve, too.
We got some good pizza last night, though. They got some good, I'm not eating it, but Attell got something from some high-end pizza place. Hoboken something, pizza something.
He's the funniest, man. Yeah, they had a lot of ghost stuff. Like, I grew up in Louisiana, right? And so ghosts and stuff was a big part of the history, you know, especially in the South. You know, I think...
what do you think a ghost is?
A ghost? Probably just some busybody that just didn't get all their stuff done.
Ooh, they were lazy when they were alive, so they hang around after life. You know what it's like? It's like those dudes who would hang around the high school after they already graduated. Like, what are you doing, loser?
Yeah, look at this ghost over here.
Yeah, look at this ghost.
Oh, they had a dude who would bring like who was always dating like an underage chick, and he'd come and like hand the McDonald's over the fence at our school.
Oh God!
But
how old was he?
Oh, everybody thought he was damn Prince Charles. Everybody thought he was like the luckiest guy in the world. But he was older. He just like was an adult, and
like a 20-year-old adult or like a 30-year-old adult. It gets exponentially creepier, right? Like if you just graduated and you're 18 and your girlfriend is 17, that shit is completely normal.
Yeah.
You know, but if you're 19 and she's 17, people start looking a little sideways. Huh? That extra 12 months makes a big difference. If you're 20 and she's 17, people will get very upset with you, even in places where it's legal, where it is legal. In a few places, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, and if you are 35 and she's 17, you can't be a comedian anymore. I'll tell you that.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, who knows? I don't know.
But it's weird, like what's legal versus what's okay. Like it really depends on men, right? Because with men, like if a 17-year-old boy, if some 40-year-old lady fucks a 17-year-old boy, I'm like, all right, dude, how was it? Yeah. Is she crazy? What's going on? If she's hot and he's not coerced and drugged, who cares? But if a 40-year-old man is banging a 17-year-old girl, I get very upset.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting? Mm-hmm. It's a very different standard for men and women.
Well, now I think a lot of women can be like, they can manipulate men too.
Oh, of course they can. They've always been able to do that.
But that never really kind of gets brought into context. Like a lot of older teacher women, they can manipulate a young fella.
Oh, they're getting busted all the time. Yeah. They're always getting busted. But they get this. They get, don't do that again. Hey, stop blowing kids. Yeah. That's what they get. They get a little slap on the wrist. They don't go to jail. They go to jail for blowing kids.
No. You think they don't? No, I think they have like a little fucking trial and everything. They go, hey, get out of here. Just go. Crazy dick sucker. Yeah, we're going to get you an Uber. You need to go home. Unless she's trying to get the 17-year-old to impregnate her. Then you need to go to jail, you freaky bitch. Yeah, I think I'll ruin some 17-year-old's life. With a kid, yeah. Well, not just a kid with you. You know, he doesn't know what's going on. He's just trying to bust a nut. Then all of a sudden he has the responsibility of raising a child, and you're making him get a job, and he's got to fucking pay bills. And, what about his future? He's going to fail science, I know that. Why? Just because he's not going to be able to do it all. He's not going to be able to have the job and get to school and do it all and take care of the kid. I don't think a child, you know. Well, good news is it takes 9 months for the kid to come out. So you have 9 months of prep time. When you get your shit together. Do a lot of men, you think, use that time to really grow up, and you think that's why God made it that long of a time period? I do not think God had men in mind when he was doing that, no. If there is a God, I think they just wanted to make sure that the baby's a complicated organ, or complicated organism, very complicated. More complicated than any other child of any other animal that's ever been born. Human babies are the weirdest. Really? Yeah, that's why they come out so vulnerable. Every other animal comes out, they can move around. For the most part. Although I did see a deer just a couple of days ago on my street. I was going for a walk, and the mama's deer bounced off a little, and I saw this little tiny baby deer squatted down and laid down the grass, because that's what they do when they're really, really young, because they can't run away from anything. So their best strategy is to kind of blend in and hide. That's why they have those white dots all over their body. The white dots, like say if they're in grass, the white dots obscure their shape. So predators might not see. And I think there's something about their smell. Google that. We finally have internet again. Google what is the smell of newborn fawns, because I think there's like some strategy that nature has with their smell. Yeah, the baby deer has no scent, so predators that may depend on their sense of smell have difficulty finding the young deer. The mother, always close at hand, tends to circle back towards where her baby lies to get the attention of the predator. Yeah, that's what they did with us. So they're like that deer. They're like that. Oh, it's false. It says it's false. Well, this one's. Where the fuck is the first one from? The Henderson State University. What a shit fucking university. No, go to the top. Is that where it's from? That's it. What a fucking. Hey, I got my fucking degree from Henderson. Dan Henderson. He's his principal. I asked him what baby deer smell like. He goes, what are you, a fucking douchebag? Smelling deers? This is false. Fucking pop-up for a fucking outdoor tactical backpack. This is false. Their unique scent is how their mothers identified them. In fact, they urinate on their tarsal glands daily, even when just a few days old. Oh, they're freaks. They piss on themselves. Going crazy. Elk piss on themselves when they're horny. Really? Yeah, their dick is hard, and their dick flops up and down when they scream. Their dick flops, and they start pissing all over themselves. They piss all over themselves. I've never been that. This guy. I've never been that horny. This guy's horny as fuck. And he's a young fella. That's not a big elk. Even though they're big, because they're all big. But that is like a smaller elk. That's like a 300-inch elk. If I had a guess. Cam Haynes might correct me. Look at his dick, bro. He's like, scratching on the ground. And he's trying to get his scent everywhere. He's got that limb on him, huh? Look, he's got just flopping around. He's pissing all over himself. And then he's laying around. And he's like, oh, they want to fuck so bad. That's Joe's juice right there. You know that thing is serving, huh? You know what's crazy about them? They're only horny like that for like a month. Yeah, thank God, dude. They would ruin a schoolyard. I mean, that's what they do ruin a schoolyard. If they ran onto a schoolyard. If they're horny and people get stupid, oh, take a selfie. They get fucking speared. Like a 700-pound super athlete. I hate having that much wiener, I feel like. Really? You don't know until you have it. You just have to find the right gals. No, I don't think so. You think so? I feel. No. Don't show me this. Don't show me this.
Shit, I think this one was okay. This actually wasn't the one I was looking for.
Oh, you crazy bitch. Get the fuck away from that thing. Jesus Christ.
The device kind of attacked, but it didn't keep attacking.
Why are people so goddamn stupid for the gram? You know how many people have died taking selfies? I saw this video the other day on Instagram. This lady who died taking a selfie on the side of a cliff. And can you imagine too, because you know what's going on. There's a moment where you realize, oh, I'm taking a selfie and I'm gonna die. No, I don't think they realize it until it's too late.
She was posing for a picture here, and the bison sort of just to get the fuck away from me.
Yeah, he just gave her a little of that, like, look at her. She's still uncoordinated. Yeah, she's with her stupid backpack filled with fucking Capri Suns. It's falling down. Don't. Fucking potato chips in her backpack and shit. Oh, dude, I saw a monkey and a young black woman fight over a bag of chips. There's a bunch of those. Monkeys will steal your shit. Cambodia, yeah. They will steal your shit. They will run up on your table and steal your food right off your plate. Fuck you. Yeah. Fuck you. Give me that sandwich. And they just run off with it. They don't care, man. They don't care. Did you hear about, was it India where the monkeys started jacking puppies? In India, a dog killed a monkey, so these monkeys went on a rampage and started chucking puppies off roofs. Oh. They would carry puppies to the top of roofs and right, fucking chuck them off the roofs. Like a Maltese.
Yeah, monkeys blamed for hundreds of puppy deaths captured in India. So they bring them up to the top of a fucking building and throw them. Villagers claim animals were carrying out revenge killings after dogs killed an infant monkey. Speaking of which, have you seen what's going on with orcas? So a female orca, the matriarch, the head of this female orca pack.
When you say orcas, what are you talking about?
Killer whales.
Oh, damn. All right.
That's an orca.
Oh, God.
So they started sinking boats, and they're teaching each other how to sink boats. Apparently this boat fucked up one of these orcas. Because sometimes what happens is something will go wrong and a propeller will hit. They've happened all the time with sharks. It's happened with whales. Propellers will fuck up a dolphin.
Oh, yeah. My friend Dave got pushed off a boat and he got hit by it. When we went over him, he got pushed off the front.
Oh, jeez.
And it fucking hit him.
Where?
Yeah. I'm not sure. He wasn't that great to start off with, but it didn't help him. I don't think it harmed him much, you know. It's like,
It helps some people. Some people get whacked and it helps them.
It helps them.
You know, the Kinnison and Roseanne are my two favorite examples. They both get hit by cars. Wildest people I know. Well, I don't know Kinnison, but I know Roseanne real well. She got hit by a fucking car when she was 15. Bad. She was in a mental institution for 9 months afterwards.
That's wild.
She was a straight A student. She couldn't count afterwards. She couldn't do math. Couldn't do anything.
That's unreal.
She got the lady. There was a. She was driving towards the sun, and the lady couldn't see. And Roseanne walked right into the street when she was 15 and got fucking clipped by a car from back then. You know, those big old fucking sleds.
Oh, this thing's vintage.
Caprice or something like that. Some giant fucking.
Those LTDs or whatever.
Yeah. Some big ass stupid fucking car just cracked her. So so there's an orca attack in Portugal. So they started doing this. They say the boat something hit us. So this is from 2021. But what I'm talking about is very recently.
This was an article that was writing it. This is an example of it, like the content.
So it's happening quite a bit off the Iberian coast. The Iberian orcas has taught at least 9 other whales to attack and destroy rudders.
Wow. So it's like a Middle Eastern thing?
I just think it's a thing with a particular area where the orcas in a particular area have had problems with people.
I see.
And so they've decided to let them know who the fuck is the boss.
Take action.
Yeah, they're fucking up people's boats.
It's hard to tell what's happening in the video, but they explain.
Bro, I'd bring fish. I'd be like, I'm not that dude, I'm your friend.
Yeah.
Here's a mackerel.
Here's a mackerel. Here's a can of tuna. I would bring them.
Yeah, but they might be a little upset about the can.
I'd put it on a plate. I'd plate it for them.
I don't think they like plates either.
Oh, that's a good point.
Actual full mackerel's the way to go. You know, tuna's just for us.
Let's say the comrades know that you tend to leave no skirt unturned. So they know that they need to protect you from that weakness. Because you may compromise state and national security when you become a victim of a honey trap, for instance. Or let's say you love money, you have a weakness, you love money.
Yeah.
You must be protected from yourself by making sure you don't fall victim to people who lure you by using money. And this is a pertinent example because it's very clear that in the upper echelons of the police service, you have people who are easily lured through money because that weakness has not been managed. And so when you hear former Minister Ted, General Sibia, and of course we heard recently that Mkhwanazi himself met Mata. You then must worry about the relationship between the personal and national security. Because if the relationship is problematic, the relationship between the personal and national security may compromise state security.
Do you think Mkhwanazi did meet Matlala? Because that would seem to be quite a big omission if it's true. Because I can't remember him speaking about the meeting with Matlala. So, I mean, either Matlala is not telling the truth, which is very possible, or they met and then Mkhwanazi would have to explain why they met. But I simply don't know. But we don't have any evidence of the meeting. So what we currently have is Matlala's say so, which is not very telling at the moment. But I don't know what you make of that allegation, because that was like a bolt from the blue for me.
So if you draw a line, on this side of the line you have Mkhwanazi, you have Masemula, for instance, and Kunal. On the opposite side of the line you have Sibia, Brown Muhozi. And if we look at the most recent testimony, if you look at the CFO and General Sintumule, who testified on Friday, you can place them on the side of the line where you find Kumalo Mkhwanazi and Masemola. If you look at General Mutsipe, you can put her on the side of the line on which you find Sibia. When I listen to all of them, including Matlala, it's very clear to me that one of the ways you should analyze what we have heard is in terms of deception and counter-deception strategies. What you must decide, to what extent is this side engaged in a deception strategy? And to what extent are the opponents engaged in a deception strategy? To what extent is one side engaging in a counter-deception strategy? And to what extent are their opponents engaging in a counter-deception strategy? But it's very clear to me, from what I've heard so far, that we are dealing with both counter and, deception and counter-deception strategies. So, the allegation about Matlala meeting Mkhwanazi, you can go one of two ways. One, it is true, Matlala did meet Mkhwanazi. And then, that's the question, why then did Mkhwanazi meet Matlala? In answering that question, also you can go in one of two directions. Mkhwanazi was investigating Matlala, or Mkhwanazi was meeting Matlala because he's part of the problem that he described to us on the 6th of July, which would mean that those of us who have taken the view that the allegations made by Mkhwanazi are true are victims of Mkhwanazi's deception strategy. If your answer is Matlala is lying, then Matlala is trying to turn us into victims of a deception strategy. And therefore, between Matlala and Mkhwanazi, you are dealing with the tension between a deception and counter-deception strategy, which would also mean between Sibia and Mkhwanazi, you are dealing with the same tension between deception and counter-deception strategies. You must then decide, is it Sibia who is deploying a deception strategy, or is it Mkhwanazi? Is it Mkhwanazi who is deploying a counter-deception strategy, or is it Sibia? From what I've heard so far, and some of the evidence that has been accused, I think we can safely come to the conclusion that Mkhwanazi's allegations remain credible. More or less. So yes, we may suspect that, or we may come to the conclusion that Mkhwanazi should not have omitted the fact that he met Matlala. But if the answer is that he met Matlala as part of his own investigation into the Big Five, then the meeting between Mkhwanazi and Matlala was not fatal to the extent that it may destroy the allegations he has made.
That's interesting. And I think he also, there is, the reason why I agree with that conclusion is that when you look at the allegations made by Khumalo and Mkhwanazi, and to some extent Masemola, although I also think the people on either side of those lines are not necessarily completely aligned themselves. But they have brought enough evidence to support their claims. So for example, when Khumalo says, I can show you these links between Katiso Molefe and Sibia, he shows us CCTV footage of one of Sibia's
the bag of chocolate.
Exactly, the bag of chocolate, which has only been eclipsed by the Woolies bag.
Yes. I will never think of a Woolies bag in the same way ever again.
Exactly. No, I mean, how is Woolworths not adding a squeeze bag to this episode and some advertising? Because this is the perfect moment. But hey, we can't do it all for them. And also some chocolate company should also should become one of our handlers.
Woolies no-name chocolate.
Oh, this wonderful country of ours has not disappointed this year.
People keep on saying South Africa is a movie. No, South Africa is a series.
Exactly.
We don't need Netflix.
No, exactly. They should call movies South Africans at this point. So, but whereas Matlala and Mokhotsi and even Sibia have brought these counterclaims, but we don't have WhatsApp, chats. We don't have CCTV footage, and so what we have there is just their say-so. On the other hand, we have the say-so of Mkhwanazi, but we also have quite important evidence. I'm not going to say it's evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, because we need more time in the process to get there. But where I am in some as well is Mkhwanazi's allegations have not been dislodged, and I use those words very carefully. I'm not saying they've been completely proven yet, but they have not been dislodged either.
You're right. I may be wrong about Matlala. I don't think I am, but I may be. I do think that in his testimony to the ad hoc committee, Matlala deploys a deception strategy. And effectively what he does is to make sure that we are as far away as possible from concluding that Sibia is a criminal. But what does it do? Remember, the PKTT has recordings in which he says he gave money to Sibia. Now, part of what I think is his deception strategy is when he says, my voice was manipulated.
Yeah.
So that we cannot rely on the recordings from the PKTT. But here's the problem. The Madlanga Commission is not the ad hoc committee.
Oh yeah.
I think under cross-examination, Matlala is not going to fare as well as he did with the ad hoc committee. I think he's going to suffer, and suffer badly. Because what may happen is that the moment he says, my voice was manipulated, the commission is going to produce evidence to the effect that they have consulted and have worked with experts in the area who have shown, and they'll say, here's the evidence. They have shown that was your voice.
Yeah.
Your voice was not manipulated.
Absolutely. And what was interesting for me with the intersection of the Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee was when Brown Mokgotsi was testifying, Advocate Chaskelson said, we have chats between you and Morgan Maumera.
Yes.
Cyril Ramaphosa's nephew.
Yes.
Which show that he had an interest in this Medicare 24 tender with the police, which is really the center of all of this.
Yes.
And of course, we have reporting from Jeff Wicks and others showing those two involved in the Tembisa hospital situation. And yet, I was quite shocked to see that some members of parliament didn't raise those questions to Matlala. So I agree. I think, in some ways, in cat-like fashion, he was able to wriggle his way out of being asked some of the really tough questions and having the evidence to then counter some of his claims.
Can I talk briefly about people like Jeff Wicks? Fortunately, it's not John Wick. People like Jeff Wicks and Kyle Cowan.
Yeah.
Who are examples of the excellent investigative journalism that has exposed some of this corruption. So I've been doing a lot of research about cartels globally. We can come back to that.
Yeah, yeah. I would add Karen Dolly onto that.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah.
You know, Subi, the number of journalists globally. Let me say the number of investigative journalists who've been killed investigating organized crime of one kind or another is higher than the number of journalists who've been killed in wars. Now, of course, it shows you that if you look at this from the perspective of the cartels, the work that is being done by people like Jeff Wicks is impactful because it exposes these links between cartels and politics, for instance. Between cartels and the criminal justice system as a whole. And therefore, we should regard investigative journalists who are doing this work as national treasures and do everything possible to make sure that they are secure, they are protected, because as I say, the number of journalists globally who have died investigating organized crime is higher than the number of journalists who have been killed in wars.
Yeah, absolutely. Matlala and Morgan Maumela. For me, that was a moment that I don't think a lot of people fully appreciated when Chaskelson said, Mr. Mohodzi, we've got evidence of conversations between Maumela and Matlala. And this now then draws the link between Maumela and Matlala much more clearly. The only other link we had before was that Beki Cele and Matlala met at Maumela's Zimbali residence, purportedly. Or he gave them a code to get into Zimbali. So yes, this is quite interesting because I'm really keen to know what the link is and what those messages reveal, and I suspect we'll get that late this year, early next year.
Well, those of us who are members of the SMWX cartel are not surprised.
Yeah.
Because remember, we're still trying to draw the organogram, because the organogram is incomplete.
Yeah.
So I suspect we can start penciling in Maumela when we look at the Big Five cartel. The question I've been asking myself is this: the Big Five?
Yeah.
Are these the 5 top criminals in the country? Or the Big Five, as Komalo suggests, refers to the top 5 members, the leadership structure of the cartel? Remember some years ago, former President Thabo Mbeki, delivering a State of the Nation address, says, we are investigating the top 200 criminals in the country. Now, I don't know what happened to that work, because we never got a report. But when I look at when President Thabo Mbeki made that speech, the Maumelas, the Matlalas represent a generation younger than those who were part of the 200, or to the extent that part of the 200 top criminals of that time may still be alive. They are now older. And we are transitioning from them to the current generation of Matlala and Maumela and Katiso Molive. That's what could be happening at the moment.
Yeah.
But let me tell you what is.
What's what? The chicken, what's what?
Yes, Michelle Passengers. So weird.
Of Home Affairs. I would like to become Minister of Watch the show. She's trying to make them look like. When that the ANC decides for the Freedom Front Plus or for the EFF and for the PA for that matter, sufficient consensus is for the parties that are signatories to the document. She's now realized what she's done. That Fikile Mbalula and his negotiators has got the upper hand. They outplayed Ellen Zeller. What does she do? She's trying to ridicule them here on your show. I watch the show. She's trying to make them look stupid. She's trying to make the esteemed team that didn't know what they were signing about. The ANC, the PA, the PAC, we can form 60% of sufficient consensus in the GNU. In the GNU. Where does she get these things? Here's the issue. Helen Zeller knows that, you know, for me, this was, somebody said something so profound. Helen Zeller said nothing different than what former President Jacob Zuma said. He said this is a coalition. By her saying that nothing had happened without her, it makes it a coalition. She wants to insert her in this thing. You cannot tell there's some rights that the Constitution gives the president. I would like to become Minister of Home Affairs. I would like to become Minister of Police.
She actually said if the president appoints, gives you guys ministerial position, she will go and she's still going to complain to the African National Congress.
She's a Karen. She can go complain to you. She can go complain. She's the queen of all the Karens in the world. Why who's she going to complain? I don't even have the right to tell President Ramaphosa. You have to make me this minister because the Constitution enjoys him the right.
It's his prerogative.
It's his prerogative. Who he appoints. If he wants to appoint me this weekend as the minister, she can go and cry and cry. She might just not go and cause problems to toy somewhere because she doesn't have papers to toy. I'll go and arrest her if I get the minister.
How would you feel if President saw? Sound straight.
Karens in the world, let me this minister, because the Constitution enjoys him the right.
His prerogative.
It's his prerogative who he appoints. If he wants to appoint me this weekend as the minister, she can go and cry and cry. She might just not go and cause problems to toy somewhere because she doesn't have papers to toy. I'll go and arrest her if I get the minister.
Doctor, then no. If you're an advertising executive, doctor.
Because I'm thinking some ailments
require
us to sit in our hot box and discuss what we don't do. You know what I mean? Exactly. It's 13:57 on the midday link.
Music with the coolest DJs. Metro FM. It's where you want to be. Yeah. This is the Midday Link Up with LKG, Prober, and Melbaba on Metro FM.
Liars! You're all liars!
What's going on? What are you doing?
You're the boss of Temu. You're scammers. You said if people download the Temu app, they could get a tablet for $1 Why can't I get it?
But the promotion is real. Where did you download them?
Does it matter?
And maybe fire, even if we didn't step and fire, he was always stepping back into that range because he went back and then Charles wanted to be back here and just use that to come straight in. And now
Charles is a very like back and forth straight. He's not really hitting with angles.
You know, you said that the flight miss couldn't have been that shift. Now he's just circled Charles more into his own right hand.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And then is that what it is? And then goes there and then just dip that little bit. So if he went in a straight line, he probably could have still slipped and maybe missed, but shifting off as he wanted to step into that right line, he stepped into Charles, Ilya's right hand. So if you watch him when he shifts, he even shifts.
So he's moving Charles off center while
he does
shifting.
as he shifted, knowing that he was going to follow.
So
whether he did that on purpose, I don't know, but but it seems like it was pretty strategic. Even the way he didn't just shift back, you see him shift off center. Yeah, like so usually it's easy to shift to your right, a little bit harder to shift to your left.
Yeah, it's like in boxing, the guys who are great body punchers. Like there's a guy named Miguel Cotto. Do you remember Miguel? He had a really strong jab, but then he would shift and put his weight over his left foot, and then just rip those body punches. And I think the concern in MMA, I would imagine, is like shifting left. There's a foot or a shin that's going to come right to the top of your head potentially. In boxing, when you shift over, there's not much that can hit you.
Yeah,
like maybe an uppercut can be under, but like if I'm this way and you're a conventional fighter, what do you throw, like a knee or something?
So if you keep dipping that way, you're saying?
If I dip this way, and you're conventional, you're fighting orthodox, that fucking game over.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a risky move too.
Yeah. So with the shift, I mean, she like sort of shifted back out of range, but out. So not really with the slip. He ended up slipping with the punch when he decided to throw the two.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm going to get real technical. All right. So when he even shifts off center. The only thing is when you shift to your left, you shift and then
you can stand if you want.
Yeah. I'm going to stand. Is that right?
Yeah,
still in. So
I'm Charles.
So he sort of when he went here, shifted back, and then he sort of went bang, and then he sort of shifted here. But now look at I'm side.
If I walk straight,
but
then
but I'm off center here.
Yeah.
So if you notice,
so there's nothing I can throw at you.
Yeah, but I feel like off here. But you notice he shifts back, and then as soon as he comes in, he goes boom, and he even shifts his hips straight in. So he shifts back, and then just goes boom.
So now you're walking straight into the right, and you don't have anything with power to I guess I'm like reaching over.
Yeah. So you got an angle, and then again I pulled you.
Yeah.
He's pulled that way. I'm really fixing that. Sorry.
There. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's shifted this way, but again, firing from here across your body would have been hard. So he even shifted, and as soon as he went, he's just went bang.
And then
he's even shifted his. You know, he slipped his head with that left foot
So
getting
what's
the
the
pace again.
strategy against a guy like
That
Ilya?
makes sense. Hopefully, yes, that makes sense. Watch it anyway. It makes sense.
Tell us. So what's the strategy against a guy like Ilya? Let's say you guys run it back again.
Wrestle the bloke, mate.
You gotta get him, get him down, right?
Him down. Like, that's what you want. You want to see what's going to happen with his gas tank. So even with Ilya, great fighter. Like a lot of the things he does, like I'm sure a lot of it's well trained, and then he's got so many good instincts as well. Like even him just shifting that way, he's probably trained for that. But then just as soon as he wanted to square his hips up with the right hand, the power was there and put him in a safer position while he was throwing too. So just little things like that he probably trains for, or it's just great instincts. But yeah, he's a. We want to see the gas tank, see what happens with it. Because I thought Charles, when he was taking him down and forcing him to sort of wrestle and the grapple, I felt like it was starting to wear on him a little bit. So even when he sort of ended up on top in the grapple, I don't know if you remember, Ilya gets up and then, well, and then remember he was just staying up and there was kicking him, didn't let him up. He waited. I'm going to wait 30 seconds, kick his legs.
Interesting.
Get my breath back because that probably took a little bit out of him, which I thought was clever. And then the ref stood him up, and then he's like, right, back to
So
work.
now you get a little break. So you would attack the gas tank, and you do that by like grappling cardio, because that's
I guess you would have to. It's not like again like when you're right.
Serve luxury with Cadbury by any two participating slabs and nominate. T-60s apply.
Have you been sitting on a smart business idea and need to get it online? GoDaddy makes it fast and easy with user.
Again, like when you're right, you want to catch him coming in because he wants to commit as well.
Yeah.
But there's that danger of him landing as well. So with Charles, he should have known that this guy's just going to try and take my head off. I've got world class jiu-jitsu, and Charles is pretty strong. He's improved his wrestling as well. I might take it there.
And I feel like
take him in the championship rounds if I have to, or I finish him early.
I feel like a lot of these guys, though, it's like you've had so much success, and maybe you felt this too. Like you have so much success throughout your career doing something, and like it's very hard to make that change because it might chip away at your confidence. Like I give a lot of credit to Ankalaev. Like when Ankalaev fought Pradetta, I think all of us were going, "There's no way he's actually going to bang with this guy," and then he outstruck him. So like, I imagine if you're Charles, you're like, I'm one of the best fighters in the world. Like, why would I change what I do for a guy who's coming up 10 pounds? Does that chip away your confidence at all when you go, I have to not do what I normally do against this guy?
Depends on the fighter, I guess. And you're right. It seemed like I'm going to press him and I'm going to show the weight. What I mean? But then I just thought that's what I thought was going to happen. That's why I thought he was going to knock him out.
Yeah.
And that's it because he's not so defensive. He's all offense, Charles. So. Easy.
We already know what time it is. You see the lighting. If you're new over here, get ready, buckle up. Let me tell you something, okay? Boners are not just about performance, okay? Never blue chews tip falling back to their house. Steal it.
He's got a gas tank, dude. Gas tanks. All the rounds on social media and all the rounds in the bedroom.
Yeah, that might be a good match. That's a money fight though. Like that's not for Bill. It's not for anything. But if you were the guy that could take out Bonnie Blue, like 1,000 have tried.
I ain't going there. That's for sure.
Now, who do you want next?
Who do I want next? All right. Look, Mobzar is probably the guy that I think deserves it, right? That's what I've always been about. I've always been about who deserves it.
I'm about you making money.
Yeah,
that's what I'm about.
That makes sense.
I see you with the girls.
Most of the times it's contract fights anyway.
So they have a say in
well, it's contract. So
you get a piece of that. You get a piece of that pay-per-view.
Like pay-per-view, yeah, you're right. But let's get into that. The pay-per-view system isn't as good as it used to be. Talk to me. I can't give it too much away.
Well, give me an idea.
No, I just mean it's just the way it works is just a little bit different, and that's why you see the pay-per-views now. They're starting to look like they're dropping drastically because it's just the way the system is, and then there's still millions and millions of views, but you only get paid on certain pay-per-views. You know what I mean? And so
to the actual pay-per-view.
How does that change
So it's not
for you financially? Like, are you like, I can still make as much as I could before, or can you not make quite as much as you could before?
Well, I mean, you can still make money. Like, again, the right fights, it's just very hard. And if you've got a Conor McGregor on the card or someone, John Jones, I'm like, all right, now you can really, really make some. They can tie up some of that money compared to what we're fighting for. But it's pretty hard. So even now, good cards, like the pay-per-views that you're seeing, good cards at like 300, 400, that's considered really good now.
Really?
Yeah, where,
when you say 300, 400, you mean 300, 400, 100,000 buys?
Yes, yes.
Whereas like the huge monumental fights might have been at $1 million.
Yeah, I'll say exactly. So it's harder. I don't know. Again, I probably should be talking this because I don't know enough about it. But it's just not sort of how it used to be. The different like deals, like like TV rights deals and all that. I think it's a little bit different. And now again, you've probably got all the streamings and that as well. Right? So, I don't think everyone, the only way to watch it is to buy a pay-per-view. There's other ways people are probably trying to watch it too, right? So there's a lot of things that factor into it nowadays. But
yeah, it's tricky because I don't know. I've heard some people say that. I've heard some people say like currently the UFC is like a star problem. Like they don't have like as many stars as they did. I think that what people need to understand is that like this happens in all fight sports, even the ones that are predetermined. Like it happened in wrestling. Like you go through ebbs and flows.
Dude, even non-fight sports. When Jordan retired, there was a ratings drop.
Exactly.
We didn't have Jordan yet. Then we got Kobe. Then we got LeBron. When LeBron's gone, same thing.
So it's not like, oh my God, is the UFC over? It's like no. What's going to happen is we had a time where there's Izzy, Josh, like there was like a 5-6 year period where it was like every division had multiple, the Diaz brothers, it's like multiple guys that you needed to watch. And now some of you guys are getting up there, some people are retiring, some people are losing some fights, and a new crop needs to come up.
Yeah.
And you refuse to let that happen in your division. Which there's this guy with this beautiful haircut and a great backstory, and you're like, I'm not out yet. So I'm going to take the belt back to fucking Australia.
It's a great story, but my story's still going.
I know, they had this guy's story so fucking down pat. I'm watching this thing, I'm getting emotional. I see you coming out, I'm like, nah, Volk's not giving it to him today.
I'm almost 40, but you ain't having it yet, you know what I mean? Nah, there is a lot of people, like, you're right though, exactly what you said, like that's just how it sort of goes, but there is so many good fighters coming through. Like I'm watching, like even Joshua Van, another good example. Yeah. But I mean, even my division, you got you've got Pico that's just come in. Obviously, if he has a couple
Aaron,
of...
is it Aaron?
Aaron Pico.
Yeah,
he has a couple of like really good boxing and wrestling background. So that'll be interesting to see. I haven't watched enough of him, but it will be interesting to see how he goes. But then you have... I'm having a brain fart now.
This is not good.
The fighting nerds.
Oh, God.
Featherweight.
Yes. You guys did a face-off recently.
Yes.
You
remember his
name?
Silva.
He's phenomenal.
And he's a great fighter. Great fighter. You got a lot of them actually coming. So I don't think it's too long till you get a lot of names there.
Exactly.
But am I still going not letting them in?
You're not going to let them in.
You have to have a stamp at the airport to say you are legally leaving this place. You are not a fugitive, because the system will say that, hey man, you're a fugitive, you're wanted by the law, which then gets complicated because of the situation that side. But they didn't have the legal requirements to enter the country. And my thing is, fuck Palestine or Gaza is far. How far is it?
Very. Where's things like Egypt?
Egypt! All these Arab countries where they'll feel at home, where there's no haram taking place as much as there is in South Africa.
Yeah, India, all these other places.
India's a Hindu mostly, but Pakistan, for example, right next to India. There's so many countries they could have gone to. Why? So the president didn't ask that. He was like, oh, these are people from a war-torn country, escaping a genocide. Oh, no, bring them in. Doesn't make sense. It's similar to all these other guys with the spice house and they're here on asylums. But they leave their wives and they leave their women behind. It's only the men. Then why are you leaving the wife in a place where she's in danger if it's an asylum that you're seeking? All these guys. But it's only men who are coming. Hasn't that made you ever wonder?
According to IOL, it states that their flight was within 13 hours. So they were on board for more than 13 hours.
That's how far it is.
That's how far it is.
And there's so many other countries that can help. Yes, we went to the ICJ, we took Israel to court, but hey man, domestically we also got a lot of our problems of our own, you know what I mean? We've got people who are running away as well from other closer countries. Now that makes sense. If you're gonna jump over from Zim, you know, it's like, well, it is your closest greener pasture is South Africa if you're in Zim or in Mozambique. Bro, your greener pasture, why is it South Africa when you're all the way so far, bro?
Why should we care about the story of South Africans?
Because they are here.
And because who's in charge? Is it the NGOs or is it government? Because the guys, PMA, Border Management or that authority said, no, they can't enter. They said, we can't allow these guys to enter. They don't have the right documentation. Who are they? Where are they from? Okay, we know where they're from, but who's put them on a plane? No one knows who put them. What's going on? And then gift of the givers comes, and then it vetoes whatever decision the Border Management Authority has come to. So that's why we should be worried. Who's in charge of the country?
No.
Who's in charge?
What's your take on this? When you saw it, what did you think, man?
Like, I think what Saul said, I think is because they took an advantage that we were the ones who were in the forefront of, you know, calling out the injustice that is happening.
Yeah, which was right of us to do.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's something that is repeating itself, where during apartheid, when there were a lot of countries that were calling injustice that is happening in South Africa, and those were countries that were accommodating South Africans for when they were going to exile. So I think that's something that is kind of repeating itself, that we might as a country be the country that's going to welcome a lot of people from Palestine come here to accommodate them, because, you know, they're running away from their country where there's a lot of injustice that's happening.
So
Okay, I get
possibly
that.
there's more to come.
I get that,
Is that
right?
what's going to happen?
Yeah. But bro, there's so many conflicts in the world out there. There's so many conflicts in the world out there. Do we then accommodate everyone? We're a small country, bro. You know? Like, we're a medium country, let me say. Do we accommodate them? Is it practical?
But we're already accommodating the whole of Africa. So, is it shocking? Because we always cry that we're a small country, but at the end of the day, our borders continues to be open for more people to come.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This should worry us, because who's in charge? And remember, we've been seeing a string of lieutenant generals, vice admirals coming out. The latest guy, Monde Lobese from the Navy, vice admiral from the Navy, came out now saying, well, politicians are making it difficult for us to do our jobs. For real. There's crazy crimes happening at sea, human trafficking, drugs are coming out of the country. It's a free-for-all. Yeah, he made a statement now. And then earlier on, I think it was the mass funeral of the guys, you know, who died in Congo, but it was a soldier's funeral. Another general, Chabeni Mapaha or something. This was February. This was before Mkwanazi. He literally said, you politicians have decided to make our defense force a Mickey Mouse. Our borders are porous, want to play Big Brother in Africa, we're out there in Congo, but the resources have been cut from our national defense force. We're a joke. We don't have borders. Pretty much we don't have borders. And then Mkwanazi came out and spoke about the infiltration of the justice system by criminals, and that was in July. Then Shamila Botoi came out saying she can't do a work at the NPA because they've been deliberately under-resourced, and all the best attorneys and lawyers and prosecutors are going into the private sector.
Speaking about Gift of the Givers, an old clip of Dr. Imtiaz Soliman, founder of Gift of the Givers, resurfaced online. In the video, he states that he's not accountable to anyone and only to Islamic law, not state law. This resurfaced as the NGO faced criticism for reportedly pressuring the SA government to allow 150 Palestinians into the country without standard immigration procedures such as the use of passports and asylum papers. Soliman went on to book accommodation for those people. Background of Gift of the Givers: it's one of South Africa's biggest humanitarian organizations, known for emergency response for work in Gaza, Syria, Malawi, Mozambique, and more.
Where's the video?
Do we have the video?
Please try to find the video, because
try to find the video.
Yeah, if there's a video, we've got to see it. I don't think.
And apparently, this guy he ran for elections in '94.
Yeah, I saw that. The Islam party, or it's an Islamic party, or a Muslim party. Yeah,
it's a Muslim party.
It's a Muslim party. Yeah, I saw that, man. And I was like, oh.
And then you look at what's happening in London. They've taken over there, the Muslims. You look what's happening in New York as well.
In New York, you mean the mayor being a Muslim now?
Yeah.
That's when they've taken over.
Damn, dog. You must see videos of what London looks like now, bro.
Nah, but London and the UK, bro, I feel like to some degree they deserve it. And the French and Paris, because you're taking over. Yeah, because guess what? These are the results of colonizing. If you go around colonizing and making people very far from your country dress and look like you and do all these things like you and speak your language as well. Guess where they're gonna flee?
Yeah,
oh, it is. And also due to the you know, London is a hub of cleaning money, right?
Yes, I can believe.
Yeah, so Gangs of London, that Gangs of London series, yeah. Then there was a documentary I watched, I forgot the name now. Literally, it's the world, like, it's where the filthy money is. And people own land there now. are not the Brits. It's the Russian oligarchs.
Wow.
It's the Arabs. You know, yeah, and all sorts of people from all over the world. They send their money there to clean it.
So did you get the video? Oh, you can't find the video. Okay. Okay. Is that the
what are you searching for? What did you search there? Google Imtiaz Suleiman and then go to the videos and see which one pops up at the top. Because maybe there isn't that video with all those words necessarily. Oh, Google Imtiaz Suleiman Islamic law and search for video results.
Maybe party.
That's gonna show us 94. We're trying to find. There it is. You see, man, come host for a day. Let me run that thing here. There.
Yeah, play the video. Let's see. Is that the video?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yes, sir. It looks like it from here.
I really didn't want to speak, and I told him that very specifically yesterday.
But
I can't say no.
I think this wants to speak, but now this is the entire thing.
Yes, Satan, thank you very much. You know,
man, I did see that video, bro, and he sounded very that's why I wanted you to play the video. He was so passionate, you know, He was so passionate. And there's also another video where he speaks. I think it's the same video where he speaks that we must crush the enemies of Islam, and it was a very passionate and very radical speech. You know, so for a humanitarian, it did raise some alarm bells that, hey man, this is very radical. You know, it's very radical. Because it's very radical. Because I mean, enemies of Islam, you know, that's like, whoa, bro. Yeah. But you do help everyone, even those who are not Islam, even those who commit haram, you know, as a humanitarian cause, you know. Who would be enemies?
What's this I hear about Cyril Ramaphosa ready to resign? Did you hear about that?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
She said give him time and date. I don't know. There's obviously a pressure. I know somebody had told me that I trust that he was ready to resign. This is not now though.
Yeah.
This is like last year or a few months back, and apparently Uncle Gwede Mentashe was like convinced him not to. There was a time where he was, because obviously people are not happy. There's factions within the ANC. You know, Zuma did a number on them as well, calling him the guy who's here to kill the ANC. And then obviously we've been seeing everything happening, falling apart.
So is there trouble in paradise right now in the ANC currently?
Of course, bro. They're sharing power with the DA.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying just the ANC himself.
Yeah. Yes. But it's always been factions there, man. Always been factions. It's always been, you know, these guys versus those guys, and it's about which faction is in power. And then now there's obviously Cyril is as they put it metaphorically, is in the departure lounge. You know, because they've got an elective conference coming up. So you always start seeing the ground shake before the elective conference. Scandals, somebody getting suspended, this and that. So yeah, it's power,
starts
bro.
from within the party.
Power fights.
It all starts from within the party.
Damn.
And obviously they're fighting that he shouldn't resign, because they have to literally have that last kind of control. Because obviously by him just removing himself, imagine the chaos, and already they are hanging on a thin thread with the GNU, you know, already. So it's like the ANC is on its last breath, let's be honest. But anything that will rattle them would be just a sudden resignation. But so then who will step in? You know, who do they trust? Who does even the country trust? It'll be over for them. It's not good.
Fact checker, yeah?
According to Business Tech, there has been a letter that was circulating amongst the ANC members in the Eastern Cape, and in this letter they had stated that the president needs to be disbanded, and that the former task team that was helping with President Thabo Mbeki should step in. However, Zigalala has come to Business Tech and stated that those were rumors, and that the president would not be stepping down after the G20 conference. But it seems like it's something still.
Yeah, something is.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ghost Lady, before we come to you, our good friends at Hollywood Bets are running an incredible promotion. It's called the Habanero Jackpot Race. You can stand a chance to win at 10:30 p.m. and a race phase between 8:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. During the race time. The link to get started. When you sign up, don't forget to use our promo code.
I still believe when celebrities say that they are becoming sangomas.
Nah, man.
Isn't that like 2018? That's like 2018, man.
Yeah.
Well, guess who?
But I don't never follow through.
Okay.
And then one day they burning the clothes, you know, the sangoma stuff. They burning it. So one did that.
Vusinova has entered the Ndumba.
Enter Vusinova. Whoa,
yes,
bro.
Yes.
Oh wow, hey man.
So he publicly confirmed that he has completed his journey of becoming a traditional healer.
Yes. Wow.
Wow. So yeah, obviously the public is a bit like, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. you guys feel about it.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but it just felt like at some point in time, people were just doing it for PR, man.
Yeah, and
not for the real cause.
Yeah, and those guys ruin it for maybe the guys who do it genuinely. If he is one of those, we don't know. But a lot of us are like, nah, come on, man. It always happens with the guys who've had maybe a troubled journey along their times, be it maybe substance abuse or whatever. Like, he's come out and spoken about his substance abuse issues in the past. So from outside looking in, it always seems like maybe maybe I won't. I don't know.
If someone came up to you and said you had a calling and you gotta be a sangoma, what would you do?
I'll get a second opinion, or a third opinion, and a fourth opinion, and yeah.
But is it something
because a calling doesn't have a time limit, right, or an age limit? So what can I say? But look for. I won't just try to jump in head first. You know, like you can't. No. Can
obviously get a first soul as a sangoma with pants. While he's doing the video.
Yeah, that's glue on my pants. Glue on my pants. Give a dollar bag. I wouldn't take that
seriously.
Would you become a sangoma if someone told you?
No.
But it's not. You don't decide, bro. What do you mean, no?
I also think with me, I'll be one of those who becomes in denial and say, nah, I'm not going for the training and all, because I think I'm just one of those, because I've watched what has happened with celebrities and how they've made a mockery of it. You know, same with like your pastors. For me, like Ubi Sangoma and being a pastor is kind of like,
the rumor is if you don't heed, the rumor is if you don't heed the call, then isn't Ozambi right?
Let's see how bad it goes. Let's see how bad it goes.
Let's go blind and deaf and then get a stroke on top of it, because it can get really bad if you don't heed the call.
I've heard people, obviously they become very fearful of what could possibly happen to them. But I'd literally just wait. I'd wait it out. I'd wait it out. Like, is it real? I need to have signs. I'm one of those people.
You, my dude?
Yeah, why not, man? It's content.
Guess who came to consult? Who, bro? You won't believe it, bro.
You'll be here and the beats. Like, guys, I'm in my chair.
If I had a calling, I'll take it. I'd heed it, man.
Really?
You know? Yeah.
Immediately. You don't even try and like question it, get a second opinion.
What's bad? I mean, you're helping people, you know?
It's
a gift, bro. Yeah.
You're the chosen one of the few special ones. Well, you should be a few of you. There's a lot now, and some are fake, but it's a gift.
It's a gift, you know what I mean?
It's not an easy journey, I've heard.
Yeah.
But I'll definitely have a few opinions before jumping.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to waste all these years, you know, of your life, and then you're like, I'm no longer a Sango. I'm like, whoa, you know, after going through all of that.
What else you got for us,
Okay, guys, remember Wise Man Nube?
Yeah,
there's a sad story.
Great actor, yeah.
Incredible actor, bro.
Yeah, we can't put that.
Amazing actor.
What do you think is better between him and Tembi Sinkos?
Yo.
One must die. They're on the same.
Man. Tim goes, in fact.
No.
Wiseman must go. Wiseman must go. Yeah. Hey, I'm a fan of both, but bigger of Tim Goes.
Yeah. I'd say Tim Goes must go.
Who's your type there? Would you give it up to?
Not like that.
Well, he's asking.
Okay, but I like dark skinned guys. I'm more for dark skinned guys.
So Wiseman.
Wiseman. Oh wait, was the first decision based on that?
Yeah.
Of that, Tim Goes must go.
Yes, it was based on who would be better. Oh, okay. Yeah, Tim Goes must go.
Who would be better at what?
No, at being alive. At sharing oxygen on Earth. At sharing oxygen and on Earth.
And Dumi, who would you give it up to?
Who would be better?
Dumi or Dudu? Both. He said none of the above.
Yes. Wiseman, what's Wiseman doing here?
Oh, okay. So Wiseman, recently, there's a story about him coming out from it's a X site has revealed that she obviously got her pregnant, and when she went, because actually she released DMs conversation between them. This first DM happened in December when she tells him that she's pregnant. Obviously the guy wants to deny it and say that he is not linked to that. Okay. Fast forward, she's been wanting a DNA test, and now he also refuses that. Now, apparently, he also just got married. to his wife of 8 years. They've been together for 8 years.
Oh, beautiful. Well done, guys. Great
And
choice.
again, now the wife was DMing the side about, please just stay away from my husband. And obviously the girl is like, well, and even threatening her, saying, you know what I can do to you, right? And this girl's like, so she posted that as well. This is a DM of the chat. Yeah. Now, for me, it triggered me on the part of, as a wife, it's like, why are you defending a man? Like, as much as yes, it's your husband, but
he's the prize.
It just ends up looking bad. It ends up looking bad. As wife to wife also, no. For me, it was just like, the guy's wrong for cheating, and because clearly this happened while they were still together, and they get married.
How old is the kid now?
Clearly this kid is still a baby.
Oh,
the pregnancy was revealed last year, December, and this was on a DM, like a conversation between the two. Now she stepped in, and obviously remember he also refused to take a DNA test, and this girl just keeps on going back to this guy, like, guy, just be there for your kid and take a DNA test and confirm, because it is your kid.
Yeah, that
you can't
part.
deny it.
Yeah, that part. Come on, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you want to impregnate anyone, if I'm going to impregnate anyone, and I'm going to sleep with somebody, and they say they are pregnant, then it's the only responsible thing, because you don't want to be
praxis. And they wanted, I don't know what happened to them. And this isn't even like shitting on them. They just wanted to build, a startup linked to Peter Thiel wanted to build the next great city in Greenland. Like, they wanted to just get out of here. Make the laws, and they were like, we're not into this. We're all of these tech people believe to some degree in a post-American future. Whether they admit it or not. They're not going to admit it. They all love Jesus now, which is interesting. So they've all found him. We trust that? We trust that conversion? Nope. Is that authentic? Nope. But all of these people want a post-American future. And they love these ideas, right? Yeah, let's buy a piece of land, let's start small, run it on crypto, see what happens. Fully kind of libertarian, feudal state run by crypto. So what do you do if that's what you want? If that's your concept of the future, where nation states are going to be at the very least subservient to the new tech reality. What do you need? You need kind of this digital police state that everyone's going to have to live in. And that's where you bring in Palantir. The New York Times article here, the Trump administration has tasked Palantir, Peter Thiel, and Palantir with building a database of Americans. Their financial info. So Peter Thiel, Palantir is founded by these guys, Alex Clark, Joe Lonzo, and Peter Thiel. I met Joe Lonzo in Austin. I went to his house. Nice guy, very smart. I described him on the show. He no longer likes me. That's fine. This is a pattern for me, right? This seems to be a pattern. I don't think it's right. He had a great big swimming pool, and I love swimming, and I love a big pool. Most people don't have them. He had a huge pool. I think it was 80 feet. Doesn't matter. I'm being sued. I met him. He no longer, I think he's actively involved with Palantir. He's doing some other startup. Like, he's doing some other. He wanted to build another city to compete with Austin or something. Everyone's got a fun idea at these tech things when we go. Everyone's got a fun idea. Everyone wants to do something revolutionary. And so, in March, President Trump signed an executive order calling for the federal government to share data across agencies, raising questions over whether he might compile a master list of personal information. Mr. Trump has not publicly talked about the effort since, but behind the scenes officials have quietly put technological building blocks into place to enable his plan. In particular, they have turned to one company, Palantir, the data analysis and technology firm. This is where you have to start questioning if the Trump administration is like some type of op. Meaning, like, is this real? Is the administration that got elected to purge the deep state actually using the deep state to compile a list of data on all the people that live here. This shadowy company Palantir that works with the CIA and the military, they do all this fun stuff. They export all their technology all over the world to places, fun like Israel right now. Well, I don't know what they're doing. I guess setting up breakfast stations for the Palestinians. Perhaps not. But this shadowy company is compiling a list of data of the American people. The Department of Homeland Security and the Pentagon, when Mr. Trump took office, according to public records, including additional funds from existing contracts, as well as new contracts with the Department of Homeland Security and the Pentagon. So Palantir has received $113 million in federal government spending since Trump took office. This does not include a $795 million contract the Department of Defense awarded the company last week, which has not been spent. Representatives of Palantir are also speaking to two other agencies, the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service, about buying its technology. The push has put a key Palantir product.
What is it that you were doing this past week or during the week? Or
on Twitter, so you can tweet, reply, retweet, and repeat. Quality election now for CUTFM. Manta ho fihla ka labone, ho tloha ka hora ya botshelela ho fihla ka hora ya bosupa. Kgetho ya hao e bohlokwa.
Your vote and your eggs. More than just an egg.
And wait to see if I go viral. Charlie Kirk, I'm history now.
Yeah.
King Von, I'm history now.
Yeah.
That's
why a lot of people beef and everything with certain people to try to attach their name. Like you got like the underground artist, blowing up in the city. He really don't got beef with, bro, but he gonna say fuck him.
So what happened? I get that light. I get the same light. I get to stand in that big bright light with Kentrail. Most people, when Kentrail go off and don't say nothing, they can't keep the light. I got ways to keep the light. I go viral again a week for the next one.
So you're not worried about being disliked by NBA YoungBoy?
No. And I showed up. I showed up with a plan.
Right.
To play a villain, not to be liked.
I can respect that.
Because I sat back and saw everybody who once was loved by black people end up not being liked. So I came to play reverse psychology. I'm a likable guy in real life.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna come make you not like me, because I'm a likable guy in real life. Most people are not likable in real life, but they're on the internet.
That's
I
right.
come to do the opposite.
Yeah.
So I come to play a villain, because everybody else trying to play hero.
Facts.
I come to play a villain. I'm not a villain in real life. So I come on there not to be liked. I come to get monetized playing a villain.
Right.
Character. So I don't have a script. I don't have a standard operating procedure for the character. I'm learning on the job. Same with me, I feel you. So I'm creating a new job on the internet, a villain character, because everybody else want to be liked. I understand you a lot. And then when people tell me, well, he said this, he said that. I don't mean it. That too. And I say, listen, man, y'all not from the South, so y'all don't understand that it's 1,000 goddamn Charleston whites. They just ain't on camera. It's men who literally say the same shit. Drinking beer on the porch or outside, sitting in chairs with their older friends saying the same shit he's saying. But y'all saying he wrong, and I'm like, shit, is my dad wrong? Or my goddamn drunk uncle over there wrong too, then? Because they saying the same shit he's saying. Homie, they saying it. They just not saying it on camera. Yeah, exactly. They saying it, not saying it on camera. For sure. Everybody's afraid of backlash. And one thing I can say about you is, don't get me wrong, backlash can hurt your pockets. It can hurt family. You went through things that you probably never seen. It hurt my pockets. It hurt my family. Yeah. It hurt me a lot, nigga. But it only hurt me to elevate me. So you're never going to stop. I'm never going to stop. Why would I fix something that's not broken? And it doesn't seem like you're afraid of death either. I'm not. Because why would I be afraid of death when what the death that y'all want to come to me is going to be an evil death? Y'all want somebody to kill me for what I done said. Right. What have you said to your wife? What have you said to your neighbor? Have hurt them? Should you be killed for what you done said? So y'all want me to be hurt for what I done said. So I learned to pray as a kid. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. The things that I'm disrespecting and speaking against, I think and believe in evil. So why should I fear death from evil? I speak against gangbangers, street niggas. Y'all dance and celebrate to evil. I speak against evil. No matter what you're saying, I speak against evil. So a lot of people think that, I see it the way you see it, because I see it the same way. You're a brilliant man. Like, they'll be like, okay, Charleston, you really are a fan of NBA Youngboy. Big fan. But you will speak out against him at the same time. So let me just say that. I met one of the NBA juvenile workers on the internet and developed a bond with him on the phone. He was like 15, 16. He became a fan of me early on when I became on the internet. Yeah, himself. I got wind of that. He put my name in that song. My bond for him was already established before he done that. That's why I target him. Like in school, in elementary. The girl that's mean to you like you. Yeah. She don't know how to say she like you. Right. I've been working with these kind of kids. I know exactly what I'm doing. Long before I came to the internet, I had a partner that spent 30 years in prison for a murder he committed 12 years old. He and I was in the juvenile system together. Based off what we learned in the juvenile system, we created a 16-week curriculum, a youth curriculum called a Street Life Cycle. Right. We developed a youth facilitated hand manual to teach juvenile officers, school teachers, mentors, parents, how to work with today's kids that have a value system and a belief system that derive from hip-hop culture. Right? Nigga, I would say this program was highly recommended to all 254 counties throughout the state of Texas. This program was developed with the basis and foundation of the lyrics of music. That's where we get our belief system from. Right? So I learned that from this. The fastest way to bond with a kid is find out who their favorite rapper is. If you can sing along to it, recite some lyrics, that kid will bond with you. Their parents don't know, cut that shit out of that. So that's why you see so many kids and adults who listen to the same music, they're all connected. We're not connected to our kids. Our kids are connected to their peers and their idols when they put on the walls and on their phone. I had a target audience. I wasn't looking for a fan base. See, fans like you now, but don't like you later when you do something. You get accused of something. Right. They once loved our kid in that age. They once loved it in that age. So I never came for the likes because I know black people don't like nothing consistently nor long. But right. Whitney Houston, Michael Jackson, we done turned on everything we once liked and claimed we love. Right. So I didn't come for that. I want to be effective, my nigga. So I came understanding numbers, statistics, qualitative, quantitative data, information. I came to target an audience. An audience. So I have a target audience. I had to break that target audience down, but I didn't have the skills nor a team to know how to do the analytics. It wasn't until I came to social media that I was able to perfect this plan, because now I have analytics. See, y'all looking at likes and views, I go look at analytics. Mom was stuck on views, I was looking at 100 million impressions, 24 million watch hours. So I was saying, man, 50,000 people is watching this long. I don't need 1 million people to watch a 10-minute video. I got people watching me from the time I come on to the time I cut off. Nobody else on the internet was doing it. So once I was able to get my target audience and receive the information of analytical data, you got people from 13 to 65 plus watching you. That's a broad audience. Most people don't have such a broad audience. 13 to 60, that's what YouTube showed me. These motherfuckers are watching you at these times, during these hours. I'm not gonna win with this knowledge, this information, with a plan. So people, I don't need this on there. That's why I'm hypocritical. That's why I'm never saying. I'm not on here to deliver a message. I'm not on here to uplift. I'm on here to entertain, because I was entertained on Facebook for free until they started implementing things called professional dashboard, creator tools. Right. Y'all was reading comments and looking at people's videos. I'm over here in the YouTube creator studio. I'm in the dashboard. That's why I'm so good at this shit. So people think they know me. I showed up to do exactly what I'm doing, nigga. And I told people before I got here that I was gonna be the Denzel Washington of the internet. You know what I strongly believe? I actually believe you're smarter than what you present on the internet. Because I am. I play dumb so I can fit in. All my life, I couldn't play football to make the football team. I play dumb to fit in with the tough bad guy and the dumb kid who everybody's scared of. You know what's something that I realized too? That I think we got wrong. I think we got the definition of genius wrong. Let me explain. I feel like a person who's a genius is a person who's extremely great at something. They apply their genius to that. We apply genius to how good you do in a Rockefeller white man created system, when really LeBron is a fucking genius. The way he thinks about basketball. You are a genius the way you think about I've been in every system that the white man has, and I've never lost to the white man. I've been in his jail system and have no felony convictions. No felony convictions. I've never been to his prison system. Never. I've never lost to the white man, and I've been in trouble with the law. No felony conviction. What's wrong with y'all? You think people get work for business and pleasure mix? Why you think every producer try to the artist business and pleasure mix? It's just, can you mix the business with the pleasure? Yeah, most people can't. Some can. A lot of people can. Oh, it's the nature of the business. That's why most people don't outside the business. Yeah, I go to the doctor regularly. So I used to push STD, STI, HIV testing in the black community. So I used to always try to create sites, fight.com and everything. So I'm big on HIV awareness, STI, so I'm big on that. But it's ultimately the woman is the final boss. Put all paper, saran wrap around it. That's what she say do. Yeah, if she say concrete, put concrete on it, but let's do that. The woman sets the playing term.
Right, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so she was irresponsible with her. Okay. Tell them who gave it to you. Don't just give us a producer, give us a name so this can be identified.
She did,
Yeah, we supposed to mark that with the scarlet letter, and her too. Yeah, we supposed to shame her too. We shame both of them.
I know in the city, like the hospitals and like people, nurses and stuff said, she like by it being so public, it flooded the hospitals. Like it just made more people like go get tested. Like it turned into a positive almost from that negative situation. Like now people are taking it more seriously. Now kind of, they ain't really do before.
They've been doing this. Let me just say this. Most I know this time is asking to say you got a rubber. Most niggas I know don't have rubbers on hand. Most niggas I know, if you go to their house and they pass the pad, they ain't got excessive amounts of condoms. You go to female house, they don't have excessive amounts of condoms. So after spontaneously go buy a rubber in the heat of I don't think people really care about it. Yeah, I don't think people care. Yeah, I think you just care when you hear about it. First come on, first go out, you stop thinking about it.
All right, this is my last question.
I like your question though.
He said my question is boring.
No. You had another element that day. Yeah. You had different element.
Okay, so New Orleans no longer have any more public schools. We only have charter and private schools. Do you think that this was like a scheme or a plot for like after Hurricane Katrina? Because a lot of people were saying we never was really aware of what the Katrina, what they was planning. So now we'll have no more.
You know why y'all wasn't aware? Y'all wasn't going to the city council meetings. That's why y'all wasn't aware. How can you be aware when you're not involved?
Right, that's a fact.
Not only you're not involved, you're not invested. So, why do y'all want public schools? When public schools have been one of the worst places that you can send black children in America to be educated, because they've been miseducated over the years. So why do you want public schools when public schools have been and are now created to be from a pipeline to prison? Public school to prison. That's your school. So you have a school to prison pipeline through public schools, not through charter schools. So you have the worst public schools because public schools are funded by property taxes. So all y'all in the Methamphetamine Calio project, well, who funded y'all schools with property taxes? Where your homeowners at?
Right, yeah.
So why y'all want public schools when all y'all kids up there fighting? All y'all kids go to jail. Over 50% of your children who end up in juvenile come from school. They're not arrested on the streets. So why are you sending your kids there and complaining about them shutting them down? Charter schools are way better.
All right.
But if you're not actively involved in your children's educational process, it don't matter if it's private, charter, whatever.
It starts at home, right? You said it starts at home.
That's where I was going to. There you go. I like EPA.
All right, so this is my another question. Boosie is dating New Orleans native Rajel. I think that's how you say her name. She's fairly younger. What's your thoughts on age gap relationships?
Nothing wrong with wrong.
Period.
Yeah, they take an 18-year-old and put him into the military. They take an 18-year-old and draft him to the pros. Why we can't take an 18-year-old that's dumb and don't know nothing, running from her mama's house, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, look still fresh, she barely know how to wipe it, and got you raised and groomed to be stupid as you want to be stupid. This your little motherfucker you want you groomed to be as stupid as you need her to be for you. Why y'all in my business? Because I call them a dumb motherfucker. Y'all once was dumb, wasn't you? And you wanted you older, man. So y'all get out the way.
Okay. Master P has recently been super active in New Orleans. He has done things such as like creating a Walk of Fame on Canal Street. He's in charge of the sports department at University of New Orleans, and he's gearing up with a tour of Cash Money. How do you feel about him returning back to the city after so many years and he's out of his prime from his fame and his fortune?
Oh, he's 20 years too late. Yeah, he's 20 years too late. Ain't nobody going to Cash Money. You know, look at you. Bunch of old hopping on stage, jogging, doing jumping jacks, mountain climbing, tennis girls. Ain't nobody going to get and they're not entertaining anymore.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I guess my argument is
people done that when
when it mattered, when it really could.
It's never too late. But sometimes it can be a little too late. He a little too late with it. The city's moving in a different direction. New Orleans, a Walk of Fame, when Kendrick Lamar came and performed real, means nothing during Super Bowl. To be over sports, and y'all had what y'all had in Las Vegas. Y'all couldn't get that at the Super Bowl real. Man, we don't dump into anybody buying it.
Yeah. All right, let's get on Cash Money. Turk is into it with the hot, like his band members. Do you think he should just cut ties and completely stop?
Oh no, man, he should apologize. Make it right. Turk used to be one of my favorites. Man, Turk started to look like a sucker. And he let that woman talk. Man, you don't these guys you don't let your woman speak on your wife or nothing. Don't talk. Men talk business. What is she your manager now? Turk came home talking, kind of sideways, talking to business. Say baby had a fake man. No, homie. So, how you gonna embrace the brother with the loose lips over here telling me whole lot business?
Right. Yeah.
Man, I got a partner did me like that. It hurt me so bad. I can't even say nothing to him about it. He don't know what I would have told me. Man, I'm not coming to him. I'm gonna set up, man. I put a name trying to get some business help. Cause I always got some. So, nah, man, that hurt me. So, but I don't even know how to say that. Cause it hurt. Cause man, I ain't talking about nothing. I ain't sharing nothing sentimental feeling with my woman, my money.
Right. Yeah. All right, so this is really my last question. All right, to summarize and wrap it all up, New Orleans culture, especially when it comes to the music, is always copied and sold without any of the resources coming back to the city. How do you think New Orleans community could come back together? Does it start here? Do you think the people in the city should come together first before we try to get other people to respect us?
Why would anybody respect y'all? Y'all respect yourself. Y'all lead the nation of murder. Who want to come here down here? Y'all in Western LA, you're guaranteed to be free. And when do y'all come together? So how you gonna get Cash Money, everybody at the top, when none of y'all at the bottom come together? So to even be more realistic, when last time y'all had a children's kind of show? That's where it started. That's where they cut them, man. When last time y'all found what a hot kid rapper around? What a little girl that can sing? What the next Beyonce? Yeah. Who got the say TV media platform around here?
No Rap Cat Podcast.
So Dallas got Say TV, Boss Talk, Dallas Global, Real Life Street Star, Terrence Gangsta Williams.
Wow.
So they got all these big major platforms. So where New Orleans is? If they mimicking y'all style, why y'all ain't got y'all own light and y'all own stage? And every week, every Tuesday, every month, y'all got something going on here. Who y'all hottest comedian? So who's shining the light on y'all? Who y'all waiting to shine the light for y'all then? New Orleans? This is New Orleans. Y'all got a big weekend. Where was a local artist performing it around here? Where a celebrity can go tap in with a local artist. Look who y'all had. Y'all brought business singers, state property to New Orleans, talking about somebody need to come and help y'all. Man, ain't nobody helping the past. They looking to the future.
All right, listen, Charles, there's enough of let's get off my city. Shout out to the Ido.
Man, what I'm saying, you hear what I'm saying? It's a young rapping like, man, he the next, come on now. Y'all got the light already. Baton Rouge right next door with NBA Youngboy. Y'all got Terrence Gangsta Williams that already created a pipeline for it to go from New Orleans to Texas and plug in any media outlet.
Big facts. Charles White in the city.
Man, he done created a pipeline for it to go from New Orleans to Atlanta and tap in to Rallo, Famgoon, come on.
Shout out to Rallo.
And then I done went to Miami. Gangsta done created a pipeline for now from New Orleans and come tap in to the Miami niggas, the Miami scene. Man, what y'all waiting on?
They hating, that's what it is.
Man, come on, man. Y'all already got a vehicle, but y'all looking for somebody else to do it. Y'all looking for Cash Money to do it. Cash Money brother doing it. But nigga, y'all overlooking it.
Okay, now my boy Crypto Jesus gave me some questions for you. The singer Summer Walker, she recently went viral for messing with a rapper. And they say she stated that she don't mind being a side chick.
I've been in her long before then, for now. I've been shooting at Summer Walker since I seen the Goofy ad, the Rico Reckless. Now, nigga, when I seen him cuddle and snuggle and huggle, I've been knocking at the door, throwing rocks and whistling past the window. Summer, check your DM. She my kind. Yeah, she my kind. Ain't no rules or nothing.
Okay, so
You make the rules as you go along. Ain't that what we do in life, people?
Right.
So she my kind.
So what are your thoughts on the lady and her child or her children being jumped by some students in Chicago?
Nothing. Yeah, she's supposed to, we all supposed to be saying, man, that woman wrong. We supposed to all be saying, man, that woman wrong. She had to do the kid like that. She supposed to get a little girl and beat her up. She supposed to grab one of them little boys and stick both her fingers in their eyes. Especially when they grabbed the baby and snatched the baby from him and threw him down on the ground and went to kicking his little punk ass too. Say, yeah, no, I don't feel sorry for that. Yeah, no, nigga, I don't feel sorry. That's nature. We are living we are operating out of survival instincts and savage-minded people. So if you living amongst your people, they been kicking that little boy ass the first time. That's why she had to walk him on mug up. That's why when my son was in the 5th grade, I gave him a pen that was a knife and told him stick him, poke him. So yeah, now I taught my son how to stab him. Yeah, now she was supposed to hurt one of the kids, homie. And then, kids supposed to be going to jail until they grown. Every last kid involved, because them kids go hurt somebody again, and this ain't their first time attacking adults. Them kids should be locked up at least until they 21. In a maximum security facility where they have to fight not to be, that'll straighten their ass up. But that was the children of the corn I've been telling y'all in the morning y'all about.
Okay, I recently did an interview with Mama Two-Time Finesse mother, and she made a statement. She said that she had 4 different baby daddies, we say, 4 different fathers for her children. She stated that if one of the fathers brought some food over to the house for just his child, that she would tell him to take it back if he didn't bring enough for all of them. What is your thoughts?
I'm taking the food back. Them babies. I mean, I'm taking the food back. I come to you and feed mine. The mother, you let them feed theirs. I'm with that. Yeah, I ain't with you. Say, listen, boy, you better not, I brought you a 10-piece big nugget. You better not share now nugget with your brother, your sister. I'm gonna whoop your motherfucker in a minute. I tried to miscarriage the last baby when she was pregnant with me. You know how they do. Y'all sharing the same pregnant. You try to have a miscarriage the baby by putting that long dick at the top of that baby head. I heard in the 70s say that kind of shit, so I grew up before that kind of listen to my uncle and them. So now, you mistreat another kid. You don't like them no way. Man, you wrong. You got mistreated by your stepdad. I want her that. Yeah, that's why my mama wouldn't bring no man into the house. And that's why, yeah, I got 2 kids by 1 woman, so my kids have to go through that. They daddy got but I'm that kind of too. Yeah. I just seem like I ain't. Yeah. Okay. Especially when we break up. So long we cool, I feed your kid. We break up, you know, feed mine.
Okay, so now let's jump back to the Atlanta scene. Future, the rapper Future brother was caught with 21 kilos of and some more stuff. So do you think that's a bad look for Future, or that can hurt his endorsement down the line?
He already sold his catalog for that big old lump sum he sold it from. He don't have a bunch of endorsements. He make a bunch of babies he don't take care of, so it's hard for anybody to endorse him with corporate sponsorship. He just go keep the feds on it. They know he was funding his brother, a little bit of drug gorilla. Then 21 kids, the fed dog, and then he go out to jail and die in prison. But he ain't never coming home. See, they changed the laws on crack, so he get caught with a bunch of crack and not go do life. It's some new laws. It's a new fear behind it. And they making it seem like it's a form of national security because it's being sent in by China. So it's in trouble. He might end up over there in the Salvadorian prison. While keep their head down bald.
Okay, you once stated in the interview that we have become digital slaves. So how do you think we can break that curse?
Slave. The curse that comes with addiction, you can't undo. You curse with it forever. Motherfuckers struck out on half, struggle with that addiction forever. You already got the addiction. So how you gonna stop now and say, okay, I'm gonna start making money online? You already addicted to watching videos. So it's too late now.
Okay, you're a guy that gets booked to sit down, and voice your opinion on stuff. So how is it that, and how do you handle when someone gives you constructive criticism, and have this ever happened to you?
I don't listen to nobody. Y'all listen now. I read what my mama sent me in the morning, but I don't listen to nobody. Nobody's been where I'm in, homie. From this position. Nobody's done what I've done. Talked on it and just all of a sudden became famous and never set out to be famous. Who can criticize this? It's working. Who can give me constructive criticism if you can't even name what I'm doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm going. I just know this is working, homie. And I had a plan, not knowing if it'll work. And I had a strategy. I stuck to my plan and my strategy. So I don't listen to nobody. So when people tell me something, I say, well, show me. And that's when they quit talking. Man, I think, man, you should, man, if I was in, well, show me. You start a platform and show me what I need to do. Yeah, then that's when people, they stop talking. Because nigga, I don't know how to do this. I'm just figuring it out as I go along. And I'm learning well. I don't know what to do after this. I didn't know what to do before this, other than trying to monetize YouTube. Losing things, losing accounts, not gaining and progressing. Losing things helped me to build and grow and learn to get to where I'm at now. Had I kept winning, I wouldn't have got on stage to do comedy. I would still been on YouTube, like a Son Campbell.
I've hung out with you plenty of times, and I've watched your success. And when I first come home, I watch you. Remember you had the plaques in your head?
Yeah.
My question to you is, because I witnessed this last night, like it was overwhelming love.
Yeah.
Were you surprised the love you received on Bourbon Street? Old and young. And one more thing, when we was in Hammond, these little young boys walking down the road. They had to be like about between 9 and 12 somewhere. Yeah. And one of them, the neighbor said, "You don't know what it is?" They said, "Yeah, that's Charleston White." So for you to touch young people, man, like this is some stuff we haven't seen.
My analytical data, 93% of my viewers are males. Most of them watch me in the morning, late evenings, and nighttime. The age range is from 13 to 65 plus. That's a broad audience. Yeah, nah, I ain't expect that. New Orleans is a mean place. Yeah, New Orleans like New York, Baltimore, it's a mean drill. And don't nothing, I ain't gonna say don't nothing depress y'all, but if you come looking too fly, motherfucker in New Orleans, man, you ain't yet trying to make it feel like, yeah, you regular motherfucker. Yeah, you like me. You ain't nothing special about you. So New Orleans take pride in making a motherfucker feel like they ain't special. Nigga, last night they made me feel special.
I watched it.
Yeah, so get that in New Orleans. When they don't even smile at each other, especially on Bourbon Street, because they looking to hit a lick of hustle. Nah. Yeah.
What went through your mind when the youngster with the book bags was running up on you? Charles White.
Man, these young snatching chains. And we just gotta let them keep running because they got some guns in the backpack. yeah, so that we with, he leading the pack as he's the head, he's the spear. But he keep looking back for you. I already see you on the sideline standing off.
Hello sana buya baba sifumene ke urundo lwethu asancokola konke naye ke namhlanje sincokola ke ngephulo lesebe ke iphulo le World AIDS Day. Sibulisa sikwamkele kuhlabonene family njani namhlanje? Sibulisa sikwamkele kuhlabonene family njani namhlanje? Siyaphila. Sikuhle kunjani kuwe? Siyaphila nathi enkosi kakhulu. Ndiyafuna nje uke usichaze ngenjongo lena ke yeli phulo le World AIDS Day nokuba kutheni la lento kuzawuthi ke eli phulo libanjelwe apha eMpuma Koloni kulo nyaka. Ngicela ngigabagaba ngayo seyazi ukuba iminyaka yonke kwenziwa i-World AIDS Day nge-1st kaDisemba, of which is the World AIDS Day because yenziwa kwihlabathi lonke. Injongo yokwenza i-World AIDS Day kukhumbuza abahlali ne-community zonke nee-companies zathi idabi lika-HIV lisaqhubekeka alikami aliphelanga as long as sisenabantu abamane bexhumana i-HIV. Into yobana siqhube okokoko uzakhumbuza abantu. So into yoba ke ngoku iziswe apha uDeputy President ufilise kulungile into yokubana makamve apha e-Eastern Cape u-30 years of ufriend within umthoko elawulayo mayize celebratelwa apha e-Eastern Cape. Siyayazi ke ngoku into yobana kwindawo nganye sinee-provinces ezahluka-hlukeneyo kodwa bezithali sikhonjwe apha eBuffalo City apho kusikhonjwe yobana i-Suburbs Stadium iyaba yindawo ephakathi naphakathi eyawusincedisa into yobana bonke abantu baseBuffalo City nabazawusuka kwezinye bawukwazi uyawufikelela khona. Okay, iyavakala. Uthini ke umongo enizawube nigcine kuwo? Umongo esizawugcina kuwo njengoko senditshilo ndathi
urhulumente uye wajonga wabona into yobana kufuneka abale into yobana ukusukela oko yaqala i-HIV ngaloo nyaka yaqala ngayo sele ehambe umgama ongakanani. Umgama ke uhanjiwe sisokola okanye amaxwebhe esokola onke ezama ukunyanga i-HIV kambeni ka-health kusele belisokola kakhulu lona kuba besinika lisise amayeza. Iinzame ke zenziwe kwathi kwaba kuyafumaneka into yobana amachiza akhona njengoko sizaziba ngokusithetha ngento yobana abantu abapositive batya i-ARVs ke ndayazi uba ngayo igciwane le-HIV. Therefore ke ngoku eyona nto sithethiwayo
phambi kokuba nje uqhubekeke ndiyacela uqonde uba ndikuphazamise ndifuna siye evenkileni and then ubuye ke ngoku uqhubekeke.
Utyhafiswe yintoni namhlanje? Amahlaba neenaliti, ndisholo, iinyawo ngathi ziyatsha, umntu usukile, sokuqala, siqaphela i-probiotics inamandla okuziphileka iiphalisa lo nyaka olufumaneka ngaphezulu kokakhululezakuhla sibhalele inyako namhlanje nakundlela ifamasi emfuphi kuwe. I-probiotics umntu wendalo oluzisa amakhobo esifuyile egazini.
told him I'm gay.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I said.
And it works.
Yeah, 50's black, so he's allowed to be in the
but
movie.
he's Aussie. I mean, that's like somewhere in between.
Yeah, you're down under. You know, like, there's a little bit.
UFC champ, that maybe gets you that.
Yep. Well,
No,
I don't give a fuck.
Come on, that is hyper masculine. That is toxic.
That's toxic.
That's toxic, is it? It's toxic. It's toxic.
Yeah. No, you're beating the minorities. You can't do that. Extremely. I mean, it's the least CGI thing ever.
The movie's about beating up minorities. We can't have the white guys be too successful in that. It'll remind them of history. But what we're gonna do is this. We're just gonna see what happens. That's what we're gonna see.
We'll see what happens.
ED,
We'll leave it
bro.
at that, eh?
You could be ED. That shit is awesome.
Wait, what's up there? What's up there?
I heard you were gonna be a stunt double for Chun-Li. Is that true?
Oh, that could work.
You could be Ed or Luke, yo.
Look at that.
Yeah, we can't. You know, we can't give away too much.
The black guy's name is DJ.
I tried to get Akash Dalsum, and then they saw a picture of him without a shirt on.
It ain't working. It ain't working. I'll tell you that right now.
You're supposed to. They were like,
I mean, this trip isn't going to be too good for me losing weight, because I'm literally here just doing like a food tour. Yeah, just cooking.
Where you eat? Where you eat?
Everywhere. Like we were,
you gotta hit me when you come to New York, because I'm gonna obviously tell you where to go.
Everything's last minute with us anyway, you know. But we've got some cool
content.
Yeah, got a heap happening anyway. So we've got some cool shit.
Who'd you cook with while you're in town?
Well, just at QCP. We're in town at Extra Brunson. We're going to be.
I was about to say.
He's going to take us around and give show some good spots.
If you're with Action, he's got New York locked.
Yeah, so we've got a few. We've got a few here in New York. We've got Miami doing a heap there as well.
Dude, you gotta link up with Carbone, with Mario Carbone.
Yeah.
He's the guy. He's a major food group. And
do we reach out? No,
I'll connect you guys. But especially if you're down, because I think Mario's. Actually, I don't know if he's there during summer. Miami gets hot during summer, so a lot of the people that live in Miami just dip.
So fair enough. But like we got we do have some cool clips.
I love it. It's a very good link. So who knows what happens in Street Fighter? Like obviously we're not gonna release any information before what is this podcast supposed to be? Yeah, maybe just talking about it and make it happen. Yeah, and maybe talking about it removes all your leverage in the contract negotiations. Now you'll end up doing it for free. That has backfire.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't using the CGI for your apps.
Sure. And also.
It only has that.
So maybe there is already chats, and then now we've put it out there. What we're talking about, maybe negotiations are going to get better for us.
Now they're big corner. They gotta do it.
I mean, that's if there was conversation already. There's just so many different.
You've got a Jewish manager. I like it. I like it, Volk.
I like how you look at things. The flat white, half full. You know. That's what you
Anyway, dude, Volk, we love you. We appreciate you. We'll watch you as long as you fight, and we'll even watch you cook. That's how much we love you as a fighter that we watch you cook. That's love.
And that is love, and I appreciate it.
You know that.
Old Man Volk might be. We should get Old Man Volk on something. Maybe Old Man Volk let him cook you a feed or something. Old Man Volk's going to cook you a feed.
I can see Old Man Volk take down some babies. Have you seen that video? The guy. BB is bacterial vaginosis.
You don't want to say that.
That's a Manic Monday. Anyway, Volk, we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here, dog. Guys, Steak is the leader in global betting in U.S. social casinos. Bet on top sports like the UFC, political events, like the mayoral election of New York, and use the promo code FLAGRANT for your welcome bonus. Now let's get back to the show. I'm starving. I'm starving, and I haven't even done anything for my diet yet today. I think it's just the idea that I have to diet is fucking me up major.
Hey, get on the GOP, baby. Get on the Manjaro.
What is it? Is it? Are you doing that?
Yeah, we've been talked about this.
Yeah, but I keep looking at you. I'm like,
This guy's a piece of shit.
I'm so hungry. I need to eat something.
You can have a salad with arugula, double chicken, cucumbers, tomato, no dressing.
What?
You can.
What about lettuce? What about olive oil?
No.
What if,
That's Jordan speaking.
ask him if I can have hot sauce or something for the
You can
chicken.
have hot sauce, but
Mustard.
it has to be the one in the fridge. It has to be like the Cholula.
Vinegar.
You know what we can do? Actually, it's 5 calories. We can do like a lime squeeze or a lemon squeeze.
Oh my god. Ask him what I can do to flavor the salad, please. I'm about to pass out. I'm so hungry, please.
Well, you had 3 breakfasts, Andrew. Emma informed me you ate breakfast. And I fed you, and then you had overnight oats. So
I'm telling you, it's a psychological thing.
you had more calories in breakfast than you ever do.
I'm gonna eat it. When we finish this pod in like fucking 5 minutes, I'm gonna have an appetite like you've never seen in your entire life.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a salad, and I'm gonna make you a protein shake. That's
I can do that.
Then you can do a protein shake.
Okay,
But it has to be like just 20 calories water.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, and I'm gonna go get you a
I'm gonna start eating my own boogers if I don't have to. Okay, alright, thank you.
That's like 2 calories each.
Yes, I will do that. Thank you so much, Kiana. Thank you so much.
Just go protein high fat. You're not gonna eat every meal. I'm telling you.
What's that?
You do like steaks, butters, chicken, stuff like that. And it's
I'm not even allowed to do that.
It's gonna satiate you, and then you won't eat for long periods of
But
time.
apparently I'm not allowed to do that.
Says who?
The fucking muscle doctor.
Wait, he's trying to cut. He's not trying to pull. That'll cut you down.
He doesn't lift.
He also got 3 weeks.
He doesn't lift.
He said this is crashed up.
I know, you need.
I got 5 weeks.
You need an eating disorder. You need cigarettes and coffee. That's it.
Eating disorder. Yeah.
You need a bag.
I get dream I smoke cigarettes.
Cigarettes and black coffee will
Yeah.
get you.
Yeah. You need cigs. Yeah. Split a baggie, dude.
He probably was crazy weight, tons of energy.
I would do crack, but like if I didn't have a daughter, I would smoke cigarettes relentlessly. I would be so addicted to cigarettes.
Yes. The thing with the Plus Max, you do cigs, not good for you. Lose weight, get shredded, is good for you.
That's another thing. Like,
good with that.
I'm not like we're the vanity muscles. Like, I don't think we have time to work legs. We're being very strategic about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the same page right now.
Just
like,
wear baggy pants.
Just see the kids. What's gonna be so funny is you're not gonna see my body the entire movie. I know it for a fact, and I'm gonna put myself through torture just to get a fucking ab muscle for nothing. I'm gonna have to like ask the director. I'm gonna have to pull him aside and be like, dude, can you just have like Dawson rip off my shirt or something like that? Like, I need one day where I can at least show my body.
Oh man.
For your acting role, you're playing a character who is technically like the manager of Ken.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know how much I can give away, but I will. So yeah, I'm not like fighting in the Street Fighter tournament or whatever. Like, but I got some moves. Like his lore is quite interesting. I was like doing some. Yeah, like he is a joke character. Like he got a shitty Hadouken that goes like 2 feet. Like he's purposely weak because they're trying to make fun of this other video game that was trying to steal characters from Street Fighter.
So you don't need to work out. Just look like you.
I actually could do that. Yeah. But acting is just like I feel like the one thing, but like a thing that you respect about like an action movie is the actors putting themselves through the process.
Your character's a joke.
Yeah, but at least if I put the effort in to like look good in an action movie, I do get to fight a little.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't remember last action. No. True Lies with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It had Tom Arnold in it.
Yeah.
He was not in shape and he didn't need to be.
I'm the Tom Arnold of this movie.
Yeah, and he didn't. And nobody was like, "Why isn't Tom Arnold in?"
That's the only thing I've thought about for the last 10 years. I remember seeing True Lies and I was like, why didn't Tom Arnold? And I fear that there'll be other people out there, real Street Fighter fans, that won't feel like I did the character Dan Hibiki respect.
Yeah.
I have to get in shape for Dan Hibiki, to honor Dan Hibiki.
You might get too shredded, it'll be unrealistic.
Yeah.
That's what I was worried about today.
Yeah.
When I was starving. I was like, I think I'm going to get too skinny.
Yeah.
During your third breakfast?
During my third breakfast, I looked down and I felt so hungry, but my stomach looked so full. And I was like, this is how people get fat. It's like the idea that you can look at your body and be like, oh, I have tons of reserves here. Why isn't it tapping into that?
Yeah.
It's kind of infuriating.
You just don't look at your body.
Don't look at
keep pressing. You just keep. That's how the weight gain happens.
Dude, well, I can't believe you're on the job. Not as an insult, but like I can't believe.
We talked about this.
No, I know, but I thought that you were making a joke about it.
No, I'm on it.
He's on the jar, he got chic fellers, he's going all in Hollywood, dude.
Did we even say that yet?
I don't care. I'm all out here.
I mean, interesting. That's So
I'm gonna get on more shit too, dude. 41. It's over. What do you got? What do you got, science?
I love this. You're just losing weight someplace, you're putting weight in other places. Shifting around.
Have you lost weight on the job?
Yeah, I actually have.
How much have you lost?
I'm working. I'm actually lifting, so like I'm I'm never gonna put on real muscle, but like I look better. I look like I have a foundation to be in shape now, which I never saw before in my life. I was like, oh, this guy could be in shape one day. Whereas before, I'd be like, I don't even see the map. I don't even see a roadmap to it. I don't even see where we're getting there. Now I'm like, okay, yeah, there's a path.
I feel like there was a moment when we first met where you were pretty skinny.
Yeah, I could be skinny fat, but like very skinny fat.
But not like...
But never real muscle where like I could lift a lot of weight or like do push-ups with any like real decent form.
How many push-ups do you think you do?
Oh. That correctly?
Yeah.
3? No.
You can do more than 3.
A real push-up is hard, dude. No, it's not. Yeah, this shit, yeah, I can do a few, whatever. But when they're like, hey, you gotta put your shoulders and your fucking core gotta be aligned, and that's that. 3.
You couldn't do more. You could do more than 3.
I don't know.
What about pull-ups?
Pull-ups. Sad, bro. You've been working out.
I hate to dip into guacamole and have it snap in front of me, and then I look crazy. I look like I don't know how to eat. Making me look greedy. Good sign. And guacamole was actually phenomenal. It was actually really, really good. It was crazy. And so he was gone for a while, and then he comes back up like 5-10 minutes later, and he's like, how is it? And we were commenting, like, this is actually really good. And we shouldn't have said actually, but under the circumstance. You know what I mean? Like, just under the circumstance, y'all look surprised to see us. So how are we supposed to know the guacamole would be good? You look like you didn't plan on making any today. We were like, it's actually phenomenal. This is really, really good. And he was like, thanks, man. Wow, thank you. And I was like, wait, what? Why do you seem like you really needed to hear that right now? It was crazy. I was like, yeah, man, thank you. Thank you, dog. Appreciate it. Did y'all want to order something else? I will let you know before y'all order any cooked food. Our chef did leave, all right? I don't know when he's gonna be back. It's like, all right, yeah, I guess y'all are a regular restaurant. That's fair enough. There's that, and then there's, you know, especially when we were in Tucson, it felt like everybody was kind of trying to be healthy. There was so many like salad bowl places, but then there was an ice cream store next to every salad bowl place. There's the most ice cream stores per capita. Why? There were ice cream stores across the street from each other, like rivals. And then while we were deciding where we were gonna eat, you know, after we didn't eat, this dude was on a scooter, and he took a spill, right? He was on a scooter, and I don't know, I've never been a fan of these like bird scooters, these like, you know, the one that you can just, as a pedestrian, hop on and ruin your life. You know what I'm talking about. You know the scooter that's just parked. You feel like you're stealing it. Like if it didn't take your phone to unlock it, you'd be like, this is a crime I'm doing right now. And how is it built? Remember those scooters from when we were little that just had the brake on the very end of the back wheel? It's somehow that scooter mixed with the throttle from a motorcycle. Because why did they make them go so fast? You got people driving next to cars on the scooter, or just murdering pedestrians. Because there's no tutorial. All you need is a credit card, and you can just become a bullet. It's insane. There's no video to watch or anything. You just get on weed. I'm gonna say some things that are a bit conflicting in nature at least. Like, we saw a guy take a spill on one of these scooters, because why wouldn't you, right? And the way this man crashed didn't make any physical sense, because he definitely crashed and like went over the handlebars, right? But by the time we turned and saw him, do you remember planking? This man did a mix of planking and a stop motion music video, because he didn't just slide up to us on the ground. He really like his whole body kept trying to stop on the pavement. I know that hurt. Glasses flew off his head. Glasses weren't done flying. I don't know what I said. I was like, oh my gosh, like and I don't know. I wish I was a hero. I was one of those type of people that like springs into action. That's not who I am at all. I just kept standing there like, ooh. Wow. You look hurt. It's not good at all. It's not right what I did. And I didn't mean to do anything. And I didn't do anything to help. Whoa. It was my buddy picked up his glasses, walked up to him and was like, hey, are you okay? You know, and this is the thing, as men, Like just as guys, right? For real, just it's okay to be hurt. I don't just mean that in some sort of like metaphor. I mean like if you get hurt, it is all right to be like, ow. Because we basically watched this man die. But then when we asked him if he was okay, after he got done sliding, and he realized we saw him, we were like, are you all right? This man in front of us just started doing push-ups. Dog, no. You're not gonna convince us that this was part of the plan. That's only a man could like do something like, only a man could like wreck a car, fly out the windshield, wrap himself around a tree, and then grab a branch and be like, one. Like, in what world? You must be out of your mind. He was doing push-ups, and then my buddy walked up with his glasses and then handed him his glasses. He was about to leave his glasses. He was about to get back all this, because here's the thing, this is one thing that I can say I relate to with my man here. When I fall, I also want to make sure that I never see the people who saw me fall again. When I fall, if I fall in front of you, it's either me or you. I gotta kill you now, and I hate that. But one of us has to go. This is too embarrassing. And so my man was about to drive off on the scooter he just fell from. I assume he needs glasses if he's wearing glasses. This man was about to get back off the scooter blind and drive off just to not be in front of us anymore. And my buddy walks up and has his glasses.
I mean, putting it in their ear, but you know that other people have also done it. Yes. And yeah, so it's like, what's the point? But if it's like breaking a person and introducing to them and seeing, and which is, I know, probably like creepy and gross, but the shock of that experience. This can happen to you. Not like a professional that they do this, with a smile.
And you find that because psychology of it surely is multi-layered, but you find that it's in doing it to a person who, one, doesn't expect it, two, doesn't know that I do this. The thrill is in getting someone who's never done this.
Yeah.
And I want to see how they will react in this moment. And it's first, and you keep adding more things. It moves from the ear to the nose, because the whole entire experience, I'm hoping for a pun here, man. I gave you a nose. I gave you a nose. You didn't see it. So it could be any of those elements that go with it.
But why hasn't it happened in South Africa that we have somebody, a big name, a very problem? Because we know it's happening in South Africa. Everybody is with somebody. Why is it that in South Africa we haven't gotten to that point yet?
Because the people whom it's happening to, they haven't been brave enough to say.
But what quantify that? What is brave? Bravery is it coming out in public to say it, or should it go with
lay charge?
Well, I don't get. Wait. What are you talking about now?
Same scenario in South Africa.
But what would the woman they charge if they get it paid and they're agreeing to it?
No.
We just said that being a freak is not a crime.
No. He's talking about a DD trial in South Africa, in the South African context, where it's small and sorry, man. Let me use somebody else.
It's okay. It's an example, man.
I'm saying it definitely happens.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Humans are humans.
Exactly.
America too.
It just hasn't made it that far. Look at how long it took the DD trial to even come to where it is. It was unbelievable for the longest time. It was rumored for a good year, 2 years, 3 years. And yet eventually it happened, and it's in court. But the point is, events like those happen all the time. We are surrounded by freaks.
Yeah. It's not a crime. As long as everybody is a willing
is happy to be in there.
No, people are saying, some of them, okay, I'm not talking about those people so that they don't say that we are, shaming people. No. But there are certain people who will consent at the time, but for whatever reason, whether it's monetary remuneration or whatever interest they have, will turn around and say, no, but I didn't. I was talking. Like, for instance, okay, they just keep it to the Americans so they can sue us. Here with his current wife right now who's going around naked, right? You see, we are seeing it in our face that, okay, she's doing, but you can come in 10 years after they break up and say, I was forced. We need to do that, and I was forced. And we are supposed to listen to her and believe her, because what people present and what's happening that we don't see, carries value.
You know what? case like this happens all around us. We just don't see them. There's crime happening next door to where you live, and you're not aware of it.
Oh yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently, speaking of that, you know the paras who carry these big trolleys with
Yeah.
Apparently they transport some. There's contraband, some there's bodies in these things, and we think it's tins. And I was like, it's right in our face. If you want to get rid of literally they could because nobody ever stops those guys.
To check what they
Nobody
have.
ever stops those guys. Just move to the get out the way, you're annoying. And you're thinking they got cans for recycling. It could be a body, it could be drugs. In plain sight.
There's a movie that plays on that. Yeah, there's a movie that plays on that where these guys were transporting something and it was exactly the same.
Yeah, in plain sight. Could be anything. Nobody ever stops those guys.
Next time you see them, you're going to question.
Yeah.
They are invisible, these guys. Nobody ever pays attention to them. Nobody will ever stop them.
Invisible.
They are invisible.
Yeah.
They're around us all the time, but they're invisible.
You don't see them. Even at
Damn, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look at them the same way again.
Yeah, bro. It's plain sight. Things happen, eh?
Something invisible as well. Corrupt South African police.
Hey,
yeah, man.
They're invisible. Because now we're dealing with a South African police crime intelligence head. We're allowed to mention names here, right?
Yeah. No,
all right. Lieutenant General Dumsani Kumalo and 6 high-profile, high-ranking co-accused. They are being charged, and they appeared in court on Thursday, facing fraud and corruption for getting people jobs.
Yeah, there's another one was no experience whatsoever, and a top cop, even a top salary.
Yes,
it's crazy, right? In a country that's rife with crime, and you'd think that is one of our priorities, but
when I saw
law enforcement doesn't even take law enforcement serious.
When I saw that, the first question I asked was, and I'm not trying to justify corruption, are cops paid enough? That's the question that crossed my mind. Are they paid enough for them not to be tempted to do such?
Well, remember earlier you said you can answer questions directly in your open book.
Me and Brian, what do you mean so long? Like there's going to be a bet between he and I. There's also a charitable contribution.
I love that you guys are doing a charitable contribution. I love more that you guys have a personal bet. Yeah. I'm wondering what's on the line.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The personal bet. What are you asking?
What do you guys bet?
I mean, I don't think the numbers are important. I think everybody here.
It's not important, but I'm curious.
Yeah. It's we have a nice little 6-figure bet between us. Yeah.
Low 6 figures, high 6 figures.
Nothing crazy.
A quick Google search says that your net worth is $400 million.
That's a quick Google search. I don't know what that means.
Is that accurate?
You can't. I don't really think you can trust a lot of that stuff that you read on the internet. Right? Like the internet is weird. So some people just say stuff. You know.
Is that accurate?
No.
Is it far off?
With that number, yes. It shouldn't be far.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yes.
You're saying you're worth a lot more.
I'm saying that number's far off.
Yeah.
What is worth? Right? I think the abundance of value comes in happiness. So my.
All right. I remember a time you told Gail King that by the time you were 45, you would hope to be a billionaire. Did you fail?
Did I fail? Did I fail? No, I think failure is in the eyes of the beholder. You know, I'm still
right here.
I'm still working to accomplish. And you know, numbers are numbers. You know, as you get older, you realize numbers are arbitrary, right? There's goals that you have, and all right, you get to those places where you're accomplishing goals, and then you're like, let's go to stupid.
So did you fail the billionaire vote by 44?
So you say, are you asking?
You said, Gail, how you doing?
Watch out. Vehicle on shoulder ahead.
I would like to be a billionaire. It's a goal I set out to achieve. Today you tell me you're 46 years old. I'm wondering if you accomplished or failed that mission.
I think that we're doing good things in business, and you know, right now it's just about keeping my head down and grinding.
Congratulations. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Self-made like a billionaire?
I don't think I've ever confirmed or denied anything.
Well, you essentially confirmed just now.
No, I said that I'm working to keep my head down. Right? Just kind of marching forward.
Past the mark? Oh, billionaire. You're down towards it. And that is to be celebrated. Yeah. Cheers.
Well, I'm not cheering. I'm not cheering.
It's billions.
No, I'm cheering you just for
billions.
I'm cheering you just for being a great guy, man, and a great number one. I'm called shit. That's what
number 1 billion. When is the last time you took a commercial flight?
The last time I took a commercial flight?
Delta, JetBlue, American Airlines, United, Southwest. To your spirit.
I think I just did. Did I just do it? Like, it's been a long time since I've been on the pedestrian plane. It's been a very long time. I want to say probably like 14 years, maybe 15 years.
Wow. 15 years. Do you remember what it's like to get Biscoff cookies and
what is that?
that is the level of wealth I... No, that's what is that? No, I want to be so rich that I don't even know what a Biscoff cookie is. What is that? It's a cookie. Yeah. As a billionaire, you would know. But it is a cookie that, the brand is called Biscoff. It's almost like a shortbread cookie. They're delicious. And if you stay awake while the flight attendant comes down the aisle, she asks if you want Cheez-Its or Biscoff cookies. That's what you get. Huh. Okay, nice. I gotta get one of those. To not even know what it's like, to not even know what a Biscoff cookie is a level of wealth I truly aspire for. I'm saying I'm gonna get one. So yeah. You've been quoted saying that Hove is a guy whose brain you've got a chance to pick just over the course of being friends with him. I'm wondering, what is a lesson that you've learned from a guy like Jay-Z?
Hove, your likeness has a significant amount of value to it, and in the right rooms, your likeness is what you're able to leverage to gain big opportunities and big partnerships. I think from a business side of things, I don't think nobody has done it better than Hove. You know, coming from the game of rap and then somehow being able to flip the coin and become like a bigger business guy than you are a rapper. Like some really don't understand how big Hove is in business, and you know, some of the deals that he's been able to pull off, you know, the brands that he's built, the company that he's built. He's done a lot of amazing things, but the partnerships that he has around him are huge. So I think I am the way with relationships and partnerships. Of course, I'm watching those in front of me done correctly. So he's one of the guys that I think has done it unbelievably well.
When you look at a lot of our heroes in our culture, Jay-Z, LeBron, yourself, you notice that they all have a team around them, a group of guys maybe that they've been with for quite some time. What would you say is like the importance of that, and the importance of the guys that are around you knowing you're well?
There's nothing more important than your circle, right? And if you really choose correctly within, like, you know, your choices of who is in that circle, and it's a very like lean number of people, and those people are dedicated to protecting the thing that you're building, you'll find that because there is no get in, get out with like a volume of new, your source of energy is like, it's kind of gathered through the sources that you trust the most. So you know, my team of guys has been around me for the duration of my career, right? Like, we've watched these other respectfully turn in like boys to men, you know, from just friends to husbands to fathers. We've built a family and an ecosystem within our family that operates like a well-oiled machine. I think it's the most important thing after, of course, family that I have in my family. I'm talking about my wife and my kids. Like that sector of family is just as important. So to anybody in the business, like, you need something that you can trust, that you know gives you honesty, transparency, and has your best interest as a interest of theirs. And I think through ups, downs, you know, good, the bad, the ugly, that hasn't changed. Like, we've all kind of been a part of this game of entertainment, and we've seen so many people come, go, and fall apart. And those that have kind of fallen apart haven't had a good system around it. You need that. And I think it's so dope that when people see you, they know that they see some other familiar faces with you all the time.
That was a great answer. Thank you. First good answer. What do you think you rank in all-time Kevins?
In all-time Kevins? That's a tough question. There's a lot of great Kevins.
There are. Would you like to hear a few?
I mean, I know them.
Let's hear them.
Let me hear what you said.
Which one's coming to mind for you?
Kevin James.
Kevin James is there.
Kevin James is a good one.
Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant, yeah.
Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary.
Kevin O'Leary, yeah.
Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner's a great one.
Kevin Gates.
Kevin Gates, another one.
Yeah. Where do you feel you rank in all-time Kevins?
Where do I feel I rank in all-time? It's tough to rank is because we've all done so much stuff. I don't think there's another name that shares this type of success. So, ranking us against who? Like, if you rank us against ourselves.
Which is the greatest Kevin?
Which is the greatest Kevin?
Yeah, where do you rank all-time Kevins?
I mean, Kevin Durant is a great Kevin.
That's a good Kevin.
Kevin Durant is a great Kevin.
Maybe the number one. Maybe, but I'd like, you know, maybe feel.
I mean, if I'm ranking myself with Kevin Durant, I think that's a fair Kevin conversation. But
so again, number 2 today.
I'm a Kevin Durant fan, so I have no problem taking the number 2 slot to Kevin Durant.
Twice today, taking number 2.
I think you're really taking the call sheet of like this. I want to see the call sheet. That's the thing. I don't even think that you have a call sheet.
I want to talk about your things that you have going on very quickly. The Tequila Space, Grant Cormino is your. Congratulations, unlike some of the other endeavors. Proud of you for that one. I have seen that you are very good at giving toasts.
Yeah.
You gave one, or quite a few at the Rock Nation brunch.
Yeah.
Didn't see you at the last one, but
They didn't have one this last year.
The last one.
Yeah.
Not last year. The last one.
The last one. I mean, it was hard to track those things. We're all busy. What were you doing?
I was there. Oh, didn't see you.
That's different.
Well, anyways, you seem to be great at giving toasts. I was wondering perhaps if we can pretend there's some Grant Cormino in here. Maybe we can toast to you being the 3rd best comedian that's ever been on the show.
That's right. Who you had? You've had
Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, Eddie. Interesting. Oh, okay. Okay.
That's up to you being the 3rd best comedian on the show.
Well, are you giving a toast or am I giving a toast?
No, you. That was my contribution, and now you.
Oh, got it.
You're good at the toast thing, so I'd love to.
All right. Hard work definitely is something that we should celebrate. And I say Grant Cormino is that hard work is different. This toast is also to the culture and the voices that are best navigating in our culture. And speedy you, sir, by becoming a voice of our culture, for our culture. So as you're talking about the greats and the people and who's been able to sit in this chair across from you, I think that's a testament, of course, to you and your success and your progression. So I think that also deserves a toast. But now we ended on the good stuff. Me. You know, I think that we should toast to greatness, right? And
that was good.
And greatness rubs off, right? And
it generally trickles down from 1 to 2.
Well, in the case of there's an line, like obstacle where that can happen. In this case, I'm saying greatness is an energy that people pull from. I got nothing for you. No, man, I'm joking, dude. I think it's dope as hell. I wanted to come on here. I wanted to talk to you. It's been long overdue. And shooting the shit is the best format of content. So I say I toast to you, man. Unscripted content, a dope format, authenticity, and dope dialogue. And you prep. You have to do the fucking job, man. So good for you. Don't be lazy and keep going. All right. That's a toast. That's actually a good, genuine toast.
That was great.
I mean, that's what I do. I'm a good toaster.
I see.
Yeah, it's great.
What is the Mount Rushmore comedians?
Mount Rushmore comedians. It's so tough to pick for, man. Pryor, always on there first. Murphy, always on there. I think you gotta go Chappelle. And I think it's a toss-up, and mine's always changed, but I think Chris Rock is for sure on mine. Chris Rock is for sure mine. I think I can give you reasons for all. Chris Rock became a multi-hyphenate in business of entertainment, right? The writing, the directing, the producing, the developing, and still staying true to the craft. Still hasn't taken time off from comedy. People realize that Chris Rock has been touring forever, coming up with hours of material forever. Chappelle, just the voice of comedy today. Eddie Murphy showed you what a star looked like. The rock star, or the idea of rock star, attached to comedy, is all Eddie Murphy. Nobody was bigger. Nobody will ever be in that conversation, right? Like right now, you're seeing a lot of comedians have success, and we all have these crazy fan bases, and we're doing arenas or stadiums or whatever. Nobody will ever touch the rock star level that Eddie Murphy did have when he was in his prime, and then taking that and going on to the box office and becoming the big movie star. Pryor was doing movies. Pryor had a great movie run as well, but Eddie's movie star run was unprecedented. That forever has its place. So they're all goats for different reasons, but they all did something amazing to the business of stand-up comedy. So I'm only able to do what the fuck I do at this level because of the doors that they all kicked open separately, right? So I don't think that can change. That's my fault. It's a great fault.
This comes out in a couple weeks, but you are making some sort of announcement today. By the time they see this, that announcement will have already been made. So why don't you tell the people what you got coming?
I expect to drop my 9 camera special. Of course, on Netflix. It's called Acting My Age. 9 hours of comedy. Just think about that for a second. That's a lot of comedy, man. Like 9 hours of stand-up comedy that I now have in the catalog. You know, I'm like, shit, when does it stop? When does it end? How does it get better? How do you find more excitement in what you do? You gotta be energized. And this is when I was energized. I fell in love with the idea of getting older and the ups and downs attached to it. And Acting My Age is a pure justification of just where I am in my life. Raw, I just want to go back to the raw element of stand-up. You know, I tapped into the family side of it for quite some time because of the branding and the global opportunities and where the movies were at that time. And I want to keep feeding that machine and make it bigger and bigger. And this one is just like getting back to the roots of real and raw.
When does the special come out?
Thanksgiving Day. So dropping it. So while you eat, you can laugh.
That's a big day to drop something. Smart man.
Yeah, right there.
I want the deal that you have at Netflix, brother. I don't know what deal you got. You have them in the biggest 360 of all. I mean, the amount of things you have on there.
They're unbelievable partners, man. They get me, I get them. And
they might be the reason you have that moss wall in the house.
Well, I think what we're doing together.
It's a live moss wall?
I think what we're doing together.
You ordered that first.
I think what Netflix and I have developed is a amazing rapport of shared opportunity. They're global, I'm global. Their platform puts me in 250 different places at one time. And for them to be able to give their consumer new content or great content, that's their priority. And we're making a lot of it. So the stand-up special is one of many announcements that are coming. I got a couple more big bombs I'm dropping the rest of the year. Right now, enjoy the special.
All right, can't wait to see it. Check it out. It comes out on Thanksgiving camp. Again, for I appreciate you stopping by. I know you're a busy man these days, and you've avoided us for years, and so for you to finally show up this early in the morning and still being late means a lot.
Well,
so thank you so much.
I don't think I was late. Respectfully, I was giving you time to get your shit together here, and clearly it did work. Right?
Anything you want to leave the people with?
Yeah, man. Things definitely shouldn't happen fast in life, which is why names like Speedy don't make sense. Take your time. Take your time. Okay? Rushing to do things means you only get there to do it wrong. Slow down. Maybe we take this We changed to 316. We slow down. Okay. Congratulations on this special. Thank you, man. Nothing but love, man. I appreciate y'all.
We no longer do those things. You know, we finished that in my 80s. You know, there's another guy who was saying, he feels like life is slow. But I could say, so it is like that. So Cyril Ramaphosa, as you know, as sellout as he is, you know, but he's dealt with them, all of them. Cyril Ramaphosa has defeated all of them. I mean, I can mention Umbeki. He's beaten Mbeki repeatedly. Even now, I think it was Mbeki was saying Cyril Ramaphosa must step down so that he can come in as an interim president. So, Mbeki, you know, he thought that is the Messiah. And this is the guy who has failed on all economic policies. And in South Africa, because we've got tribal politics, the Xhosas, especially the influential ones, they think Mbeki was the best. Zulus think Zuma was the best. In the main, I'm talking in the main in general. The vendors think that, you know, Ramaphosa, even though they're suffering, some of them, or many of them, even in Shawela, they're suffering. Let's face it, we may try to deny it. South Africans are tribalists. The people who are not tribalists in this country are township people, the very same people who've been excluded. Go Sharpeville. These are people who've contributed. The people of Sharpeville. The landmark we struggle to say to post 1910. It was the people of Sharpeville. They put South Africa on the map. The people of Soweto 1976. They put South Africa on the map. After 1960, South Africa was sanctioned. There was a boycott because of what the apartheid government did to South Africans. In 1976, it's another struggle. And as sad as it is, they buried one of the surviving leaders, which was 16, a friend of mine, a person that I have known for ages, Bani Mokhatle, says he's the king of his royal tribe in the Northwest. He's the man who's supposed to be king. But because of the squabbles, he was shot at some point. He went back to Alexander. His father is supposed to be king. I am told with his father, you know, I don't know, you know, back in the days, I don't want to speculate on this one. Because back in the days, during apartheid, you find that I'm the rightful heir, I'm supposed to succeed my father and become a king. But you find that I'm anti the government of the day, they'll take my younger brother to be king. And then from there, they've created division amongst the family. So, now, another thing, he's supposed to be king. And his land is rich, but he was confined to Alexander. He lived in London, you know. He went back to Northwest and girlfriend, and I was supposed to be a funeral. I missed it, you know, for other reasons. The way he was buried, those who were there. It's sad, but sometimes we marry people who don't understand our history. And I know families, sometimes they will say, yeah, where were his friends? You know, in South Africa, it is tough. It is tough in South Africa. Money in circulation is scarce. The Cyril, you know, Ramaphosa economy is bad. And sometimes when a person dies, we do say, well, you know what, we'll support the family, the kids. Yes, we mean that. But unfortunately, now we are trapped. We are trapped. We are fighting to pay bills, electricity, ESCOM, and all that. You know, school fees for the kids. And we're finding ourselves which we can no longer fulfill those promises. I remember even when Deborah Fraser passed, I was there, you know, and I still call Chico Twala and what's happening, you know, in his state, Deborah. I hope she's taken care of. Many people will come and say, we'll never leave. I'm going to never get Deborah. Including now, I haven't been there for some time, but sometimes now we're facing our own struggles. So it is tough. So if I made it, sometimes, you know, feel and I eating. Where were they? I'm burying, you know, him now. Bunny passed, I think, on Sunday, I don't know. Not on, yeah, quick. Well, during the week was buried. And even the people in the neighborhood didn't know, some of the chiefs and kings, and say, we are under this guy, but we don't know because the wife is from the Lesotho. That's what happens when you marry a young girl who came in here as a domestic worker, and this girl, you know, was recruited by your daughter to become a worker in your house. I'm reminded of the story of this lady, a white woman. You know, her father, wealthy. She recruited someone from those countries, for Philippines, you know, these countries. What's this country where Bangkok is the capital city of Thailand. So she brought this woman to take care of the father. Of course, as a helper, a maid, the father ended up marrying the maid. And then she left everything, inheritance, to this wife, excluded his kids. I'm talking mega millions. You see, that's what happens. Even Mandela, I'm reminded of that. And I don't believe, personally, that the Mandela that died, was married to Krasha, wrote that will. He has to be cold to exclude Abantwana Bakhe, to make Abuzinzi pay for what he has given them. I mean, you cannot be that cold, which I've given my daughter 500,000, therefore I'm deducting. It sounds like Krasha to me. That's what happens, you know. One thing that I remember, Uguti, one of the daughters got nothing because they said during your lifetime you took 1, 2, 3, and therefore there's deductions. And for me, yeah, it cannot be. Krasha's children, you know, they were blessed. Mandela's house, you know, yeah, taken away from Winnie. So for me now, I understood why Crash, I had to be, closer to Mandela. Even when Mandela was sick, I think she was somewhere outside the country. She came back quickly. Winnie was coming. It was that battle which you must secure his signature, must not sign anything. And the Mandela that I saw in 2010, he was no longer in his senses. Who came to Paya Stadium to kick off concert in FIFA. He was told when to greet, when to smile, when not to smile. So the will never to in the latter. I don't believe what you will like. That's what happens, The wife buried him like a nobody. And I'm thinking, even now, there are talks he must be exhumed and be given a proper funeral. Not there, not west. This is the king, buried in Kukwini, sold his house. Some of the properties I think he bought belonged to the wife. His children cut out. Even his children were not there. Sometimes the people that we marry, they become our enemies. And I believe when you marry someone must come into your family to add. Even if you're fighting, you have issues with your siblings, your mother, but your partner must say, baby, this is not right for you to be fighting your siblings. You cannot be fighting your mother. Go make peace or shut up if you cannot add something with positive significance. So it has happened here with people like Bani, Mukhatle, they've been forgotten like that, like Titi Machine, forgotten like that, Hero, 2016. So it is the township people. But I'm trying to say, in the townships, there's no tribalism. The people who came with tribalism, Coast, High, these people, they were employed in government institutions because the people in the townships did not want to work for the government that is oppressing them. Same way as the Zulus did not want to work the land that they used to own. They brought in Indians to work in the sugar fields. Same with township people who do not want to become police, who do not want to work in government institutions, because we view them as institutions belonging to the government of the day. The government of the day was termed illegal and illegitimate. They brought in police, recruited for people to come here to arrest us, to harass us with the number of people to get at life. Bo Transkei, blackjacks, CIDs, call them, I don't know, investigating officers, crime investigating officers from KZN, from the homelands, the CBDs, and clinics. They push this tribalism. Tena, we lived amongst ourselves. So to Xhosa, you can find people talking, 5 people, but we understand each other. I lived in Sutu section, they tried to divide us, but we integrated ourselves because we had amateur clubs, youth clubs, soccer clubs. We use the same infrastructure, trains. We use the same train. Schools, 4 languages in one school. We pay rent. Office the same. We go to a clinic. We become friends. We date each other. We've got kids. Yeah. Across tribes, but people who come from KZN, they're people who've never met Nabatwana. They don't know the difference between Msotho and Mtwana. People but say Eastern Cape, if you don't belong to that clan, we are nobody. And I don't know why people sometimes they like to impose their own culture. What if you do not circumcise? You become Nkwenga. I'm not Nkwenga because I don't subscribe to that culture. It's like you, if you're a Christian, then you expect everybody else to subscribe to your culture. Not everybody is a Christian. Not everybody is a Muslim. You cannot define me in terms of your own outlook. I don't go to the mountain. Till our mountains are gassy. Bullet, maybe petrol bomb, and I can tell you there is no South Africa. If you took away the township people, and the township people, I mean the people of Togoza, Katlehong, Foslo, Soshanguve, people of Atteridgeville. I'm talking people, Val Triangle, Kailicha, Crossroads, Mlazi, people who were not oppressed by their own black people as tribal leaders, people who rose and fought the government of the day. And we know who did what. Go and boycott, Lewa, consumer boycott, Lewa. When our students went to some of these homeland bush universities, they were named and termed with their bad elements. Gongoye, IFP are taking our students, 84. It is our students. So we've contributed immensely when other people were comfortable, studying, enjoying the benefits of apartheid. And today, the very same tribalists came back to town, pushing tribalism through these political parties. Something that we don't know. So now we are our people. Kalamozu is from Ekasi, Esintoleng from Ekasi, Kaizer Chiefs from Ekasi, Paris from Ekasi, who's feeling who Thomas Kawani, the most expensive player 1982, 22,000. Hellenic. NPSL dominator Manchester Ekasi. We refused in apartheid, but white teams cannot play in the Black League. Orlando Pirates at some point was expelled from the league because it refused to expel colored players. Because they were forced by government of the day, which no, you must play as blacks. They said no. That's when we had about Wits University coming, Highlands Park, Kaizer Chiefs lost Men's Day Cup to Wits University. All eyes on Kaizer Chiefs because those days it was black and white. Men's Day Cup, what am I saying? About Tsipa, Simon Skosana, Tep Makatini, about School Point Lab. I grew up watching those guys. Go Pona magazines. Go Bob Marley. But when 3 months later, you'll be told Bob Marley has died because news was slower. So in the police stations now, you find people, Mochamboli Saita, Uchi, Dimachoro. Which now you must talk the language. No, I can hear you. Talk Machero in Kulmiata. As a cast, hey, we never find our seconds and it left. Maybe we are. Because we refuse, to be subjected to this nonsense. Well, Ben Neighbor is fine with Cyril. I don't see Cyril, winning a Soweto, not that era. Mbengena was of a song. He's younger, of course. Mbanza. People who've been ignored. Somebody who walked straight. But Shy Township like Orlando. That's why many people had to come to the townships. Like Soweto, Mandela, Sisulu, Sobugwe, they lived in Soweto. Jazz musicians, soccer players, Debbie, we gave you culture, music, they had to come here. But I my backyard. Everything started in Makasi. So we've contributed, but to Cyril, I can tell you, going back to Cyril, Ushaya Umbegi, just saw for the first time. I don't know whether we've, but I don't know whether I don't want to say vote of no confidence. Where a judge has been taken off, like Abumdada. Taken off, I think those are the first good democracy, where a judge is stripped off. Ushaya, the public protector, Mkwebani. Ushaya no Isma Khashule. Gatin is quiet. Gatin has become an ice boy. Ice boy. I remember one guy saying, Gatin, but he's joining. I'm worried about Gatin. He's overhyping things. Once you hear somebody overhyping things, you must know, that person is not genuine. But I said, okay, benefit of the doubt. This is the man who was supporting Zuma. Now he's Cyril. He's supporting his own pocket. That's why these guys, they want to be in Joburg municipality so that they can tout tenders. He's hit Abu Musimaimani. Have you ever heard Musimaimani criticizing Ramaphosa? Have you ever heard the media, as in South Africa? They are all CR17. Cyril Ramaphosa has collapsed this country during COVID. Everything is low. Even the ANC has collapsed it. For the first time, it got below 50%. The media is quiet. Yeah? Even whites, they are quiet. The middle class, they are quiet. Whites were complaining about Zuma. The middle class is quiet. Black and white, middle class. When you go buy a ShopRite, Woolworths, there are no special prices for black middle class, white middle class, the poor. The petrol the same, sitting us, the same. Even vendors, they're quiet. They feel the pinch. That's what I like about Cyril Ramaphosa. He doesn't discriminate unless you're a billionaire. He's billionaire friends. ANC, they feel. Helen Zidech, quiet. Hemen Mashaba, quiet. Supra gone. Isma Khashule, Jongo Supra, Nangagula gone. Mampis. Washaiba Zuma. Zuma is a chess player. He was playing chess in jail, yeah. MK has no direction. If Cyril dies or Zuma dies, it's the end of MK. There are good people in the MK, but many are opportunists. So that's where we find ourselves. Cyril Bashaibonge, and he's defeating them because he's got a strong lobby group behind him, not because of something that he's doing extraordinary. They are scared because when Jacob Zuma took out Ugodan, Ofago Weekend Special, if my
If you want it, it is going live on social media. Make sure that you stick around so you see it there at 5.
After this, I think that Trump needs the presidency to protect him from Beyonce.
And claim your slice of £100,000. Check out the 5FM app or website for more info.
Addis here, it's as true, this is what I hear, of Addis here as it is of Mklobo, as it is of any language station in the SABC. Apparently, and I think it's because a lot of people, maybe they either feel like the language will deteriorate if not, or they're just very proud of who they are, where they come from. You go on those stations, any of them, and you don't speak like formal that language, formal Afrikaans, Suburbs, or whatever it is. You get complaints. People like they write letters.
And you're going back on Addis here sometimes.
I am, and I believe you've got a challenge for me for
Yes.
tax Afrikaans.
I just want to make sure that you are ready and you have some nice Afrikaans words.
We have a
nice woordeskat.
Baie goed woordeskat. Yeah, we have a Tannie Gerde in my life, my wife and I, and I've never heard her comments on anything that I've done in the media. When I was at Addis here, Trump edition. Show me what you do. I don't understand why you look so upset.
Oh my goodness, I love the video that was just posted on the 5FM Instagram
It's of us, what's not to
Yes,
us?
of us dancing.
the Yano video.
And I wanted to write, definitely Yanoed, but somehow the comment that I posted said you can't dilute it.
I think that works.
No, it does not. So I'm trying to delete the comment, but I don't know how to do it.
You know what? Quickly go to the video, comment on it so she can't delete it.
No, please have you just show me because
go on your phone, click on the comment.
You
click
do
delete.
the
Yeah. Okay, no, hold it. Just with my like iPhones.
The comment is definitely honest.
Oh no, it's there forever.
I actually can't do it.
Oh no, it's not.
Okay, you grab it and
You can delete it. Look here.
Thank you.
Okay, the first you go back here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you search for go.
You see, it's tricky.
Well, I know how to do it. I just don't want to. I don't like go into your search history. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, please don't do that.
After you, don't worry. No one's gonna think. Everyone's gonna think you're cool.
Okay.
You're still super cool.
Okay, but can we delete it?
Yes, you can. Of course, you can delete it. Unless South Africa goes, no, you can delete it. Go watch the video. Drop us a comment. Let us know what you think we should Yano next.
A traditional leader killed and 6 matrics raped in the Eastern Cape.
Coming up in your sport, live cricket action, day 2 of the second test. The Proteas are already 3 wickets down in this morning's session against Bangladesh. 410 for the loss of 5. Plus, Orlando Pirates making 6 wins from 6 to extend their PSL lead. I'll have more of those
begin with news suggesting a traditional leader has been killed and 6 grade 12 learners raped in Ngobezeni village in the Olatambo district in the Eastern Cape. Chieftainess Nokile Mtihaha was gunned down at the Ngobezeni Great Place overnight. Police are searching for 2 suspects who raped learners in the house they were renting in the village. It's not clear if the rapes are linked to the murder. To this now, Municipal Workers Union SAMU in the Free State has called on the Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana to review the national model of funding.
Patrick Bet David himself is sitting right next to me.
My man.
How are you, my man? It's
I'm
good to see you.
doing good.
How
How
you
you
doing? I can't complain, man. I can't complain. First of all, how's life these days for you? Let me just get this straight, because we're sitting here in the aftermath of a presidential debate. You are unapologetic about who you're going to vote for, and you have been telling everybody and their grandparents, do you see what's going on the left, et cetera, et cetera. What has life been like for you over the last couple of weeks or so since that debate has taken place?
Since that debate has taken place, I mean, this is probably the most, if we were to talk about a person who is the face of a league in sports, you're a sports guy, if you were to say, what is the worst performance the MVP or the face of the league has had in a finals game, in a fight where you're so disappointed, who would you say, right? And no matter who you ask, left, right, or center, everybody will tell you this is the worst performance we've ever seen in the history of any presidential debate. Doesn't matter who you put up there.
Reagan versus Jimmy Carter?
No. This is
Barack Obama versus Mitt Romney, the first go-round?
Well, Romney got it the second go-round, and then Romney on the third go-round. I was on a flight one time with Bill O'Reilly from Burbank to Vegas, and this was an event he was doing back then, I think, with Mr. Just like, I don't know, whatever the time is when Romney and Obama are going back and forth. And I said, hey, what the hell happened? Romney had the lead in second debate. Third debate, he got all stopped. He says, because Romney got feedback from his marketing team that single women voters don't like the way they were hard on Obama on Benghazi. He took that counsel and he lost. He could have beaten Obama, but he didn't go strong on the third one. No, there's never been anything worse than what we saw here. We've never seen anybody show up, being able to deliver a single message. Allowing Trump to have that one hit to say, honestly, I'm not going to lie to you, I don't know what he just said, and I don't think he even knows what he said. So now the real thing is going to be how quickly the DNC is going to be able to replace. If so, if not, there's many moving parts, but we're living in uncharted territories right now. We're going to see what's going to happen.
You know, it's interesting because you've talked, and we'll get into all of this because I don't know too many people you haven't interviewed, to be quite honest with you. You sat down with me years ago. This is before you brought me to your studios here in Florida. We sat down when you came to see me in New York City. You've interviewed the late great Kobe Bryant. You've interviewed a plethora of other notable figures inside and outside the world of sports and whatever. But I know what level of passion you have for this particular subject. Are you of the mindset, even though I know that you want Trump to win, are you of the mindset that in Biden's case, he should step out of the race or he should finish the deal?
Do you trust in his way to communicate any message with anybody? Do you trust him? Because this is how it works in the world of business, okay? Let's just say, Stephen A., you're running a $3.5 trillion year company. Let's call this company USA, okay? Let's say I, on behalf of you, I'm going to go negotiate with another guy named Xi or another guy named Vlad. Let's just call him Vlad. Or let's call another guy named Zelensky, okay? Or another guy named Raisi or whoever, Khamenei, that's running Iran, the late Raisi. Would you trust Biden on behalf of you to go negotiate with any one of those guys? I don't think you'd say yes to that. I would. Exactly. So we are the owners of this country. We're the voters, right? We are voting for somebody on behalf of us to go negotiate in a favorable term for us. It's very simple. You have to negotiate favorable terms on the $200 billion we gave to Zelensky. You have to negotiate in favorable terms on to put the fear in, Putin to not do what he's doing to, Ukraine. You have to put the fear in Xi. So to me, it's that simple. It's not even about me and Trump are not friends. I've never broke bread with him to have like a conversation. You probably had more interactions with him one-on-one than I've had with him. I've met him at a UFC fight. Dana made the introduction. I've been to Mar-a-Lago a couple times. I've met his son. I've met him. I've met Don a couple times.
I've never seen him since 2014. That's the last time we saw each other. When we were at a game, at the Knicks game, and he introduced me to Bill O'Reilly at that particular moment in time. And I was the person he called in 2015, when he was trying to purchase the Buffalo Bills. And he said to me on the phone, he said, Stephen A., I want to get the Bills. He said, but I got a feeling these folks are going to get in my way. And his exact words to me, and I've said this publicly, so I'll echo it to you. He said, if them fuckers get in my way, I'm going to get them back. I'm going to run for president. That's exactly what he said.
He said
this to me in 2014. Wow. He said it to me in 2014, trying to get the Bills. The price for it was $1.4 billion.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to get it, and there you have it.
Yeah. So think about, by the way, I spoke to him and I said, I'd love to see you on Stephen A. One of the first things I told him, I said, I'd love to see you on Stephen A. I think that would be an entertaining interview if you interview Trump.
I wouldn't run from it. I'd gladly interview.
I know you would, and I think it'd be very entertaining for everybody to watch. And if they're watching it right now, they ought to consider it, especially if they did Logan Paul. It'd be a very different kind of an audience to speak to, because a big part of the audience listens to you. So for me, you know, I just did 3 interviews today. Today's, you know, whatever the day is, day after 4th of July, we're sitting here. You're working a day after 4th of July. Most of America right now is like, no, it's my 4-day weekend, all this stuff, right? We're grinding, we're working. I asked one of the guys, I said, hey, you're interviewing today. He says, yes. So you sure you want to work for a company that's working on 5th of July, day after 4th of July? He says, I asked the question myself, right? Do you think President Biden is working on the 5th of July? Do you think he's working 6 days a week the way Trump would do? Do you think he would pick up the calls? Do you think he would pick up the calls more than a Newsom? Do you think he would pick up the calls more than any of the other candidates? So the fact that they have him over a Trump as a candidate, I trust Trump in the locker room to sit down and talk to these guys with G. Did you hear the story that when Byron Donalds was on State Steel, the other fellow that was with him that said, hey, what's the best Trump story that you have? He said, he goes one time and talks to the Taliban, and he says, hey, I want you to know something. We're about to exit Afghanistan when I get reelected. When we do, I swear to God, if you do anything to any of my soldiers, even a hair, if anything happens to them, I'm going to kill you. I'm telling you this respectfully. I don't want to have problems with you. Trump gets up, takes out a sheet of paper out of his pocket, hands it to the man with a picture of his house and his family, and walks out.
Wow.
See, I want
Byron Donald told that story.
Byron Donald's associate next to him on Sage Steele's, I'll give you the link afterwards, told the story. And guess what? Do you believe that kind of story? I do. I do believe he would say something like that. I think we need strength today. We don't have it.
Let's get into you for a quick second here. For people who don't know you, just read it from my notes here, because I want to make sure I have it right. Immigrated to America when you were 10 years of age after your parents fled Iran as refugees during the Iranian Revolution. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were eventually granted U.S. citizenship. Of course, you joined the U.S. military, served in the 101st Airborne after high school. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay, so look at the Patriots. I see you. Launched PHP Agency, an insurance, sales, marketing, and distribution company before you turned 30. Yep. Is that correct?
Yes.
So when you think about yourself as a person living in America, as a guy, family fled from Iran, you're here in America, this American citizen that you are, this pride that you have. Talk to me about what your vision is of what America should be.
What America should be. Okay, so take a look at it. You're the greatest guy in sports commentating ever, right? You're the GOAT. Everybody calls you the GOAT.
I don't call myself.
I'm not saying you calling it. We get to say that. Wait, you're the GOAT in the face of. If I want to find out what something happens with, hey, LeBron James' contract 2 years, $102 million, and he didn't decide to take a lower contract to get, $104 million or whatever it is to get Paul George or DeMar DeRozan or any of these guys, and Klay Thompson at the option, they went elsewhere. What does Stephen A say about this? Oh, okay, got it. All right, I agree, disagree, but I want to know what you have to say, right? Okay, you're black. I'm Middle Eastern. Stephen A had a 1.8 GPA in high school. I don't think you had a 1.8 GPA in high school, but I had a 1.8 GPA in high school. Parents got a divorce to each other twice. They married, divorced, then remarried. I'm born, then they're divorced. Okay, that's my upbringing. My mother's side, they were communists. My dad's side, they're imperialists. So their biggest, they were both the same religion, but politically they were on the complete opposite ends. One side, my mom's side, they would say rich people are greedy. My dad would say poor people are lazy. So who's right, who's wrong, right? When I was 14 years old, I come home one day, and I asked my mom, I'm like, Mom, politically, what are we? She says, we're Democrats. I said, really? Yeah. Why are we Democrats? Because Republicans are for the rich and Democrats are for the poor. I said, no way. Yeah. I said, when I grow up, I want to be a Republican one day. I didn't say
you said it just like that?
Just like that.
Wow.
I said, when I grow up, I want to be a Republican one day. I have no clue what we're talking about. I can't stand politics because politics divided two people I love the most. I'm not.
Met with the ANC, they said no. EFF met with the ANC, they said no. PA met, DA met, we said yay. Now she comes here. We have been telling people this thing is pure racism, embarrassing the African National Congress. You know, I must today say something. During the negotiations, I've never seen the ANC being so generous in listening to views. And now Helen Zille rocks up and say, nothing happens without me here. It is the Mises mentality which took us to exile. She needs to stay away from this thing, because in the spirit, now she talks about plus 24, plus 54, plus 24. The best example I can make you. If a girl, if you decide to marry a girl, the two of you say we're going to get engaged. That's what happened here. The intent is to get married. If that marriage doesn't happen, what recourse does that girl have? She can go to court. She can go to court. The court can fine me for not marrying the lady. But the court can't instruct me to marry her. That's the same thing happening here. She talks about the clause. This is a statement of intent. How are we going to form the GNU? When the GNU gets formed, it will then give life to the document, it will then. Now they want to make Fikile Mbalula like he doesn't know what he's talking about. She didn't read this document properly. My brother, that thing means nothing.
And another thing that she said that she seems to think the ANC doesn't also understand, and I'm interested to hear what your interpretation is as the Patriotic Alliance, is clause 19, which is about sufficient consensus, because it talks to the parties representing 60% of seats in the National Assembly. And Helen Zille says it's not seat in the government of national unity, it's seats in the National Assembly. And according to her, that means the ANC doesn't have that 60%. Even if they bring in you as the PA, the IFP, the people that have already signed, they don't get 60%, which means when there's a deadlock, the ANC would have to consult with the DA. The DA would have to rubber stamp whenever there's a deadlock. How do you understand clause 19 of this?
Clause 19, number one, the ANC doesn't have the power to decide what happens in the National Assembly. Let's start there. So how can the ANC bring out the document that says all the parties in the National Assembly? Since when does the ANC decide for the Freedom Front Plus or for the EFF and for the PA for that matter? Sufficient consensus is for the parties that are signatories to the document. She's now realized what she's done. That Fikile Mbalula and his negotiators has got the upper hand. They outplayed Helen Zille. What does she do? She's trying to ridicule them here on your show. I watched the show. She's trying to make them look stupid. She's trying to make the esteemed team that didn't know what they were signing about. The ANC, the PA, the PAC, we can form 60% of sufficient consensus in the GNU. In the GNU. Where does she get these things? Here's the issue. Helen Zille knows that, you know, for me, somebody said something so profound. Helen Zille said nothing different than what former President Jacob Zuma said. He said this is a coalition. By her saying that nothing can happen without her, it makes it a coalition. She wants
There's a real problem with this government. It's despicable. I believe Tom Friedman's column in the New York Times just yesterday sums it up beautifully how I feel. I think as a member of Congress, it is my obligation. I was elected to participate. Doesn't mean I agree with people. In fact, I've seen a lot of stuff on the House floor, many you can imagine, with which I not just disagree, I find appalling, including listening to people speak on the House floor. So I'm thinking about it. I'm deeply opposed to his leadership. I also believe it's a responsibility to show up and listen.
Police reported ahead.
India mas kan ba?
Let's talk about that. What's going on? I want to talk about deaths in Gaza from all the weaponry that we have given to them and continue to give to an ungrateful Netanyahu. The other week, we saw 4 Israeli hostages rescued from inside of Gaza by an Israeli military and police operation, returned to their families. A very good thing. President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, all reacted with praise, with celebration. None of them, in their initial responses, had a single word to say about the over 200 Palestinians reportedly killed, over 700 injured in that rescue operation, many of them innocent women and children. A lot of people have been asking this for the last 8-9 months. I'm sure you hear in your constituency. Do Palestinian lives just not matter to the modern Democratic Party?
I think that's what I'm saying. Let me acknowledge that. Let me acknowledge the 38,000 human beings killed in Gaza, 1,200 Israelis, but particularly the innocents. To me, it's all the same. They're human beings. I'm appalled and disgusted. First of all, there are Americans being held hostage. Let me change the lens for a moment. I believe, if anything, it has been the United States and the Biden administration should have been the foremost responsibility to extract our hostages, our nationals. I think there are 6 or 7 still, knowing that they're alive. So the question is, would we undertake an effort to extract American hostages 2, 3, 4, 7 if we knew 200 civilians would be killed in the process? Boy, that's a tough. That's a tough question. That's a tough question. If you're the leader of a country, absolutely.
You killed 200 people to save 6.
Imagine you look at first of all, I'm the son of I'm a Gold Star son. I lost my dad in Vietnam. One of the most despicable, I think, wars of the United States I've ever prosecuted. We've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. We continue to. Look at what we did in Japan to end the war. These are philosophical questions that most Americans would never want to be faced with.
But you're a member of Congress, right?
You
wanted to be president.
Yes.
So let me ask you a straight up question.
Let me answer your question. I believe, as the President of the United States, his or her obligation should always be safety and security of Americans first. It does not mean dismissing other humanity. But in the case of hostages, when it comes to this, and we've tried this before, and we've seen carnage. The fact of the matter is, I think we should extract. And by the way, if that means there are civilian deaths as a result, unfortunately, that's, I think, the cost.
Well, the cost implies there's no other choice. We, of course, know that there's another way to get the hostages out. Well, no, there's another way to get the hostages out. We got over 100 hostages out in a deal in November. You could have got Benjamin Netanyahu blocking another deal. But just I want to be very specific. In your view, is killing 274 Palestinians, including many children, an acceptable price to pay for the freedom of 4 Israelis?
Like I said, I don't. You want a clear answer? Or you want to make this black and white?
Is it an acceptable price to pay?
It's an unacceptable price, but I think it's a price that has to be paid.
Wow. Okay, so how many Palestinians would it be acceptable to kill in order to get back to Israel? What's the upper?
When we start talking about human lives, every single one life is too many. And let me just.
You just said 274 is a price that has to be paid. I'm saying if it was 1,000, would you pay that?
Because in my estimation, if we look at questions like this in a vacuum, of course, we're going to come up with different answers than in the context of the entire challenge. Because if we are increasingly seeing the United States of America in particular as unwilling to sometimes do what's necessary to demonstrate some strength and
you just said about the government history of killing thousands of innocent people.
Model status on people. We saw it with Ronaldo. People saying that, well, you are my kid's role model. Why don't you have kids at 38? Yet, so what's his name? Caesar with that whole are you gay guy? Yes. Why are you platforming this guy? And the argument was that, but
You are the ones who are making celebrities activists. They don't have to be activists. You get what I'm saying? What's your point of that?
No, I agree. Even Shebe made a video now, saying, hey man, if you're failing to raise your kids, and it's been a thing forever. Remember that iconic interview Deborah Petter had with Kanye Bao? Same thing. She was like, yo man, I'm not the guy. I'm not a role model, right? And I feel like, and it's the challenge that parents have with their kids versus what they consume.
Yeah.
You know, and it's tricky because at the same time you are in a position of influence, but also how did you get to a position of influence? You did not say that I'm the one to look to. I'm the guiding star for, you know, a great life. Your kids must live like me, etc. If you like me and you happen to like me and then I do something foul, you can't then hold me accountable because you're like, yo, son, I tell my kids about you. I tell my kids about you. I tell my kids, yeah, you must speak like Saul. You know, you must be smart and whatever you think I am, like Saul. Because you make that decision at home. But also, though, at the same time, oh man, it's so tricky. But with somebody like Shebe, come on, bro.
Like for me,
from the onset, that's his brand. That's who he is.
To add on to that, but there's also, okay, we can look at it back, guys. I didn't ask to be anyone's role model. I'm also living my life. It just so happens, you know, you guys like me, you like my music or whatever it is that I put out there. But then there's also the other side, which says what's great, something comes great responsibility. Power comes with responsibility.
And it is power and influence.
With a huge platform and influence comes responsibility.
But with Shebe though, come on. But a guy like Shebe, his identity has always been being I'm finding a word for it, man. You know? No, the renegade. The delinquent. He said he's always been a delinquent. He robbed people, he took phones, and when he recorded his first song, he was coming in through the window to rob people. So, yeah. Like when he got his first song, he was about to rob the guys. There was a house break-in.
Oh,
right? Yeah, really?
Damn.
He was breaking into the house. And then there was the guys
with
with the studio, And they were like, oh, nice beat. Nice beat. I almost stopped your heart from beating. Nice beat. Let me hop up to.
That is crazy.
So how do you expect somebody like that to be a role model? Eminem spoke shit about his mom and
all the time.
The truth. It's his truth, you know. Grew up in a caravan park, the white kid, black friends. Life is fucked up. He's got this child, doesn't know how to take care of him, works in a restaurant, and he was rapping about his life and his truth. So how do you then tell a guy like that to stop saying fuck mom when that's his life? No, that's my thing. Like Kanye Bao, her rise to fame and to the spotlight was young girl dates an old man because he's got money, rich man. So how do you then expect? Why would you have the expectations of the influence that she comes with for her to have the responsibility of being family friendly when what she has built to that point? I mean, she's done lots of great things since then, acting and right, but to that point, it was built on something that the public frowns upon. So how do you expect then a Shebe to say then, okay,
sorry guys, I'll be centered or
and Matt made a great thing that we expect a lot from him, but he's just living his life, and his fame was almost coincidental. Instantaneous and coincidental. He didn't sit and say I want to be famous one day and be a role model. He's probably the same guy that he was, maybe even diluted now because there's so much spotlight on him. Because he was 5-10 years ago.
Because it would be weird, like walking on the red carpet with crystal meth. Like, I mean, I'm just saying things. People.
But you know, the Shebe thing, bro. Like for me, and maybe this is my conclusion on that, is what saddens me, and I hate having to say it, but I mean, hey, this is a podcast and So we might as well
say it, bro.
Is
Yeah.
that thing, I feel like this guy's life is a script that we've already seen. It's a script that's written. We know the ending. We're just waiting for this movie to end, and we know how it's gonna end.
Yeah.
I feel like his life story, the script is there. It's written.
Yeah.
And we're just sitting here, just watching this movie and just waiting.
How's it gonna end?
We are here on the other side, we like, Shepard, yes, if you can just get proper management, get this, do this, do that, and it's like,
no.
That's true though.
No, but umuntu confirm it there. I think what the Zulu guys say is umuntu confirm whatever. But I we've seen like this one. You can just see. Because I assumed that after what happened with the daughter, right? I assumed that was gonna be a light bulb.
All of us did.
In his career, a light bulb in whatever in his life, even in the people that he surrounds himself with. And Jiggy, now that video with the pipe, right? And I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why would you allow this to happen?
Yeah. I'm just happy, man, that you got a chance, to be successul, to live. He probably didn't imagine this 10, 20 years ago, and if he did, he probably thought it was going to be a Somalanyana hood, a big hood guy, comfortable in the hood with a bottle store or two there, living comfortably. But this is probably beyond his wildest imagination.
But also,
the life he's living, and I'm just happy he got to see that.
Yeah.
This is sad that moment didn't become the moment.
A catalyst for something,
for something, because he could have taken a different trajectory, the Bugalav or everything. But it's not in him. It's not who he is. He's living his.
With that again, it's us saying, but okay, you know what? That moment should have changed his life. But if he feels like there was nothing wrong that he did, he can only feel like a certain, like a portion of responsibility about what happened. But was he drinking and driving? Did he say he was drinking and driving?
What I'm not sure about is whether within state security and the NPA itself, there's an understanding of how old these attempts are, how far back we should go to understand the attempts by organized crime to capture the NPA. One thing's clear though, we are dealing with organized crime, organized corruption, maybe corporate corruption. What worries me is the link between organized crime and organized corruption. So what General Kumalo has been able to tell us through an organogram is that there is this cartel, the Big Five. Before I proceed, a warning. I think last time I did say we must not think this cartel constitutes the totality of organized crime in South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely.
In other words, there are other cartels that may have not been discovered yet. But when I look at the organogram of General Kumalo, there's something else you must look at. So there are slots in the organogram which attempt to give us an understanding of the structure of the cartel and the structure of the leadership.
There are three at the bottom.
Yes.
Then there's a line to the top, and then there's one that comes in from the side, kind of to that line to the top, which is not connected to the three, but it's connected to the top one.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would draw a different organogram. The same organogram, and then another, where I show that by his own logic, he says, there is a difference between a syndicate and a cartel.
Yeah.
I'll draw another organogram. And that organogram will show us the link between the cartel, the Big Five, and syndicates that are aligned to it. Now, I don't know whether crime intelligence has plotted that.
Yeah.
So, because my assumption is that General Kumalo would not have told us to distinguish between a syndicate and a cartel if he was not aware of the existence of syndicates, on the basis of which he differentiates the activities from the activity of the cartel. If I'm correct, then the organogram is incomplete, in the sense that yes, you can show the Big Five structure, but you also need an organogram that shows the big, so you have a block, and that one block is the Big Five cartel, and then you have other blocks that are linked to the Big Five.
Yeah.
These other blocks are the criminal syndicates. The question for me is, how many of the criminal syndicates which I think are linked to the Big Five has crime intelligence been able to identify?
Interesting, because when we zoom into Kwado's diagram, he also lists the activities of each of the members. So that would suggest that the syndicates that could be linked to the Big Five operate in those different spheres. We had hijacking, there was contracting, etc. And of course drugs. Yes, exactly. So one might think those blocks then would be, the blocks connected to the Big Five might be syndicates involved in those specific areas.
Another thing I'm curious about, Ruby. So I would draw the organigram in that way, in terms of blocks.
Yeah.
So yes, you have the Big Five, and inside the Big Five block, you have the 5 leaders of the Big Five.
Yeah.
I would then, as I say, have an organigram in which you have one block, which is the Big Five, and other blocks that are linked to that block, which is the Big Five.
Yeah.
And those other blocks being the criminal syndicates.
Sure.
Another way in which you must look at this is by drawing circles. And then you have the Big Five, that's one circle. It may or may not be the biggest circle.
Yeah.
The syndicates, different syndicates, you draw different circles representing the different syndicates. And then when you plot them on the SMWX whiteboard, you look at two things. Which of the circles intersect, and where do they intersect? And what kind of criminal activity is represented by where they intersect? And which of the circles do not intersect?
Yeah.
And then another way of looking at it is in terms of what I call the beehive. What is the center of a beehive? The queen bee, or as we say in isiZulu, unomthebe. Now, one structure you can create if you're a crime cartel is that you have concentric circles. At the center of these concentric circles is the queen bee. In order to get to the queen bee, you must get to the concentric circles. What is the queen bee? It could be the leader of the Big Five cartel. Or the queen bee could be the Big Five cartel itself. So if your structure is in terms of concentric circles, you have created concentric circles so that you can't get to the cartel in its incarnation as the queen bee unless you go through the concentric circles. So that's another way of looking at it. Now, when you use concentric circles, there's something else you're doing. You are saying to yourself there's a possibility that the criminal organization, the Big Five, relies on guerrilla tactics. And if it does rely on guerrilla tactics, one of the things it will do, to go back to your point about each member being in charge of a particular area of operation, then if they are relying on guerrilla tactics, they must rely on a structure of cells. So the Big Five, the main cartel, has cells that operate underneath. And the members of the cells underneath or below it may not be aware of the existence of the Big Five itself.
Or the other cells, maybe?
Or the other cells.
Sure.
Well, in a pure guerrilla tactic environment, members of this cell are not aware of the members of the other cells. And members of all cells that have been created below the Big Five will not be or should not be aware of the existence of the Big Five as the main cell, so to speak. So that's if I were an investigator, I would also look at the possibility of such a structure. So each structure has implications for how you understand the operations of the cartel. Because one of the things the structure is used for is to prevent detection of the operations. And the different structures are not effective in the same way in preventing detection. So what you do want is to rely on the most effective structure, not only for your operations, but also to avoid detection. So I must say that sitting here, it is not obvious to me that the organogram as drawn by General Komalo, is fully representative of the real state and structure of the Big Five cartel. So if you move from organized crime to organized corruption, you must then look at the possibility of cartels within a cartel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meaning, as some of us suspect, departments like Home Affairs, of course, SAPS, and others have their own syndicates. So I think we can safely say in Gauteng Health, there is a syndicate. In Home Affairs, there is a syndicate. There is a syndicate that operates within SAPS. Now, these different syndicates, separately and sometimes together, are involved in what we call organized corruption. Now, if we go back to Khumalo's organogram, you will remind me, I think there's a block at the top that is vacant.
Yes, because we have already heard that that block used to be occupied
by Musas.
Yes. Yeah. And he, of course, passed away in January 2024, I believe. And this is something that I've been grappling with, to the extent that, is that top block now, has it been filled? And yes, so we've been told 3 of the 5, but we know one of them has passed away. So now we only have 2. And it's not clear to me in the testimony yet whether that structure was the previous structure when Mr. Msibi was there, or whether it's the new structure now. What do you think?
But remember what we already said.
Yeah.
We said one of the ways we need to look at the cartel is in terms of a beehive.
Yeah.
So at the center, the queen bee. Now the queen bee is no more.
Yeah.
But before we go to the queen bee is no more, we must not assume that the head of the Big 5 is a civilian.
This is what I was going to ask you, is we might not know the names, but what kind of people do you think could be the other members of this?
Well, when I say we must not assume that the head of the Big 5 is a civilian, I'm also saying we must not assume that the late Musas was the head. Because the head could be a senior police officer. And why do I say that? If you look at cartels or cartel activity in South America, in countries like Mexico, what ends up happening is that the most influential, the most powerful, the strongest cartel is constituted by the military. And therefore, the group from the military that constitutes that cartel is led by the most senior amongst those officers. So what has happened in countries like Mexico is that it is the military or a group of officers that actually becomes the dominant player when it comes to drug trafficking. And therefore the most important of the cartels, you know why? Because none of the cartels can outgun a group of military officers.
Wow, now you're making me think that Kat Matlala got a whole group of high-ranking military officers to be his bodyguards as well. So we know there's already one link between the military and members of this cartel, allegedly.
So in a country like Mexico and other countries in South America, what ends up happening is that the most feared cartel is the one that is constituted by the military. And the most feared leader of the cartel is the general. And when it comes to cartel activity, nothing moves unless it is sanctioned by this general. I don't want to say we are there yet. But in our thinking, we must paint this as one of the scenarios. And that would mean that when you go back to Khumalo's organogram, the head of the Big 5, maybe a senior police officer. I think I know which police officer you have in mind. I think we have the same one in mind, but I won't say the name. If that's not the case yet, if we stay on the current path, the day will come when the head of the most influential drug cartel is a senior police officer, a general in the South African Police Service. That's one of the reasons why the recommendations of the Ad hoc Committee and the Malanga Commission must be implemented with a sense of seriousness, because this is where we are heading. Also, we may head in a direction where there is a confluence of interests between senior generals in SAPS and senior officers in the military. So, yes, I see what General Khumalo has given us. I'm not assuming that what I'm saying is not obvious to him and others he works with. It's quite possible. In fact, my expectation is that the analysis I'm giving is the analysis they've already done, because it is their everyday job. But I am not excluding the possibility that aspects of the analysis I'm doing is analysis that are not done yet. And then, of course, that takes me to the capture of politicians.
Yeah.
If we come back to the ANC, what is it that has brought us here? In 1994, something very important happens. There is a change in the relationship between the ANC and state power. And the cartels exploit that change, or try to exploit that change to their advantage. We come from a reality of the single party dominance of the ANC, which means all they have to do is to capture politicians in the ANC.
Yeah.
The GNU is more of a challenge because you now have to capture politicians in more than one party. But if you ask me, none of what I call the bigger parties have been unscathed when it comes to the capture of politicians or the capture of the political class.
Yeah.
So if I was in the EFF, I would ask him that at least the least we should suspect is that there has been an attempt to capture EFF politicians. We know there have been attempts to capture ANC politicians. If we restrict ourselves to the ANC, what did Mkwanazi tell us? Mkwanazi says there are miscreants and reprobates who are behind organized crime. And these miscreants and reprobates have captured miscreants and reprobates in the political class and have captured miscreants and reprobates in the South African Police Service. That is the story, basically.
Yeah.
But if we go back further with the story, to the extent that it pertains to the capture of ANC politicians, we know that it has been difficult to win an election without money in the ANC. Whether they are talking about CR17 or CR22 and before.
Yeah.
One of the things we can assume is that some of the internal ANC campaigns have been run through blood money. So, in my thinking, I am not excluding the possibility, for instance, that some of the money that was used to run the CR17 campaign was blood money. I am not excluding the possibility that the CR17 campaign was not the first internal ANC campaign that was run through blood money. I'm also not assuming that the CR17 campaign was the last internal ANC campaign that was run through blood money. So, if I'm correct, there are aspects of what we know as the ANC that exist because of blood money. The link between organized crime and internal ANC campaigns.
I'm just thinking about this structure question that you brought up about how all of this could work, and when you're talking about the cartel or a cartel.
In your career is like timing. He's not a tall guy, and he doesn't have long arms. Like, you actually have a lot of reach. I think that's what people don't realize about you.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. Yeah.
Okay. but like his ability to counter. First of all, almost the entire fight was just striking, and very few kicks thrown, and it was this like impeccable timing and counters that he was doing. And Royval's long, kind of tall for the division, like quick jab. But like, what were you seeing with this Van kid? Like,
that's why I kind of like to watch it back, like
strategically.
Just watch it on like a TV, you know, and then they'll give you all the better camera angles. But exactly what you were saying, just with Van, especially early, he was like, he was just waiting, he's patient. And Royval was using that jab, doing that very nicely, and they're just waiting for the right time to go. Or when he did decide to go first, he was really good at still bridging the gap. As you were saying, he is short, but he understands the distance. If he wants to jab his way in, or when he wants to commit, he doesn't work for me when he comes in. I'm going to make him pay, and he's quick. He can just do it like mid combo. The guy's firing, he's just going boom boom already. Three pieces like halfway through.
Great balance.
Oh mate, it's incredible. And then even his when he chose to go forward or go first, he did a great job of even bridging the gap to
what was he doing to close the gap? When
just a bridge, rather than me just stepping with as you did a bit of boxing, back foot, and you just sort of stepping that front foot in.
Bridging's gonna be more of a leap. You're gonna leap everything. So your whole base has to go further. I'm that little bit further back. So just me stepping with a normal jab's gonna pull short. But you bridge the gap, we call it. So that's you literally bridge your whole body, both feet. You're stepping in. Yes. So both feet end up getting right where you want to be, so you can fire the big shots as well. So this is always well balanced, like you said. It was so like so much fun to watch. The guy's on 3 weeks' notice, right? He had a big fight 3 weeks ago, won it in spectacular fashion, and then I think he like broke his toe. Nobody said anything about it, which I know all you guys fight injured, so it is weird. But it is cool after the fact, like when someone wins, to acknowledge injuries. But a thing I've noticed that's different, obviously, from MMA and boxing is like boxing is closer because you don't have to worry about the legs, right? So the fight is a little bit closer. Like MMA is there's a little bit more distance. So when you're bridging the gap, like you said, when you're committing, you're really putting yourself in the lion's den, which you have to do because everybody you fight is fucking 6 feet tall. Exactly. But like, so when I was watching these guys like manage that distance, I saw something I thought was really cool. You know, a lot of times in boxing, you'll see like a pull counter. Like Floyd was magnificent at this, right? Like a jab comes in, you'll embrace the jab. You'll even kind of step back a little, not even step back, but like lean back and then throw the right on top. It looked like Van was moving. Situation as well, where it's like the only way you're closing that gap is if you're moving into the punch that's coming at you. Well, it depends on who you got. Like you were just saying with him, he did a great job of still being in a position where he could, hope that jab misses or whatever it is. But you're right, he would usually throw, I think from what I remember, it was like a hook even. As he was throwing the jab, boom, 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 and then just would be like a free piece as he was coming in, which was pretty impressive to land a hook in that sort of where he was positioned. But with myself, like with the last
you're making money, bro.
Making money, bro. Okay. I thought you had the reserved meal. But for me, like with the last one, I had Diego Lopez, who's very similar, where he won't even try and dodge your punch, and he's swinging. If most people that want to counter, they're going to try and slip the punch and fire at the same time, if that makes sense. Where he was just, I'm just going to, as soon as you go, I'm just all offense. I don't care about defense one bit, which makes them dangerous, but obviously they can be hit, but he had a good chin. Where I just felt like Joshua Van did a great job of, just waiting for Royval, really committed there, and then was able to sort of counter. They weren't too far, like when you say with the distance, I'm not trying not to get too technical. No, being technical. But with the range, sometimes they go that little bit further. Because Royval likes the boxing, he was like trying to just stay just out of that boxing range, But Joshua Van did a great job of just making everything he threw count at the right time. And then it looked like the round was getting away from him, and then it would just go blah, 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 just to finish it at the end of the third, almost finish him. Okay, and then you've got to watch that fight anyway. Yeah, you got to. It's and then of course obviously to Poria, your boy. Have you watched? Do you watch those fights? Like when you get it, what is that like for you? Like when you, I don't even know how to ask you these questions. Like when you get caught, what is that when you're rewatching it? Can you watch? Can you separate yourself from it and just look at it technically and be like, oof, I shouldn't have. Definitely. That's the only way I sort of look at it. Obviously, you understand Ilya's power, but with that fight you're talking about, or even with this fight, the second one with the 2 knockouts, I just look at man, I should have done this, should have done this. It's pretty obvious to me anyway. So the second Islam fight, I feel like your hand's here, and he clips it. Exactly. I'm not saying he earned that position, he earned that knockout, but to me that was it's not luck at all, it's skill, etc. But I would say positioning wise, it's not like you were like grotesquely out of position in that moment that you got caught.
Well, no, exactly. Well, the difference with that fight and the first fight, like I will try and like I also been a bit more clever when I wanted to get into range, and I didn't want to just walk forward.
On the first fight or second?
The first fight. In the second fight, short notice, very very short notice. Yeah. So I was like, all right, I can't just sit back and sort of just wait around and win rounds. I don't, I'm not going to win 5 rounds against Islam right now. I didn't back myself because I didn't have the camp. It was 11 days. So I'm like,
you're saying cardio-wise.
Cardio-wise, I'm like, I'm not going to win a 5 decision against Islam. Well, the chances are a lot slimmer because I'm not going to be as fit as I
So you were looking to get him out of there.
So that's what I wanted. So I was like, I'm going to press. That's why I'm going to come into range. So it means I'm going to be in range to be hit more.
Yeah.
I knew that he would be kicking. I knew that he would spam the kicks, especially because I was going to come forward like that. And even when he was kicking, I knew he was going to still go up. You're right. Like, so I knew that was going to come. But it was just what I hated about that is because I told myself, and this is, I guess, how I am, and I guess you need this sort of mindset and be able to do this. Like, whatever decision I make, that's it. I'm locking. I'm going to.
I'm committing to that.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell myself, and I'm going to believe it. I'm going to be delusional in a sense. But that's, I can be. This is going to be the most dangerous I've ever been because I'm going out there to take his head off. Haven't had a camp. I reckon this makes me more dangerous. I believed it. Yeah. And then I go out there, and I couldn't even pull the trigger. And when I say I couldn't pull the trigger, right? I'm like sitting there, and I'm like, it makes sense, right? You didn't have it like much of a camp. Barely any sparring, and then so your timing's just not going to be there. So I wanted to be like, I'm going to be in his face and then just let the hands go and I'll catch him. So while I was there, and then I just could not let him go. So here I am. I just felt like I'm just standing in front of him waiting for something to happen, right? And then he was going body. I'm like even telling myself he's going to go high. He's going to go high. Wait for it, and then still just takes me. I'm like, oh fuck, like I was still. It's weird because I was gone, but knew exactly what was happening.
Did you have the vision wobble?
No, not really. It was like I don't know if it was sort of went dark, and then it was a loud noise. I remember just like this weird noise like that, and I remember it's hard to explain. But then I'm like, oh no, I'm rocked. Like I remember, I'm like, no, try and survive. Next minute I'm on the ground, like try and survive. I don't think my body was doing what I wanted to do. Yeah. And next I'm just wobbling around. But it's but yeah, that's the game we played.
Yeah.
And then all right, I'm getting real technical today, but with
take a little time.
So that's already, especially with a guy. Exactly. So you should be letting the head rest, and not only that, even me trying to get back and dry. He didn't really dry, like in a sense where we made sure everything that was, made sure we did the steps to move forward. But even when I first started getting back into camp, here I am watching. I need to be careful. I'm getting caught. I don't want to get hit. So you're already going into camp bad habits. Yeah. And then a month or two later, you're fighting someone, and then you could even just see the way I'm fighting. I just look back at that like,
it felt more cautious, like you were in and out.
I wanted to go, and then I go on the it's like I either go or don't go, or if you're worried about it, shoot for the takedown then. Why are you like second guessing halfway through? You put yourself in a worse position to be like, I better get the fuck out of here.
Then what adjustments did you make in your next fight after Korea?
Well, that's good question. So luckily I drilled so much of
because it's not like Diego Lopez doesn't hit hard.
Yeah,
also.
man, and like we said, like how he fires, right? He's just going to sit on it. So a lot of good like drilling we had to do, like really good drilling. So I was lucky enough to have the team that did around me.
You take extra time off this time to make sure you're not in that mentality.
I had a massive break, biggest break I've ever had. Took that real serious, and then had a massive camp. So I did went above and beyond. Usually, everyone knows I train hard. That's always going to be the case. But this time, even with my diet, I didn't have a cheat meal for like 16 weeks.
Wow.
I didn't have a drop of alcohol for the 16 weeks.
No bubbler?
No bubblers. No bubblers. That's for probably.
But that was 16 weeks. But
I still remember that one.
We'll never forget that.
Fair enough. But yeah, so it was just we did everything.
got a great short. It's like a right hook. The punch that he caught Charles with.
I think you're from Ilya, sorry. Yeah.
It's like this. He steps in with it. It's like he doesn't even throw like a long extended jab. It's almost like a fake left hand, but he sits down. But what's interesting is that in one of the first exchanges with Charles and him, Charles threw like a kind of long, straight right hand that beat Ilya's right hook.
Okay, yeah.
And
they say, no, you are, excommunicated and you are taken off. And they've used the law. Arabs, they still do that about Muslim. Even there, where the consequences are harsher, some of them, they still want to be slave queen, they still want to twerk. They've used many things, including imprisonment, sometimes violence against women so that they comply. Because if women have power, you give them power, you'll see flames. I'm not. I'm giving you examples of nations that have managed to keep their women in control. Women must be here. That's why Afrikaners, they were smart. Afrikaners, they empowered men. Yes, they were men. We are reckless. Drinking, family money. They made sure that men are empowered. If I'm a lawyer, I marry a clerk or somebody lower than me. If I'm a doctor, I marry a nurse. If I'm an MP, maybe I'll marry someone lower than me. Not the other way around, because women, they get tired. They are not meant to lead. Women are emotional. They get tired. Even if you marry Oprah, get tired because I've been supporting you, maintaining you. They get tired if she buys you a car, buys you a house, and then she'll abuse you. You'll see flame. People will know. So women, they just get bored sometimes. For no reason. They act on feelings, temporary feelings, and they make permanent decisions. That's why today, what used to be in the past, a normal squabble, lovers quarrel, it results into breakup now. It's a lovers quarrel, it's a breakup, it's ghosting, it's like, no contact, and then that's it. The relationship has ended. Because also you've got simps. These losers in politics, they've created a culture of simps. You post one picture, 10,000 hungry men phone and say nice, and they want her to smash. And then she takes those 10,000 thinking that, it's value, and she wants to compare them now. And then years later, she comes back to you. Recently, I bumped into these women, and I attended a memorial service this week. I saw one. This woman didn't want a child. Pushing a career, there's nothing wrong with that. But people must know what biologically, they've got a time frame. When you get to 30s, you can use, the advances in medical science, but your chances are becoming narrow and now. You're gonna have to have a lot of money, to circumvent some of the problems. She was always saying, no, I don't want a child, I don't want a child. We separated for whatever reason. She came back, she now has a child. She wants me to take it serious. Am I mad? As men, you don't want to push family line of another person. I have 3 of them that I know. And she wants me to take it serious. They want marriage. I've got 3. I want marriage. Why didn't you force a marriage to the very same guy that you gave a child? You chose to give the highest price that a woman can give to a man, a child, to a loser. And many of them, they do. Their first children, they come from losers because of the guy who drives a polo, who is funny, and all that fades with time, and then they want you. And I still believe that they never outgrow that, because women are something else. They want to fix, they want to conquer, they want challenges, they want a man who's going to give them challenges, they want stories to tell their toxic friends, which mine does this, I did that. If you don't give her something to report back to your toxic friends, it's like you're boring like Kaka, she will leave you. She must have something. Hey, this guy, he sleeps with me, like Beauty and the Beast, Nandipa and Bester, King Kong, Escape, King Kong. This woman falls in love with the King Kong. Like, now it's happening. Back in the days, beautiful women didn't just fall for gorillas. Now it's easy. All women are easy. All relationships are transactional. Look, in context, relationships are transactional in a sense that I want something. I want to continue my gene, generation. You offer me something, now I offer you something. I offer you protection, I offer you support. Now I can't even, offer it, because women have been elevated. When you elevate them, I don't want a child, I don't want you, I don't want a man. Some of them, they say all men must be done away with, But now, other than that transactional, we've gone into higher mode, prostitution. Prostitution is when you pay for sex. When you pay for sex. Yeah. All relationships, before you could date, people, they've lost their virginity because somebody took it to what they Somebody took it to lose virginity. Because somebody, that's a minor 600 rand. A minor allowance. Like 2,000, 5,000. And that person can do more. Short. I'm on sex tapes, I'm on your Instagram, showing bums, developing yourself. And it's want exclusivity. There are certain things that all women want, productivity. There are certain things, no matter what feminists do. But nowadays, all women are easy. Beautiful or not beautiful. As long as a guy is money. Friend, friend, he's. And then once a friend says yes, they'll never listen to you. Back in the days, the brother and the father had the final say with no, this one. The relationships were arranged. Arranged marriages were the best. And the people will say choice. You don't have a choice, because you are choosing according to the size of the pocket. And the size of the pocket gives you access to a certain level. If I'm a multimillionaire, the type of women I'm exposed to are not these ones. In the lower ends. So it's not a choice. It's type of wallet that you have. Your woman is a reflection of your wallet. You know, so marriages, they are arranged, and marriage is a partnership. It's what you bring. But now beyond transaction, it's becoming prostitution. You know, it's what can you do for me? Who will buy me this? Who will time? Who will take me out? Who will buy me a gift? The next thing you're banging. You're banging. The second date, even the first date you're banging. You bring flowers, nyana. Women, they've betrayed. What's supposed to be valued, what cannot be repeated, cannot be retained twice. Later say, I know my worth. So weird. You know your worth after you've been pierced by losers. You know your worth once you are done. And then you ask a person, what is it that you give me that you haven't given to other men? Men who are lesser than me. Nothing. You say, okay, you're a princess. You know your worth. What is your worth? I don't want your money. Tina, guys, you don't want your money. We want to provide, because once a woman provides, you're taking that role away from me, and then I become useless. Tina, we like it, even when you're driving cars. But I know the direction. That's why we don't ask for directions as men. But let's pay people. Why am I bossy? Because I am the king. How can the king ask for directions to a peasant? I'll say, no, I think I know. We'll get lost, but we'll find it. And I feel great, but I found it without help. So once a woman starts doing all those things, a woman gives you a card with pattern, you might do that for a short space of time, but there's shame to it. You know, guys, we value certain things. Honor, slaying the dragon. Even when you shake hands to your contract, once you move away from that contract, there's shame. There's disrespect. We don't value you. But women is like, oh, from 20 years of marriage gone because of a feeling. I'm no longer happy here. And then happiness fluctuates. Next day you're happy. You know, we don't build the world based on happiness. Otherwise, if we did certain jobs because we're happy, there will be no progress, there will be no civilization. Alexander the Greek took men to wars, about King Arthur, Shaka Zulu, because they were not happy all the time. At some point, they'll go to terrain which are not conducive, going to Lesotho, snowy mountains, to go to Mushweshwe. I heard that Mushweshwe was never defeated by whites. How can they defeat you if you're running away? Of course, you cannot be defeated if you go into Tawapusiu and on top of the mountain and you roll back down the stones. You can't be defeated, but you can be starved. That's why you could be surrounded by them Senegazis or the Shagas, and they say, what you say now? He says, okay, take the cows, leave us alone. But anyway, that's me digressing. But it is like that. You know, nowadays it's like, it's quite sad because of the Sims. And the Sims, they've created this thing of feminism. People thinking that, I'm sexually liberated. In whose benefit? Once a woman says I'm sexually liberated, you're just prey. Once a woman saying, you know what, I can choose men, or I want to have multiple sex partners or whatever, it's liberty. You're not liberty. It's like a springbok going to lions and saying, why not? They want to chow you. And then you're making it easy for men. So this is where we find ourselves. So
okay, that's the problem. They are happy to be child. They are happy to be explosive.
For now, they don't. But eventually, it catches up with them. Check about Vivica Fox. Vivica Fox now is probably chasing 60. Wants a man. I mean, a man to do what? All along, we free. About Harry Bailey. They're naked on social media. When they get to their 40s, they get naked. All these influencers, when they get to their 40s, they start stripping off their clothes and they start competing with these younger ones. And one thing that I like about women, I still attract younger children. Some I ignore them. 28, 29, 30, I attract them. Some I tell them with baby young, but I don't care. And they get jealous because they realize with the clock, the machine, the guy like dad. And they'll say, oh, how old is this child? They'll ask, how old is this child? Like, she's a woman. She's 27. Ooh, because they realize that they can no longer go back because the woman's value, it's her femininity and her sexuality. Because she didn't, beg so many bodies and the fertility act. Once you're no longer fertile, what is it that you bring to the table? What is it that you bring? Can't give me a child, you've been hammered by useless guy. What is your value? Because your value comes because, like God said in the Bible, Zalalani Nande, expand, spread. I mean, how can it be that you're a billionaire, you accumulate all these things, and then you don't have children? Nowadays, they don't want children. They want to post on social media. Why? Those who have children, they've had children with losers. Guys that they thought they're hot. Gorillas. And then they're going to force you to accept their children. And then they must deal with this guy because this guy is in her life forever. So this is where we find ourselves. And as a guy, I normally tell guys, but when your clock, you get better with time because you acquire value. Women, they're born with value. It's for them to preserve it. They lose it with time. We acquire it. We work towards it. Of course, there are those guys who are having issues, infertility or whatever. But you can solve it. Only money. Once you've got money, you can solve it. There's certain things that you cannot reverse. That's why even in modeling, when I was still a model, modeling stage, women were available. I came, because I come from a different culture. I thought it was exploitation. They said, no, female models are valued when they're 16, 17. I remember we did I was a model of the year. I was one of the finalists. Maybe Iframe Model 1, with 20 models. I would give a C2. 1994, 95. There was another lady who won. I think it was Tanya Fabry or whatever. Once you've won, you become a supermodel. A friend of mine, Richard Fabry, was also there. He won. He's good looking. And I remember one photographer says, no, he's old. He's in the 20s. Guys, they got value as their hair became whiter, modeling, as they were getting more wrinkles. That's why all the models, they earned more. That's why you find about, who's this guy who advertised in this cafe? George Clooney. He's more available now than he was back in the days. Even Morgan Freeman became better now. With time, with white hair, with like, there's so many actors, like that. And then they get jealous, they want to compete, and they realize that they cannot compete with that. So I tell guys, don't worry, make money like dust. You'll get to a point where you're okay, you're now choosing, they now come to you. I still attract me now, young kids. Now, I say, don't look at me. Some big and I'm put my game, but you know what? Yeah, okay, you meet the criteria or not. I've never struggled in that department, for ages. I've never struggled, even in my 20s. There's never been a day where I was not hot. There's never been a day when I'm hot differently now. Yeah, so it is what it is, But going back to politics, I said that, I just wish black people will take their lives seriously. Their country is going, but for a song. It's no longer sold to the highest speeder, they're also selling to the lowest speeder. And we're busy. I'm not saying people must not play. Once in a while, do a dance challenge, as they say, there will always be problems, but it doesn't mean you mustn't party. But we party, forever. The only thing that we know is alcohol. Have you ever seen a Nigerian drunk in the streets, smoking open? I've never seen an Indian. I've never seen other nationalities. I normally say that we encourage nonsense. I check on social media. All the guys who are famous. Guys are on teams, all the guys who are now celebrities. Look, social media is good because it broke the monopoly of the industries. People who thought that there'll be gods forever, go media, go record companies, go record companies, thinking they'll exploit girls. So social media opened up, a gateway. But that's what happens. If there are no parents, the children, they misbehave. I mean, we started promoting nonsense. Check all the people who are popular, go social media, go TikTok, go take a leg. I know the original take a leg, man. Talented, take a leg. Not this nonsense. This guy is retarded. He must be confined to a mental institution until he's fine and lose weight. No, there's another guy about to take a leg. I think we'll be Pidori somewhere. You're talking about, what is common? The guy's mentally retarded. He needs to be protected. There's so many. We promote. Zotawaband is not even at school, I know girls like that. They were failing every test, 0 out of 50. But when the teacher is not there, they talk about sex. They tell other girls, we went to this party and this. I was also a band. And I don't know Kanye because Kanye is very brilliant. He's a sharp mind. Kanye is sharp, intelligent. It's a whole face. Because now we're promoting this prostitution, the whole face. Kim Kardashian. Beyonce started with the nonsense. All the single ladies, all the ladies making money. You don't hear other nationalities, all the ladies making money. You don't hear whites, feminists fighting their own. Indian feminists fighting their own, Jewish feminists fighting their own, calling their own toxic masculinity, misogyny, white men are trash. You never hear that. Even though the white man created everything, it's a white man's world. We're also victims. We are victims of the system, we're also victims of our own doing. Sometimes because it's nobody who retarded because we like these guys who are exploiting us. So this is where we find ourselves. Turkeys must take themselves seriously and act accordingly, like other nationalities. Ethiopians, Somalia, they support each other. They don't even buy their food. Somebody goes to Paza shop. This guy, they'll be coke, in the Paza shops. Guess where he goes? I've seen them, buy Woolworths and buy coke because they know they're feeding us poison. They don't do that. Mozambique, they support each other. Zimbabweans, they're supporting each other. They're here to displace us, like all foreigners, be it Greeks. You don't find the Zulu mafia. You'll find the Cyprus mafia, Jewish mafia, Colombian mafia, Mexican mafias. They're here. It's our, our case, Baba. You'll find them. You don't find petty mafias, but they're there. Teenager, we are just, I don't know. You see now, I normally say this. A person who's living now, post-millennia or post, Y2K, is better off than someone who's living in the 1300s. If you lived in the 1300s, you could have been a slave. Nowadays, you've got the phone, you've got the access. I used to say that before the invention of social media, I said when you're in Gauteng, there were more than 7 PSL teams. There were studios, there were schools, Go Funda Center. You could be whatever that you want. You could ride a bicycle. There was exposure. There was SAPC. There was Soweto Community Radio. The Voice of Soweto. There was YFM coming. So everything, Kuma cities, now it's even better. All in one phone. But you're not exploiting this. I heard with the other nationalities, Chinese, their TikTok is different from ours. The algorithm is different from ours. They are watching things that they need to watch so that they can become better. The same argument I've made. We don't adjust. We are crying forever, talking like it's 1960. The dictatorship of the proletariat, the scientific socialism. It's all good to talk like that. But now, if you're talking the working class must win over, the peasants. Who are the working class now? Zimbabweans. So we're talking like that instead of saying, what is it that we can do? Look at the initiation school. People say, no, you're not, part of that because, you're Zulu. I'm no longer Zulu. Even if I was Zulu, it doesn't mean Uguti. I need to be a professor to comment about education. I need to have a political science PhD to talk about politics, even though it affects me. I need to be a doctor to talk about medicine, even though I saw Uguti. COVID was nonsense. Otherwise, no one will talk. You'll say, about this car is not performing. I'll say, no, shut up. You're not a a chief engineer at BMW, then you must not comment. So no one will speak. Hey, I bought a house, there are leakages. Listen, you're not an architect, you're not a builder, you must shut up. People want to shut you because you're raising valid point. I said, if we've got initiation schools, other nationalities, they're learning. You'll never find Jewish kids being stranded. They know where to go. Other nationalities. I studied with Indian kids. I asked them, where's your CV? He says, no, I don't need a CV. Go work for my father. There's a structure there. Tina, we've got initiation schools. I hear with some time but most of our kings now, they're not clued up. You know, I'm an ice boy, I'm a politician. Even politicians, they have no interest. How beautiful, you know, would it be if there are initiation schools, maybe in Eastern Cape, Govenda, in other regions? You know, as a matter of fact, with the people who went to initiation schools, they specialize in this field, which is critical in the economy. Even if it's sports, we know what, you know what, these guys, they are good boxers. We've got 15 world champions, and these world champions are contributing to the economy. Or these guys, they are good at initiation schools. You know, they went on to graduate, effort here, but you know, a certain critical skills. And Mpumalanga the same. Good, no, it's Mpumalanga. You know, if you go to initiation school in Mpumalanga, they will teach you how to farm. You know, how to look after livestock. As I say, but you've got gender-based violence is still high. Rape is still high. Then you say 15 million people up to, you know, this year, from that year, have been to initiation school. Where does it filter through? Where is the, you know, impact of that? Getting worse. So, Tina, we're doing things that are useless. Things that's going to impact. You find people fighting, arguing about things that don't matter. I was looking in social media now. Somebody was, you know, posting something weird, elderly person, but he was asking about who's got more money between this influencer and that influencer. I said, that is crazy. I think he was asking about who's got more money between the coffee and Trevor now. I said, how does it help you? You know, there's information. So now we incubate useless information. That's why I have moved away from these books. I used to read books. I've read almost every book. I read other people's biographies now because I want to know what makes this person tick. You know, what makes this person tick? You know, how did he overcome his thing? Then I can identify. I've read the struggle of Japan. I've read about the Hans, you know, Hungarian people. I've read about the Byzantine because I was interested in school. We're not allowed to do history. I read about the Vikings. I've read about the Mayan Empire, the Egyptians, you know, the Assyrians. I've read everything, the economy, what they ate. But Tina's black people, we like intellectual masturbation. Don't you know that we're the first in the, you know, planet Jupiter, there are pyramids, and then what? Like about Dr. King Kong consciousness. The next thing, hit the cash app, PayPal. We are abused. And then we take that. Even our celebrities, I mean, wherever I go, there are people who know me from my modeling years, acting years. They ask, Ike, can I take a picture? They become surprised because, Ike, you know, I thought you'd be hostile. Because they see this person, I'm a very nice guy. I used to be in national organizer, legal desk of the musician and actors union. We'll go, you know, woman tours. I'll force these guys, but please, can you greet people? These are your celebrities, people who love you, buy your music, they watch you on TV. Greet people. It doesn't cost you anything. We made it. Hey, there's so many guys. You, to greet them, they will not respond. I remember at some point, you know, we fought for Bombs Universities, we got royalties. They got them. Bombs Universities, they got them royalties. Royalties that could buy houses. They bought cars, you know, SUVs. Sometimes people will say, no, we're not paid. They're like yesteryear soccer players. They earn more than an average person. I remember I was shocked one day. You know, I was working in small. I greeted one actor. Unfortunately, I don't think he's still alive. You know, answer back, but that's my experience. I greeted Mkiz. Yes, sis. Yes, sis. Yes, sis. I regretted. This is the person in the office that came. We're fighting about SABC. I'm a royalties, I'm a repeats. You know, he didn't greet me. I went to him, I said, listen, Mr. man. You come back. You know, the guys are window shopping. Next time, about 7. You know, he did this. Man is so. I thought he was joking. I greeted Johnny Clegg. He passed me like I did not exist. That's why I don't play anything with Johnny Clegg. I used to like it. I don't play anything. I deleted everything with Johnny Clegg. So many of them, these are people based in Apayel and they power school. One day, I was sitting front seat, invited by Naked Ribani. He jumped me. He greeted Umbet, was a national speaker then. Banegambet. He greeted everybody. Magafika him on jump. Like to a friend of mine who pushed in Oponi. One day, Bantola Gano. Seated C7. I'm not saying this to demonize them, but I'm just saying, you know, as an example, celebrities versus South Africa, they're nonsensical. You know, I understand people sometimes, you know, yeah, they can be too much, but you lose nothing by greeting people because you don't know.
Pirates, ibuyisela ngasemva yaphinde yabuyela kuye unemjajela kodwa bamqanda usompempe esithi ngozwina polisi ityala lukuye zalirhabaxapha usamkelo zwane bambe sasiso sayo sankqi ncedisana kunye norhape umoralo nogrant makamane zuzu wamashumi athathu anesibhozo rile awanda wenze ntoni umfokeni kuthethwa rhabaxa kuye wakhona uthi jonga ke mfana wam ungakulinge ucinge nokucinga uba mhlawumbi ndingumntu ongusisi kuwe yes ndinguye kodwa ke ndingusompempe yeke yoba ndangumama sisi whatever ndingusompempe inkosi yakho ndim apha ekupheleni kwe-first half, but if bangaqhubeka ngale ndlela nokubuya kwi-second half izaba nengxaki isiwelele because ngoku inhlangene kwiparis iyakwazi ukudibanisa ezaa passes eza kubuyiswe nezaa crosses eza yonke loo nto leyo. Ya ingxaki ngokwenene kuzawufuneka bayilumkele impela ngoku le nto abafana isiwelele akukhumbula kaloku uba onkabi bona kulaa nto bendikhe ndayithetha yoba bamkile abanye kodwa banee-buys ezintle, banee-good buys okanye bathenge kakuhle. Khangela nje uba kubadlali ababathengileyo uchibuke ohizi usuka kwisikhukhune, Thabo Makelo usuka kwichipa, Samkelo Zwane from Kaizer Chiefs uzakhele lipasa kakadlali kodwa usuka kwi-Orlando Pirates, Tebuko Potsane usuka kwi-Chiefs, Happy Mashiyane usuka kwi-Chiefs, uWade Lakey naye kakadlali usuka ngapha e-India kwi-Churchill Brothers, noRene Buyile umkhowane naye sikamboni obesuka kwiqela isikhukhune. Siphethe umzuzu wokugqibela, siphiwe imizuzu emithathu kuphela kuso esi siqinga.
Literally forgot the big part that I learned about this donor. I forgot, and these young women told me that this donor was French American and that this donor's name was Pierre. It wasn't until yesterday after we went off air that I presented to you all of this stuff about the DuPont family that it clicked, and these ladies messaged me and said, "Oh, you figured it out. It's Pierre DuPont, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point." I mentioned Pierre DuPont on yesterday's show, and this took my breath away. I will be honest, I cried really hard yesterday, thinking, my goodness, how could I have forgotten that this donor is French American, that was the big thing. And I was racking my brain trying to figure out that time, because I didn't consider France's involvement in anything. Like, who do I know that's French and has tons of money and is involved in technologies and could possibly be working on a big check that could be kept secret because it's about to IPO and billions are on the line, and that all kind of came together. And I would like an answer about this Pierre, the billionaire French-American donor, and I would like a clean answer as to whether or not it is Mr. Pierre DuPont. Yeah? Because this would be a devastatingly dark story. And my sources are very sure that this is what was on the line, that this was life-changing money, and they are very sure that this individual got a phone call after the assassination, and I think that we deserve to know. I don't think this should be a secret, right? Charities shouldn't be a secret. Why? And by the way, it leads to more questions, like how could you say that you knew that your IPO was going to lead to billions of dollars? How could you promise that? How could you promise that? And did Charlie know? Did Charlie know? And I'm going to be honest with you, I know a lot of billionaires, they don't part with their money like that. They don't part with their money and offer people pieces of their company, people that aren't even their family members. So why was that offer on the table? I have so many questions, and I'm going to ask them publicly, and I think that we demand answers. We should all be demanding answers, because this is now starting to feel very, very dark. It's too French, right? It's just too French. We just can't all be hanging out in Delaware. And there's one more thing that came in regarding Andrew Colbert, very close family friend of Andrew Colbert, messaged me early on, and I, again, was not tracking any of this at the time, but they had said that they felt that Andrew Colbert was acting weird, and I'm sure that's not a big deal. I think we were all acting weird. Colbert was assassinated, but moreover, they had mentioned that specifically Andrew had told them that when Charlie said no to Bibi, he lost out on millions. Now I'm going to say allegedly because it's a tip, but I have a tip in writing. I'm not lying to you. And I thought to myself, that's so weird. How could the spokesperson at Turning Point USA be on the? How could they be gaining millions from that? What's the structure here of these contracts? That even people that are in PR, people that are like running PR departments, are getting tips on the basis of donations. I don't know how this is working, but we need to figure out how this is working. I think it's really important that we learn the truth about what happened. Who's Pierre? Is it Pierre DuPont? And has Turning Point been paid? Obviously, it wouldn't be on this year's taxes. They're going to file those on this year's taxes, but they would be on next year's. But we can ask now, and I'm asking now. And there's more I want to share, but we're going to take a brief break for sponsors. I'll ask the question, what are you guys doing today to protect your tomorrow? Because it seems like waiting until later is not really an option, because we're already living in the later. You should consider adding gold into your financial strategy, because if economies destabilize and the markets get scared, currencies can lose their value, but gold does not always follow suit. Having some gold means that you're not 100% dependent on one financial system. You'll instead have something tangible, and for me, it's about planning, it's about protecting. And of course, I'm not saying that you should dump everything that you have into gold, because that would be as misguided as sticking with just stocks, but balancing your investments is definitively crucial. If you're worried about retirement or worried about the current economy, then let this be your little nudge. Visit CandiceLikesGold.com to get your free 2025 gold and silver kit and learn about how you can get up to 10% in free silver. Don't wait for the next crisis. Protect your future today. Call 855-815-GOLD or simply visit CandiceLikesGold.com. Again, CandiceLikesGold.com. Also, I've been telling you guys about Beekeepers Natural, because this holiday season may be full of joy, travel, and togetherness, but it also happens to overlap with peak cold and flu season. Between crowded stores, packed schedules, late nights, and extra stress, our immune systems are working overtime just when we need them the most. That's why I am so thankful for Beekeepers Naturals and their amazing propolis throat spray. If you haven't heard of propolis, it's this natural immune supporting substance that bees make to protect their hives. It's like nature's own shield, that's the best way to think of it, packed with antioxidants and over 300 beneficial compounds. It's been used for centuries to help support immunity. It soothes your scratchy throats. It also keeps you feeling your best. I use the propolis throat spray, especially during the holidays, because it's clean, it's natural, and it's free from all that junk that you can't really pronounce. There's no dyes, there's no chemicals, there's no fake sugars. Beekeepers Naturals recently launched a kid-friendly version as well of their nasal spray, and the mist is soft and gentle, so kids actually don't mind using it. Today, Beekeepers Naturals is giving viewers exclusive access to their extended holiday sale. You can get 30% off site-wide, so head to beekeepersnaturals.com and enter code Candace at checkout, or you can just go to beekeepersnaturals.com/Candace. This is their biggest sale of the year. Their best sellers always sell out. That's beekeepersnaturals.com and enter code Candace, or you can just go to beekeepersnaturals.com/Candace. There is such a thing as a good Fed, believe it or not. There are good guys. There are good guys everywhere. You know, lightness is always fighting darkness, and I received an interesting tip from a Fed that I'm going to share with you now that might be relevant. But Turning Point USA put in a personal request to try to get the Egyptian plane story killed. You know, and I find that to be very interesting. What is it about these Egyptian planes that Turning Point USA didn't want them to be discussed? I don't know. But I am going to find out. I think we kind of have found out in a weird, really effed up way, actually. It makes my stomach turn. I'm going to miss Charlie. I really am going to miss Charlie, and I think when Charlie was assassinated, there was something about it. I knew that the story was going to be dark. Instantly, I knew that Charlie was betrayed. It laughed at me. Oh, you had a dream. Charlie told you he was... Yeah, Charlie told me that he was betrayed. And I think part of the mourning was... The grief that I was experiencing was in large part due to my understanding that this was going to be missional for me. I think I knew deep down that this was going to be missional. And I kind of knew deep down that the whole world was going to be against me. Or I guess the whole dark apparatus was going to be against me. Not the world. There are so many good people in the world that are the reason I'm doing this, and who understood instantly and felt instantly what I felt when this all happened. And I think it's sad because I was just reflecting on, I guess, really the last part of my youth, being ignorant and thinking that we lived in a country that was free and was fair, was a meritocracy, the excitement of me and Charlie in politics. Like, we were young bucks thinking that we were going to change the world because the MAGA movement offered us this opportunity to do it, right? We were going to get Trump elected, and we're going to get people to stop talking about racism and sexism and to understand, like, family is a priority. And I realize now, and I know Charlie realizes now, that we did not see the evil that was around us. And I'm going to miss that youth. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to miss that young experience. And I'm going to miss Charlie going on dates and the girl they liked, and me always being the wing woman, and him asking. This text message is one of my favorite text messages between me and Charlie when he was getting ready to go on a date. And, you know, he didn't date many people, and he was just kind of in love with this girl. And he was asking me, should I wear this? And this is the text message. It's so sweet. He said, do I have to change this shirt? And I wrote back, yes, and throw it away if you can. Charlie, he goes, okay. And he's wearing a Turning Point early shirt that somebody, I think, gave to him. Stitched on. Is it stitched on? Is it ironed on? I don't know. But I was like, Charlie, burn it. Obviously, burn that shirt. And it makes me, yeah, stuff that makes me cry and makes me sad, because he just was so young. You know, Charlie was so young, and he was such a good person. And I'm also going to miss the young conversations that you have when you're vibing with someone and you're speaking about things that you don't understand. As you were coming up in politics, I always felt like an alien. We would have these discussions with donors, and we'd have discussions with people, or people would do stuff, and I would just tell them all the time, Charlie, I'm an alien. I am new on this planet. I don't understand this. I don't understand double speak and, you know, contracts and people threatening to sue. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm an alien. And Charlie always said he felt like he was a time traveler. This is a conversation. I said, I'm an alien. I just messaged him from across the globe. He said, I think I'm a time traveler. This is my home. He felt like Earth was his planet, but I think you found me and time traveled with me. Like the kind of friendship where you can talk about being a time traveler and feeling like an alien, as I've always felt like it, because I don't get it. I don't get the rules of this planet. I don't get the betrayal, the backstabbing, the people that dance for money. It's never made sense to me. When I was a kid, I just felt out of place. And I am out of place in politics. I will tell you that, because this is what it's all about, right? Selling your soul to the devil. And I don't want to do that. Anyways, that's just going a long way of me saying that I'm going to miss the ignorance of our political youth, thinking that they could be fair, thinking that we could just work hard, thinking that we could run a company, that we could launch this revolution where people were going to be happy in the future because America was the land of the free. I had to mourn that. Now I realized, and as I've expressed, that this is missional. Charlie knew he was going to die young, but there was more that were in those now seemingly prophetic text messages that I was unwilling to share at that time. But I am going to share that now. When he was speaking about his death and the visions that he was having in April 2018, he also said some other things. He didn't just say that he was going to die. He didn't just say that Turning Point was going to be the death of him, but he also wrote this. This is in April, on April 13th. He wrote this. He wrote, "Ish like tonight is what I have foreseen. This won't result in anything. I'll give you the context in a moment. But in our lifetime, we will experience real war beyond anything that we can fathom. Absolute and total destruction." Now, for historical reference, what was going on that week involved, of course, France, right? America, France, Israel, the Middle East, Syria, Russia. And this is the Syria before Israel and the United States overthrew Assad. what was going on was the United States and France were carrying out a series of military strikes involving an aircraft and these ship-based missiles against multiple government sites in Syria. And the official reason that we were told was because the Syrian government had apparently chemically gassed their own citizens, something which Assad had strenuously denied. In effect, if Assad was telling the truth, and I believe he was, because I think there's a war on Christians that's happening, then the West and the United States were implicated in part by a false flag attack to justify a larger military justification. That's kind of something the West does a lot, right? False flag attack, get the media going, we have to respond, and then we just sort of take land. Yeah, that's what we do. Now, France had said in a statement on that morning on April 14th, that France's red line had been crossed. So this was a story which Charlie said, this is not the thing that's coming, but this is a preview of the thing that's coming. Missiles, false flag attacks, chemicals, and the Middle East, America, France, and Israel. It is something. It is something, right? This was the vibe of something that Charlie felt was going to happen in the future. Something Charlie, I used to always say, I told you that, the rest is future. I think we are in the rest right now. We are approaching that future right now. And I didn't feel it then in 2018, but I feel it now. I've been telling you guys, I've been having a lot of dreams. And the dread that Charlie felt in 2018, I have been feeling. I felt it leading up to Charlie's assassination. I pulled my children out of school. I was having this dreams and visions about bees and organization that was happening in America. I have a sense of dread that a lot of these events that are happening, these inexplicable events like the Malibu fires, sort of coastal events, the Texas floods, that this is not happening by accident, okay? I have a feeling of a sense of dread that the Fed is taking from Americans right now, and that we are heading toward war, okay? I'm gonna share that. I feel that we are headed toward war, that they want war by any means necessary, and that you need to be, wherever you are in the world, fully dialed into that, okay? We can't be stupid this time. We cannot believe what the media is telling us. We cannot believe what the government are telling us. We cannot believe whatever it is, whatever attack that's going to happen, and we're going to be told that it was this guy. We have to start to recognize the pattern of things, okay? The predictive model of this is my red line, then the red line gets crossed and people are denying it. And what happens? Christians are mass slaughtered every single time. Propagandized. Christians in the East to hate Christians in the West. And there's just less of us by the end of it. And these things tend to happen, world wars, when they want a reset because people start waking up. And so I just wanted to express that to you, that I feel that we are reaching that brink right now, and you need to prepare for that. And it feels like an almost inevitability because wars are planned in boardrooms, okay? In boardrooms. They're going to send you and your children and your sons, they're not going to fight. And I don't love a scenario right now that's happening where we have envoys being sent to Russia and Israel and everybody's meeting all this. It feels like something's coming, and I know that you probably sense that dread too. Turning our attention to Turning Point. Did you know, I learned this from one of our sleuths, that Turning Point might potentially now be becoming a real estate empire. Apparently, Tyler Boyer has a younger brother who for 10 years has worked in dental sales. Until Charlie died, because a unique opportunity presented itself at Turning Point USA, where Tyler had begun telling people that TP USA plans to roll out a program to build houses for first-time home buyers. They're going to use Turning Point USA's position and audience to market this idea of new homes. And the marketing pitch is that Charlie preached to young Christians about how school and university was a waste of time, and that it was a waste of money, and that they should get married early, and they should start their lives, and they should have kids. But he never really taught them how or what they should do next. So they are planning to leverage Turning Point USA's position with young Christians as a captive audience to build and sell houses. Okay, that's what the person told me, and I checked that out. They presented some proof of that conversation happening. I think that's interesting. I think we should share that. And I'm sure that that's probably what Charlie wrote. He apparently had a 15-20-year plan, according to Frank Turek. Or was it Rob McCoy? Rob McCoy said that, I think. I think they all said it, honestly, but Rob McCoy did say that. He kept this in his notebooks, and so a real estate empire could be on the brink for Turning Point USA. Amazing. That really is something. Anyways, you guys, we are going to take another break for our sponsors, and then I will get into some of your comments. All right, you guys, whether you are struggling with credit cards, personal loans, or medical bills, PDS Debt has custom options to help you get out of debt. They go beyond the numbers to understand your unique financial situation, and they can craft a personalized plan that is designed just for you. There's no minimum credit score that's required. They are here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, which is obviously in your pocket. PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. It boasts thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot because PDS has helped hundreds of thousands of people get out of debt. Every month you wait, it will just cost you more in interest and fees. The best time to start was probably yesterday. The second best is right now. Don't wait another month. Take back control in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment and the best option for you by visiting pdsdebt.com/Candace. Again, that's pdsdebt.com/Candace. Also, I want to tell you guys about home title lock, because if you are a homeowner, you should listen to this. The FBI has been warning homeowners about this type of real estate fraud that's on the rise, which is title theft. Now, this type of theft doesn't happen by breaking down your doors and stealing your stuff. It happens with just a one-page document that has a forged signature that can get filed at the county. And if your title, which is a legal record of ownership, gets transferred out of your name, criminals can then use your ownership to drain your equity or even sell your property. And you won't even know about it until you start getting collection notices and foreclosure notices in the mail. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so that you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code Candace at HomeTitleLock.com and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That is 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud occurs, the US-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it for you. Again, that's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Candace, or use the link in the description below. So what's going to happen now? Threats, lawsuits, lawyers, bankruptcy.
The other kids started running out of big. I started going back and forth with this person who's 9 years old, who's actually very cruel. Another one of the kids, they're calling me Tim Cheese, they're to the 6'7", they're trying to shit on me. I called one of them, I was like, oh yeah, young Sheldon, I got him bad, and I did hurt him. I saw it in his face. But they were pieces of shit to me. They were vicious, they were disrespectful, they were not professional at all. Just on set, they're actually not professional at all. And it was hurtful because I thought that there would be a level of respect and that their parents would have talked to them about who I was and things that I had accomplished. But that's not what happened, okay? The show is like huge. And not one kid cared at all about me. It was insults and this one and that one and big back. That's the one I called young Sheldon. He called me fat. Then it became about Israel. Here's the point. Who are these little bums? I don't feel bad for them. I hope AI takes everything from them. I said that to them. I said, none of you will have jobs. AI will take it all. AI will take it all. Okay? So, I'm just saying the experience I've had with that generation has been really negative. Really negative. They're just all sociopaths. Okay? Some of them were okay, but like, they were trying, like, some of them were okay with the lines. I think I did a good time. I think I did well. It was an old issue. Everyone was getting tired of it, but it was fighting, you know. But they held it together for the most part, you know. But I'm just saying I have a really limited interaction. Like I don't know what's going on with younger people. I just know from what I saw, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. There's no respect for authority. Like a sloth thing at me. None of it was cool. None of it was cool. So I'm just saying that I want to give advice to people and tell them that, like, all the things I see online, these trends, are all ultimately very destructive. And, you know, I'm really sick of you know, we need to make things easier for younger people, and we need to change the value system because the value system is like rotted. It's completely rotted. And the lives, I don't know who these people are looking up to. I don't know what, they're not even watching movies. Like, you used to want to live in like a nice Tudor-style house in an area with like changing seasons, and you have a little family and everything like that. That's like the dream, the Home Alone kind of dream. You want a community, you want a lot of people around you. And now like everyone's like, wouldn't it be cool if I lived in Miami with an OnlyFans whore and we snorted Adderall and then someone kidnapped me because I have crypto? And you're like, I just don't know what happened. I don't know how that became the goal of young people in this country. It's like not good. Everyone wants to be some type of quasi-criminal who's like on a private jet landing at Opelika Airport in Miami, ready to go rage. You're supposed to be in the suburbs of America. Save the suburbs. That's what it should be. It's a very, very simple thing. It doesn't need to be the craziest thing. You don't need it. You can go to Coachella once. You don't have to go every year. You don't have to go every year. You don't have to go every year. All right? He's crazy. Oh, you're at the Caliucci. What's this? At the concert, the Caliucci concert? Hey. Enough with this. Go to the dentist. Be a dentist. Go be a dentist. When someone goes, oh, I'm going to the Caliucci concert, what are you doing? You go, I'm a dentist. I'm a dentist. You know? You know, play a little bit of that of the Caliucci concert, if we can. It's K-A-L-I, right? Caliucci. I have a friend who's on tour with him. I'm sure it's great. Can we play this? We're gonna get play a little bit of it. Alright. It's fine, it's good. It's good, but you don't need to do this all the time. You don't need to do this all the time. You know, this is all I see people doing. All I see people doing now is they just go to a concert. They just take drugs and go to a concert. Who cares? Go somewhere else. Stop this crap. Don't get mad at me on the messenger. I'm the messenger here. Maybe I'm wrong. Thanksgiving dinner tough in a tough economy. Guess what? So what? Do half what you do. Do half of the dinner this year.
Hello.
Do half of the dinner. Do half of what you usually do. And if people don't like it, have everybody bring one thing. And it's already over anyway. It's coming to Saturday. Who cares?
I'm just saying that's what I would do. If I was hosting Thanksgiving this year, you know what I would do? I would tell everybody, if you want to eat it, bring it. Bring it, if you want to eat it. Because I don't have anything this year. That's what I'd say. I don't have anything.
Vegan.
And you're not coming in my house. You're not coming in my house. We're going to sit in the driveway and we're going to solve the Charlie Kirk murder with Candace Owens. That's Thanksgiving this year. That's Thanksgiving this year. That's what it is. Come solve the murder. Solve the case. I come in, I have a big whiteboard. You come over my house for Thanksgiving, I have a big whiteboard. And I have names and planes and that's what we're doing. We're going through the whole thing from the jump. That's what we're doing. Thanksgiving. I'm thankful for all of you and obviously the people who watch this show. I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for our brand sponsorships and partners that align with our core values and mission. I'm thankful for friends and family. I'm kidding, I am. I'm thankful for the Mideast peace agreement. I am, and I hope everybody there can just kind of take a moment.
She can let us know by the end of today. Why? Well, I'm sorry. If you're saying this is happening on the 15th, why am I getting 24 hours to be able to respond to you? That doesn't make any sense. That, for some reason, feels like this is a BS offer and a really cheap PR move. There's no reason to issue a 24-hour response and put this up in the middle of the night, A. B, there's no reason you didn't reach out to me and say, hey, does this work? Can I check some flights, see if I can get in there? Nope. This is it. They put this up there on the 15th. The last week of our show is live. Obviously, leading up to Christmas, that's the last week of our show. Obviously, it's a pretty busy week. So I'm like, okay, caught off guard by this, but you know what? I sense this is a PR move. So let me say, you've already said it's live streamed. If an event is live streamed, of course, we can make it work any place. I mean, at any time, any day, we can make this happen, right? Because you're live streaming it. There's no reason I can't show up electronically, okay? I respond to him and I say this, kind of weird how you didn't email or call me to ask about times or availability and instead chose to tweet this confirmation out at midnight. Why am I learning about this on X? December 15th does not work in person. And 2 p.m. happens to also be the literal time that I do my podcast live every day, which you knew, but we will happily cancel the daily podcast and we'll join you guys virtually instead for the live stream on the 15th. If that works on your end, let's lock it in, question mark.
Virtual,
okay.
Yes.
We're jumping here. Let's make it happen. Okay, that's the beauty of the internet. That is the beauty of 2025. You can literally be any place, anytime. Just send me a link, right? Any place, anytime, we can join you virtually. In fact, today on their show, they had Andrew Colbert joining them virtually. So they have the tech capability to do this. We have tech capability to do this. Let's make this sincere and do this for people around the world who do not feel that you guys have been honest reported ahead in terms of answers that you could obviously supply regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. Well, if we needed any more evidence that nothing that they do is genuine and that this was an obvious planned PR move, here is what Blake tweeted out just now before we went live on the show. Yesterday, we made it clear that we would be scheduling a formal response to allegations and accusations that you have made. We have decided that that response will be delivered during a live stream, as he said, a live stream, on December 15th. Thank you for your response letting us know that you will not be joining the in-person conversation. We will be proceeding without you. Why are you proceeding without me? To have a conversation that is about me. Why am I getting 24 hours to respond? Why do you need me there in person if you are trying to be sincere and answer the very many questions that I have brought up on this show? You guys weren't even sincere in what you said yesterday. You told some glaring lies about things that I have said. So we're supposed to trust that you guys are going to handle this discussion all by yourselves and respond to any and every allegation. And this isn't just some planned PR for once and for all. Like I said, this is so obvious. He is being completely destroyed in the comments because what's happening at Turning Point, and I've seen this happen before, is they now believe that they're smarter than their audience, right? They think they are smarter than their small pocket donors. They can pull such an obviously crappy public move like this and pretend, well, we tried. You know, she said she could make it work and we tried, but it has to be physically, she needs to be in person, even though we have shown that we have people join us not in person and it's live streamed and we both have the tech abilities to do that. If she doesn't make this work within 24 hours, we can now say that it's on Candace. This is a disaster, okay? It is a dumpster fire. That's the only way to describe what is happening at Turning Point USA today and right now is a dumpster fire. Everyone can read this for what it is. As I said, they're getting destroyed in the comments. Like, really, guys? Really? You're not going to just send us a simple live stream link and let us join you? We've had people on this show live streamed. We could have them tomorrow. I said, in response, I said to them, I'll make this work. I also attached to that tweet any day leading up to the 15th. We can do this virtually any place and any time. But no, they need to have it in person, in Phoenix, on December 15th, or they cannot have me at all. Is that passing the vibe check for you guys? Or does it seem like more posturing and more of a way for them to simply be in the room with themselves as they all lie without any person in the room to be able to fact check those lies, who have researched those lies, and who have kept a list regarding the very many lies they are telling, okay? I maintain that Turning Point is engaged in a cover-up. That is how I feel, okay? And like I said, it pains me to say that because this was once a bright spot in the conservative movement. It is no longer. They are using left-wing tactics, calling us names rather than answering us questions. It's everything Charlie stood against, okay? You don't need to call somebody a racist because they're asking questions about what happened with George Floyd leading up to his death, okay? That is a way that you skip over having to debate logically, is you name call. All Blake Neff did was name call yesterday. All the pastors have been doing, it's demonic, it's possessed, it's evil. How about you simply answer the questions and stop behaving like you're a radical leftist? Everyone can see what you're doing. That's what I want you guys to know. It's very clear, okay? I'm not asking people to defend me. You are just genuinely this transparent. So I am sorry that I cannot arrive in person because it's our last week on air before the holidays. I am still very happy, and I will say it again, to make that date and time and place because I'm here and we have the technological capabilities to make it so, make it work. We can move it around and we can do it even at midnight. I will stay awake and I will make that work for you at midnight, anytime. Just send me a link. In the meantime, we are just going to start investigating harder because you're not acting right, okay? You guys are not acting right, and you are not going to be able to get yourselves out of it by trying to be tricky like that. And like I said, the fact that you mentioned the Egyptian planes so many times yesterday without providing a valid answer or reason as to why we should just ignore military planes that are circulating that don't belong to our country, we're going to stay focused on that. And guess what? We have some more explosive revelations, which lead to more questions, which should be answered. And by the way, Turning Point, you should be concerned about. How odd, guys, that they're not concerned about the Egyptian planes. They don't even know how to feign concern. They don't even know how to sell to us in their best acting that they care about what transpired on that day. If you wanted to act like you cared, you would go, yeah, no, that is actually weird. I wonder what those planes are about. Instead, they're like, ha ha ha, Egyptian planes, what we've had to endure this crazy talk about the Egyptian planes. You should be concerned. And I'm going to give more cause for concern, okay? As you guys will recall, 2 Egyptian planes, got it. For the sake of ease, we've labeled one blue, that's SUBND, which was the one that was transponding on the ground at Duncan Aviation on the day of Charlie's assassination, but it did not go anywhere. And then, of course, our now infamous yellow plane that carried on to Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware that morning, and has seemingly panicked the world, right? I'm reminding you that that flight from Provo to Delaware on the yellow plane had only 4 people on board. Okay, so that plane pretty much emptied out and then had only 4 people, one of which was a foreign dignitary. Now, one of those individuals I can confirm was using the name, and when I say using the name, we are dealing with governments, we are dealing with power, and these people just print passports, okay? These are obviously dead ends. But the name that one of those individuals was using is Walid Mahmoud. Okay, Walid Mahmoud. So we now know that of the 4 people that flew to Delaware, someone flew using the name Walid Mahmoud. Okay, here is where it's going to get interesting, and I don't know if we can show that name, Chris, if we have that, but we can spell it out for them. I don't know if we have a graphic for that. But here's where it gets interesting. Okay, Walid Mahmoud had been in Provo before. Okay, specifically, Walid Mahmoud came to Provo on May 27th of this year. Walid Mahmoud came in, and we can also confirm that if you look up the plane that he was on, there is no transponder data which reflects that trip. He was not on the yellow plane. This is what's very interesting. He was aboard another Egyptian military plane, and the tail number for that plane is SUBTU. We're gonna make that the purple plane, okay? Purple plane was not there on the day of Charlie's assassination, but we now have a person that was on that purple plane at the end of May, and then he is going to be on that plane again on the day of Charlie's assassination, both times in Provo. And we can drop that now into our timeline, okay? May 27th, SUBTU flies into Provo, Walid Mahmoud aboard. Maybe it's a pilot, I don't know. Then we've got, it departs. on June 2nd, and it is not transponding. Okay, so you cannot find a record of this on flight radar. Now, why is this compelling? Why is this especially compelling? Because the purple plane, SUBTU, as has been recently discovered by the work of other people, was once upon a time flown with the president of Egypt aboard. And by once upon a time, I mean back in 2023. This tweet came from Project Constitution. I'm going to read it in its entirety, okay? Confirmed. Candace Owens just got vindicated again. The Egyptian government website confirms that Egyptian President El-Sisi flew on SUBTU. Remember when Candace Owens dropped that bombshell exposing that Egyptian presidential plane as the mystery bird tied to those shadowy flights, and just, you know, he's confusing BTT. He's talking about BTU. We were always talking about BTT. Well, official receipts just landed straight from the Egyptian presidency website. On April 3rd, 2023, President El-Sisi touched down in Riyadh aboard that same exact aircraft, tail number SUBTU, for a high-level sit-down with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Okay, so BTU, and again, he's mixing it up with BTT. We can now connect these two planes. Now, before you jump to conclusions and go, well, does this solve this? Does this mean that this was the Egyptian president on board? No, we can actually officially rule out that it was President El-Sisi that was aboard the jet on September 10th because he was photographed at a meeting with the Prime Minister of Tunisia, Sarah Zafrani, and it was in Egypt. We can also rule him out as having been the individual that was in Provo back in May because he was again photographed multiple times throughout that week in Egypt, okay? What we can, however, deduce is that Walid Mahmoud is therefore not the president of Egypt, but he is almost certainly well acquainted with the president of Egypt because planes that fly presidents around, military planes, you're not gonna just, you know, let just some random wealthy Egyptian aboard your jet, right? This person is going to be well acquainted with the president of Egypt, okay? So who is Walid Mahmoud? Who is the person using the name Walid Mahmoud? That is the question that we are left with. Now, again, maybe Walid is the pilot. That could make sense. But what was he or she doing in Provo at the end of May and into early June? These are questions and, honestly, concerns that shouldn't be expressed by me. It should be expressed by every single person at Turning Point USA who is interested in getting to the bottom of who assassinated Charlie Kirk. It should be expressed by our government. It should be expressed by Pentagon and their giggly press secretary and press members. We should be
hazard reported ahead.
Instead, we're just being gaslit. Everything was so above board on the day of Charlie's assassination that they just can't answer anything. They just cannot answer a single question that we have, and they can't explain why they keep getting caught in little lies. They can't explain that. We're just all ridiculous, and we're harming Charlie's legacy by doing the very thing that Charlie was doing when he died, right? He is responding to questions. He literally died answering questions from people that disagreed with him. And they're not trying to invert reality and make it seem as though asking uncomfortable questions is not something that Charlie would have done. Pointedly ridiculous. And again, ever so
speed camera ahead.
I don't think they're going to be laughing long because I do think that we are getting close. Alright, you guys, this holiday season, express your love with a very special gift of premium steaks from Riverbend Ranch. Their holiday bundles are only available while supplies last, and they're going to go pretty fast. For health, and that is Dose. Dose is a powerful, all-in-one wellness shot that helps support gut health, immunity, energy, and all the stuff that really matters when you plunge participants. One shot of Dose for your liver is equivalent to 17 shots of turmeric juice. DoseDaily.co/Candace. That's dosedaily.co/Candace for 35% off your first month subscription. But again, I'd like to stress to Turning Point USA that if you want to make this work, we can do this today, we can do this tonight, we can do this at 1 a.m., we can do this tomorrow, the next day, we can do this through the end of the year. Anytime, okay? Just send me a link and we will appear virtually, which is entirely plausible. This is something that we desperately want. We are incredibly committed and sincere in wanting to get answers. We do not believe the official narrative. I've made that clear. And we do not understand why you guys seem to be trying to protect the official narrative as opposed to joining us in prodding it, okay? I am just saying how the entire world feels. I'm giving voice to how the entire world feels outside of your donor class. Anyways, it's pretty obvious the call went out. Again, this was some sort of a PR maneuver. That's why they're sending out Cam Higbee. They're laughing at everything that we say, everything that we do. That's kind of their new shtick, is like, we're the cool kids, we're just gonna laugh at you, you know? Trying desperately right now, clearly, to turn my very real claim that the country of France tried to assassinate me into a joke. The Zio influencers are supposed to influence people into thinking that that is just so crazy and funny. It's so funny. And hopefully with enough of them going out and making videos and peddling the same talking point and trying to turn it into like a cultural joke, you're supposed to ignore the fact that, hey, isn't it kind of strange that neither the White House or the Elysee Palace or even the United States Pentagon has formally denied this quote-unquote crazy claim? That's what Hollywood's for, right? You, all of you at home, all across the world, you're supposed to be fat and dumb and easily influenced by celebrities. Because, like, don't you have any famous friends? Does Candace even have any famous friends? Like, don't you want to be cool? You want to hang out with famous people? Famous people say that assassination attempt is just funny. That's just like an SNL bit. Anyways, the always relatable Ben Shapiro is trying his luck at humor as well regarding my assassination. Passionate, hilarious, relatable. It's funny. As long as it's a joke, it's funny, right? French people colluding to assassinate people is very funny. French intelligence. Anyways, more to this PR effort to, I don't know, suspend rational thinking, I think. Maybe they have worked so hard to poison us over decades and to dumb us down in the classroom that they're testing, they're seeing right now, if they just keep repeating things over and over again, if we will just suspend our rational thinking altogether and follow them. I think that's it. That's what it must be. And Frank Jurek has come out. He's telling us that Blake Neff, we should, even though he seems very insincere, you should know that Charlie told him, Frank, that actually Blake Neff is the smartest man that he knows. Trust the science. Take a listen.
The night before Charlie was murdered, and I'm not just saying this, but I went into his office. This was after we had a meeting. We were in the meeting, Blake, me, you, Charlie, and some other folks. And he was going to dinner. And he said, hey, you're going to dinner with Blake and Danny. He said, Blake is my secret weapon. He's the smartest man I know. And he loved you. And for anybody to suggest, whether it's Candace Owens or any other person within TPUSA was somehow complicit in his murder, is to say that Charlie Kirk was such a bad judge of character that he put a bunch of traitors around him. If there's anything I knew about Charlie Kirk, is he knew how to spot talent and integrity and people that wanted to make a difference for the Lord and the country.
It's all just so unconvincing and emotionally manipulative. It's so obvious. Like, Charlie said that Blake Neff was the smartest person in the world. So you should just accept that, okay? And that's what he told me. By the way, he had a very busy night before. He told Josh Hammer that his book was the greatest thing and everyone should buy Josh Hammer's book. He had that meeting, he had a meeting with Frank Turk, and he was like, Blake Neff is the smartest person and nobody should question Blake Neff. It was a lot. Like, they're telling us everything he said the night before, except for when he texted you guys and said that he thought they were going to kill him. Can we get to that part? Okay, we get it. Mikey's amazing. Blake Neff's the smartest dude we know. It's right here in the Bible. Can we get to the part of the evening before when Charlie said they are going to kill him? Which maybe took place after all of that, all of the compliments that were paid. Guys, please stop. It's so fake and gay. It hurts me. It hurts me. It physically is hurting me. The level of fakeness and gayness that we are reaching at Turning Point USA is starting to make me go, ow. Okay? Please. I'm asking nicely. Can you give us something authentic? Because that's not going to cut it. That's just not going to cut it. How dare you question the ghost of Charlie Kirk? Are you suggesting that Charlie could have possibly not had good judgment? Am I suggesting that I've maybe watched a lot of hours of IDTV and it seems like, yeah, it's kind of a common theme that when people die, you should question the people closest to them? Actually, yeah, I am suggesting that it's like a very high percentage of murders are committed by somebody else they know. I think it's like north of 95% of murders, and no matter how many adjectives you assign to people at Turning Point USA, we're not going to accept this narrative, okay? We're not going to accept this narrative, especially when you're lying and you won't tell us the relevant portions. Who did he think was going to kill him? Andrew Colbert? Can you tell us, Andrew? Can you tell us, Blake Neff? Can you tell us, Mikey McCoy? Or was he just full of fluff? Just full of fluff at the end? Really just wanted Josh Hammer's book to be sold? at this. You want to know why you're bad at this? Because you're inauthentic. That's why. You're inauthentic. If you start talking the truth, you won't struggle with this issue. Nobody accepts this, okay? In other news and emotional manipulation, Tim Pool was having some sort of a breakdown. I don't really know what it's about. I don't know why he's tweeting about me all the time. I hope he gets well. But I do want to address this absurd point that he's making about why we shouldn't be speaking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Take a listen.
Watch out. Vehicle on shoulder ahead.
Everything I have to the ground, and I will happily live in a van down by the river. I don't care to be number one. I don't need to be number one. What I care about is what is true and what will help this country and what works. And she is a scumbag, okay? And she's getting worse every day. And she crossed the line. She continually crosses the line every day, insinuating the turning point literally killed the guy who made them all rich. And I hear this in the streets, and at a certain point, I'm like, holy shit, we're gonna lose the midterms.
If it's not gonna make them rich anymore, then yes. Like, I don't understand why we're doing that.
She says the stupidest retarded crap, and now everybody's running around divided and broken. For what reason? For literally what reason?
Because they killed Charlie Kirk in broad daylight, and we don't care about your stupid midterms. We just don't care. Like, they really, this is how they view Charlie Kirk. I just want to say, was anything in his life real? Tim Pool is going off right now because he's like, it's not the time. You guys need to be mules. You need to keep voting in the very corrupt people that are lying to your faces right now about what happened to Charlie Kirk. It is not the time because it is your job to get people into office. This is what I mean when I suggest that nothing in Charlie... because they also were going to whip the horse, the ghost of Charlie Kirk, and say, we still need you to shore up votes. And it is inconvenient that people who actually cared about Charlie and saw him as a, I don't know, human being, want to know why he was publicly executed in front of us, why we're being lied to about everything. That is why Tim Pool's upset, because midterms. It's going to be my fault, not the fault of the feds for feeding us BS. It's not going to be the fault of Turning Point USA or lying and thinking that they're brighter than us and seemingly not care about the investigation. It's not going to be the fault of, I don't know, maybe actual politicians like Donald Trump, who's the president of the United States, and looked us in the face and said, are we still talking about the Epstein files? No, that's not his fault. The fault is Candace Owens for wanting to figure out who murdered her friend. Don't you guys get it? Like, we're just an algorithm. Why do you care so much about humans? Like, why are you a human? Like, if somebody really dies, you need to focus on midterms. Okay? That's the point of a Tim Pool show. It doesn't matter what you are going through. I don't know why you guys hear this, okay? I don't care if you have family members that are dying, family members who have died, if you have children that you care about, maybe you don't want to live in a world that's run by pedophiles. You need to put that all aside and vote for whoever the hell Tim Pool tells you to vote for. I just want to platform that idea. I think obviously there's something wrong with me, and Tim Pool's got to figure it out. My soul seems like it's really intact, and it's not for sale at all. Anyways, we'll take a quick break and get into your comments. Also, of course, I want to tell you guys about Mimi Skincare because it is cold outside. December is here, the weather is dry, and if you are anything like me, your skin is probably feeling it. This is the time of the year when we all need American financing, because what if you could delay homeowners just like you restructure their loan? I have Puro, and I hope that doesn't stick. I have 1210, or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. That's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. People in the comments are out here calling Tim Pool Beanie Shapiro, and I hope that doesn't stick. Anyways, you guys, if you'd like to support our show, reminding you that Make Him a Sandwich is now on sale. It's on Amazon, which is super exciting. Also, if you want to get 20% off the book, you can go to makehimasandwich.com and buy directly from us. And we are now shipping to Canada. And for signed copy, that is only available at CandaceOwens.com. Yeah, I need to start promoting my book on social media. That's what I'm doing. So, response. We're going to discuss that, and let me just tell you, Turning Point is so done after this. You just cannot survive being disingenuous. We also are going to get back into the Egyptian planes today. They are also working very hard to try to convince us that that was nothing. That's just what Egyptian military planes do. Fly around the skies in the middle of Provo when Charlie Kirk is being assassinated. Well, it turns out maybe these planes might be the key to everything, not nothing. Welcome back to Candace. I feel like I have to ask this question on behalf of the entire world. What the hell is going on at Turning Point USA? What's going on? I want to know what is happening over there in Arizona. Who is in charge exactly? Who is making the decisions? Who is calling the shots on all of these terrible and extremely obvious PR moves? I think we all deserve to at least know what's going on. It feels like this company is going to turn into Enron, right? Amazing, and then just plummet overnight. I have the lack of transparency, and also, ironically, the transparency of the things that they are doing. You can't make this up. They are just so obvious, so obviously trying to hide something. Before we get into their frankly bizarre late night tweets and ultimatum, I wanted to update you guys and let you know that Cam Higbee, remember that weird propagandist reporter who goes to the Pentagon press secretary and is like, don't laugh, okay, right, don't laugh, and then proceeds to ask if they heard about France's assassination attempt on my life, which I also said that France was on the ground on the day that Charlie was assassinated. Yeah, this Cam Higbee, take a listen. As well.
Yeah. So, this is my first question, and don't laugh. Does the DOW have any evidence at all of a French military plot to assassinate Candace Owens?
That is an interesting question. Not that I'm aware of, but, interesting question. I can try to find out and maybe let you know. I think that might be more of a law enforcement matter, though.
So I brought that up because it was just so propagandist, so in our faces. I obviously did not think that this was going to lead back to Turning Point USA, but little did I know that we can add Cam Higbee onto our list of brand new. Everyone was just so brand new on that day. Everyone was so brand new leading up to Charlie's assassination. Well, Cam Higbee is on the payroll of Turning Point USA beginning in August of this year. So in theory, Cam Higbee, who was laughing off the idea of an assassination attempt, is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting. Who directed him to ask that question? I'm just asking questions. But first, after my episode yesterday, I expected, call me crazy, I expected that Turning Point would reach out to me via text, via email, that they would instantly follow up with their long diatribe and to be sincere and say, okay, here are some dates and some times. When would you like to make this happen? We're going to set up this great debate. Rather, instead of hearing anything from Turning Point, I heard from Skylar, my executive producer, this morning via text, which I'm going to show you, that I was somehow already 9 hours into
because we're arguing over different belief systems amongst us, we can't see what's to come because we keep looking back. Right. So the greatest thing I can say is history repeats itself. History repeats itself. Somebody has to be a slave again. So you don't have the skills, you don't have the hand skills that the immigrant has to fix the roads. You don't have the skills that the non-English, Spanish-speaking Mexican or Latin can't read English, but he can listen long enough to get past an interview to go show he can do carpentry work. So we don't have that. We don't know coding. We don't understand the algorithm. We don't understand content creation. We don't understand that when you make a video, it's not about likes and views. It's about engagements and impressions. All right. So we don't know that. So what else will we be left to do? Play basketball, football, or consume? We're already the largest consumers on earth. What's there left to do? Put them niggas back in slaves and chains.
And that was leading to my next question is like, what I was saying too is the future is this, which is a dark future for black people. Yeah. If we don't figure out how to pipeline and create jobs, trades, and keep the dollar circulating within the black community all at the same time, just like the Jews do. How? Because think about it. We go to a white man's school to pipeline to get into a white man's job. We don't hire each other. So we don't have any tech firms. We don't have agricultural pipeline. We don't have an app development pipeline. We don't have pipelines to hire ourselves. And I feel like the future of black people, which that's why I built a museum in Atlanta, which I told you, because I realized if we don't tackle the issue now of teaching people how to get into these industries and create our own pipelines, we're going to be slaves, and we're going to be the worst group.
So with that being said, you're at the top building, but you started from the bottom. Right? I got to the top to go back to the bottom to finish what I started. I can't come teach what he teaches. Right. I got to teach what I know and what I'm an expert in. Re-socializing our culture. Right. Prison don't rehabilitate. We need something to re-socialize us, right? So meaning, when our kids go somewhere, they don't know how to say, excuse me, thank you, may I, please. Right. So, can I see that? We try to finesse and hustle. We don't play fair with it. We want to get over. If it costs 10, we want to deal on everything. Right. So we have to be re-socialized in the way we think and how we see one another. Right. So now, nigga, it's so many components, because if we don't learn economics, we still angry and resentful toward our father or our mother. We still hate our baby mama. So we still ain't solved the inner issues. Right. So that's why I keep saying, nigga, look in the mirror. Nigga, fix that motherfucker in the mirror. So one thing I can say about you, you're an honorable husband, you're a great father, so you got traits that you can stand before and fix. Of course. Right. There's a lot of niggas, they ain't right kind of men. They might in a position to help, but nigga, internally they ain't right. They still angry about something. They still resentful. I ain't never seen you angry. It's been 4-5 years. I ain't never seen you angry. And no disposition where you've ever presented yourself. You've always come off as logical, rational individual.
I can take it there though. So I
know. But no man of great status lets you see that. He thinks through it. Right. Because if you see that, then he's not rational. Then now you got it. Right. Man, a man is always a thinking man. Right. And only the strong can show compassion for the weak. That's why you can take it there and don't.
That's facts. I think the thing about me is I see that if somebody doesn't step in, and because how I see it is when I create this museum and facility, I'm going to directly step in, and everybody's going to do their part. Like you said, you're going to help with the re-socializing and reprogramming and fixing the hurt and dealing with the hurt and moving past the hurt. My job is to, for one, let's just say a young kid has an idea. How do we get him funded? There you go. You get what I'm saying? How do we get this funded? How do we get him around the right people? How do we develop our own Shark Tank? So that's the mission. You know what I'm saying? Create resources and alternatives. We don't have no resources to create alternatives. Okay, young, hey man, listen, I know y'all want to get a kid 10 years. Right. We got something that save y'all some money and help everybody. We don't have no alternatives other than going to prison on the graveyard. There's no other alternative. Okay, what's that? Military or what other alternative we have? There's no trade schools, there's no entrepreneurship program to develop. There's none. You have to get in trouble to get some resources. So a single mother whose kid is at risk of getting in trouble, but not a delinquent, has to become a delinquent for that mother to have resources to get help. When he get in trouble, they're going to make sure you get anger management, or get him some counseling, get him seen about, see what kind of drug. If he's at risk and not in trouble, then where's the resources? That's where your finish coming in. The Jews got to finish with resources. That's what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. I have to build my own village and say everybody is welcome here. And like you said, even that part of resources, like for instance, I did it with my son. If I was not rich and I was poor and I depended on the school system, because my daughter is a little bit more advanced. My son was delayed, but he became advanced because we had the money to pay for an extra tutoring. So we've been paying for private tutors since he was 3 years old. Now he's 6. He's ahead. I'm a private tutor from about 5 almost to 6th grade. See what I'm saying? So think about this. I had the idea of, and this is the crazy thing, right? So I know that private tutors cost about $20 to $25 an hour, right? So with the profits that I'm gonna make from my museum, I'm going to encourage others, if you want to save on taxes or whatnot, just whatever profits I get, I'm going to at least pay $2,500. So that's like what, how many is that? Maybe like $100 $2,500 an hour, that's $7,500 a day, right? And if I can make, $75,000 a day, 10% go to getting kids tutored. Like, and if I get 100 kids tutored, like throughout the week, maybe 3 hours, and then every teacher get a chance to make $75 after they get all these shit like that.
And then that's where somebody like me come in and say, man, we can go get some newly recent graduate students, good in math, English, and get them, start us a non-profit 501c3 to help students with learning deficiencies and get Title IV after money to come through the federal government that'll fund the program, pay the kids. So it's the knowledge that we put us together. We got some bad motherfuckers.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, this is the thing that I feel like, for one, at the bottom level, we're lacking going private tutoring for our kids, because the reason why the whites, Asians, Jews, all them are ahead of us is because their kids get better learning than we do. And they get better one-on-one learning than we do.
And they have summer programs, which is another alternative that still engages their academic minds during the summer. Our kids lose everything from May to August because their minds are not engaged. They don't pick up no books. They ain't went on no vacation. So the learning stops when school stops. But niggas, education starts at home.
It does.
I knew mathematics tables before I got to the school.
But how are we going to expect a bunch of single mothers to?
We don't. I expect the village. I expect the village.
So that's how what I'm saying is, black men, we got to realize that it's too many broken homes to depend on women to fix our culture.
You said something earlier. I meant to chime in on.
What's up?
You said when you see a need, you gotta meet it. Right. That's what a man does. I don't care what household, I don't care what block. When a man goes somewhere and see a need, he meet the need.
We need private tutoring. Because the reason why we need it, in my honest opinion, is like you said, like, it's too many young black boys who could have been something but lacked the foundation in the beginning. So nobody sparked his mind to be smart. Because at the end of the day, and let me ask you this, do you believe that it's certain people who can't learn in the classroom setting, but they're better in the private setting?
Everybody know, all teachers and instructors and professors and academic people know that there's different styles people have to learn. Right. I may be auditory, you might be oral, so I can see it, hear it, and know it. You might have to write it down. So the way we all receive and retain information different. If you look at the America's educational system, it's broken and it's been failing for years. If you go by state to state, they fight over the education budget, which is one of the biggest budgets in every government, right? They're failing. So it's not about our kids learning. So it's not upon the school system to learn. They say it takes a village. Where our village at, man?
Right.
So I see you being in the village. I see
doing it, and all I'm doing is I'm waiting. And the thing is that I want people to understand too is I'm trying to rush this shit. East Point is holding back the permits, and I'm telling them, look, I got this mission going on, but you know how this shit go with politics. They want me to, well, you didn't invest in my campaign, or I'm running for mayor, so you gotta give me $5,000. So I had to go through all that.
It's called breezing poems.
You know how I go.
Paying to play.
You know how I go.
That's where the nepotism comes in.
Yeah, and it's all black people, by the way.
Nepotism.
Yeah.
Everything in black people world is nepotism. Meaning, if your family don't know this person, you can't get in that spirit.
No.
And that's what's hindering us.
But I'm trying to tell them, look, I get it, but I got this mission. At least let me build this shit, work on it. They like, look, until you scratch all our goddamn backs, we're going to goddamn take our time. And I had to do it. I understood. I was like, look, that's all you had to say in the beginning. At the same time, I'm on this mission.
The problem you're trying to solve hurts a lot of funding in other places. There's a book that's called The Revolution Will Not Be Funded. Right. It's written by the Women's Jewish Council. Right. And it breaks down the intent and the purpose, the sole purpose of what nonprofits were created for. Right. They was called the nonprofit industrial complex. Every politician have some money that they can use. Yeah. It's called a pork project. Mm-hmm. They can say we finna go study grasshoppers fucking and dedicate $2 million to it. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of aid that go outside of our country. The aid that we need benefits capitalism, but it keeps us in destruction. Our pain and our problem is monetary gains for systematic institutions in America.
Well, even Rockefeller said he doesn't want a nation of thinkers, he wants a nation of workers. And I feel like once I understood how this nation is ran, like I'm like, okay, if they don't come in court education, who the hell gonna be the police officer, who's gonna flip burgers at McDonald's, who's gonna work at Verizon, who's gonna work at all these Fortune 500 companies that's on the stock market that they themselves invest in on every dip. So all the circulation.
So it's the Chinese Americans, it's the Russian Americans, it's all the foreigners who was here, that grew up with us in our educational system, who went to school with us but really don't understand our culture because we're not taught in schools.
Right.
Everybody else is. Right? So they're gonna be the police officers. They're gonna be the firemen. That's why you see now President Trump is calling for them to come on.
Yeah.
They're not calling for us. They're not saying let's get rid of the immigrants and get these jobs back to our niggas. These are good paying jobs our niggas once had that the immigrants get. You think real Americans is building that building right there? I watch them every day.
Yeah, hell no.
Those are immigrants who can barely speak the language. So they're not championing for us. They're not advocating for the niggas to be put in a better position.
That's what I'm trying to tell niggas. We gotta save ourselves. We have to create a pipeline for ourselves because no one's coming to save us, and we gotta stop begging and asking them for laws and talking about let's vote on this one.
They told us they wouldn't go save us. They saved us out of slavery.
Right.
They came back. They saved us by giving us civil rights. Okay, y'all on your own now. They're not coming back anymore.
Right.
They said, if you read their documents, if you read the arguments in Congress, from now, they're not, they I think maybe 10 years ago, they revoted, they extended the rights of the civil rights. They're not coming back to slavery. We on our own.
And they clipping us when we were in the race.
It's every group for themselves.
Yeah.
So we have no ally. The greatest ally we have, homie, to sustain us is try to find some kind of way to create an import and export outside of America. And the ideal relationship is Black Americans in Haiti. Haiti still have their land. Haiti still have the same resources in the ground, if not more than what Africa have been taken out of. They still have their resources. Haiti have even said, man, y'all come over here. We can grow food over here that Haitians can't, right? Haitian own Gildan, which is a textile industry that produces $1 billion and some dollars a year. Who fucking with textile more than niggas? We wear clothes, we make shirts, we need to be, Trump took it out of Mexico, gave it to Haiti. We supposed to be going over there trying to build some kind of
this momentous occasion successful. I'm really proud to be a South African. I'm part of my government, our country, and yes, we have problems like every other country out there, but I think we've got a big win with this one. This is Tikenso in North Wall.
I'm really proud about how our honorable president handled the proceedings and the fact that they took advantage of the US not being there and push an agenda that favors the entire world as opposed to the propaganda that Trump has been pushing all along. I think it was a good platform for the world to engage on things that are very, very, very critical and important without the bully in the room. So yeah, I'm really proud about how the proceedings were handled.
Good morning, Clement. As a South African, I'm very proud that our country hosted a very successful G20 summit for the first time on the African soil. We showed the whole world that Africans are capable, and it is a lesson to people like President Trump that Africans can succeed without them. And to you as journalists, thank you very much for world-class journalism. We are also proud of you. Thank you very much, Peter Maila Machava from Letswana.
Hey Clement, I think our country did really, really well hosting the G20 despite our city's infrastructure challenges and notwithstanding some protests and so on. I think that which just showed democracy at work actually. But I think that our president did extremely well. I was incredibly proud of him, and I thought he acted very statesmanlike, specifically with regards to how he managed the Donald Trump snubs, because you know they really were just snubs. That man is beyond imperious. So I think our president did brilliantly, and well done to all involved.
Yeah, look, we've got to give credit where it's due. But it looks like we know how to rise to the occasion as South Africa. Like I think our government has the capacity to rise to the occasion when it comes to these world events. And we must take some lessons from that. Because we've hosted similar remember the World Cup in 2010? That was like world class. There was the Rugby World Cup 1995. What else? There are a number of events. The Cricket World Cup in the early 2000s. So there's a lot that we have done where we've risen to the occasion. Let's just take some lessons from that and use that for how we respond to things domestically and how we do things domestically. Seppo, you're calling us from Pretoria. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Clement. How are you?
It's Ada.
Clement, look, I don't understand why we seem to be doing so well at the international stage. But, you know, when it comes to internal affairs, you know, we seem to do so badly. I mean, look at the praise that the president has been receiving throughout the weekend on social media platform. Now the international community, they're back in their respective country. Can't we continue in that very same spirit to make Johannesburg to be the city that want to be? I was listening to one of your colleagues in the morning, President praising, the mayor of Johannesburg, claiming that Johannesburg is at its best.
What happened to Tsepa there? Oh, Tsepa got cut off. Let's see if we can have him back on the line. Tsepa was calling us there from Pretoria. I think his line got cut off. Let's go to some WhatsApps in the meantime.
Good morning, Clement. It's a very proud moment for the country. So now we just need to push forward, be consistent, especially from the president and the government. Let this not only be for the G20 summit, but also pushing forward in service delivery, high impact service delivery for the country as well. Not only because we had a G20 summit, which was very successful, highly successful, very proud moment indeed. But now we just need some consistency from the president and the government in pushing forward with delivering such services, not only to other nations, but also to the country as a whole. Thank you.
Good morning, Clement and Team Luanda here. South Africa really did a great job in hosting the G20. I really appreciated the president's leadership, the way he handled things, the way he handled America. Sometimes you just need to take a stand, and I was happy that he did so. And it was a strong one. And so congratulations, Cupcake. You did a phenomenal job. And we are extremely proud. We are proud to be South Africans today.
Morena Hoshi Madimeji, Ralocha Baba. Look, we are proud. We are proud of the stance and the position of our leadership in South Africa. Yes, it doesn't mean we are going to vote ANC, but the reality is this man did well. He became a voice for the entire Africa. He became a leadership that we have been desiring to see. And we are proud, regardless of how many disagreements we have. This week, our president did well. And we as South Africans can boldly stand and say this is the kind of voice we've been hoping and praying to see in the position of leadership.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. It's going up to 9:30. Let's get the latest in Eyewitness News headlines. We're going to come back with more of your calls on 011-883-0702. You can send us a WhatsApp as well on 072-702-1702. What's your assessment of the G20 summit? I mean, we hosted the BRICS summit not so long ago. Now it's the G20 summit. But we are part of, there's no way you can take for granted our country. I think this has really firmly placed us in global conversations. And that is quite an important thing. When you have platforms like this, you're able to advance the interests, not only of your country, but you advance the interests of the continent. Ordinarily, I mean, when you look at the declarations, you see how many times Africa has been mentioned. Probably over 80 times. That's never happened before. It's never happened before that at a G20 summit, you've got issues that are quite important and central to this continent of Africa. And continental issues, they feature so prominently in the declarations, in the leaders' declarations from the G20 summit. That is a big deal. Siso, good morning.
Thanks, Clement. Good morning. The body of a woman has been recovered from a river in KwaZulu-Natal as the search for 2 more missing people continues. The victims were washed away yesterday during floods in New Hanover in the Midlands. KwaZulu-Natal has been hit by heavy downpours with an orange level 6 alert, with severe thunderstorms causing localized flooding. Trade and Industry Minister Parkstyle says South Africa is expected to continue lobbying for the extension of AGOA after a crippling government shutdown ended in the US almost 2 weeks ago. In addition to the impact on the US, the stalemate also put on ice South Africa's bid to review the African Growth and Opportunity Act, which lapsed in September. AGOA, which was established in the year 2000, exempts eligible African countries from taxes on their exports to the US. And there are hopes in Nigeria that more than 200 children kidnapped from a Catholic school will be released. 50 pupils managed to escape from captivity over the weekend, and they are now reunited with their families. Armed bandits kidnapped 303 children and 12 teachers last Friday. And those are the headlines. This EWN and more at 10 or as it happens.
EWN traffic.
Traveling on the N3 South, we still have that accident right near Van Buren Road, causing delays from the Kululizi interchange. While heading towards Sunny Hill, do expect bumper-to-bumper traffic on the N3 North. This is between Vincent Chabalala Road and the Baklu interchange. Please use the M1 North towards Sunny Hill as well as Woodmead while traveling on the R21 North. Some delays just as you approach Oliphantfontein Road.
I want to go. I definitely want to go.
You white people.
No, you don't. This is white people that are in their message.
White people like, yes, some bad things happen, of course, but this is glue to top. Once you hear glue to top.
This is sarcasm, okay? I want a billion people messaging me on Instagram, please.
Do you have to deal with that?
No.
Okay, listen, guys.
I don't really look at it.
From now on, we're only going to give the right opinions for the rest of the episode. So right opinions for the episode. We shouldn't go back there. And it was fucked up what we did. And you
what you guys do there?
Why do you keep saying white people?
Yes, I got you.
We get to own everything.
That's not the way it fucking goes.
Wait, how does it go?
Just everybody has their own share. There's plenty on this earth, and stop stealing. That's how it's supposed to go.
There's plenty on this earth, and stop stealing. I agree with that.
Yes.
I agree with that, 100%. But if somebody has oil, and there's not plenty where we're at.
And then what you do is you enforce your currency on them, and then
we try to let women read or whatever. That's not democracy. That's what we realize.
What has happened is that the Muslim world has regressed dramatically with the invasion and colonialism. 100%. 100%.
I know, because you guys had all the algebra.
We had the algebra. We let women own businesses. We let the progress. They have rights. They still have rights. Yeah.
Why do you have to say that? Why do you have to say that? We know that.
Because it's funny. Apparently you're like, oh, I can't believe they laughed when I went to shout at the rear.
But that's not me.
Get out of here. That's not me. I'm sure it was you. Fucking.
I roped in with this. That's to me.
He's trying saying words like shahada.
Butter chicken.
What the fuck does that have to do with me?
Are you?
I'm not Indian.
Butter chicken.
Oh my god, butter chicken is delicious.
Thank you. See, look at this. This is cultural exchange.
I love butter chicken.
Okay, now you exchange something with me.
Butter chicken.
Give me some exchange.
Mama, I got some of the best food ever. French fries.
Oh, see what we did? See what we did? French fries. French fries are acceptable.
That's the only white food they can think of.
Hamburgers. Burritos. Sandwiches.
I don't like how hard you hit that sand on the way.
Sand. I didn't let you know I like that. I was trying to entice you in. I was flirting. Sand.
I don't come from the sand region. Okay, I might actually. No. Sure we did overlap at some point.
Yeah. People are roaming, like you said.
My brother did a big DNA today. He goes back like thousands of years.
Oh my God! Did he find out he was part of Small Hat?
No, Small Hat. I'm sure we all were at some point before the conversion.
Did he take that and just like that shit?
No, this is very open. Like I'm sure that's what we were at some point. If you think about beginning of time, I mean, what the fuck?
What was Adam and Eve? What were they?
What were they? It's a good question. Maybe white people can tell us that.
I mean, if we were Christian, if we look at
Muslim.
Adam might have been Indian, bro. Adam was because he was made from mud.
All right, it's been good, guys. Peace out. Thank you very much. Where's the exit? Where's the exit?
That's
where does this lead to? This looks like the front of a mosque right here.
That's why we like 100%. That's a detention center right behind.
That's so fucked up. Genuinely, what's happening with ICE is really fucking diabolical.
It is
so fucked up.
I agree.
So fucked up. And who's gonna finish your roof? It's really. I get the podcast now. I get it.
Yeah. We got
it. Genuinely, it's really fucked up. I really feel terrible for those people. I really feel awful for them. Yeah. Like, even people who have U.S. citizenship are being picked up. There's no rhyme or reason to the whole thing. It's really fucked.
What do you think about them Venezuelan boats?
I didn't read much about it recently. It's just the bombing of, is it you talking about the drug?
Yeah. Game of Battleship.
Yeah, Game of Battleship. I don't know what that, I honestly genuinely don't know. I didn't read about it. So
I'll take this seriously.
I'm not very informed about it, to be honest with you, but it seems kind of, like, yeah, these are fucking drug shit, and you just start shooting them down. It's like,
how do we know they're drug ships?
Exactly, that's my point.
And what drugs?
It's crazy. Yeah.
Also, some drugs, there's a great point we might want to let up in here.
Yes, they do, very well. They do let all that up in here. I mean, the only reason why they were mad at Escobar, because nobody was getting a piece of that money. That's why all the cash was disappearing. They didn't give a fuck that thousands of murders were occurring in Miami. They're like, wait, where's the cash at? That's where the cash at. Hold on a second. But there's so many dead people. Yeah, where's the cash at?
Let drug dealers pay taxes?
I think that's already happening. They probably don't even pay taxes.
It's called pharmaceutical.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Walgreens. things pisses me off. It's like, we don't sell cigarettes, but we have fentanyl in the back of your life. Oh, we'll never sell cigarettes. We have fentanyl in every single addictive drug. Synthetic heroin in the back of your life. But God forbid you have some nicotine.
I just found out how to smoke cigarettes, and it's really bothers me.
Are you serious?
Do you smoke?
Yeah, I smoke. You know I smoke cigarettes?
This guy's a smoker.
Yeah.
I do remember.
I'm having a hard time right now.
Do you want to have a smoke?
Oh, look at the mid-block. Get the
Oh, you don't know about the mid-block, man.
Oh, you're talking about the stick with the little filter?
Listen, white guy. Okay? If you want to have an actual real Middle Eastern smoke,
what are you talking about?
Yeah.
The doka thing? Nah, I'm not smoking it.
Too strong?
No, I smoke real weed, but nobody needs that.
It's like a
tobacco with the wooden pipe in it.
Oh, that's just
That's
fire.
a substitute for
fire.
weed. That's what that is.
Yeah, because
doka, which doka means like being dizzy.
Got it.
Or we gotta get the gat, the Yemeni gat. You ever tried that before?
Gat. Yeah.
I want to try
These guys
that.
are researching. I was like, I have to be your interpreter here, bro.
Hey, look at me. I know about you. Shut up. I hate that.
I want to try it. Every time I ask the guy.
I hate that.
Y'all probably know racist all the time. The second white guy takes it.
I'm not taking this.
Like you looking people. The second white people take an interest in your culture.
But that's me. I
know you don't want it. I'm judging you. I'm judging you.
Your culture over there, you apple ass motherfuckers.
You approve of the pandering? I think it's taking interest in genuinely trying. I think it's really cool. I think it's not your culture.
It's not your culture.
Stop speaking for me, Indian.
That was too Middle Eastern. Where's your passport? This guy, he got a passport in his pocket. You're not leaving. You're not leaving this country until that new window's taken.
Matter of fact, I'm finishing his roof after this.
Which, by the way, it's leaking. This is a mistake.
Yo, we're just out here trying to have cultural exchange.
No, genuinely.
What's your favorite white thing?
Oh, my favorite white thing?
Yeah, his wife, man.
Let me tell you something, bro.
I'm so glad I never do it. I'm so glad I never do it.
My wife. Listen. I'm about to Will Smith somebody. I'm about to Will Smith some motherfucker right now.
We're proud.
I'm about to Will Smith to keep my wife safe. Yo, motherfucker.
My wife is white too, bro.
Yes, it's okay. Yeah, no. Fuck out of here.
Come on, bro, for real.
Fuck out of here.
Listen, my culture is not your costume, bro.
What do you mean?
Don't be fuck out of here.
Hey, forget about it.
Don't fuck out of here.
I was Italian after I lived
That's not Italian.
That's
New York.
New York Italian.
That's New York.
That's Italian.
Italians don't talk like that in Italy.
In Jersey, though, all Americans are Italians.
This isn't New York?
I got it. Talking about it. Is that what you want? Okay. Congratulations.
You like that shit?
I know which one you like. That's more like, that's the, no, that's anymore. That's more to make you feel more comfortable.
Haven't you been watching those
you had that
speeches
haircut for 10 fucking years.
Haven't you watched it? Like,
No, I'm not doing it. Which camera do I look at? Nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this.
I'm watching speeches like, yeah, that shit is our conference.
No, that's fucked up. I'm not dealing with none of this. This fucked up.
No, you walked in the door.
I know.
It's crazy. Everything's going so good.
Top 3 white countries.
Yeah.
Top 3 white countries.
Yeah.
I don't know about country, but London, a great white city. Even though we taking that bitch over.
We gotta get that thing.
They own the buildings, we got the people.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do like
Make it way more vibey.
Okay. So
I think Holland is great. Amsterdam in particular is really a fun
Can y'all
time.
name a
Copenhagen is really a spectacular.
Oh, Copenhagen, there you go.
Vienna is great too. Fucking amazing.
You would like
Austria?
Vienna, yeah.
I like to. I like that a lot, bro. I was really pleasantly surprised in Vienna. No, we just did a tour there and we had a tour stop there. It was really awesome, man.
On the way.
It was such a great city.
You go to Dublin home?
Dublin was fire. No, fuck out of here. I didn't even know who's from there. Actually, your friend, your pen pal. I heard he lives in Argentina. He might, bro.
You think you got like,
Why do you think you're Spanish?
They want to. They want to.
He's sending us messages right now.
Oh, I thought that was Cambodia.
Yeah, no.
What was that? What was that? Is it a prayer?
Yes, you have to you have to balance things out.
We gotta balance. I love that. Can you give us a good prayer? Can you give us a good quick one?
What do you mean a good prayer? There's many good prayers.
Yeah, just good one.
I mean, a prayer is something within yourself, between you and God. Like, there's things that I say to myself all the time, like just praying with God. There's that, Okay,
so that's personal. That's personal. That's fair.
I like brothers dude.
Yeah, but what about that one?
Brothers dude.
What is that?
Have you seen this?
No.
Oh, this is the best dude ever.
What is this?
I think he's like
Yo, while you get that up, let me ask you a question. Fast forward. Okay,
holy shit.
Listen,
while you get that up, you start on something.
While you get that up, right?
Yeah, pause.
Do you watch Arab prank videos at all?
Arab prank videos?
Yes.
No.
Oh, the little dude?
I can't. It's like there's certain things that are just so incredible. I can't believe it's not part of your algorithm.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
You don't watch this at all?
No.
Oh,
let me try to
I
find
need
this guy.
to. Yeah, I know.
It
needs to be on my algorithm. I need to switch it up for sure.
All right. There's always a little person. There's always a little guy, and that's what I was going to ask.
I'm such a fan of this. This Arab dude, the little Arab guy?
Well, no, not. You're thinking of who? Because that guy's.
No, he's not Arab.
Yeah, this is.
I've seen this guy.
These guys
awesome,
are
bro.
sensational.
Yeah, they said this guy is awesome.
But there's 3 of them. They're like a
I
group,
see a
and
video. He's like dancing and shit. He's hilarious.
I
They always smack this guy. They always, it's such an Arab thing. Just smack the back of the neck. Yeah.
Wait, can I see this?
Yeah, please.
I don't know this one, but go.
It's not even that in the neck. Oh, he's about to get rocked. Oh my God, he's praying to God. He's like, alhamdulillah. He's about to rock. Bro, I love the other dude's like, yo, this is a very Arab thing. Like, oh, it's like, alhamdulillah. And he's just like swearing to God like he's about to go down. You know what I mean? It's the thing to it that made me happy. But the rest of it really sucks. It was like, I want this part of my algorithm, get the fuck out of here. Way better things in my algorithm. This really should be part of your algorithm. Nobody wants to see this.
No, this guy's awesome. I don't know which part it is. Oh, yeah, it's at the very top. This is like, I think he's from Australia and New Zealand, but he's an imam that does these speeches.
Live simple lives.
Pause.
I can't.
Yeah, we don't know what he's thinking about, so we're about to get him in trouble.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I just don't like making fun of religious figures and stuff like that. But I think it's really funny though. He just started off.
Trying to make fun of it.
No. The Ooh brother is hilarious though. But I already know
he knows this went crazy viral.
He has to.
He knows it.
Yeah, he knows. He's probably gonna keep doing it. Like, he's addicted to it now. He wants to keep doing it. Yeah, he must be Australian or something. I don't know. I couldn't tell from. I didn't hear enough. I just heard, ew, brother. You have to watch out for the white woman. Ew, brother. Oh, unless you convert to Islam. Yeah. I mean, then you bring them over to us to the path, you know.
Is there any pressure?
Infiltrate the DNA.
All right, let's take a break for a second. When it comes to supplements, you already know there's a lot of misinformation. Bed sheets, okay? They're temperature rate. You get a post-purchase survey. Make sure to let them know that you're about.
To Islam itself, if you look up the last sermon of the Prophet Muhammad, it'll blow your mind.
What does he say?
It'll literally blow your mind. I just don't want to do it any disservice, but essentially is that, you know, the last thing, the big thing in Islam is like, don't misquote thing or misspeak. Yep. It's very, very important to be clear, concise on things. Yeah. But one of them is like, you know, basically an Arab doesn't have a right over another Arab, or a white over another white, or a black over another black. It's just like basically described like.
Was this a thing that impacted Muhammad Ali?
Malcolm.
Oh, sorry, Malcolm. That's right.
Yeah, when he went to Hajj. When he went to Hajj and he saw everybody wearing the same, you know, same attire. There's no like distinction of who's rich and who's poor or whatever. Everybody's in the same. There's so many colors, like everyone, every walk of life. And this doesn't exist like in Arab culture. Like, you know, like you just, you know, they're all Arabs. We don't think like, oh, it's a black. This is a very American westernized thing. It didn't exist in our psyche like that. I mean, it did to a degree because Prophet Muhammad, you know, so did acknowledge it and say like very clear parameters, like nobody has a right over anybody else. Yeah. You know, that's very, very clear. But then after that, it's just like, you're just Arab, or you speak Arabic. You just, I don't look at it like, that's a black guy who speaks Arabic. Well, that's a white guy who speaks Arabic.
That's a more Western thing.
Yeah, it's a Western thing completely. It's not within our psyche at all.
Can you speak about the first time you did the Hajj? Is that what you said? Like,
yeah, I've never done Hajj, but I've done Umrah.
What is the difference?
Umrah is like the shorter version that you could do off, you know, outside of Hajj time. So Hajj happens like 3 months after, so, you know, so it's almost 3 months. It's since we do it with the lunar calendar. So after Ramadan, there'll be like the Eid, and then there's the big Eid, which is Eid al-Adha, and that's around the time everybody goes to Hajj.
So if you go to Mecca, not during that time, it's called Umrah.
Umrah, yeah, which is a much shorter, condensed
But
version.
you saw.
Yeah, I've done this. Yeah, I've done this. After my brother died, I went, took my family with me. And then I went a second time a few months later. It just happened like 4 or 5 months later. And then I went on this fast trip. I took my son and wife with me. Okay. It was amazing.
Yeah,
it was one of the hardest things I've done on this particular trip. It was just really, really tough with my son and everything. But it's amazing how the kid like knew he was in the presence of something. He just immediately started praising. It was so instinctual. It was so dope because it's a kid. I never taught him like, hey, make sure you do this, do that. He just walked in and like knew. It was so amazing.
What is so powerful about it? I had a friend who did it, and he just changed his whole life after he came back. Well, the champion comedian. But what is so powerful about it?
I think from each person it'll vary, but I'll speak from my own experience, is that you know this is like the center of the world, and you know that all the prophets existed and alayhim salam like at some point in time, and you know that there's a tremendous amount of significance of being there, and also the presence of everyone there, the gathering itself, and then knowing that just it's a spiritual thing. You can't really describe fully, but I have the meaning for it, you know. So you get there and it's just like you just feel it, and the energy is just so palpable, you know. And once you do that, once you go through it, and sometimes it's really, really hard, like it was this past trip, and you know there's a lot of things you're not supposed to do. Like you can't go there angry, you can't go there mad, you can't like kill any like lizard or roach or anything. You can't kill anything. You have to be pure, like super pure and in a positive mindset. And you have to wash before you even go into Mecca and change the tire and, you know, put on the haram, and it has no stitching in it. It's all just like 100% like this cotton covering. Like, you know, you just go in and you're just naked. You just like have nothing except you and God and all these people, and just having my son there with me. My wife was just really incredible experience. It's just so moving. And you're supposed to go from there to Medina and visit the Prophet and the Prophet's mosque. It's incredible. I can't. It's very. You have to just like do it to experience it. Even Medina is one of the safest places on earth. According to insurance companies, it's the safest place on earth for women to go. Anywhere on planet Earth.
Can you tell me about the first time you went? Like, I imagine, how old were you at that time?
First time I went, it wasn't that long. It was 3 years ago.
Okay, I imagine your entire life you built up what this experience is going to be.
Yeah.
The emotions that you would have. You know, what is happening like the day before? What is happening when you show up that day? Like, are you nervous? Are you excited?
Are you nervous about even getting back in the yes?
No.
Well, no, at that point,
nothing
you're
like that at all.
like,
Nothing like that at all.
What about that experience? Like, compared to what you built it up to be, to what everybody had told you about?
Sure.
Like,
That's a really good question.
Are you chasing the emotion of it, or is it overwhelming you? Like, what happens the day you arrive?
Well, for me, I was stripped down to zero. You know, my brother had just passed, like maybe 15 days prior. It was a complete out of nowhere. It was the healthiest one. He was a pilot. He was just nobody saw it coming. You know, he like texted us, "I'll hit you guys. I'm charging my phone. I'm at the hospital, getting a checkup in my chest, whatever." And then the next call we got that he was dead. So it just like changed my entire world, all of us. You know. So when I went there, I had a different energy completely. It was just like, you know, I'm in this position where I'm like, I don't want to say like the leader of the family, but I am like in a way. And so my mom, everybody depends on me in a way. And I'm just thinking about his kids, his wife, all these things. And so I wasn't really thinking about like, oh, I was more like, I'm taking my mother for her heart. I'm taking his kids, whoever wants to come with me. Whoever wants to come. Like, I was really empty. It was about them. Yeah, it was about everybody else. And to me, being of service to my mother, it's a big deal. And to be able to push my mom to do the laps, the 7 laps, was a big deal. So all that is there, like culminates to the experience. You know, just brings it all together for me. But it was deeply, deeply powerful. And actually, that's why I prayed for my son. Like I didn't know. I said, God, please. And I don't really say this publicly, but I said, like, you know, God, you know, just thinking about my brother passing, and my sister was sick at the time too. We just found out about her diagnosis. It was just like, if it's good for me, and give me a son and a great wife, or you know, a child and a great wife and a family. If it's not good for me, please don't give it to me. 8 months later, I was, you know, pregnant, expecting a child.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was just that. It was just that, like being there for the family. But it's like, hey, you got to be. It's depending on which space you're in. And some people go, and it's like forced. And it's some people do that, and then you say a lot of them. It's only God knows what's in their hearts and what their intentions are. But for me.
We are the stage where we either die or we rise. We voted for them in Johannesburg. That was in 2020, after 2016. And what happened? No, they voted for us too. And what happened when they were trying to control us? We left because you see, my brother, my father, and my grandfather, they said Yabas, Yabas. You see me? I can never say Yabas.
Never say that. So,
and the people that I lead,
they
can't say
It appears to me that Helen Zilla doesn't trust the PA because she feels you guys can always pick up and leave when you don't get what you want. Because
like
when
whatever
you want in the city of Johannesburg, for instance, there was a time you wanted a particular portfolio for your members, one of your members or one of your leaders to be an MMC of one of the portfolios. When they didn't give you that, you packed up and you joined the ANC.
Yes. Because I'm not here to be liked by Helen Ziller. My Dexter, my partner loves me. Why would I want her to love me? I'm not here to be loved by her. I'm not those greats that need white love. Let's be clear on that one. I will never ask her permission. I'm not there for her satisfaction. I am invited by the Secretary General of the Civilian Balula. Invited us. I am there. He's the principal of this agreement by virtue of the number of votes that they got. Now she wants to be, imagine you come to a man's house, you say, no, before his wife was make food for him, you must first be consulted. That's what she's saying in general.
What would you like, because you're saying you're going to go around and criticize President Cyril Ramaphosa if he doesn't, give you any ministry, as long as you get power somewhere. Somewhere is the legislature. So if you don't get a ministry, what would satisfy you as a Patriotic Alliance as being consulted and being taken seriously by this government of national unity? Would you like a committee chair in Parliament?
No, I'm not there for committee chairs. My issue is that if they don't feel they need me, where I can add value,
which is in the ministry.
I believe, people have this, particularly we black South Africans, have this problem of ridiculing people when they put up their hands. Making fun of people, but their heads are down. You mustn't laugh at the person. I am saying here, I grew up in the gangs. I went to jail at a young age. I spent my whole youth in jail. I led the prison gangs, I led the gangs on the outside. They came out, I transformed my life. I understand how criminals think. I became a very successful businessman in my life. So I'm saying that I think I'm best equipped to fight crime. I understand the mafias. I understand the gangs. I'm not going to go read. If I get appointed, let's say the president appoints me Monday morning, I already know where the first place I'm going to go to.
Which is?
The airport. Because it's a crime scene. Tambo is a crime scene. You need to rearrange the whole airport. Because it's a crime scene. You have one little dog sniffing. There are 20,000 people passing a day. That dog can only sufficiently snuffed. There's so many ideas that I have, that I know I can fight crime. And I want to offer that to my country. If the president feels I'm not the right person for that job, or he is a better person, I must not be angry, but I have the right to say, no, we're going to set this one out. Because we also don't want what Helen Zell is doing with the ANC now to happen to us. Voters are looking at us, and she has just detailed paying the ANC big time. That they must report to. Imagine people go past the day and vote ANC to hear a week thereafter that the very ANC they voted for can't move. What I'm speaking to, it is racism, it is this white supremacist attitude that she has. She has no business. She's not only embarrassing President Cyril Ramaphosa, she's also embarrassing her own president. In the PA, imagine if one of the negotiators go and talk this nonsense. In the PA, the negotiator will be gone. So she must be gone.
If the president asked you, motivate why I must appoint you the Home Affairs Minister, what would you explain to us now what you would do if you are police ministry and where you would focus on? What fundamental changes would you bring about if you are appointed Home Affairs Minister?
Brother, you know, the issue that we don't want to accept in this country is that when we say Abahambe, we're not just talking about deportation. We're talking about job creation. When you have, let's say, people say there's 12 million illegal foreigners, and let's just be more reasonable for the sake of this argument. Let's say there's 6 million. Of that 6 million, 2 million are criminals, that I can tell you. 2 million are still looking for a job. 2 million have they got a job at the moment in the restaurant, for the houses, and some of them in government departments. So once you let's deport them, you immediately solve 3 problems. Problem number 1, there's 2 million jobs. That's in the market. That's on the market. Secondly, you immediately make sure that 2 million criminals are out. Thirdly, these people, load shedding, using the load on the grid. Now the grid does not even provide something. Many people, I can go further. Hospital lines will get shorter. These people apply for RDP houses. They apply for RAF, the road accident fund.
The Constitution allows for it.
No, but the Constitution doesn't allow for it, my brother.
That's what the RAF is trying to change right
now. The Constitution doesn't allow for a criminal to claim from them that you didn't here. The Constitution does not recognize you unless you claim with asylum. And the asylum, you can't jump from Nigeria. As the law of seeking asylum is very clear. You go to your neighboring country. Are we the neighboring country of Nigeria?
I mean, you make a good point. I'm just saying that the RAF president, in fact, is trying to fight it in the Constitutional Court now, because what the legislation says actually allows that any foreigner here who is in an accident in South Africa can actually apply for RAF. And the CU is trying to fight that because he feels that there are people that may be illegal that may benefit.
and to actually look at his policing record holistically and think this is a clean cop. That's what I thought about General Dumisani Khumalo, which is why I've given him the respect that I've given him on this platform. If he had come across as a shady character, I wouldn't have. There's nothing there. There's somebody being in policing for 30 plus years, and nobody can come forward with anything except to say that a mechatronics expert from BMW was hired by a panel that he was sitting on when they were trying to get expertise to deal with those type of things. He's not related to her, he doesn't know her from above, so that's what they were looking for. They didn't have those qualifications in the South African police service. I lean towards him. However, Advocate Johnson, this is now I'm doing the comparative, has shown multiple issues with honesty, multiple issues around performance of her role, and also has not given credible explanations for the very same thing that she has been persecuting General Khumalo for. But her answers, even the fact that she was saying she doesn't discuss work with her husband, I was like, I don't know. Some of the things that she said are extremely incredulous. She said, you know what? She said pillow talks lead to what? I can't remember the phrase. And Julius Malema said that was reasonable because he doesn't discuss the details of the EFF with his wife. He just discussed the high level, but not the details. But Mr. Malema and his wife are not politicians together. I can believe it to a degree. She's not a politician, Manto, I think her name is. But Mr. Johnson and Miss Johnson are actually in the same profession. They have the same background. It would be like two basketball players saying that they don't talk about the details of basketball at home. They will talk about field goal average. They will talk about rebounds. They will talk about assists. Because it's normal. They will talk about the plus minus. That's what basketball players will talk about because they know what those terms mean. They will talk about those things. You know, in the NBA, in basketball, right, American basketball, not just NBA, there's a power couple, right? On the woman's side, there's this basketball player called Aja Wilson. She is a legend in the WNBA, Women NBA, MVP of the NBA, the Women's NBA. And she has a relationship with Bam Adebayo, a bad man, a bad man, a leading player in the Miami Heat. Now, if you told me, or if they claimed that they don't discuss plus minus, that they don't discuss the over-under, they don't discuss field goals, they don't discuss rebounds, they don't discuss any basketball stats, or any basketball details, or any basketball figures in their relationship, I would be flabbergasted. I would actually call them out for being not only mendacious, but audacious. Mendacious audacity is what I would call them out for having. Because I would expect them to talk about LeBron James, Steph Curry, to talk about, what's the name of this, Wembenyama. Wembenyama even got my guy LeBron James out of this Emirates Cup that they're doing now. Wembenyama, what a phenomenon in basketball. If Aja Wilson and Bam Adebayo say they don't talk about Wembenyama, I know Banamanga. I know that for a certain fact. Now, I don't believe her when she says she didn't discuss the details of her workplace with her husband, because I think that there's just no way. There's just no way. I don't believe her. But now, I want to submit a final thought to you for your consideration, eminent dissectors, dissection nation. I want you to think about this. I do think it will be difficult for Advocate Johnson to be nominated for this role, even if there are people who wanted her. I think that her parliamentary performance and her second performance in this interview have made that ship sail. I think the ship has sailed. I think she may face further difficulties in the coming months. She did not submit, for example, certain documents to the ad hoc committee, and Honorable Nomvalo is going to be looking for those documents. He's going to be looking for them. Her reasoning style is something that I think is worth just discussing a little bit before I get to my final thought. It's not based on principles if you think about it. It's based on her. The approach is, trust me, bro. I did not. I do not. I could have. But it's not in line with the regulations, the rules. Even in Parliament, when they asked her about this affidavit, you know, they said that Fadel Adams submitted an affidavit on the 22nd of November. They asked for that affidavit. This is a document Nombalo is looking for. Then she says, no, I can't give you that affidavit, even though the affidavit from the 6th of January is public, because she says the Section 27 affidavit is confidential. Nombalo asked her, why is it confidential? She can't answer. She can't give any authority except to say, I said so. Gwamla. Logic. Gwamla. That kind of logic is capricious, it's arbitrary, and it's not based on rule of law, and it's not based on administrative justice or administrative law or legal principles. When people do this logically, because I said so, that's not compelling or persuasive. They're looking for those documents, and it may very well be that as they continue to look for these documents, and as her boss, Shamila Batoyi, continues to be in the grinder and in the grill on this side, she won't be able to protect her. And as she leaves that position, that she will no longer have the protection that she was enjoying prior.
Goles Olympia Park Stadium sebi kwasithathu ufikile kwakhona ukuthi ufika sisahambe nathi nomakanda awukabi konto itshintshayo kodwa masikhangele nathi ibhola ngoku kanye emthunzini ngoba ke afuna ukunaba kancinane amathunzi ukhundleke i-Orlando Stadium fondini ejonge ngapha ngasekhohlo ukuthi ivilakazi street kudana kancinane kodwa uyakuwela indlela kodwa apha ngasemva ukuthi khona umthunzi othi nje uyagquma uyawahamba ubheke phambili masikhangele kwela cala lingapha bayibambile abafana abamnyama zizo ke i-Buccaneers sesenduli beka phambili lapho ngoko-Orlando Pirates iqabela phezu ko-halfway line kodwa bayithatha bayibusela ngasemva thatha nguDion Hoto wethunzebe kancamaku ka bayithatha isabe kwi-TLB bekezela imbokazi waqosa ibala ngasekunene kuye libone siyema wayithatha lo bhola ukabe zama ukhangela phambili idibene ngokunesiso apho unduli wagqumisa kakanye ekhangela ureli mfokeni bayixuthile phakathi kuGrant Mahaman wayihlaba ngasekhohlo kuye adibane noRhape Muralo wayihlaba lo bhola ngasekhohlo ayidibanise ngokapho ngokhalizo okhulu ufuna mani ubezama uyifaka kodwa yadibana nala TLB yayiqina yayithatha phezu ko-halfway line bayilwela babili bathathu wakhala usompempe esithi Thabo umfoka Makhele makubethe wena pho sompempe wethu ntokazi ephuma apha kulo mandla wasempuma koloni okanye ibhoda inguye u-Akhona Makhalima.
I do want to ask you this too, because you're not the only person I've heard this from speaking on the Dr. Umar situation. I remember I seen Keys who was saying like he's been trying to get an interview with Umar avoids him, but he'll go interview with somebody who's intellectually inferior to him. He loves to interview with them. Then you said he dodged an interview with you, and I'm like, damn, I am seeing the trend of that. But at the same, even though I was able to interview Umar, you know, things like that. But how do you feel about the school and all that? That's
take the school out of it. Okay. I don't respect no man that wake up in big and have to ask somebody to help them with a vision or a desire or a dream that they have to help other people. If you want to help us and you need help yourself first. Go get your financial status together. Go get your business credit together. Go get your money together, and then you go get the money from the school. Everybody else seem to do it. I'm doing it. You go gather your investors. All it takes is board of directors. Why is the school founder and creator out trying to seek the funds? Everybody know in business, in the corporate, in 501c3, in the 501c4 world, that if the founder or the director is soliciting the funds, somebody hustling. Because that's the job of your board of directors. That's why you have a board. There's supposed to be a working board members. I'm a prestigious guy in this city, in this community. I sit on the board of this school. I done went to my network of people to bring the funding in. So why would anybody give you anything if the people you represent, which are your constituents, aren't giving? So I've been sitting back watching because I was taught by the old nigga Pops, homie. He said the strongest man in the land is the man who wake up and they ain't got to ask nobody for a motherfucking thing. A job, a ride, sugar, or nothing. That's the strongest man in the land. The most powerful man in the land is the man that's buying the land. And that's the sheriff and the nigga that own the town, the businessman. So nigga, I know what to do and what to look for. A begging nigga turned me off. Nigga, I done done bad and ain't asked nobody for nothing. So when I was in the community, I was taught by a Jewish attorney. how to be self-sustainable. How to look at the street guys, because you can put that on tap. Look at the prostitutes. Look at everybody out there in the community buy cigarettes and alcohol and have them give you something. That's your starting point. Then you look at those businesses that's in your community that's selling you the liquor, that's selling you the chicken, that's selling you the burgers, because they get a tax write-off for building there. You shake them down. So there's steps to go. Then when you Walmart at, Walmart got money waiting for a nigga to go. They got products to do. I went to Home Depot. Home Depot gave me over $100,000 worth of wood to teach young black kids how to be a dog out. I couldn't get no nigga to show me how to be a dog out. This was before all the Frenchies, so we could have had Frenchy dog houses by now. So the old nigga told me, take the wood down there to the Mexican to do it. I said, no, I'm gonna get the niggas to do it. And the wood rot. So anybody begging, homie, nobody respects you begging. So you constantly begging. Now nigga, you don't went from big, hey man, they done throw my money. Homie, you ain't supposed to tip your hand and show us that. Yeah. Nigga, never let them see you sweat. Never. So you mean to tell me you just black, that Pan-African, you ain't got no friends with money that trust or believe in you. Say, homie, listen, so I need a bunch of money to make a big bond. I had $3 $30,000 bond. Nigga, I made one phone call. There ain't it from one person. Antoine Daniel, Aiden Raw. Say, man, I got plenty of people if I call, man, I need. They done done it. Girl, 50,000. Antoine Daniel's cool. Man, yeah. So you mean to tell me you ain't got nobody you can do this from? All these black entertainers who supported and gave to them to help in school to become board directors. To get where we can give out honorary degrees at this school. Let me say it. So I know a guy who both Dr. Umar Johnson and I are great mutual friends with. This is why he won't sit down with me. You need to interview him. Guy by the name of Baba Amin. Okay. Jay Prince went and got Baba Amin. Baba Amin already has the same school. This is why Dr. Umar trying to get the same school. He's following the format and blueprint of Baba Amin. Baba Amin created a school in the projects. Take all the worst kids that every school district in Fort Worth had, and nigga take them, and when he threw them, they go to college, they motherfucker couldn't read, dumb in the motherfucker. Uhu Academy, UHURU, Pan-Africanism School. Went from the project to a small little hood outside of a church. Went from there, school in Fort Worth, a school in Houston. Jay Prince and them family took it, I think it called the School of Prince, and I think now he's in South Carolina, North Carolina, and he got an online school. We already got the school, y'all. He just ain't begging. Like Noah did. Noah didn't come ask for help. They start joining in once they see his building.
So why there's a school system like this and it's not being highlighted?
They're not gonna highlight it because he's not begging. When you're not begging, see, when you're begging, many pockets are padded. The grant writers, so many pockets are padded. They get before the school. That's why the revolution will be televised. It will not be funded. It won't be funded. They're gonna televise it. That's where they get this at. Hearing us out on TV. Shooting one family member, getting this group of people that can get in front of the TV, who's gonna pad their pockets. Finding another group of people that specializes in this and have them going to the courts and quietly settle for $20 million. We've watched Lee Merritt and Benjamin Crump do that over 30 different times with families who have been shot by the police. Quiet settlements. We have not seen one police shooting of a civil case go into a courtroom and see these black lawyers fight in court. You know why? They can't fight in court. They got law degrees in one state, but they can't practice in the other state. So they show up in these situations and find a local lawyer who won't pay attention, have them go in there because they can practice, settle, spend the money, and go on. You don't hear nothing from the families, no stories, no movies, no life, no nothing. That's what's happening, my nigga.
I think this too about Dr. Umar that he doesn't realize. But like when you're a young guy, you know, an older guy ain't gonna listen to you, so you don't tell him stuff. But like when you haven't met him in person, but if you did, you would say the same thing I'm saying. And I'm not no snitch or nothing. It's just like this. Who he is on camera is not the same person he is off camera. Off camera, he's a real player.
He fucking all the hoes. He fucking all the hoes. That's why they woman got invented. Over there trying to take her his mama. You don't just meet no woman that have access. So I mean, but no. Homie, wherever there's smoke, there's fire. Right. He got multiple women. Homie, I don't get in those situations. Men don't put ourselves in them situations. Homie, I'm not mad at the women. I'm not mad at nobody. No. This is what I'm saying. I'm just explaining what you were saying. Yeah. If I'm a player off camera, I'm gonna let you know I'm a player on camera. I don't want the people to look at me like Dr. King because that's what they're using to assassinate the image of Dr. and character of Dr. King.
I feel like any man who is in a position of power is what you do in bed is not my business, but it's not just that. He's a nigga off camera.
But listen, what you do in bed is their business when you're in front of them. When you come before this camera, what you do in bed is their business. Or get off the camera.
So you think people should disclose whether they are...
No. You shouldn't disclose. You shouldn't talk about it, nor should you give anybody else a reason to talk about it. There are many men and women who do this that's on camera. It never make it to the camera. The people they do it with never get disgruntled and bring it out.
So you're saying because he's talking about the black family, but he's not...
The queen this, the queen that. How you go up the queens and you playing, player? Because the greatest thing you can do for a black woman is to love and marry her, according to what he say.
Right.
That's what he say. Why he ain't married one, player?
I think the thing that turned me off was the daughter situation.
How you go talk black queen and your queen, daughter? Homie, I'm a hero to my baby, to my son, my mother, my grandmother, my community. Homie, as disrespectful as I've been online to everybody, y'all hadn't realized nobody that personally know me or came to a camera and said anything? No fan, no school member, nigga, no nothing.
But let me ask you this. So it's like, I feel like this. Do you feel like too, because you received grace for the things you said and the things that you, or any failure or anything,
I've never received grace.
Okay.
See, homie, the black community has shunned me, and they have shunned me, shamed me, and ridiculed me from the time I got on the internet. They're just now starting to, very few like you saw it from the beginning. Right to this day, no major platform post me, promote me, embrace me, no black celebrity, no comedian, no nothing. You done seen me backstage with your nigga, but not one of them niggas.
Floyd Mayweather?
Only Floyd. But only a select few.
I know, but like when you say nobody.
So think about this. When I first got on 85 South Show,
okay,
Carlos fucked with me. He already came and fucked with me before then. Right. Them other two niggas attacked me as if I'm wrong for the community. Them niggas attacked one against me as if all because I said I snitched and called the police on them. All because I said that. Not that I should go, and I'm telling you, homie, I work in the community. I was a pre-law student. I trained in the United States Department of Homeland Security. I was on the front page of the American Bar. So you know how milestone accomplishments these are? They dismissed all of that. I said, man, I'm not from the streets, homie. I got in trouble when I was a kid. I wasn't an adult criminal. They give it them. Only to embrace niggas that's been adult criminal. So not just them, every other from nigga, all because I say I tell on rappers. So I've never been embraced because I went against rappers, gangsters, and the street course. Man, he said fuck King Von. The FBI had this man documented as a serial killer and documented 6 bodies. He just come home from jail who beat up 5 murders, and the only way he beat the murders is because the witnesses came up there. And y'all are idolizing this guy. So here I am, a community guy. The whole black community went against me. The white community accepted me, homie. The white community cleaned me up. Still to this day. Aiden Ross made me up. The black community said Black Williams. Aiden Ross got me this kind of money, nigga. Aiden Ross got me. White people celebrate. When I get on white people podcast, I do numbers like a motherfucker. It shows intelligence. But black people want to argue, debate, and stick to the street shit. So just think about it. I got booked to speak at an HBCU, nigga, to talk snitching at an HBCU, which is crazy. So this is the black community.
Yeah. But let me say this, brother to brother. You are right that black people ridicule us, hate us, don't give us. Let me say this. But let's not forget the reason why those white men are uplifting you, because they can benefit from you.
I won't give down.
I get you. Hold on.
Black people can benefit from me.
True.
Black can benefit way more me. But they're uplifting me. They benefit me. They making sure I'm benefiting good too. Black people get fucked over here. They're making sure I'm not getting fucked. True. Hey, Charles, you got a lawyer? You got this?
That's true.
Black people are taking from me. Yeah. They're getting it back what black people are taking from me.
So let me ask you this.
Listen,
do you have a hurt? Do you have
no, it's not hurt. I understand. This is what I've been teaching children before I got here. Don't look for the people who look like you to help you. God can't use them. I've been teaching this before I got here. There's no reason we can't. I already knew black people can't help black people. They're jealous, they're hateful. God can't use them. They hearts are too cold. Yeah. God have to use the Jew and everybody else to come pick the right nigga to help their people. Black people can't do it. Because if they could, Atlanta would be helping each other more than what they do with all that black excellence over there. And so I already knew this, homie. So I already knew this. Right? So I didn't come looking for black people. You know why? Because when I established my 501c3 and was working with the kids around the country, there were white people that did that. Black people just want you to sit there at the table because they go get the money and give you some. I showed up not big and they wanted the money. Black people didn't want to work with me. So white people took me in and taught me all these laws and legislation. They took me to DC and put me on the phone with Barack Obama. They the ones put me in history. They the ones making the recommendation. So when I got in these institutions in prison, I would whisper to them kids because I saw the volunteers was white. I saw God was using white people, white kids like Aiden Ross. We wouldn't have an Osho or a Kyle without that white boy. Osho Speed, mama put him out, remember? Aiden took him in. God can't use her. That's why every black CEO don't have a black record label. They fucked over everybody. Suge Knight, Master, all of them. That's why they ain't got it no more. It's a new generation coming. I came before you. You can help us. Black people can't help us. That's why God sent you to the military so you can go make friends with the rest of the world and not with your people. They can't help you, nigga. Stop going to Atlanta. I'm gonna take you to the people that can help you, nigga. Billionaire. And that's why I salute Black 100. I ain't never been introduced to a billionaire before. He took me and introduced me to a bunch of them. And whispered in my ear and said, if a nigga ain't doing this for you, he don't fuck with you. Most niggas say, stay right here and go talk and then bring him over there. Yeah. He took me to him, nigga. I know I was trained and I was groomed for this. That's why I'm good. I didn't show up by mistake. I was groomed. I was chosen to be here, homie. From a kid to now, properly and carefully trained, from the hospital to the boys' home to the university studying law. I didn't get to play street, nigga. Yeah. I've been having to learn and read. That's why I couldn't be good in the streets.
You got a point with that black man to turn on you shit. I spoke out about simply about the fact that the government can take Bitcoin from you no matter if you do something illegal. It doesn't matter how well you try to hide your Bitcoin. They can take it.
It's theirs. Why do you think the motherfucker who did it disappeared? Can't find it. What if he decided to take everybody's money? You trust that? You trust that when life has always been about tangible things? Tangible things, salt, pepper, sugar, cotton, flour, oil, gas. You're gonna put your nigga please. When Russia got one button and China got two, nigga that can put us in the dark. You're gonna rely on that. I'd much rather have this. It's a jewel from the earth. So they ain't tricking me with this new shit, homie. We're being tricked to go back in time where real rulership, kings and dick, homie. So if you think the world is at war, you're a fool. This is one world government. This is one. They've been warning us about the new world order. It came, it's here. Now one world government has formed.
Well, I tried to explain to a bunch of black men that, well, for one, because what they're trying to tell black people, I know this sounds fucking crazy when I'm about to tell you, and let me finish this point. They're trying to tell black people that Bitcoin is our freedom. You see Sean Cotton is doing it too. And what I'm trying to tell them is, all right, Sean Cotton and this dude, I ain't gonna say his name, he a clown. So Clown and Sean Cotton, right? I respect Sean Cotton. So what I'm trying to tell them is, dog, we got millions, and all of us have made 8 figures. So it's easy for us to go put 100,000 and get one of these, right? But at the end of the day, black people got a long way to go. We still need plumbers, carpenters, electricians, app developers, farmers, pipelines for jobs, tutors for our young boys, more stop the violence programs. We got so much shit to work on before we are free as black people. You telling them this is the freedom. And what I'm telling them is we have to diversify our assets because if this shit does not work, because you don't know.
So listen, so before I buy Bitcoin,
to breathe in the melody. Unwind with soulful Sundays on 702.
Kenny Maestri starts your day with smooth R&B
and timeless classics from 10 a.m.
At 2 p.m., Kushaza Sabia keeps
even bigger than ever before. And it's happening this Friday and Saturday only. Get up to 100,000 Rand trade-in assist on over 1,800 demo models from 26 leading brands. Backed by SA's largest and leading dealer network. 2 days only. Visit motorselect.co.za to shop the demo range now.
Every day I'm hustling. It's our reality as business owners. And it's good to know that there's someone out there who takes care of the business, that makes the business. Gotta love My Way Business Insurance. Saving big on premiums with 24/7 emergency services. Plus, My Business Assist with marketing, legal, and labor advice services. Visit myway.co.za or dial 0860 64 64 64 and get a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and standard rates apply. My Way. Live your way.
You're with John Perlman on 702.
Let's walk the talk.
Well, you heard there about September and Kenny, both of them, by the way, have been nominated for Best Music Show at tomorrow night's Radio Awards amongst 10 individual nominations that we've received at 702. Stephen will join us in a moment, nominated for Best Business Show. The Midday Report with Mandy Wiener, 2 nominations. Our show, 702 Drive, has 2 nominations as well. Siyabonga Morta, Best Nighttime Show. Nelebogile Mabucho, you hear before we come on, as a nomination. And our colleague Mongezi Koko is in the frame for Bright Star at the Radio Awards. And 702 is the station nominated for Station of the Year. We have a title to defend in that regard. And please, from around 6 o'clock tomorrow night, send out very best vibes and wishes. We're hoping to win some more, you know.
Drive home with John Perlman
on 702. Let's walk the talk.
To the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry now. The Police Minister on special leave, Senzo Mtunu, has been resumed his testimony and has been giving evidence at the Commission today. Oren Singh has been keeping a close eye on things. Oren, from what I could hear, but I haven't watched for a couple of hours now, we're still very much on the decision to disband the PKTT, and I get the sense that the Political Killings Task Team, just to make that plain, and it seems the minister's one of his major defences is that he shouldn't have used the word disband, but is he in any way conceding he shouldn't have done what he did?
It's a bit tough, John, because he's contradicting himself in many aspects.
Right.
And I'll point to one specific issue that he raised previously in saying that he took the decision to disband the PKTT upon receiving certain complaints, and these complaints were from 8 members within SAPS, as well as human rights activist Mary De Haas. We've seen her appear before the ad hoc committee, and Patricia Moshale, who was a former SAPS employee turned whistleblower. He'd received various complaints from them against the PKTT in terms of human rights violations, but more specifically within the internal complaints from SAPS about them losing control, SAPS as a whole, losing control over managing the PKTT. The PKTT was seen, according to Mtunu, as a unit that was operating out of bounds of SAPS's operational structure. And so he claims that he received all these complaints, and upon receiving these complaints, some of which were also received by the National Police Commissioner Fani Masimola, he took the decision to write that instruction to disband the unit on December 31st. But now we're seeing that change. In him saying that, no, I didn't really base my decision on what these people had told me, the likes of Mary De Haas and Patricia Moshale. So it's a bit difficult to kind of understand what the minister is trying to say, because he's getting caught up in his own words. He's contradicting himself a lot, and I think we're sort of seeing this now unfold towards the latter part of his testimony, bearing in mind that he's been testifying about the PKTT issue since he started his testimony on Tuesday and resumed yesterday and then again today. And we haven't gotten past that. We haven't even gotten to the allegations of him possibly knowing Brown Mokhotsi. We still have to get to that. And I know the commission are running overtime. They normally wrap up at 4 p.m. We're now 20 past 5. And they're looking to run until 7 p.m. hoping to wrap up with him, because the one thing they don't want to do is to have to push his testimony to resume in the new year. So it's a bit hard to understand
Did you consult with this? I think a Colonel Moran who produced certain studies that he was using to reference his decision. Did you ever engage with him and interrogate his work and discuss it with him? That seemed not to happen. Did you discuss it with other members of the Interministerial Committee? That seemed not to happen. This stuff, I would have thought, is quite hard to defend. I mean, is he... Yeah, I mean, over to you on that.
Yeah, John, I think, Senator Mbulu having the years on him that he has within politics and within government.
Yes.
And now serving in most recent on a portfolio of police, has come in with quite a calculated approach to the commission. Him kind of being teared apart to some extent in the ad hoc commission when he appeared, or the ad hoc committee. And he's stuck to his argument or his decision around disbanding the task team. But I think the major flaw which he concedes to is that he didn't consult. And at the end of the day, he should have consulted with the relevant people within SAPS, that being the National Police Commissioner, Fani Masemola,
yes,
as well as possibly the KZN Police Commissioner, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, also the head of crime intelligence, Dumisani Kumalo, being the project coordinator of the PKTT. But he didn't, and he's trying to justify that. And I think, to some extent, I don't want to be too hard on him, because I also hear what Senator Mbulu is trying to put out and base it on Colonel Mare's work study, which you've referenced.
Yes.
And that's an investigation that was launched in 2024 last year to look at where task teams within South Africa fit. And task teams essentially are a temporary sort of structure, and they were meant to be absorbed into a permanent structure within the SAPS's organizational structure.
Right.
And not just the PKTT, but other temporary structures and task teams, such as the taxi violence task team, such as the cross-border task team up in Imanguzi, which is northern KZN, bordering Mozambique. But I think he's been caught out and contradicted a lot of his earlier testimony, and the commissioners have picked up on that, and they've started to question him, not lightly, John. They've started to press him quite hardly on some of those issues that he's previously raised.
Challenge. Maybe we should think of different words, self-advanced words that you need to use in your next interview, because you're going on to RSG again.
Yeah.
So maybe we should think about a few words, and you need to sneak it into the conversation. You need to be able to use it very convincingly. Tabo, you had a suggestion, but I don't think yours is actually...
I'm barely coherent as it is. Now I've got to throw words in there. What kind of word? What kind of word?
You
Like it has. There's other things I don't think
maybe we should use the
plural, like plural. Geheime.
Meer as een...
Geheime.
Ja, meer as een secret. Okay. Even now it's even in Afrikaans. Meer as een...
Because we're talking about recipes.
Ja, wat is die geheime... Over een geheime ingrediënt in jouw koos? Wat is die woord? Bestanddeel. Een geheime bestanddeel.
I was thinking phantasmagories.
No, man. What is
You had Paula on politics recently, and she even said phantasmagories. You can say the beskyt. Die beskyt van phantasmagories. The rust is tasty.
Omstandige. You got any good Afrikaans words for me?
Yeah, I think you should use the word naas.
Naas. What?
You don't even know it. Yes! So I'm the real Afrikaans cat. That's not how it works. Wait, it's spelled K.
Okay, knaar.
closest associates are leaving office and exposing you, and also fighting externally, fighting Russia and fighting many interests. And I think that that is why he has great appetite now to broker some kind of deal. It may not be a deal that resolves the problem at once, but you can start with détente. You can have an armistice, you can have a rapprochement, and have a period within which you stabilize so that you deal with the things that will lead to the stoppage of war and deal with the long-term issues. And once you do